10 Gods Chapter 2215 to Chapter 2292. The surrounding space was completely enveloped by the aura of blood and evil. The spirit-devouring diagram floated above the heads of the 13 people. Countless resentful spirits rushed out from the spirit-devouring diagram. Each of the resentful spirits contained an incomparably terrifying aura. There were so many of them that it was scary. Lin Tian was sent by divine Qi to Little Taichu, White Tiger, and Ao Jiantianzuan. He was far away from the battlefield. Looking at the spirit-devouring diagram in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his soul. It's really complete. He clenched his fist. Previously, in the sea of consciousness of a young supreme martial artist of the Heaven Protector clan, he had found out about the stone of sprite blood and learned that this lineage could use this stone to refine the spirit-devouring diagram to its complete form. At that time, he had guessed that this lineage had already created the complete spirit-devouring diagram. Now, the scene before his eyes confirmed his initial guess. It was indeed so. At this time, the spirit-devouring diagram emitted a terrifying aura of blood that seemed to be able to corrode everything. Beside him, Little Taichu and White Tiger had also seen the spirit-devouring diagram before. Now that they saw it again and saw the difference between the spirit-devouring diagram and the one they saw before, their hearts trembled. The spirit-devouring diagram at this time was too terrifying. Even the calm Ao Jiantianzuan couldn't help but frown deeply at this time. His eyes were filled with shock. Boom, the space rumbled, and the surroundings shook. The spirit-devouring diagram was too terrifying. The spirit-devouring diagram was displayed by the blonde old man and the rest of the 1372 winged experts. At this time, it was faintly suppressing the old bully, Yuan Emperor, and the rest. Facing the complete spirit-devouring diagram and the wanton resentful spirits, even the strong divine Qi and the azure-robed man were forced to retreat from time to time. Brat Lin, Ao Jian, and those two little things, hurry up and leave now. Hurry up! The old bully shouted. Originally, because of the appearance of divine Qi and the azure-robed man, they had the upper hand. He thought that he could kill the blonde old man and the rest of the 13 people here. He didn't expect this lineage to refine such a terrifying weapon. At this time, they were being suppressed. Even the divine Qi, the former number 1 heavenly daughter, was at a disadvantage. Lin Tian frowned. Even though he knew that he wouldn't be of any help if he stayed, he really didn't want to leave like this. None of you can leave. The golden-haired old man said coldly. The 13 of them worked together to support the spirit-devouring diagram, causing the baleful qi emitted by the weapon to become even more terrifying. The vengeful spirits roared and roared. Under the control of the blonde old man, some of them attacked the 5 old gangsters, while others rushed towards Lin Tian. Obviously, the golden-haired old man and the others wanted to suppress Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian had killed their clan's strongest young supreme being of this generation. This was a great hatred. At the same time, Ao Jiantianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger were also enveloped by these evil spirits. The surrounding space was instantly sealed. Lin Tian, Ao Jiantianzuan, and the others were unable to move. They were completely suppressed by the aura of the spirit-devouring diagram. Buzz! Vast and mighty holy light surged from afar. Behind the divine Qi, the 72 light wings fluttered. The king's domain and the saint spirit domain were propped up. Vast and hazy holy light intertwined inside. Divine islands and divine palaces appeared horizontally. In a flash, they appeared beside Lin Tian and the others, enveloping Lin Tianyi and the others, shattering all the vengeful spirits that pounced on them. Don't worry about us. The divine Qi knew that Lin Tian was worried about the safety of the 5 of them. At this time, he spoke to Lin Tian Dao. Then, the Saint Spirit domain shook again, breaking open a space portal. It swept Lin Tianyi and the others into it and disappeared in an instant. The divine Qi. The golden-haired old man and the others were furious. Looking at the divine Qi, the coldness in their eyes became extremely intense. They saw that the reincarnation body, Ao Jiantianzuan, the descendant of the immortal spirit royal family, and the White Tiger were about to be suppressed, but the divine Qi stopped them. The most powerful person in their clan had interfered with them again and made them their enemy. Elder, please don't continue. If you continue slaughtering all living beings, you will have to bear the hatred and sins of all the sections. You will be pointed at by 1,000 people and cursed by 10,000 people. Even if you can forge glory in the end, that glory is meaningless. It doesn't have the glory you deserve. The Divine Key's eyes were filled with sadness as he tried to persuade them again. She had left her clan in the past and was killed in the past, but she still remembered that these people in front of her were her clansmen. Even though she knew that they wouldn't listen to her, she still couldn't help but speak up. She hoped that her clansmen would stop what they were doing now. Shut up. The golden-haired old man's voice was bone-chilling. It seems that you are determined to go against us. As soon as he finished speaking, the complete spirit-devouring diagram above his head shook. More vengeful spirits rushed out, their roars filling the sky. A majestic aura swept through all directions. This extremely large world began to shatter piece by piece. It began to crack, and the underground magma turned into pillars of magma that rushed up. That heavenly lady, don't talk nonsense with this old man. You are right now. The old gangster said, you don't have to care that they are from the same clan. Since they started to hunt you down, they have never treated you as one of their clansmen. There is no need to care about your clan ties. Also, I have seen a girl who looks exactly like you. She should be your daughter, right? You should know about the matter between her and Lin Brat, right? That's why you rushed here today for Lin Brat. He continued, they want to destroy all the universes. As a reincarnated body, Lin Fan has been involved. They have been attacking him time and time again. It is impossible for them to let Lin Fan go. In the future, your daughter will definitely be involved. They will not let her go. So, don't waste your breath on them. Let's not talk about anything else. Just think of it as killing your daughter and son-in-law. That is the right thing to do. As he said that, holy light surged out from behind him, facing the spirit-devouring diagram that was constantly charging at them. It had to be said that his words stimulated the Divine Key greatly. It caused the Divine Key to tremble. Boom! The surrounding space shook violently. The 72 light wings behind her instantly became dazzling. The aura on her body began to skyrocket. You're right, she said. All these years, it was her daughter who had been supporting her, allowing her to maintain her incomplete spiritual consciousness. More than 100 years ago, she met Lin Tian and sensed her daughter's bloodline aura from Lin Tian. She learned everything about her daughter from Lin Tian. She knew about the relationship between Lin Tian and her daughter. She also knew that Lin Tian was pregnant with her daughter. That was her granddaughter. At the same time, the man she loved back then, the father of her daughter, also appeared. Now, for her daughter, for her son-in-law, for her granddaughter, for her husband, for her family, she should not be at a loss. She should fight. Outside her body, her aura rose steadily. In the blink of an eye, it reached an extremely terrifying height. It caused the complete spirit-devouring diagram to tremble. Such an aura caused the old gangster and the primitive emperor's expression to change. Even the powerful martial ancestor was no exception. Old man, my words are so effective? This aura. The old gangster swallowed his saliva. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's aura was 10 times stronger than before. The blonde old man and the other 13 looked at Xianxia and could not help but recall the time when Xianxia was known as the first heavenly lady. All of them trembled subconsciously. However, soon, the 13 of them reacted. One of them said coldly, don't be afraid. We have the complete spirit-devouring diagram. Even if she's at her peak, she may not be able to block it. Moreover, she's still far from her peak strength. With this precious weapon, it's enough to suppress all of them. That's right. Kill. The other 12 nodded. Immediately, they joined forces to support the spirit-devouring diagram again. The ominous chi raged and suppressed Xianxia and the others. Woo! Countless resentful spirits roared. They were like killing puppets, charging towards the old gangster and the others. Xianxia took a step forward. He was the first to move. 72 wings of light fluttered, and holy light filled the sky. He was extremely divine, extremely holy, and extremely powerful. He was much, much more powerful than before. Whenever those resentful spirits approached him, they would immediately shatter. At this moment, there was no longer any confusion in her eyes, nor was there any sadness from before. She looked extremely determined. Almost at the same time, the man in green moved. He came to Xianxia's side in a flash, and the void pagoda rose behind him. It was surrounded by endless hazy light, as if it could suppress the heavens. Just like Xianxia, his aura was even stronger than before. These two, the old gangster swallowed his saliva again. At this moment, the aura surrounding Xianxia and the man in green was too shocking. He felt that without the spirit-devouring diagram, these two would probably be able to kill the blonde old man and the others very quickly. "Let's go," Martial Ancestor said in a deep voice. The divine chains of order rose, and together with the tyrannical fist radiance, they attacked together with Xianxia and the man in green. "Go, go, go, kill them," the old gangster said. Together with the primitive emperor, they attacked together. This vast world collapsed even more. In the blink of an eye, half of the world turned into ruins. In another part of the universe of Xianhuang, buzz. In a mountain range in a great world, the space suddenly split open. Lin Tian, Ao Jiantianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and the white tiger appeared and landed in the mountain range. Around them, ancient trees were clustered. The immortal spiritual qi in the air was very strong, and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. The cracked space quickly recovered. Lin Tian looked around and probed with his divine sense. Then, he frowned. Xianxia had forcefully teleported them out. Now, they had completely left the great world and appeared in a new great world. At this moment, even if he wanted to rush back, he was afraid that it would take at least a month's time. After all, the universe was too vast, and this world was too far away from the great world. Don't worry, they are all super experts. Especially Princess Wuyi's parents, they are very strong. Even if those 13 old things have the complete spirit-devouring diagram, they may not be able to do anything to them. They will be fine. The white tiger could naturally see what Lin Tian was thinking at this time. Lin Tian thought for a moment and nodded. "You are right." The white tiger was right. Those 5 people were very strong, especially Xianxia and the man in green. The complete spirit-devouring diagram may not be a real threat to them. Moreover, on the other hand, even if he rushed over now, it would be useless. Instead, he would only be a burden because his cultivation was too far away from that level of battle. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. "Senior Fengshen?" Hearing Ao Jiantianzuan's words, Lin Tian was slightly moved. He already had a rough idea of the human king's 10 disciples. Fengshen Tianzuan was the head disciple, and he was the eldest senior brother of the other 9. Ao Jiantianzuan nodded, his eyes intertwining with a sharp light. He directly tore open the space portal, and after informing Lin Tian, he stepped into the space portal. "Let's go." Lin Tian called out to Little Tai Chu and White Tiger. After Ao Jiantianzuan, they also stepped into the space portal. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from this great world, entering the crevice between the worlds, and then reappearing in another world. As soon as they appeared in this world, the 2 humans and 2 beasts felt an extremely powerful aura coming from the southeast region. Then, they immediately headed towards that region. Their current speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared outside a vast valley. Looking ahead, 2 figures were fighting. One of them was an old man wearing a black robe, with 18 wings on his back. His aura was very strong. The other was a middle-aged man with a slender body. Holy light lingered around his body, and his aura was very condensed. At the same time, there were 10 other figures further away. One of them had 14 wings on his back, and the other 9 were all humans. All of them were at the heavenly ascension level, wearing the special uniform of the celestial court. Clearly, they were all celestial lord-level powerhouses of the celestial court. Lin Tian, Ao Jiantianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger arrived here. At a glance, they recognized the person fighting with the 18-winged old man. It was Fengshen Tianzuan. As for the old man with the 18-winged old man, although it was their first time seeing him, they knew that he was a member of the Celestial Protector clan. The 18-winged old man was too obvious, and it was a characteristic of the Celestial Protector clan. Boom! The eyes of the black-robed old man with 18 wings on his back were deep, and his expression was cold. All kinds of special techniques were constantly being used. Empyrean Divine Seal was tall and slender. The four-symbol seal spread out horizontally, covering all of space and forcefully breaking apart the black-robed old man's great technique. Then, the four-symbol seal turned into a beam of light that cut through the black-robed old man's body, nearly cutting him in half. So strong. Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked. In terms of combat strength, the 18-winged Heavenly Guardian clan's ancient ancestor was on the same level as the Heavenly Court's ancient ancestor. But now, Empyrean Divine Seal was actually able to completely block his opponent without falling behind at all. More than 100 years ago, Fengshen Tianzuan was at the end of the virtual sky, but 100 years later, he had already reached the height of an ancient ancestor of the Celestial Court. This is really, on the side, the White Tiger and Little Taichu were also shocked by Fengshen Tianzuan's battle prowess. Too strong, in just a little more than 100 years, the other party had already reached such a height. On the side, Ao Jian Tianzuan's expression was normal, not at all surprised by this scene. After all, among the 10 brothers, Fengshen Tianzuan had always been the most talented. Although he had a mortal physique, his battle prowess had always been the strongest among them. At almost the same time, outside the valley, Fengshen Tianzuan and the black-robed old man were fighting. Naturally, they saw Lin Tian, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. A faint smile appeared on their faces, but they didn't say anything. The black-robed old man also saw Lin Tian's group, and a sharp light immediately intertwined in his eyes. On the other side, the 14-winged youth and the 9 celestial court lords also saw Lin Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan's group. I'll deal with the reincarnated physique. The 14-winged youth in the lead said, remember, except for that demon tiger, the rest must be captured alive. This 14-winged youth was the second youngest supreme of the Celestial Guardian clan. His name was Shenlin, and he naturally knew about Lin Tian's reincarnated physique. He knew that Ao Jian Tianzuan was a disciple of the human king, and he could see that Little Taichu was a descendant of the Celestial Spirit Imperial family. All of them had extraordinary statuses and were of great value, so they needed to be captured alive. As for the White Tiger, he didn't care at all. As his words fell, this person moved. The 14 wings on his back shook, and in the blink of an eye, he covered several dozen zhang and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 9 celestial court lords also moved, using their divine senses to lock onto Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. These 10 people, led by the 14-winged youth at the end of the virtual sky, arrived in front of Lin Tian's group in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian snorted coldly. He stood where he was and did not move a single step. He directly raised his hand and used the Great Success Reincarnation Fist. A dazzling fist of light shot out from his fist and smashed the 14-winged youth at the very front into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed. Clang, at the same time, the ear-piercing sound of a sword resounded through the sky. Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't move, but the core art of the Heavenly Sword Manual was displayed at this moment. 9 extremely sharp sword lights appeared and pierced into the bodies of the 9 celestial court lords in the blink of an eye. Puff, puff, puff. 9 bloody mists exploded, and just like the 14-winged youth, the 9 celestial court lords were also annihilated in body and soul. This scene made the White Tiger to the side couldn't help but stare. The 14-winged youth at the end of the virtual sky was actually killed by Lin Tian with a single punch. 9 transcending heaven lords were all killed by Ao Jian Tianzuan in the blink of an eye. These two are really... The White Tiger couldn't help but gulp. It could not help but gulp. Even though it had seen Lin Tian kill a god inverse of Tong Tian before, when it saw this scene, its heart could not help but palpitate. As for Empyrean Ao Jian's battle prowess, it naturally made its heart tremble. They were both too strong. Beside it, the Little Taichu was astonished and couldn't help but stare. On the other side, the black-robed elder's expression was a little ugly, and his tyrannical divine body couldn't help but tremble. You! He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He didn't care that the 9 celestial court lords were killed by Ao Jian Tianzuan, but the 14-winged youth was the second youngest supreme of the current generation of the Heaven Protector clan. He had extraordinary talent and could definitely attain 72 wings in the future and become a supreme master of the universe. Such a genius had actually been killed by Lin Tian. Bastard! The man roared. Because he was so angry, he actually abandoned Fengshen Tianzuan and charged toward Lin Tianxia. You're distracted. At this moment, Fengshen Tianzuan's voice rang out. It was very calm. Suddenly, the four symbols Dao diagrams appeared in the space around them one after another. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into a four symbols transformation formation, causing the entire macro world to tremble. The black-robed elder trembled and stopped charging toward Lin Tian. With a low roar, his divine power surged to resist the four symbols transformation formation. However, in a battle between powerhouses on the same level, the slightest mistake could lead to massive changes in the battle situation. Because of his anger, he had rushed towards Lin Tian, causing his emotions to be in chaos. The mistake he had made wasn't small at all. This had given Empyrean Divine Seal the perfect opportunity to kill him. Buzz. The four symbols transformation formation shook, and the power of sealing and annihilation surged together. Even though the black-robed elder was strong, he struggled with all his might, but it was difficult for him to break free. He was completely suppressed by the four symbols transformation formation, and his blood kept splattering. No. Specks of blood mist floated in the air and dissipated with the wind. Lin Tian, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger couldn't help but tremble. An ancient ancestor-level existence was killed by Fengshen Tianzuan just like that. So strong. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He couldn't help but say these two words again. Ao Jian Tianzuan wasn't too surprised. At this time, the black-robed old man was killed, and he walked over with Lin Tian and the others. Senior brother. Ao Jian Tianzuan greeted him. Greetings, senior. Lin Tian also greeted him. Fengshen Tianzuan's slender body had a smile on his face, and he gave off a very peaceful feeling. He nodded at Ao Jian Tianzuan, and then looked at Lin Tian, a faint light flashing in his eyes. You've reached such a height in 100 years. Very good. He said to Lin Tian Dao. Back in the Hongming universe, Lin Tian had just stepped into the Saint Venerable level. Now, in 100 years, Lin Tian had gone from the first layer of the Saint Venerable level to the middle layer of the virtual sky realm. He wasn't far from the connecting heaven realm. This cultivation speed was astonishing. I happened to get some great opportunities, so my cultivation base can improve so quickly. Lin Tian said humbly. Fengshen Tianzuan smiled and said, Don't be modest. Opportunities are also part of your strength. Senior brother, why are you here? Ao Jian Tianzuan asked at this time. Hearing Ao Jian Tianzuan's question, Lin Tian, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger couldn't help but look at Fengshen Tianzuan. There's something special here. Fengshen Tianzuan smiled and looked at Lin Tian. It's related to you. Lin Tianwei was stunned. It was related to her. Even Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger were curious. Was there something special related to Lin Tian here? In that valley, it manifested once before. Seeing that Lin Tian and the others were confused, Fengshen Tianzuan spoke again. He swept his gaze over the vast mountain valley in front of him and Lin Tian Dao. To be more precise, it has something to do with your rainbow sword. As soon as he said this, Lin Tian's expression changed. He instantly thought of something, the sword soul fragment. In the outside world, the only thing he could think of that was related to the divine sword in his sea of consciousness was the sword soul fragment. At the same time, beside him, Little Tai Chu and White Tiger were also moved. Could it be? White Tiger's eyes widened. At this time, he thought of the same thing as Lin Tianyi. Lin Tian's eyes looked directly at the mountain valley in front of him. He immediately activated his divine thought and rushed into the mountain valley in front of him. At the same time, he communicated with the rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness. It seemed that because his divine thought had entered the mountain valley and communicated with the rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness at the same time, the divine sword suddenly reacted at this time and trembled slightly. There was a seven-colored glow, which swayed in his sea of consciousness. The direction was pointing directly at the mountain valley in front of him. There really is. He was immediately moved. the Rainbow Divine Sword had such a reaction. There was no doubt that there was a sword soul fragment in this mountain valley. This caused him to be both surprised and delighted. Never had he imagined that sword soul fragments would actually exist in this expanse of the universe. Let's go in. Seeing Lin Tian's reaction, Fengshen Tianzuan immediately knew that Lin Tian had sensed something, so he said with a smile. Previously, he was not in this world. When he passed by this world, he sensed the same aura as Lin Tian's divine sword. He thought that Lin Tian was in this world, so he stepped into this world and came here. Then, he found that Lin Tian was not in this world. Only the aura of the same origin as Lin Tian's divine sword was in the mountain valley. At that time, the same seven-colored divine light appeared, and a seven-colored light column rushed into the sky of this world. It was precisely because of the seven-colored light that the black-robed old man and the others from before had been lured over. Clearly, they had come for the seven-colored light, and because they knew that the seven-colored light was definitely related to Lin Tian, they had stopped the black-robed old man and the others outside the valley. Lin Tian nodded when he heard this. He was naturally very anxious when he sensed the presence of a sword soul fragment in the mountain valley. Immediately, the group stepped forward and directly stepped into the mountain valley. The mountain valley covered a large area and was very vast. Inside, there were ancient trees everywhere and smoke lingered around. It was very quiet. The group moved quickly and soon came to the center of the mountain valley. Looking ahead, there was a very empty place in front of them. There was no vegetation on the ground, so it was very bare. In the centermost area, there was a fist-sized seven-colored light source floating up and down. It's true. White Tiger's eyes widened. Although he had guessed that what Fengshen Tianzuan said was related to Lin Tian's seven-colored sword was a sword soul fragment, he could not help but be surprised when he saw it. What's the matter with that sword? What's its origin? Why does the sword soul fragment exist in this black-yellow universe? Even little Taichu widened his eyes, feeling very strange about this. A glimmer of light flashed in Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes. Looking at the seven-colored light source, he also sensed the same aura as Lin Tian's sword. They were of the same nature and origin, and there was no difference. Fengshen Tianzuan's expression was as usual. Because he had sensed it earlier and saw the seven-colored light rushing up from the mountain valley, he was not surprised to see the sword soul fragment at this time. Lin Tian was naturally the most surprised. After taking a deep breath, he immediately stepped forward and stepped in front of the sword soul fragment in an instant. As he appeared next to the sword soul fragment, the fist-sized sword soul fragment immediately made a buzzing sound. As if it had its own consciousness, it moved and rotated around him. Then, in the next moment, with a whoosh, the sword soul fragment turned into a seven-colored light and directly rushed into his body. It went into his sea of consciousness and entered the seven-colored divine sword. Suddenly, the seven-colored divine sword trembled slightly, and more divine patterns on the sword began to light up. Moreover, with the new sword soul fragment, there was a majestic spiritual energy that entered his body together with it. Lin Tian knew that this was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that the sword soul fragment had been absorbing all this time. Immediately, he ran the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and began to refine this spiritual energy to improve his cultivation. As the Reincarnation Heart Sutra ran, suddenly, nine-colored holy light emerged from his body. It was very bright and dazzling. Such holy power made Fengshen Tianzuan's expression change slightly. He showed a strange expression. Nine-colored holy power, in the history of cultivation, there had never been a nine-colored power. It was the first time that he had seen it. Naturally, he was moved. At the same time, he quickly sensed that Lin Tian's aura had also changed. The aura of the technique of the two brothers had weakened a lot. He created the secret technique of the ancient scriptures? Like Empyrean Proudsword, this sort of combination only lasted for an instant. Empyrean Divine Seal was able to guess what was happening. In front of him, the nine-colored holy power outside Lin Tian's body intertwined. He continued to refine the spiritual energy brought by the sword soul fragment after it was integrated into the divine sword. His essence, qi, and spirit were gradually rising. His cultivation was also improving bit by bit. Boom! Pitch-black light pillars shot up from the ground one after another. They were mixed with an extremely cold aura and carried a terrifying yin qi. Almost at the same time, a pure white light pillar shot up together with the holy qi of extreme yang. Crack! 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 The ground cracked inch by inch. Pitch black and pure white light pillars shot up from each other. The terrifying yin qi and holy qi of extreme yang intertwined. For a moment, the entire macro world shook as if there was a destructive earthquake. Lin Tian's expression changed. The sword soul fragment hadn't completely merged into the seven-colored divine sword. He moved more than 10,000 feet in a flash and appeared beside Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and the others. What's this? Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were naturally moved by this scene. They stared straight ahead without blinking. Cracking sounds kept coming out. The ground in front of them collapsed and sank. In the blink of an eye, an underground space about 10,000 feet in diameter was revealed. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of emptiness below. The pitch-black light and the pure white light intertwined together like a large pool of black and white. Other than the black and white halos, nothing else could be seen. It seems to be a special kind of momentum of heaven and earth, Ao Jian Tianzuan said. He paused and said, "It's very unusual." He cultivated the way of the sword, but he naturally knew a little about the pattern of heaven and earth. At least he could see something simple. Faint light intertwined in Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes. He stared at the black and white light in the underground space without blinking. The black and white light pulsed, and pillars of light shot up. The aura was very shocking. In this place, the surrounding void was faintly dyed black and white. Lin Tian, you cultivate 4th Junior Brother's Dragon Burial Scripture. Analyze it. He turned to Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian cultivated the Dragon Burial Scripture of the Dragon Burial Heavenly Venerate. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Huang Xiaolong and Ao Jian Tianzuan's, using the Dragon Burial Scripture with his Void Heaven Realm cultivation meant that his understanding and control of the world was much better than Huang Xiaolong and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Lin Tian nodded. While channeling the Reincarnation Sutra to refine the spiritual energy brought into his body by the sword soul fragment in this place, he channeled the Dragon Burial Sutra. Strands of dragon patterns intertwined under his feet and spread into the underground space. At the same time, he opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker. Strands of strange dragon patterns intertwined in his pupils. In the blink of an eye, several dozen breaths passed. His expression changed slightly. Primordial yin-yang land, universe level. He was moved. Be specific, kid. The white tiger said. It didn't know what those simple words meant. Yeah. The little Taichu also made a sound. It had the same meaning as the white tiger. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't ask any questions. Both of them had reached the reaching heaven state. Based on the words primordial yin-yang land that Lin Tiandao mentioned and their vague sense of this place, they naturally knew some of the core. The remnant primordial yin-yang qi after the universe was created is gathered here? Fengshen Tianzuan whispered. Wisps of light appeared in his calm eyes. A transcendent land of treasure. Ao Jian Tianzuan said in a deep voice. Lin Tiandao nodded. After Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan, he spoke again in more detail. It could be considered as an answer to the white tiger's previous question and an explanation for little Taichu. He said, when a world is created, there are all kinds of primordial auras. The bigger the world, the stronger the primordial aura at the beginning of its creation. The yin-yang qi here is also the primordial yin-yang qi, mixed with the aura of the universe's original power. It should be the remnants of the primordial yin-yang qi at the beginning of the universe. He was no stranger to the universe's original power. He had seen it in the primordial universe. It was the power that existed in the universe gap. It was very terrifying. In this place, in this underground space, the rich primordial yin-yang qi was mixed with the aura of the universe's original power. In addition, the yin-yang qi here was too extraordinary, far surpassing the ordinary primordial yin-yang qi. Therefore, he could conclude that the yin-yang qi here should be the remnants of the black-yellow universe's birth. He continued, the primordial yin-yang qi of this level contains an astonishing amount of yin-yang qi and psionic power. Moreover, there should be a lot of Taoist law fragments in it. It can be called a holy material for cultivation. As soon as he said this, the white tiger immediately widened his eyes. Little Taichu was also shocked. Universe-level primordial yin-yang qi? There are a lot of Taoist law fragments in it? Hearing this, the white tiger understood most of it. He said, that is to say, refining and cultivating the primordial yin-yang qi here can directly improve our cultivation? And it can greatly improve our cultivation? Yes. Lin Tiandao nodded. When the white tiger heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Then we'll be rich. I'll go first. Little guy, come with me. We should at least enter the virtual sky realm first. He roared. Now, he and little Taichu were both in the sovereign realm. Lin Tiandao was about to reach the end of the virtual sky realm. Ao Jian Tianzuan had reached the reaching heaven realm. Fengshen Tianzuan had reached the ancient ancestor realm of the celestial court. Here, the white tiger and little Taichu had the lowest cultivation. At this time, they were naturally very excited. With a whoosh, they rushed into the underground space. Lin Tiandao was shocked by its action. He grabbed it back and said, "Do you want to die? This is the remaining power from the beginning of the universe. Although it is extraordinary, it also contains other terrifying and destructive substances. If you rush in directly, ordinary reaching heaven realm cultivators will die." When the white tiger heard this, its eyes widened. It was so shocked that all the hair on its body stood on end. Really? So exaggerated? Ordinary reaching heaven realm cultivators will die if they go near it? Why don't I let you go and you try? Lin Tiandao squinted at it. The white tiger didn't say anything. It shook its head like a rattledrum. Then, it paused and said, "Then what should we do? How can we refine it? Do you have a way?" Even Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at Lin Tiandao at this time. They also knew that there were various terrifying and destructive substances remaining in the primeval yin-yang qi here, but there was no way to deal with them. They didn't know if Lin Tiandao could do it. After all, they could feel that the destructive substances remaining in the primeval yin-yang qi here were not simple. Although they knew the ability of the dragon burial scripture, they were not sure if Lin Tiandao could deal with the destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang qi with the dragon burial scripture because Lin Tiandao's cultivation was limited. The power of the dragon burial scripture that he could use was also limited. Yeah? Little Taichu also looked at Lin Tiandao, as if asking Lin Tiandao. Facing the white tiger, Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and little Taichu's eyes, Lin Tiandao nodded. Yes, but it will take a long time. It will take at least 3 days. The black and white light of yin and yang intertwined. The primitive aura pulsed, and the void was dyed with a layer of black and white. You can start moving now. Quickly erase all the destructive substances. After erasing them, we can refine them. The white tiger's eyes lit up as it urged Lin Tiandao. It was looking forward to the universe-level primitive yin and yang energy in this place. Lin Tiandao glanced at it, then looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. He nodded to them and then took out the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. The power of faith inside surged out, mixed with an incomparably pure aura, and quickly merged into his body. With the influx of the power of faith, his essence, qi, and spirit suddenly rose. In the blink of an eye, it increased by a lot. Such a scene made Fengshen Tianzuan reveal a strange look. It was the first time he had seen such a special power. Ao Jian Tianzuan was not surprised because he had seen Lin Tiandao use this power before. The white tiger and little Taichu had seen it many times, so they were naturally calmer at this time. Buzz. The power of faith poured in continuously, causing Lin Tiandao's aura to rise continuously. In the blink of an eye, it reached the ascending heaven level. Of course, the ascending heaven level was only temporary at this time. His cultivation level was temporarily raised to the ascending heaven level. The speed at which he operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine the spiritual energy brought into his body by the Sword Soul became much faster. At the same time, he also operated the Dragon Burial Scripture. More dragon patterns entered the underground space and began to refine the destructive substances in the primitive yin and yang energy in the underground space. Immediately, one could see that in the original black and white primitive yin and yang energy, wisps of black light gushed out. With a sizzling sound, they rushed out from the primitive yin and yang energy and then dissipated in the air. Such a scene made Fengshen Tianzuan and the others have a glimmer in their eyes. There was no doubt that these black lights were the filthy gas that was produced after the destructive substances in the primitive yin and yang energy were crushed. At this time, after Lin Tiandao crushed the destructive substances in the primitive yin and yang energy, he discharged all the filthy gas that was produced because of the destruction of the destructive substances. Buzz. Outside Lin Tian's body, 9-colored holy light interweaved with dense dragon patterns. 2 different types of power were displayed at the same time. One was refining the spiritual energy brought into his body by the sword soul fragment, while the other was shattering the destructive substances in the primitive yin-yang qi. At the same time, he thought of something. The reason why the primeval yin-yang qi did not shatter the ground and emerge in the past was that it was suppressed by the aura of the sword soul fragment that fell here. Now that he had taken away the sword soul fragment and integrated it into the divine sword, the primeval yin-yang qi underground had lost its suppressive power. That was why it broke the ground and emerged. When he thought of this, he didn't care about it anymore. After all, there was really no need to care about such things. At that moment, he circulated the dragon burial scripture even faster. More dragon patterns entered the primordial yin-yang qi, crushing the destructive substances within. At the same time, it also moved the universe origin power out. Although the cosmic origin power wasn't lethal, it wasn't a good thing either. Just like that, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. On this day, the new sword soul fragment had completely integrated into the divine sword. More divine patterns on the divine sword soul fragment lit up. The boundless spiritual energy brought by the sword soul fragment had also been completely refined by Lin Tian. His cultivation had even improved a lot. At the same time, more than half of the destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang qi were also shattered. Then, in the blink of an eye, another half a day passed. Half a day later, the destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang qi were almost completely wiped out. It seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying yin-yang holy light rushed up and pierced into the sky, shattering the world barrier of this world. Lin Tian immediately took action. Dense dragon patterns gushed out from the ground, forming a dragon pattern barrier that enveloped the surroundings. It completely suppressed the primeval yin-yang qi underground and suppressed the yin-yang holy light that rushed up. The shattered world barrier was quickly restored. It's done? Seeing this scene, the white tiger couldn't help but ask. He felt that the yin-yang qi here was much purer than before. I still need about 6 more hours. Lin Tian. The sword soul fragment had already completely integrated into the divine sword. He began to wipe out the last destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang qi in this place with all his might. Outside this world, in the nearby dozens of extreme worlds, the expressions of the elites changed one after another. Their eyes lit up. Universe-level primeval yin-yang qi. It's very pure. In these dozens of extreme worlds, the elites moved one after another. Their mighty and terrifying saint aura flashed for tens of thousands of miles. Buzz. Outside Lin Tian's body, the dragon patterns intertwined. The light became denser and denser, constantly surging into the primeval yin-yang qi. In the primeval yin-yang qi, the destructive substances that had been shattered surged out in wisps of black light. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. 4 hours later, the destructive substances that had been shattered in the primeval yin-yang qi were reduced in number. It'll be done soon. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In another 2 hours, the universe-level primeval yin-yang qi here would be completely purified by him. Empyrean Divine Seal and the others were naturally able to sense this. Their eyes couldn't help but shine with a sharp light. After all, the universe-level primeval yin-yang qi was extremely extraordinary. Rumble, suddenly, this world shook. In the sky above, the world barrier broke open, and 16 space portals appeared one after another. A figure walked out from each space portal, and all of them had extremely terrifying auras intertwined around their bodies. The moment they appeared, they rushed towards this place, arriving in the blink of an eye. These were 16 elders, all dressed in the unique attire of the celestial court. The saint aura around their bodies was extremely strong, and they were no weaker than the 18-winged elite from the Heaven Protector clan. Such a scene immediately moved Lin Tian. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan also frowned. Their expressions became serious, and saint aura surged out of their bodies. The appearance of a dozen ancient ancestor-level powerhouses together was a great threat to them. They're all ancient ancestor-level powerhouses. Why are these old guys here all of a sudden? The white tiger couldn't help but tremble, and then seemed to think of something. Is it because of the primeval yin-yang saint light that broke through the world barrier that made them feel the universe-level primeval yin-yang chi here? It had to admit that its guess was very accurate. Previously, when Lin Tian had used the dragon burial scripture to destroy most of the destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang chi here, the saint aura of yin-yang broke through the world barrier and spread out. It attracted the attention of some ancient ancestor-level powerhouses of the celestial court in the nearby extreme worlds, and at this time, they rushed here one after another. While the 3 humans and 2 beasts were shaken, the dozen ancient ancestors who had rushed over were also shaken. Reincarnation body, human king disciple, descendant of the immortal spirit imperial family, you're all here. The 16 ancient ancestor-level existences of the celestial court had originally sensed the universe-level primordial yin-yang chi and rushed here from other extreme realms. They had not expected to meet Lin Tian, the reincarnated being, the 2 disciples of the human king, and the little Taichu of the celestial spirit royal family. Looking at Lin Tianyi and the others, the 16 ancient ancestor-level existences could not help but have a cold glint in their eyes. Other than the tiger demon, we'll kill them all. Then we'll take the primordial yin-yang chi here. One of them said. Attack. The 16 ancient ancestor-level experts of the celestial court did not travel together from the beginning, but they were not unfamiliar with each other. After all, they belonged to the same camp. At this moment, the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts moved at the same time. Their bodies surged with divine brilliance as they all attacked Lin Tianyi and the others. In an instant, 16 majestic waves of divine power surged. The aura was so terrifying that it directly shattered a large area of the void. The white tiger's hair stood on end. In terms of combat strength, Fengshen Tianzuan could fight against an ancient ancestor-level existence. However, at this time, the celestial court had sent 16 ancient ancestor-level experts at the same time. None of them were weaker than the 18-winged black-robed elder of the celestial protectors. Fengshen Tianzuan alone could not block all of them. Yeah. The little Taichu trembled. The Ao Jian Tianzuan frowned, and a dignified look appeared on his face. Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes narrowed slightly as if he was under pressure. He stepped forward, and the 4-symbol seal immediately intertwined. Almost at the same time, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out, and the surrounding space trembled violently. Lin Tian was the first to move at this time. He was extremely fast. With just a thought, the 7-colored divine sword appeared in his hand, and he directly slashed at the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts. In an instant, a 7-colored sword force emerged, sweeping up a 7-colored sword force storm as if to annihilate everything. Bang! 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 Muffled thuds rang out one after another as blood floated in the air. The 16 ancestors of the celestial court were all sent flying at this moment. This? Seeing this, the white tiger's eyes widened. Yeah. Little Taichu was also shocked. Lin Tian could summon the 7-colored divine sword again. At this time, it actually sent 16 ancient ancestors flying with one slash. Fengshen Tianzuan was about to make a move, but he stopped at this moment. His eyes couldn't help but flash. This combat strength, at this moment, the human king's eldest disciple's expression changed. Combined with the 7-colored divine sword, Lin Tian's battle prowess had exceeded his expectations. He's even stronger than before. Ao Jian Tianzuan muttered to himself. Previously, he had seen Lin Tian use the power of faith to temporarily raise his cultivation base to the level of a sky-level expert. Together with the 7-colored divine sword, he killed an ancient ancestor of the celestial court. He still remembered Lin Tian's aura at that time. At this time, Lin Tian also used the power of faith to temporarily raise his cultivation base to the early stage of the sky level. He also summoned the seven-colored divine sword to cooperate with him. However, at this time, Lin Tian's battle aura was much stronger than before. The 16 ancient ancestors of the celestial court were sent flying, but they quickly stabilized their bodies. All of them were shocked and moved. You? The 16 of them looked at Lin Tian in shock and disbelief. They were all ancient ancestors, but they were all sent flying by Lin Tian's sword. This was hard for them to accept. At this time, their faces were full of shock and disbelief, but there was no anger. In Lin Tian's hand, the seven-colored divine sword was intertwined with seven-colored divine light. He looked at the 16 elders from afar. You really know how to pick a time to rush to the edge of the sword. Now that he had found a new sword soul fragment, the seven-colored divine sword was even stronger. He could easily summon it now. Moreover, he had temporarily raised his cultivation base to the early stage of the sky level with the power of faith. His combined battle prowess was more than 10 times stronger than when he killed the ancient ancestor of the celestial court not long ago. The 16 of them had rushed here to suppress them. Was this not courting death by rushing to the edge of the sword? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slashed out with his sword again. A large amount of seven-colored sword radiance flew out and pierced through all directions. This time, the sword might was even stronger and sharper than before. It was as if it was going to pierce through the entire universe. The 16 people's expressions changed at the same time, and they all put up a Saint Power light screen. However, it was useless. Lin Tian's seven-colored sword radiance shattered the 16 people's Saint Power light screens in an instant. Then, it pierced through all 16 of them. Bright red blood once again floated in the air. Oh my God! This. The white tiger's eyes widened even more. It knew that Lin Tian's seven-colored divine sword was very terrifying, but it did not expect that Lin Tian could use it to suppress ancient ancestor-level experts so easily. It was extremely shocked. However, the next moment, it put away its shock and became surprised and excited. It cried out, "Kid, kill these 16 old fools." In fact, there was no need for it to say that. Lin Tian moved again, and the seven-colored divine sword in his hand swung down again. With a clang, another wave of rainbow-colored sword rays shot out. Each of them was extremely sharp and frightening. Before the 16 ancient ancestors could stabilize their bodies, they were swept by the sword radiance. It was too late for them to dodge, and they could only put up their Saint Power light screens in a hurry. Of course, it was useless. The Saint Power light screens were shattered again, and the seven-colored sword radiance landed steadily on the 16 people's bodies. Puff, 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 this time, the 16 people were severely injured. Half of their bodies were shattered by the seven-colored sword radiance. How do you feel? Lin Tian asked casually. His voice was calm, and there was no sarcasm in it. However, it was extremely ear-piercing to the 16 people's ears. Insolent thing. One of them said coldly. His Saint Power surged, and he immediately propped up the power of order, causing the surrounding space to tremble. At the same time, the other 15 ancient ancestors did the same. They immediately propped up the power of order. Suddenly, 16 auras of order surged, and it was very terrifying. I didn't expect that we would need to use order to deal with you. The 16 people's eyes were cold. Lin Tian laughed mockingly. He stood there without moving, and the reincarnation sword technique was activated in his body. He raised his hand and slashed out. Clang, the sound of the sword was even more ear-piercing, and the sword radiance was even faster. The 16 seven-colored sword radiance flew out and arrived in front of the 16 people in an instant. Blood floated in the air, bit by bit. The bodies of the 16 Imperial Court ancient ancestor-level experts cracked apart, all of them injured. The expressions of the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts changed again and again. They looked at Lin Tian with shock and anger. They were ancient ancestor-level experts and had used the power of order. However, they still couldn't block Lin Tian's sword. F***CK. Boy Lin, are you really going to defy the natural order? The white tiger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A moment ago, it was still worried for Lin Tian when the 16 ancestors summoned the power of order. This was because it knew very well how powerful the power of order was. However, Lin Tian was still able to shatter it with a single slash. This made its heart twitch violently as it couldn't help but gasp. Yeah. Little Tai Chu shrunk his neck in shock. He was also shocked. Ao Jian Tianzuan had seen Lin Tian use the power of faith and the seven-colored godly sword to shatter the power of order and kill an ancient ancestor-level expert. However, the ancient ancestor-level expert was only one ancient ancestor-level expert. Now, Lin Tian was still able to shatter the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts' power of order with a single slash. Moreover, he looked more relaxed than when he was dealing with one ancient ancestor-level expert. Even someone as calm as Empyrean Divine Seal, the number one disciple of a human king, revealed a shocked expression at this time. Very powerful. The first disciple of the human monarch looked at Lin Tian and muttered to himself. Lin Tian stood on the same spot from the beginning to the end. The seven-colored godly sword in his hand was glowing with divine radiance. His gaze fell on the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts of the celestial court and moved. He temporarily stopped the purification of the destructive matter in the primordial yin-yang qi and charged directly at the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts of the celestial court. Clang, the godly sword in his hand vibrated. The seven-colored sword essence was glaring. Before he could get close to the 16 ancient ancestor-level experts, he slashed out. The sharp sword power instantly enveloped the entire space. The domineering aura caused the 16 people to tremble. At once, the 16 of them quickly healed their injured bodies and charged forward with the divine chains of order. Ka! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another. The power of the seven-colored sword aura was simply too strong. In just an instant, all the divine chains of order were shattered. Pong, pong, pong. 16 people were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. They were completely unable to block Lin Tian's attack. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian approached one of them with the seven-colored divine sword. This person was dressed in a golden robe. When he saw Lin Tian closing in on him, his expression immediately changed. He used the divine chains of order to protect his body and quickly retreated. However, his speed was slightly slower than Lin Tian's at this moment. He had only taken a step back when Lin Tian's sword slashed down. The divine chains of order protecting his body were shattered, and the rainbow divine sword landed firmly on his chest. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. In just an instant, this person was chopped into pieces. Damn it! This person was shocked and furious. His physical body was shattered, but his soul was immortal. He turned into a ray of light and retreated into the distance to reform his physical body. However, Lin Tian didn't give him the chance at all. On the basis that the power of faith had temporarily raised his cultivation base to the ordinary immortal realm, and on the basis that the seven-colored divine sword had become stronger after fusing with a new sword soul fragment, he activated the reincarnation forging divine art at this moment, raising his combat strength by 20 times. It was like a destructive volcano erupting. 9 reincarnation swords. He muttered. He formed a seal with his left hand and slowly raised the seven-colored divine sword in his right hand. He slashed out at a strange angle, displaying one of the core techniques of the reincarnation sword technique that he had created himself. It evolved into 9 9-colored sword auras. Each of the 9 sword auras seemed to be able to cut through everything. They carried an extremely sharp aura and were terrifyingly fast. They almost broke through the limits of space and approached the ancient ancestor's soul from 9 different angles in an instant. You stop, poo 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 poo. The ancient ancestor's terrified words were interrupted. His soul was penetrated by the 9 reincarnation swords in the blink of an eye, leaving 9 transparent holes in his soul. Then, cracks spread out, and the sturdy ancient ancestor's soul crumbled. Such a scene caused everyone in this place to be involuntarily moved, and the expressions on their faces changed again and again. Junior brother, his sword, Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes flashed. He said to Ao Jian Tianzuan beside him, but he didn't finish his words. He could clearly feel that the sword that Lin Tian unleashed at this moment, in terms of the exquisiteness of the sword force, was actually stronger than the Lin Tian sword manual of his 6th junior brother who was wholeheartedly focused on the sword. Ao Jian Tianzuan nodded. I've seen him display the sword technique before, but He paused for a moment, then continued, "This sword is qualitatively different from the one I've seen before." The white tiger was completely stunned. It didn't even see the trajectory of Lin Tian's sword. In just an instant, it saw the ancient ancestor of the celestial court's soul being pierced with 9 holes and crumbling with a loud bang. "Yeah." Little Alpha Primordium's eyes widened again. He was also stunned. At the same time, the other 15 ancient ancestors of the celestial court also paled. At this time, when they looked at Lin Tian again, their eyes were filled with horror and unconcealable fear. "Go. Retreat." One of them gritted his teeth. Immediately, all 15 of them retreated, turning into 15 rays of light and rushing out of this world. More than 10 of them had come here, and all of them were at the ancient ancestor level, but they had been injured by Lin Tian time and time again. Even though they had used the order, they still couldn't change the situation. This had already raised a trace of fear and vigilance in them. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian display the 9 reincarnation swords and destroy the soul of one of them with one blow, the remaining 15 of them were truly afraid. At this time, they completely understood that Lin Tian, who controlled the 7-colored divine sword, coupled with that terrifying sword technique, was not someone they could resist at all. The difference was too great. If they continued to stay, they would definitely die tragically. Suddenly, 15 whooshing sounds could be heard, and the 15 ancient ancestors of the celestial court rushed far away in the blink of an eye. "None of you can escape." Lin Tianling smiled. His movements were simple and direct. He displayed the reincarnation sword technique, with the 7-colored divine sword in his hand. With one slash, 10,000 swords were born. For a time, clanging sounds could be heard incessantly. The surrounding space was sealed, and the 15 people who escaped were stopped by the sword momentum. The dense swords of the reincarnation sword indiscriminately attacked the 15 people from different directions. The 15 people were both shocked and furious. Their retreat path was sealed, and they couldn't retreat at this moment. They could only passively face the attack. At the same time, they supported the power of the order and faced the reincarnation sword that Lin Tian displayed with the 7-colored divine sword. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stepped forward and closed in on the 15 people. The reincarnation diagram behind him rushed out, mixed with a divine and holy aura. It cooperated with the 7-colored divine sword in his hand and directly slashed down with it. P.S. An old drunkard's 4th story has been updated on Long's WeChat public account. Everyone can see it by following Long's WeChat public account and replying with the number 1. At the same time, it also includes the first 3 stories of an old drunkard. You can see it by clicking on it. Follow instructions, search for Sleepy Long on WeChat public account and add him as a follower. The combination of the reincarnation diagram and the 7-colored divine sword increased their combat strength by 20 times. That kind of power was simply too strong. In an instant, the divine chains of order that were supported by the 15 heaven court ancestors were shattered, and the power of the reincarnation diagram fused with the rainbow divine sword suppressed all 15 of them. Poof, 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 blood splattered everywhere as the 15 celestial court ancestors exploded at the same time. Damn it! The 15 of them were furious. Some of them roared and quickly reassembled their bodies. Lin Tian had already closed in with the rainbow godly sword. He stepped to the side of one of the ancestors' souls and slashed out with the 9 reincarnation swords again, not giving the ancestor a chance to reassemble his body. No! With a scream of panic and pain, the ancient ancestor's soul was shattered. His body and soul were destroyed. The second one, in the distance, the white tiger couldn't help but shrink its neck. The 16 ancestors of the celestial court were here together, but 2 of them were killed by Lin Tian in such a short time. Squeak, little Taichu's eyes widened. He was also shocked by Lin Tian's strength at this moment. It was simply too shocking. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't say anything. They just watched Lin Tian's battle without blinking. Clang, Lin Tian swung his rainbow godly sword at the front. The power of the rainbow godly sword sealed off all directions and slashed at the other 14 ancestors. The 14 celestial court ancestors fought together. The power of God's rules, order, and the sea of consciousness anomaly were activated one after another. They didn't dare to hold back and used all kinds of skills to counter Lin Tian's rainbow godly sword. However, it was useless. After obtaining the new sword's soul fragment, the rainbow godly sword had become even stronger. Combined with the power of faith and the reincarnation forging divine art, its battle prowess had increased by 20 times. At this time, the sword aura was too sharp, and all of the methods that the 14 people used were suppressed. Pu. Once again, the 14 of them were all hacked to pieces by the rainbow divine sword. All of them were dyed in blood, and their spirits flew away. They wanted to escape, but the void in all directions was completely sealed, and they couldn't escape at all. One of them reassembled his body while saying through clenched teeth, "Reincarnation body, you shouldn't be too arrogant. You should know that we are all important members of the Celestial Court. If you really kill all of us, the Celestial Court will definitely not let." Clang, Lin Tian brandished the 9 swords of reincarnation, interrupting this person's words, directly shattering this person's spirit, slashing it into nothingness. "Low level," he said. The Celestial Court had been targeting him and would never let him go. Now, this person still said such words, which made him feel particularly ridiculous. He tilted his head and looked at the last 13 people. Without saying anything more to them, he held the rainbow godly sword and charged forward. For a time, the sonorous sound of the sword rang out continuously, vast and mighty in this space. Blood continued to splatter in the void. He used the power of faith to temporarily raise his cultivation to the level of an immortal master. He used the reincarnation forging divine art to increase his battle prowess by 20 times, and used the rainbow godly sword to activate the reincarnation sword technique. His battle prowess was unparalleled. The 13 ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court couldn't stop him at all, not even with the order. In the face of his absolute power, the order was useless. Puff, 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 more than 4 hours passed in a flash. The blood mist continued to explode, and in the blink of an eye, another 12 people were completely killed. "No. Don't kill me." At this time, only one of the 16 ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court was left. He was severely injured and trembled as he begged Lin Tian for mercy. Lin Tian was disdainful. The rainbow godly sword combined with the reincarnation sword technique directly chopped this person into pieces, and even erased his divine soul. Suddenly, the place became much quieter. This is really," in the distance, the white tiger's eyes widened and trembled violently. 16 ancient ancestor-level powerhouses of the Celestial Court had charged over, all of them wielding the power of order. But now, all of them had been slain just like that. Moreover, most importantly, Lin Tian was in the absolute upper hand throughout the entire process. He completely crushed the 16 people with his sword. This was really a little terrifying. So powerful. Little Taichu said with his eyes wide open. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian in the distance. There were traces of light intertwining in their eyes. "He's already stronger than us." "Much stronger," Fengshen Tianzuan said. Ao Jian Celestial Master nodded. Although Lin Tian's current combat strength had become so powerful because of the combination of faith and the 7-colored divine sword, being powerful was still powerful. Being able to possess and use these 2 external forces was also a kind of capital and a kind of strength for oneself. It was also at this time that Lin Tian put away the rainbow godly sword, stepped back, and landed next to Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. Not bad at all. Amazing. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian Dao and did not hide his admiration at all. "Senior, you flatter me," Lin Tian said modestly. The 16 ancestors of the Celestial Court were all killed by him. This was just a small interlude. He returned to the underground space and continued to purify the destructive substances in the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi, wiping them out. He had already removed most of the destructive substances in the primordial yin-yang qi in the underground space. At this time, he continued to purify them. After about 2 hours, he stopped. Looking around, the light of yin and yang intertwined in the underground space. It became very peaceful and the Saint Qi was very rich. "Done," he said. At this point, the destructive substances in the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi had all been removed by him with the dragon burial scripture. Hearing this, the white tiger was immediately delighted. Does that mean we can directly refine it? Lin Tian nodded. Roger. The white tiger rushed down with a whoosh. Tiger Master will go first. Little guy, come with me. Little Taichi responded in a childish voice and followed the white tiger into the underground space. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared into the primordial yin-yang qi and were enveloped by the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi. They each activated their ancient scriptures and began to refine it. Their auras immediately rose rapidly. Senior, let's go down too. Lin Tian said to Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. The universe-level primordial yin-yang qi was extremely extraordinary. Even for ancestors, it had an extraordinary effect. Fengshen Tianzuan nodded and said with a smile, it's all thanks to you this time. The first disciple of the human king always gave people a very peaceful feeling. Senior, you're too polite. Lin Tian said with a smile. Then, he, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan stepped into the underground space together and disappeared into the primordial yin-yang qi. They stood in 3 different positions and operated their own ancient scriptures to guide the primordial yin-yang qi into their bodies. For a moment, like the white tiger and little Taichu, the aura of the 3 of them increased bit by bit. Of course, it was not as fast as the white tiger and little Taichu. After all, their cultivation was much higher than the white tiger and little Taichu. Especially Fengshen Tianzuan, whose cultivation was the strongest in the group, the increase in his aura was the least obvious. Lin Tian operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and absorbed the primordial yin-yang qi into his body. He refined it to increase his cultivation. Naturally, 9-colored holy light intertwined around his body. The perfect world can also rely on this primordial yin-yang qi to increase its level. After the world seed turned into a perfect world, under normal circumstances, it would require a vast amount of spiritual energy, life force, or constant deduction by the holder to evolve it. However, Lin Tian felt that the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi could also make the perfect world evolve. After all, the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi was left behind when the universe was created. The perfect world propped up. He refined the primordial yin-yang qi in this place to improve his cultivation while guiding the primordial yin-yang qi into the perfect world and into the soil and void of the perfect world. Suddenly, the perfect world shook slightly. Inside, the mountains and rivers began to change. The mountains became stronger and stronger, and the rivers became wider and wider. The whole world continued to extend, slowly becoming more and more vast, and the spiritual energy became denser and denser. Yes. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. As he had guessed, the primordial yin-yang qi in this place could indeed make the perfect world evolve. Also, it felt like the effect was even better than the previous enhancement of the boundless spiritual energy and life force. He took a deep breath and used the primordial yin-yang qi here to evolve the perfect world. At the same time, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra was running, absorbing the primordial yin-yang qi here to refine it. The 9-colored holy light intertwined outside his body, becoming denser and denser as time passed. His essence, energy, spirit, and cultivation were all improving. In another part of the universe of Xianhuang, boom, terrifying holy energy was vast and mighty. In a crack between worlds, a dozen forces of order were trembling, and the aura was extremely terrifying. A dozen elders with 72 wings were chasing a man and a woman. The spirit-devouring diagram followed, and the murderous aura was monstrous. Xianxia, you can't stop us. Stay still and suppress us. The eyes of the dozen or so old men were cold. Xianxia and the azure-robed man's faces were a little pale, and their bodies were surrounded by shining holy light. Xianxia, you go first. I'll stop them. The azure-robed man held his sword horizontally in front of his chest, and his sword intent was monstrous. Previously, he, Xianxia, and the martial ancestor had fought against the 13 72-winged elders of the Heaven Protector tribe. The complete spirit-devouring diagram formed by the 13 elders was too terrifying. In the end, the 5 of them retreated and were pursued separately. In the beginning, he and Xianxia were only being chased by the 7 72-winged elders. Even though the 7 of them had the complete spirit-devouring diagram, he and Xianxia were still able to fend them off. However, gradually, another 8 72-winged elders descended. Now, there were a total of 15 72-winged elders chasing after him and Xianxia. The 15 of them worked together to control the spirit-devouring diagram and completely suppressed them. If we leave together. If we fight together. Xin Yudao naturally could not escape by himself. The 15 72-winged elders all had holy light surging around their bodies. The 72 wings on their backs revolved with astonishing power of order. Looking at the 2 of them, their eyes were cold and threatening. "Don't worry, none of us can leave," one of them said coldly. Rumble, the combined power of the 15 powerhouses made the spirit-devouring diagram even more terrifying. Countless vengeful spirits roared, and the baleful aura shook the surroundings. In a great world in the black-yellow universe, Buzz Lin Tian was in the underground space, surrounded by the dense primeval yin-yang qi. As he circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, more and more primeval yin-yang qi entered his body. Under the refinement of the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, the majestic spiritual power, rule fragments, and primeval yin-yang qi flowed into his flesh and bones, causing his aura to become stronger and stronger. At the same time, the perfect world was supported by him. As more and more primeval yin-yang qi flowed in, the changes in the entire world became more and more obvious. The layout of the world continued to expand, and the life aura inside became denser and denser. Just like that, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. 7 days later. On this day, the primeval yin-yang qi in the underground space was completely exhausted. There was not a trace left. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes, and there were traces of 9 colors. "The end of the void," he muttered to himself. The spiritual power, primeval yin-yang qi, and rule fragments mixed in the universe-level primeval yin-yang qi were too amazing. He guided this primeval yin-yang qi into his body with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and refined it. On this day, his cultivation base reached the end of the void from the middle stage of the void. He could clearly feel the changes in himself. His holy power was more majestic, his spirit was stronger, his sea of consciousness was wider, and his Taoist power was purer. Compared to 7 days ago, his combat strength had improved tremendously. After reaching the end of the void, he felt that with his current strength, without relying on any weapons, faith, or other external forces, he was completely capable of fighting with ordinary masters in the early stage of the reaching heaven realm. Moreover, he could kill masters at this level. At the same time, he sensed the perfect world. After evolving it with the universe-level primeval yin-yang qi, he found that this world was even more vast. The mountains and rivers inside were magnificent. It had basically reached the level of the void world. Good. A bright light flashed in his eyes again. This perfect world was also a killing weapon. When used in battle, it could increase his combat strength by several times. Now, the perfect world had reached a level comparable to the heaven realm. The benefits it could bring him were absolutely huge. Oh. The virtual sky world. I, Tiger Lord, am also in the virtual sky realm. The white tiger's excited roar sounded next to him. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he found that the white tiger's cultivation had reached the early stage of the virtual sky realm from the dominator realm. Then, he looked at little Taichu. Little Taichu, like the white tiger, had also reached the early stage of the virtual sky realm from the dominator realm. He looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan again. He didn't feel the changes in their cultivation. After all, both of them had reached the reaching heaven realm. It was difficult for him to judge how much their strength had improved. At this time, he looked at the 2 of them and could only feel that their auras were much more condensed than before. Thanks to you, junior martial brother, and I have gained a lot. Fengshen Tianzuan naturally noticed his gaze and knew what he was thinking, so he said with a smile. Lin Tian hurriedly waved his hand. It's not thanks to me. Senior, please don't say that. I'm really sorry. Fengshen Tianzuan had sensed that there was an aura related to the divine sword in his sea of consciousness here. It guarded him here and intercepted the ancestor Gu and the others from the celestial court. He was very grateful for this. It could be said that if Fengshen Tianzuan hadn't intercepted the people from the celestial court here, the sword soul fragment here might have been taken away by the celestial court. After all, although the sword soul fragment only responded to him, who had the divine sword's main body, and was incomparably repulsive to outsiders who didn't have the divine sword's main body, the celestial court's foundation was too terrifying. Once those people got close to the sword soul fragment, it was very likely that they would use special methods to take it away. If that really happened, his loss would be great. And if the sword soul fragment was taken away, the primeval yin-yang qi here would definitely fall into the hands of the people from the celestial court. It would be impossible for him to erase the destructive substances in the primeval yin-yang qi and obtain the primeval yin-yang qi. Previously, Fengshen Tianzuan had already told him that he was indebted to you. Now that he said the same thing again, Lin Tian felt a little embarrassed. If not for Fengshen Tianzuan guarding the sword spirit fragment for him, it was very likely that the sword spirit fragment would have been taken away by the celestial court, and he would not have been able to touch the primeval yin-yang energy here. Fengshen Tianzuan had a very peaceful smile and was not pretentious. After hearing Lin Tian's words, he did not say anything else. By the way, Senior Ao Jian and I have discovered some things in the celestial court that we have to deal with. Lin Tian spoke and quickly told Fengshen Tianzuan about the Sprite Bloodstone mine. The Sprite Bloodstone was the core divine material used by the Heaven Protector clan to refine the spirit devouring diagram. This clan was excavating the Sprite Bloodstone with all their might, and they had already found dozens of Sprite Blood mines. They had to destroy them one by one, or at least as many as they could. Otherwise, if this clan was allowed to excavate the Sprite Bloodstone without any hindrance, they would be able to refine a large number of complete spirit-devouring diagrams in the future. The consequences would be unimaginable. After all, he had already seen the power of a complete spirit-devouring diagram. It was truly terrifying. Just a complete spirit-devouring diagram alone was many times more powerful than a supreme master of the universe like the martial ancestor. I know a little. We have already destroyed 3. We were on our way to the next one, but we entered this world halfway. To Lin Tian's surprise, Fengshen Tianzuan spoke. Just like Ao Jian Tianzuan, he already knew about this matter. Moreover, he had already destroyed 3 huge Sprite Bloodstone mines alone. The core divine material used to refine the evil weapon diagram? This must be completely destroyed. The white tiger trembled. Previously, it had witnessed the terror of a complete spirit-devouring diagram with its own eyes. That destructive power was too frightening. Lin Tian nodded. We already know the approximate locations of those Sprite Bloodstone mines. Let's destroy them one by one. Let's do that. Fengshen Tianzuan nodded. With that, the group left the Great World and headed to the other Sprite Bloodstone mines. Not long after, they entered another Great World and soon arrived at the center of this Great World. There was a Sprite Bloodstone mine here. This Sprite Bloodstone mine was not big, and there were dozens of figures guarding it. There was a celestial court master, a 14-winged youth, and 33 other void heaven-grade celestial court cultivators. The celestial court's celestial master and the 14-winged young man stood to the side, watching the 33 void sky rank cultivators excavating the ground with their saint force to collect the Sprite Bloodstones below. Lin Tianyi and his group did not try to conceal themselves when they arrived. They were immediately discovered by dozens of people. Reincarnation physique. The 14-winged youth wore a blood-red robe and stood at the end of the void sky. He was the 6th person of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation, so he naturally knew about Lin Tian's reincarnation physique. His eyes lit up as he noticed Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and little Tai Chu. And you guys, you actually came here. What a good lineup. As the 6th person of the Heaven Protector clan's younger generation, he knew a lot of things. Lord, we must suppress them. Beside him, the skybound Heaven Master said. He wore a long gray robe and stared at Lin Tian's group without blinking. Naturally, he also knew about Lin Tian's group. At the same time, the other 33 Void Sky Celestial Court cultivators also saw Lin Tian's group. They stopped and looked at Lin Tian's group with undisguised hostility. The 14-winged youth nodded. Leave the reincarnation physique to me. You take care of the others. Don't kill them, just suppress them alive. Yes. The gray-robed Heaven Master said. Immediately, the two of them rushed toward Lin Tianyi's group. The 14-winged youth's gaze fell on Lin Tian, while the gray-robed Heaven Master locked onto Fengshen Tianzuan's group with his divine sense. Seniors, little Tai Chu, and stupid tiger, let me deal with them alone. I'd like to test my current combat strength. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. With a single step, he appeared in front of the 14-winged youth and the gray-robed old man. He raised his right hand slightly and slashed down with his sword fingers. With a clang, the sound of swords rang out. Dozens of 9-colored energy swords slashed out with extreme sharpness. Pft. The 14-winged young man was shocked by Lin Tian's speed and sword force. He had just spat out the word you when 11 streaks of sword light pierced through him, and one of them pierced through his forehead, shattering his soul. At the same time, the gray-robed Heaven Master also suffered a calamity. He obviously didn't expect Lin Tian to be so strong, and his chest was pierced by 3 rays of sword light. His body was sent flying by the 3 rays of sword light for several thousand meters. This is really, the white tiger's eyes widened. Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and little Tai Chu also looked surprised. They had all seen Lin Tian kill an ancient ancestor-level expert before. However, at that time, Lin Tian had used the power of faith to raise his cultivation base and borrowed the power of the Rainbow Divine Sword. Basically, he had relied on external forces. However, this time was different from before. This time, Lin Tian relied on his own strength. With his cultivation base at the end of the Void Sky Realm, he had killed a young celestial of the Celestial Protector clan and sent a heavenly master flying. This was truly a little shocking. At the same time, the other 30 or so Void Sky Realm Celestial Court cultivators trembled and paled. That lord is said to be the 6th strongest of the younger generation of that clan. He was killed? Lord Heaven Master is at the Heavenly Master Realm, but someone said in a trembling voice. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at these people indifferently. He silently executed the reincarnation god-slaying art. Ah! Mournful screams rang out one after another. The reincarnation god-slaying art's attack was formless and colorless. It could not be seen or touched, and it specialized in attacking the spirit. At this time it attacked the spirits of dozens of people one after another. After a brief scream, they all collapsed and stopped moving in the blink of an eye. Everyone's bodies were still there, but their souls had been extinguished. Fengshen Tianzuan's expression changed, and a light flashed across his eyes. He vaguely sensed the reincarnation god-slaying art that Lin Tian had executed. Is this also a saint art that he created himself? How amazing! Even as the first disciple of the human king, he felt that this saint art was extraordinary. This was the first time he had seen a saint art that specialized in killing the spirit. At this time, Saint Chi rolled in the distance, and a large expanse of the sky shattered. The gray-robed Heaven Master, who had been sent flying by Lin Tian, stabilized himself and stepped back. How dare you? He stared at Lin Tian with shock and anger in his eyes, and his killing intent soared to the sky. This shock and anger was because Lin Tian had killed the 14-winged youth that he was supposed to protect on this trip. That was the 6th strongest of the younger generation of the Heavenly Guardian clan. He would not be able to escape responsibility if he was killed in front of him. He would be in big trouble. The gray-robed God Lord was furious. He glared at Lin Tian, holy light surging around his body, and his murderous aura rolling like a vast ocean. Lin Tian looked at this person and did not say anything. He took a step forward and walked over. Dong, he waved the reincarnation fist, and the reincarnation fist will intertwined with a 9-colored fist radiance. The gray-robed God Lord roared and met the attack head-on, fully displaying his omnipotent saint power. This time, because he was prepared, the gray-robed old man was not injured by Lin Tian in an instant like before. A long spear forged from dark metal appeared in his hand, covered with dense divine runes. It destroyed Lin Tian's reincarnation fist radiance in one blow, and swept toward Lin Tian. There was no doubt that this was an omnipotent artifact, and its power was extremely strong. Lin Tian was fearless. He met the attack head-on without using any artifact. He waved his fist and met the gray-robed old man's hidden spear head-on. Clang, his fist collided with the opponent's hidden spear, and an ear-piercing metallic sound was heard, causing the surrounding space to distort. Then, he waved his fist again, and the reincarnation fist radiance blasted toward the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man was even more shocked and furious. In order to end the battle quickly, he directly took out his omnipotent artifact to deal with Fengshen Tianzuan and the others after suppressing Lin Tian. He did not expect that Lin Tianyi, a cultivator at the end of the virtual sky, could block it completely. Ant. With a low roar, the omnipotent artifact shook the hidden spear in his hand, and a large amount of spear radiance shot out, shattering everything. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and he was completely fearless. He waved his hands and performed the reincarnation fist, and various mysterious fist techniques appeared one after another. Clang, 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 the ear-piercing metallic sound was constantly heard, mixed with a destructive aura and turbulent energy fluctuations. You're at the virtual sky realm, yet you can block an omnipotent artifact with your bare hands. Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Is this the capital of the strongest physique? Very strong. Ao Jian Tianzuan said in a deep voice. They admitted that they couldn't do such a thing. When they were at the end of Void Sky, it was impossible for them to rely solely on their physical bodies to shake transcending heaven-grade magic treasures. On the other hand, the White Tiger and the Little Taichu appeared to be rather calm. After all, they knew very well how monstrous Lin Tian's physical body was. As a reincarnated body, his physical body was indestructible. Even the brute king physique could not compare to it in the same realm. Moreover, along the way, Lin Tian had cleansed his physical body with heavenly tribulations several times. As such, his physical body was naturally even more terrifying. Now, with Lin Tian's strength at the virtual heaven's end, it was normal for him to use his flesh shell to shake a heaven-reaching great precious weapon. Ka! At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Lin Tian swung his fist of reincarnation and once again landed on the hidden spear of the gray-robed master, shattering the treasure weapon into pieces. The fragments fell from the sky. The gray-robed heaven master became even more furious. His transcending heaven-grade cosmic artifact had been destroyed just like that. Clang, the clanging sound of the sword reverberated, shattering the opponent's transcending heaven-grade cosmic artifact. Lin Tian stepped forward and waved the reincarnation sword technique. 9 colored sword rays swept across the sky, attacking the gray-robed old man from different angles. One of the sword rays hit the gray-robed old man. With a puff, blood splattered. The gray-robed heaven master was immediately sent flying. However, after flying for more than 100 feet, the old man stabilized himself and glared at Lin Tian fiercely. Damn you! The old man roared. He was a transcending heaven-grade expert, but now, he was continuously injured by someone at the virtual heaven's end. As he roared, the saint power in his body began to erupt with a rumble. The strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness immediately propped up. Then, the divine shadow of Tao light appeared behind him. It was a powerful transcending heaven-grade magical power, as if it could destroy everything. Kill. The strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness pressed down, and the divine shadow of Tao light rose. The old man healed his injured body and attacked Lin Tian again. He must take down Lin Tian, the reincarnation form, today, facing the gray-robed heaven master and the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and divine shadow of Tao light. Lin Tian suddenly felt a sense of pressure. After all, he was now at the virtual heaven's end, and his cultivation base was a whole realm lower than this old man's. Moreover, he was completely relying on his own strength to fight this old man. He didn't even rely on the reincarnation forging spiritual art and the origin divine weapon, the immortal Emperor Pagoda, which could increase his battle prowess by 20 times. Therefore, it was naturally not easy for him. However, although he felt the pressure, his expression didn't change at all. He still faced the old man head-on, using the reincarnation divine domain to protect his body. He used his left hand to form the reincarnation fist and his right hand to wave the reincarnation sword. His fist and sword radiance appeared in 9 colors as they met the old man's divine shadow of Tao technique. Boom, 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 the two collided, and the light of destruction shook violently. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. After 4 hours of fierce battle, Lin Tian had used up a lot of his saint energy, and his face was slightly pale. After defeating all of the Heaven Master's divine shadow of Tao technique, he condensed the reincarnation sword with his saint energy and pierced the old man's chest. Poof, blood splashed everywhere as the grey-robed Heaven Master was immediately blasted into pieces. Only his soul remained intact and managed to escape. Lin Tian chased after him and silently used the reincarnation god-slaying technique, directly bombarding the old man's soul. Ah! With his soul injured, the Heaven Master couldn't help but scream as his soul staggered back in the void. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he launched a flurry of attacks. Reincarnation Fist Radiance, Reincarnation Sword Radiance, Reincarnation God-Slaying Technique, Lightning Divine Tao, and Nature Divine Tao were used one after another, inflicting heavy damage on the old man. Damn it! The grey-robed old man was furious. He was a dignified immortal realm expert, but he was suppressed by a void sky cultivator. Rumble! The glow of the Tao within his body surged out and forcefully fused with the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, and it transformed into an enormous millstone. Its aura of destruction was countless times stronger than the attacks from before, and it was extremely frightening. He stared at Lin Tian with murderous intent. A mere void sky cultivator forced me to use my full strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the millstone of destruction directly enveloped Lin Tian. The surrounding space was completely sealed. Lin Tian felt an even greater pressure than before. However, the expression on his face did not change at all. Buzz, behind him, the reincarnation diagram rushed out and immediately released a divine and incomparably vast aura. It merged with the lightning divine Tao and nature divine Tao, turning into his most powerful divine Tao reincarnation diagram. It mightily flew toward the grey-robed Heaven Master. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Rumble, the entire great world shook. The void shattered inch by inch, and the ground sank inch by inch. The waves of destruction swept over here. After a few breaths of time, the grey-robed Heaven Master was sent flying. His body was in tatters, and blood was flowing out of his wounds. His internal organs were riddled with cracks, and his body was riddled with holes. When he looked at Lin Tian again, the immortal realm Heaven Master's face was filled with shock and anger. He had already used his peak strength, but he still couldn't take down Lin Tian. Instead, he was seriously injured by Lin Tian. For the time being, he couldn't even repair his damaged body. Dense cracks appeared on his soul in his sea of knowledge. He looked at Lin Tian. At this moment, his body trembled slightly. He took 2 steps back, then turned around and turned into a ray of light to escape into the distance. He escaped. He was completely defeated. In the distance, the white tiger trembled. Yeah. The little Taichu's eyes widened. The winner of this battle was already very clear. Lin Tian, with his cultivation base at the end of the void heaven, completely suppressed the grey-robed Heaven Master, who was in the early immortal realm. He severely injured his opponent time and time again, causing his opponent to feel fear and choose to escape. Even Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan had a strange light in their eyes. Lin Tian's battle strength made it difficult for them not to be moved. He was really too strong. Whoosh, the grey-robed Heaven Master was extremely fast. At this time, he completely gave up on the battle and fled at top speed. You can't escape. Lin Tian and Ao locked onto his opponent with his divine sense and directly pressed forward, stopping him in the blink of an eye. The divine path reincarnation diagram intertwined with a vast and unparalleled aura, completely enveloping the grey-robed God Lord. Terrified, the grey-robed God Lord frantically urged his saint power to meet the divine path reincarnation diagram head-on. Open! However, after more than 4 hours of fierce battle, he had been severely injured by Lin Tian several times. At this time, he was already extremely weak, and did not have much combat power left. Facing the divine path reincarnation diagram suppression, he could not resist at all, and the saint power he supported instantly collapsed. Die. Lin Tiandao said this word, and the divine path reincarnation diagram continued to press down under his will, and became even stronger. In the blink of an eye, the divine path reincarnation diagram landed on the grey-robed god lord, shattering him into pieces. Even his soul was annihilated under this attack. For a moment, the fierce battle in this place no longer continued, and the surroundings suddenly became much quieter. Complete victory. In the distance, the white tiger could not help but exclaim, feeling both shocked and excited. Yeah. The little Taichu was just like it. Even as strong as Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan, at this time, their eyes were also intertwined with wisps of light. Now, Lin Tian did not rely on any external power, completely relying on his own strength, and with his cultivation base at the end of the virtual sky, he killed a powerful existence at the early stage of the Tongtian realm. Throughout history, how many people have done such a thing? Fengshen Tianzuan whispered. It should be said that it is worthy of being called the strongest physique. In front, above the Sprite Bloodstone mine, Lin Tian's saint power outside his body was almost exhausted. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were intertwined with light. Completely relying on himself, without any external power or precious weapon, he killed a powerhouse at the early stage of the Tongtian realm with his cultivation base at the end of the virtual sky. This more or less gave him some sense of accomplishment. After all, the gap between the virtual sky and the early stage of the Tongtian realm was huge. Good. He muttered to himself. Fighting against the Tongtian realm grey-robed god lord as an opponent, he was very satisfied with his current combat strength. At the same time, the Reincarnation Heart Sutra operated on its own, absorbing the immortal spirit bodies in all directions to recover the saint power he had consumed. Kid, you're really heaven-defying. The white tiger and little Taichu flashed over. Very shocking. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan also stepped forward. Fengshen Tianzuan said with a smile. It's all right. Lin Tian said modestly. In this place, a small portion of the demon blood ore had already been excavated. A faint baleful aura interweaved in the air. He, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan worked together to completely destroy the demon blood ore here, leaving only a large pit. There are still dozens of others. Destroy them one by one. Fengshen Tianzuan said. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. At that moment, the group left this place and headed to the other Sprite Bloodstone mines according to the information they had obtained. You're not too far away from the Heavenspan level. Now, you'll be the one to deal with the ordinary Heavenspan cultivators. Using battle to temper yourself, you'll be able to enter the Heavenspan level very quickly. Along the way, Fengshen Tianzuan said to Lin Tian. You're right, senior. That's what I think too. Lin Tiandao. Cultivating with the universe-level primordial yin-yang qi, he had now reached the end of the void sky and was indeed not too far away from the Heavenspan level. After killing the Grey-Shirt God Lord, he had this idea in mind. After that, he fought with the early-stage God Lord of the Celestial Court as his opponent. He wanted to temper himself in battle and break through to the Heavenspan level in battle. Once he broke through to the Heavenspan level, his combat strength would definitely undergo an earth-shaking change, and it would be far from what it was now. At that time, he would definitely be able to obliterate ordinary Heavenspan-level powerhouses with a flick of his finger. At the same time, now that the black-yellow universe was about to be destroyed, in order to survive, he had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Yeah. I want to experience it too. Little Taichu said in a childish voice, waving its little paw, looking very energetic. You and Brat Lin go experience it. Grandpa Tiger will watch you experience it. I'll let you kill all the enemies. I won't fight with you. The white tiger said, if you find any heavenly treasure or something, Grandpa Tiger will not hesitate and will definitely refine it for you. Look at you. Lin Tian almost slapped it. You and the little guy can fight those below the Heavenspan level. Grandpa Tiger is just joking. The white tiger rolled its eyes. Don't worry about those below the Heavenspan level. Just leave them to Grandpa Tiger and the little guy. The 3 men and 2 beasts hurried on their way, shuttling through the cracks of various worlds. Soon, they entered another great world. This world was about 10 times larger than the immortal domain. They came to the southeastern region of this world, where they found another Sprite bloodstone mine and were in the process of excavation. There was an 18-winged powerhouse from the Heavenly Guardian clan comparable to an ancient ancestor of the Celestial Court, 9 ordinary Heaven Lords, and dozens of Void Sky powerhouses. The lineup was extremely shocking. The 3 men and 2 beasts came to this place without any concealment, and were naturally discovered by the crowd at the first moment. The eyes of the Celestial Court's experts turned cold. "Take them all," the 18-winged powerhouse ordered. Immediately, all the cultivators of the Celestial Court, including the 18-winged powerhouse and the ancient ancestor of the Celestial Court, moved. 9 Heaven Lords, can you deal with them all at once with your own strength? Fengshen Tianzuan asked Lin Tian. "I'm not sure, but we'll fight to the best of our ability." Lin Tian's words were simple. He took a step forward, and his majestic divine sense locked onto the 9 Heaven Lords. He activated the reincarnation sword art and attacked the 9 Heaven Lords at the same time. Beside him, Aojian Tianzuan didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the purple-armored ancient ancestor of the Celestial Court, and he directly stepped forward. The mighty heavenly sword scripture enveloped this ancient ancestor powerhouse. Fengshen Tianzuan glanced at Lin Tian and Aojian Tianzuan. Then, he also moved after Lin Tian and Aojian Tianzuan. The divine picture of 4 symbols immediately drew out and pressed down on the 18-winged celestial protector powerhouse. "Yeah, let's go too," little Taichu said to the white tiger. It stared at the dozens of virtual sky powerhouses, most of whom were at the end of the virtual sky. With a whoosh, the little guy directly rushed over. The 6-colored divine flame spread out and almost ignited the sky. The white tiger roared and naturally charged over as well. Boom, a chaotic battle broke out in this place, and all kinds of holy radiance and Tao radiance surged. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by resplendent holy radiance. He relied on his own strength to fight the 9 Heaven Lords. The Reincarnation Divine Realm, Reincarnation God Slaying Technique, Reincarnation Fist, and Reincarnation Sword Art were supported one by one. The reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory was also activated. Soon, more than 14 hours had passed. His body was covered in blood, and he had suffered heavy injuries. With his own strength and without the help of any external weapons, he killed all 9 ordinary Heaven Lords. F***CK. The white tiger's hair stood on end. "Do you have to be so freakish?" The white tiger was shocked, and so was the little Taichu. On the other side, Fengshen Tianzuan and Aojian Tianzuan's cultivation base had improved a little with the help of the universe-level primeval yin-yang qi. Their battle prowess had greatly increased, and they had also defeated their respective opponents. They looked at Lin Tian now. Although they were not as shocked as the white tiger and the little Taichu, their eyes were still filled with a strong light. With his cultivation at the end of the void sky, he didn't rely on any external help at all, yet he faced 9 transcending heaven realm experts by himself at the same time. In the end, he actually killed all 9 of them in succession. How heaven-defying was that? Since ancient times, it seems that only Master has done such a thing. Fengshen Tianzuan whispered. Lin Tian's entire body was covered in blood, and there were more than 10 transparent holes in his body. His internal organs were all damaged, and he was gasping for breath. With the cultivation of Virtual Sky's End, he had to face 9 transcending heaven-tier powerhouses at the same time. Although he had killed 9 of them, the process was naturally not easy. He had suffered extremely heavy injuries, and was actually not far from death. He laboriously operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, and immediately drew in all the immortal spirit chi in the surrounding space to heal his cultivation injuries. The 9-colored saint power generated by the Reincarnation Heart Sutra naturally had extraordinary healing power. At this time, as he operated this ancient sutra on his own, immortal spirit chi surged, and the 9-colored saint power appeared, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. Due to the severity of his injuries, it took him a total of 4 hours to completely heal his injuries. My cultivation base has improved a little. After healing his injuries, he sensed his body and found that he was closer to the reaching heaven realm. It seemed that he could break through at any time. This naturally made him very satisfied, and a light flashed in his eyes. Heaven-defying, heaven-defying. kid, you're getting more and more abnormal. In the past 4 hours, because Lin Tian was healing, the white tiger, Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and little Taichu did not disturb him. It was only now that Lin Tian's injuries had recovered that the group walked over. The white tiger stared. Little Taichu landed on Lin Tian's shoulder and called out in a childish voice. It was very happy that Lin Tian's combat strength was so strong. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little guy. Little Taichu. In this place, the fierce battle had completely ended. Everyone from the celestial court who lived here had been obliterated. He, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan attacked and destroyed the sprite blood ores here. After that, they did not linger and directly left this world. They now knew that the Heaven Protectors had discovered dozens of sprite blood ores, and they also knew the approximate coordinates. After leaving this world, they searched for the coordinates of these sprite blood ores and searched for them one by one. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others had destroyed 19 sprite blood ores. In the process, he had naturally encountered many Heaven Masters at the early stage of reaching Heaven Realm. He had taken on all of them alone, without the help of any precious weapons, and fought with his own strength. Using experts of this level to hone his strength, he had at most fought 21 Heaven Masters at the early stage of reaching Heaven Realm together. He had almost died, but in the end, he had survived and killed all 21 Heaven Masters at the early stage of reaching Heaven Realm. The effect of this kind of training was obvious. After every fierce battle, his cultivation base would increase a little. Moreover, his control of the Saint Force, Tao Force, and the ancient scriptures and divine arts that he had created would become smoother. On this day, 3 months later, he, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others had found another sprite blood Oregon. In this place, there were 29 Heaven Masters at the early stage of reaching Heaven Realm in the early stage of Celestial Court. He had taken on all 29 of them with his own strength, and after more than 6 hours, he had killed all 29 Heaven Masters at the early stage of reaching Heaven Realm. Then, almost at the same time, his saint body, which was covered in blood and tattered, suddenly trembled. Boom! The sky exploded and turned pitch black in an instant. A huge thunderbolt vortex appeared and covered an unknown area. There were dense blood-red lightning bolts interweaving in it, like many angry blood-red dragons. Near the sprite blood ore, Fengshen Tianzuan had not made a move after killing 2 ancient ancestor-level existences. There was only one ancient ancestor of the Celestial Court left fighting fiercely with the Proudsword Heavenly Clan. There were also more than 10 Void Sky experts being chased by little Taichu and the White Tiger. Seeing this scene, they could not help but stop temporarily and look up at the sky. Heavenly tribulation. Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes narrowed, and then looked at Lin Tian, who was covered in blood, with a bright light in his eyes. Heaven. Reaching Heaven Realm? The white tiger's eyes widened, and its gaze fell on Lin Tian. Yeah. Little Taichu's eyes also widened. Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes also lit up. They all knew that after Lin Tian's reincarnation body reached the airborne realm, he would attract heavenly tribulation lightning every time he stepped into a higher realm. He was different from ordinary cultivators. At this time, seeing the heavenly tribulation, feeling the power of the heavenly tribulation, and seeing the thundercloud vortex above Lin Tian, they naturally knew that this heavenly tribulation lightning had appeared because of Lin Tian. In an instant, they knew that Lin Tian had stepped into the reaching Heaven Realm. Even the Celestial Court Ancient Ancestor, who was fighting with Ao Jian Tianzuan, and the other Void Sky experts of the Celestial Court, were shocked at this time. These people guessed that the heavenly tribulation lightning was attracted by Lin Tian. At this time, all of their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Boom! The second roar sounded, and the thundercloud vortex shook. The entire sky was about to explode, and a destructive aura covered the sky and earth. It was so strong that it was a little scary, as if it was going to destroy the entire universe. It was terrifying to the extreme. The white tiger immediately trembled violently. At this time, under the heavenly tribulation lightning attracted by Lin Tian, it felt its whole body turn cold with a sharp pain in its divine soul, and its hair stood on end. Yeah. Little Taichu couldn't help but tremble. At this time, the destructive aura suppressed by the heavenly tribulation lightning was too terrifying. The faces of the more than 10 void sky experts of the celestial court turned pale. Cold sweat immediately appeared and kept flowing down. At this moment, in this place, only Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and the celestial court ancient ancestor who was still alive were slightly calmer. After all, they were very strong, and their mental states were much more profound. They were far from ordinary cultivators. Boom! The third roar of thunder sounded, and the thundercloud vortex became even more terrifying. The destructive aura intertwined with each other became even more frightening. Lin Tian was at the center of the heavenly tribulation lightning. At this time, his whole body was covered in blood. He looked up at the heavenly tribulation lightning in the sky and took a deep breath. His essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. He used his mind to control his cultivation, and with great difficulty, he retreated to the void sky realm. With his cultivation at the end of the void sky realm, without any external help, he fought against 29 void sky experts at the same time. Although he killed 29 of them, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. His saint force was almost exhausted, and even a true immortal could kill him at this time. Under such circumstances, he naturally couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation lightning. He had to temporarily withdraw from the heavenly tribulation lightning and wait for his injuries to recover before he could begin to transcend the tribulation. P.S. On the annual Dragon Boat Festival, I wish everyone good health. Then, the final chapter of an old drunkard's story was released on the Dragon's WeChat public account. It was a small gift from the Dragon for the Dragon Boat Festival. Everyone, follow the Dragon's WeChat public account and reply with the number 15 to see it. If you want to see all the stories of an old drunkard, reply with the number 1 to see it. Lin Tian concentrated his essence, qi, and spirit. Even though he was heavily injured, he suppressed his cultivation with great difficulty. Soon, 5 breaths passed. The lightning vortex in the sky suddenly trembled, and then slowly dissipated. The space became bright again, and the destructive aura from before disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. He panted heavily, and blood flowed out of his body. He circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and drew the immortal qi from all directions to quickly heal his injured body. Now, he temporarily withdrew from the Heaven Ascension realm and forcibly returned to the end of the void sky, causing the lightning punishment to dissipate. Wang. As he circulated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, a faint 9-colored saint light emerged from his body and quickly healed his injuries. Temporarily withdrew from the Heaven Ascension realm? The white tiger asked. It wasn't the first time it had seen such a scene. It immediately guessed what Lin Tian had done. Its gaze fell on the dozen or so void sky rank experts of the celestial court. It rushed over with a swoosh, and its entire body was covered in a vast and mighty demonic aura. Little guy, and them. Yeah. Little Taichi responded. It directly propped up its 6-colored divine flame, and together with the white tiger, attacked the dozen or so celestial court experts indiscriminately. In an instant, blood exploded. The two attacked with all their strength. They had already killed more than 80 void sky experts before. At this time, the last dozen or so void sky experts were all killed. Clang! On the other side, an ear-piercing sword sound reverberated. Ao Jian Tianzuan's body was also stained with blood, and he was seriously injured. At this time, he circulated the Heaven Ascension sword scripture to the limit, and used one of its core techniques. After a few breaths, he slashed the celestial court ancient ancestor into pieces, and then annihilated the ancient ancestor's spirit. In an instant, the place fell silent. All the experts of the heavenly court who lived here had been wiped out. Outside of Lin Tian's body, a 9-colored holy radiance surrounded him. Strands of immortal spiritual energy surged forth, slowly healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed, and his broken body was completely healed. However, his internal injuries were still far from being healed. Fighting 29 transcending heaven realm experts at the same time and killing all of them at the same time, his injuries were too severe. Senior, I need to go into seclusion for about 3 days. He said to Fengshen Tianzuan. Given his current injuries, even though the Reincarnation Heart Sutra was extraordinary, it would take at least 3 days for him to fully recover. Only then could he begin his tribulation and continue to destroy the other demon bloodstone mines. Fengshen Tianzuan naturally knew his current state and nodded with a smile. The demon bloodstone mines in this place had already been destroyed in the previous battle. Immediately, he left with Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. Not long after, they found a large, desolate world. Although it was very vast, it was extremely desolate. More than 90% of it was desert. Even ordinary grass and shrubs were hard to find. He chose to enter this desolate world for two reasons. Firstly, this desolate place was very suitable for seclusion. He did not need to worry about being discovered or disturbed. Secondly, while this world was vast, it was also desolate. There were no signs of life. Once his injuries were completely healed, he could directly undergo his heavenly tribulation in this desolate world. He did not need to find another suitable place to undergo his heavenly tribulation. After entering this world, he, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others came behind a sand dune. Fengshen Tianzuan and Aojian Tianzuan stood guard for him. He took out some elixirs from his body. While circulating the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to absorb the spiritual chi of this world to heal his injuries, he also used these elixirs to assist him. This was because the spiritual chi in this large world was very thin. If he did not use these elixirs, he estimated that it would take at least 10 days to fully recover. Buzz. Outside his body, a faint 9-colored holy brilliance lingered. His essence, chi, and spirit increased bit by bit, heading towards his peak state. In another part of the universe, in the crevice of the world, dim light pulsed in the crevice of the world. A huge spirit-devouring diagram lay horizontally, intertwining with an extremely terrifying baleful aura. 23 72-winged elders were under the spirit-devouring diagram. The baleful aura of the spirit-devouring diagram enveloped a man and a woman. The powerful baleful aura caused the two to faint. They were the azure-robed man and the goddess of the first day. His strength is far from his peak state, but he made us expend so much energy. I should say, as expected of you. One of them said coldly. His gaze swept past the divine key, and then landed on the green-clothed man. Cold light interweaved in his eyes. Back then, you were inferior to even ants, yet now, you have reached such heights, surpassing us. Their clan had used the complete spirit-devouring diagram to hunt down the azure-robed man and the goddess, who was far from his peak state. At first, 7 elders had used the complete spirit-devouring diagram to hunt down the two. Then, 15 elders had chased after the two. In the end, 23 elders had joined forces to attack the two with the complete spirit-devouring diagram. It took them more than 3 months to suppress the two. As a result, even though these 23 top experts had won and successfully suppressed the two, their expressions were not good. They saw the gap. In terms of combat power, they were far inferior to the goddess and the azure-robed man. Xianxia was one thing. After all, they already knew how strong Xianxia was. He was the #1 cultivator of their clan back then. However, the man in green, who used to be a weak mortal scholar, had also grown to such a level. He was stronger than them. They couldn't accept this. Their faces darkened. Shame. Among them, a golden-robed elder attacked. Divine chains of order intertwining with cold killing intent. He directly pressed down on the goddess and the azure-robed man. However, he was stopped by a purple-robed elder. Why are you stopping us? The golden-robed elder frowned. It's too wasteful to kill them directly. They are of great use. The purple-robed elder said coldly, don't they have a daughter? She is the reincarnated being's wife. With them as bait, the reincarnated being will rush to us. He continued, at the same time, the human king's 2 disciples, the little thing from the fairy spirit royalty, the martial ancestor, the primitive emperor, and the Miasher are all close to him. When the time comes, we will suppress them together. Kill the martial ancestor and the other old men. Then, we will use the human king's 2 disciples to threaten the human king. We will use the little thing from the fairy spirit royalty to lure out the old demon. Hearing this, the golden-robed elder's expression changed. The other 21 people's eyes flashed with brilliance. Bring them back and make arrangements. Obviously, they all thought that it was a great idea, in the barren macro-world in the universe of Xinhuang, Buzz. The 9-colored holy light intertwined, dyeing the surrounding space in 9 colors. Lin Tian operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and drew in all the immortal spiritual qi in the surrounding space. He took out some elixirs and refined them. His essence, qi, and spirit immediately recovered at a very fast speed. Ao Jiantianzuan was also seriously injured. Like Lin Tianyi, he also sat down cross-legged and operated the ancient scripture to heal himself. Fengshen Tianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger were not injured. They guarded Lin Tian and Ao Jiantianzuan on the side. Time passed like sand between fingers. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later. On this day, the 9-colored holy light outside Lin Tian's body had reached an extremely shocking level. The next moment, he opened his eyes. 2 beams of light flashed in his eyes, and the space in front of him was slightly distorted. "Kid, are you done?" White Tiger asked when he saw him open his eyes. Fengshen Tianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and Ao Jiantianzuan, who had recovered from his injuries 2 days ago, also looked at him at this time. "I'm done." Lin Tiandao stood up. After 3 days, his injuries had been completely healed, and his essence, qi, and spirit had completely recovered to the peak state. Then let's start the tribulation. The samsara body of the reaching heaven realm is a great qualitative change. I feel excited just thinking about it. White Tiger's eyes were very bright. Lin Tian nodded. Now that his injuries were healed, he naturally planned to go through the tribulation immediately. He said goodbye to White Tiger, Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jiantianzuan, and Little Tai Chu. The 4 of them stayed where they were. He walked forward by himself. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled about tens of thousands of feet before he stopped. This was a barren big world. Except for them, there were no other creatures. He didn't need to worry about anything. He directly released his aura and rushed into the reaching heaven realm again. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the sky, and a pitch-black lightning vortex appeared immediately. The entire sky instantly turned pitch black. Within the lightning vortex, streaks of blood-red lightning interweaved. An aura of destruction covered the sky and covered the earth. It was extremely shocking. Seriously, tens of thousands of feet away, Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes were intertwined with faint light as he stared at the thunderbolt vortex without blinking. Even though he had already seen it once 3 days ago, he could not help but be moved when he saw it now. At the same time, Ao Jiantianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger were the same. Their eyes were filled with shock. Boom! Another clap of thunder rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing, and the lightning vortex swirled about. The aura became even more terrifying. The power of destruction was surging violently. Lin Tian was standing in the center of the heavenly tribulation, so he could clearly feel how terrifying the destructive aura of the heavenly tribulation was. However, there was no trace of fear on his face. "Come!" He faced the sky and yelled. Immediately, the sky shook violently, and the first round of the heavenly tribulation came crashing down. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. This was a sea of lightning, formed by blood-red lightning, and blood-red lightning waves rolled over and over. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a sharp light. He did not dodge, nor did he make any resistance. He faced it head-on. In the blink of an eye, the sea of lightning drowned him, and blood splashed out. When the sea of lightning dissipated, many cracks appeared on his body. Blood-red lightning interweaved at the wounds, and sizzling sounds were heard. Again. He looked at the sky and spoke again. With his current strength, he could have easily blocked the first round of the heavenly tribulation. However, he did not block it. Instead, he deliberately endured it with his physical body. He forcefully tempered his physical body with the power of the heavenly tribulation, making his physical body stronger under the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The sky shook violently, and the second round of the heavenly tribulation came crashing down. In this regard, Lin Tian still did not make any resistance. He used his physical body to withstand it, and then summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was his origin divine weapon. He summoned this pagoda and used it to withstand the baptism of the heavenly tribulation to become stronger. The second round of the heavenly tribulation drowned him and the immortal Emperor Pagoda in the blink of an eye. Then, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh rounds of the heavenly tribulation came crashing down one after another. Each round was more terrifying than the last, and the destructive power it emitted was more terrifying than the last. Facing these heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian used his physical body to withstand it. He did not resist at all, and blood splashed out again and again. This kid really likes to torture himself. In the distance, the white tiger shrank its neck. It definitely did not have the courage to treat itself in such a cruel way to become stronger. It was too painful. After all, that was the heavenly tribulation lightning punishment, not ordinary lightning. The pain of being struck by the heavenly tribulation lightning without any defense was inhuman. Just thinking about it made its scalp tingle, and a chill ran down its spine. Little Taichu could not help but shrink its neck as it watched Lin Tianyi being struck by the heavenly tribulation lightning, and blood splashed out time and time again. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at the heavenly tribulation. At this time a glimmer of light appeared in their eyes. In order to become stronger, little junior brother always treated himself cruelly back then. Ao Jian Tianzuan whispered, so many years have passed since he was forced to reincarnate. Little junior brother, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. For a moment, the surrounding space was distorted, and there was a terrifying sword intent intertwined, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Little Taichu and White Tiger were next to him, and they were immediately shocked by the sword intent. Great God, what are you doing? White Tiger opened its mouth and could not help but tremble. The sword intent that Ao Jian Tianzuan was emitting at this time was much more terrifying than when he was fighting the ancient ancestor of the celestial court, and it could not help but feel a chill in its spirit. Yeah. Little Taichu also opened its eyes wide. Ao Jian Tianzuan did not say anything. The sword intent that he emitted gradually subsided, and the place quickly returned to normal. Fengshen Tianzuan was silent. After listening to Ao Jian Tianzuan's words, he seemed to recall many things in the past. After a moment, he opened his mouth and said softly, "Don't worry, Master is here. He won't let anything happen to little junior brother. I know, and I have always believed in this. However, in the end, it is impossible not to worry at all." Ao Jian Tianzuan took a deep breath and said, "It seems that my cultivation is still very far away, and my state of mind is far from qualified. It has nothing to do with that." Fengshen Tianzuan shook his head. The two did not say anything else, and their eyes fell on the thunder punishment in front of them. Boom! Thunder rolled, and the sky roared. The main thunder punishment struck down one after another. Lin Tian resisted the thunder punishment and used the thunder punishment to forge his body. When the 11th round of the main thunder punishment pressed down, it was finally difficult for him to withstand the baptism of thunder without any resistance. He began to operate the reincarnation forging spirit technique, and used his magical secret skills to resist. In this way, the ear-piercing thunder roared. Soon, the last round of the main thunder punishment pressed down. Just like the last round of the main thunder punishment of the previous heavenly tribulations, dense thunder shadows emerged. There were angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious savage beasts, and blind blood shadows. Each of them was intertwined with an incomparably terrifying and destructive aura. As soon as they appeared, they struck down mightily, as if to destroy everything. The lightning shadows were densely packed as they pressed down from the sky. The destructive aura completely enveloped the space within 100,000 feet. Lin Tian was fearless in the face of the last round of the main lightning punishment. The reincarnation forging divine art increased his combat strength by 20 times. The reincarnation divine territory protected his body, and the reincarnation portrait of the monarch territory was raised. It merged with the divine way of thunder and divine way of nature and blasted upwards. Boom, 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 with a shocking boom, the lightning shadows were destroyed one by one under the reincarnation portrait. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. All the lightning shadows in this area were destroyed. The lightning vortex in the sky trembled slightly, and then gradually dispersed. The destructive aura also disappeared with it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian had some blood on his body. He was injured, but it was not serious. He recovered in the blink of an eye. Back then, after Wu Yi created the reincarnation forging divine art for him, which could increase his combat strength by 10 times, it was much easier for him to pass the heavenly tribulation. Then, he created the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to maximize the potential of the reincarnation origin, which allowed the reincarnation forging divine art to increase his combat strength by 20 times. Coupled with the reincarnation divine territory, it was even easier for him to pass the heavenly tribulation now. In the sky, the thundercloud vortex dispersed and became bright. 7-colored auspicious clouds appeared, sprinkling down strands of 7-colored rainbow light directly above Lin Tian's head, enveloping his entire body. Lin Tian knew that this was the gift of heaven and earth after the heavenly tribulation. He immediately activated the reincarnation forging divine art, guiding the 7-colored divine light into his body to refine his body, bones, and spirit. Outside his body, 9-colored divine light intertwined, gradually becoming more and more dazzling. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. The 7-colored auspicious clouds in the sky disappeared, and the 9-colored divine light outside Lin Tian's body became even more dazzling. His essence, qi, and spirit were exuberant like a heavenly furnace. He used his divine thought to look inside his body and immediately felt the changes that had happened to him. The saint energy in his body had undergone a qualitative change. His divine soul had become more powerful, and his flesh shell had become stronger. It was as if he had an inexhaustible amount of energy, and it was as if he could destroy a large world with just a light wave of his fist. Furthermore, now that his cultivation had reached the heavenly arrival realm, he felt as though the entire world had changed. Everything in his field of vision was much clearer than before. It felt as though he had opened his eye of destiny. "All right," he muttered to himself as a bright light flashed in his eyes. He could clearly feel how powerful he was now. He took a deep breath and looked at the fragments of purple light floating in the void of space. These purple light fragments were formed by the immortal Emperor Pagoda after it was shattered by the thunder punishment. With a thought, the purple light fragments quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was reformed. There were more thunder imprints in it, and the thunder suppression it exuded had reached an extremely shocking level. It seemed like it could destroy everything with a slight move. What a powerful divine weapon! A voice rang out. Seeing that Lin Tian had completed his tribulation, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others walked over. Fengshen Tianzuan said, "It's amazing." Ao Jian Tianzuan also spoke. Both of them were not ordinary people. At this time, they could naturally feel the extraordinary power of Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda. "Seniors, you flatter me." Lin Tian smiled humbly and put the immortal Emperor Pagoda back into his body. At this time, there was not a single inch of intact land within a radius of 10,000 feet. It was extremely scorched. In many places, the space was still distorted from time to time. Even though the heavenly tribulation had dispersed for a long time, it still had not recovered. "I've finally reached the heavenly arrival realm. The heavenly arrival realm's reincarnation body." The white tiger looked at Lin Tian, its eyes shining. It rubbed its paws and said, "Let's quickly find a place to test our combat strength." Heaven Ascension was the strongest realm on the path of cultivation. Lin Tian had stepped into this realm at this time, and it could not help but feel excited. It wanted to see how strong Lin Tian's combat strength was now. There is a demon blood mine nearby. Although it is not big, there will be at least a Heaven Ascension realm expert guarding it. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian with a gentle smile. Obviously, this first disciple of the human king was also like the white tiger at this time. He also wanted to see how strong Lin Tian, who was known to have the strongest physique in the world, would be after reaching the Heaven Ascension realm. Lin Tian smiled and nodded in response to Fengshen Tianzuan's words. He knew where the demon blood mine that Fengshen Tianzuan had mentioned was. A 9-colored holy light appeared around his body, extending to the surroundings and landing on Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and the white tiger. He took the group and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, they appeared in the crack between worlds outside this world. Then, after a few more disillusionment, he, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others entered a new great world. Looking around, this great world had magnificent mountains and rivers. The immortal essence Qi was very dense, comparable to the immortal domain of the primordial universe. The white tiger stared. Yeah. The little Taichu also stared. Wrapped in saint energy, they moved. In just a few breaths' time, Lin Tian had brought them from the previous macro world, through the crevice between the worlds, and appeared in this new world. This speed was so fast that it made them shudder in fear. It gave them the same feeling as when Wu Yi used spatial magic to take them to teleport. Even Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan could not help but have traces of light in their eyes at this time. Worthy of the title of the strongest physique, Fengshen Tianzuan said. When he had just stepped into the Heaven Ascension realm, how could he have the speed of Lin Tian? Not even 1/10 of it. Most importantly, he could clearly feel that Lin Tian's movement at this time was clearly done casually. He did not use much strength at all. Lin Tian chuckled. Faint saint light lingered around his body. In the next moment, he disappeared with the group again and reappeared in a crimson mountain range that was intertwined with a faint murderous aura. Looking around, there were more than 70 figures in front of him. 5 of them were at the Heaven Ascension realm, while the rest were at the Void Sky realm. All of them were dressed in the unique attire of the celestial court, and the essence, qi, and spirit that surrounded them were very shocking. Who is it? The appearance of Lin Tianyi and the others naturally attracted the attention of these people in the blink of an eye, and all of them looked over. Then, among the 5 Heaven Ascension realm lords, one of them was immediately moved, and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. It's you. This was a middle-aged man who recognized Lin Tian. At this time, when he looked at Lin Tian, demon qi immediately surged around his body. His eyes were filled with shock and greed, and he stared at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a prey. Lin Tian looked at this person, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. It's you. At the same time, the white tiger and little Taichu were also moved. This old dog joined the celestial court? The middle-aged man was wearing the celestial court's uniform. Demonic qi intertwined around his body. Lin Tianyi recognized this person with a single glance. Myriad Transformations Demon Monarch. Looking at this person, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Back in the primordial universe, when his reincarnation physique was exposed in the void heavenly realm, this person had tried to steal his reincarnation origin. At that time, this person wasn't a member of the celestial court. Who would have thought that this person would appear in the profound yellow universe and wear the uniform of the celestial court? It was obvious that he was a member of the celestial court, a heaven master level expert of the celestial court. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't say anything. They just watched in silence. At this time, the other 4 celestial court heavenly masters were also looking at Lin Tian. Seeing the myriad transformations demon monarch's reaction, one of them asked, "You know him?" The other void heavens cultivators also couldn't help but look at the myriad transformations demon monarch. These cultivators of the celestial court, including the heavenly masters, had limited cultivation. They couldn't see through Lin Tian's physique. At the same time, because their status in the celestial court wasn't very high, they naturally didn't know about Lin Tian's reincarnation physique. Those who knew about this were at least ancient ancestors or young supremes of the heavenly guardian clan. He's a reincarnation physique. The myriad transformations demon monarch said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the other 4 heavenly masters' expressions changed. Reincarnation physique? He's a reincarnation physique? The 4 heavenly masters' expressions changed. At the same time, the other void heavens experts were also shocked. Their gazes all landed on Lin Tian. The reincarnation physique, the strongest physique in the world, had actually appeared? And now, he was standing right in front of them? I didn't expect you to come to this universe. Looking at Lin Tian, the myriad transformations demon monarch's eyes turned cold. Then, he sneered. His powerful divine sense spread out and locked onto Lin Tian. Step by step, he closed in on Lin Tian. At this moment, he completely ignored Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. He only had eyes for Lin Tianyi. Back in the Hongmeng universe, that man protected you and kept you safe. Now that you are in the Shenhuang universe, you are no longer in the Hongmeng universe. That man is no longer here. Who can protect you? Swoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, interrupting his words. Lin Tianji took a step forward and appeared in front of the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign. The Myriad Transformations Demon Monarch was shocked. He couldn't help but take a step back. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. You, slap, Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign's face. The Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, as the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign was sent flying, Lin Tian grabbed the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign's neck and restrained him. This scene shocked the other 4 heaven masters of the Celestial Court. The Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign was definitely not weaker than them. But now, he was slapped by Lin Tian. Then, Lin Tian grabbed him by the neck. However, the 4 of them quickly regained their senses. One of them said coldly, "Do it. Suppress him." The reincarnation physique was the strongest physique in the world. These people knew very well that the true core members of the Celestial Court were very interested in this physique. Now that they saw the reincarnation physique and confirmed it with the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign, they believed that the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign was not lying. Therefore, they naturally wanted to suppress Lin Tian, the reincarnation physique, and hand him over to the core members of the Celestial Court. When the time came, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 of them moved at the same time. Powerful holy light and Tao radiance emerged from their bodies. They attacked Lin Tian from 4 different directions. Some of them even used great divine abilities. This was because, from how Lin Tian injured the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign in an instant, they could tell that Lin Tian was not weak. Therefore, they didn't underestimate him. Lin Tian strangled the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign. His eyes were cold as he glanced at the 4 of them. He silently used the reincarnation god-slaying technique. In an instant, the 4 heaven lords of the Celestial Court trembled and stopped in their tracks. Then, the holy light Tao radiance around their bodies began to dissipate. The luster of life in their eyes disappeared without a trace. They fell to the ground one after another. Such a scene instantly shocked everyone present. The white tiger trembled. It knew that Lin Tian, who had reached the heaven ascension level, would definitely be very powerful. However, it didn't expect him to be so powerful. For heaven ascension level heaven lords were killed by a single glance. This was a little too terrifying. Yeah. The little Taichu widened its eyes. It was also shocked by this scene. Even Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were shocked. The technique that specialized in attacking the divine soul is even stronger now. Fengshen Tianzuan muttered. On the other side, the other dozens of void sky rank experts of the Celestial Court looked at Lin Tian. They couldn't help but tremble. Lord Heavenly Master these people were far weaker than Lin Tian. They couldn't sense the reincarnation god-slaying technique that Lin Tian used. However, they clearly knew that the deaths of the 4 heaven lords were definitely related to Lin Tian. Fear appeared on their faces. The 4 heaven lords were all at the heaven ascension level. However, they were all killed by Lin Tian in an instant. Moreover, they didn't even see how Lin Tian did it. The dozens of people looked at Lin Tian with more and more fear in their eyes. Then, some of them directly fled. They didn't even care about the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign, who was imprisoned by Lin Tian. After the first person fled, others quickly followed suit. The other dozens of Void Sky cultivators also began to flee. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. The 4 heaven ascension level heavenly masters were killed in an instant. If they continued to stay, they would definitely die. Lin Tian strangled the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign. A 9-colored radiance flashed across his eyes as he used the reincarnation god-slaying technique once again. The 5-colored killing power instantly enveloped the dozens of people. Separated by their physical bodies, the killing power instantly shattered their divine souls. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of Void Sky experts fell one after another, all of them losing their lives. You, the Myriad Transformations Demon Sovereign's voice trembled as he was suppressed by Lin Tian. His struggle was useless. At this time, he saw Lin Tian kill the 4 heaven lords and dozens of void sky experts. His face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, panic and fear appeared in his eyes. Back in the Hongming universe, the person he viewed as an ant had actually reached such a height. Killing heaven ascension level experts was easier than chopping grass. His divine soul couldn't help but feel cold at this moment. You wanted to say, who in this Xianhuan universe can protect me now? Do you think that you don't have to worry about anything and can suppress me now? Lin Tianling looked at him coldly. The myriad transformations demon monarch was scared. His entire body was shrouded in fear. How long had it been since the Hongming universe? It had only been a little more than 100 years. In 100 years, the person who was like an ant in his eyes had reached such a high level that he couldn't even resist. He was like a speck of dust in front of the sun. Don't kill you? Let you go? Lin Tianling smiled. This person had tried to steal his origin, so they were mortal enemies. Now, he had joined the celestial court and aided the tyrant in his evil deeds. Moreover, he thought that an old drunkard wasn't in this universe and wanted to steal his origin, but was defeated by him. After seeing the difference in their strength, he actually asked him to let him go. This made him feel disgusted. Facing Lin Tianling's sneer, the myriad transformations demon monarch trembled and quickly said, I know a big secret. I heard it by chance. The Heaven Protector clan is one of the top clans behind the Celestial Court. They found a natural and perfect world. If you let me go, I can tell you where it is. Hearing this, Lin Tianling was moved. Perfect worlds were spaces above the celestial world of nothingness. There weren't many of them in the world. It was said that as long as one controlled a perfect world, one could comprehend the power that surpassed the order. Its value was immeasurable. As for perfect worlds, they were all evolved from world seeds nurtured by heaven and earth. They needed to be developed by humans. But now, a natural and perfect world had been discovered. Moreover, it was a fully grown perfect world. If this was true, then the value of that perfect world was unimaginable. He couldn't even express it with words. For real? The white tiger opened his eyes wide. At the same time, little Taichu was slightly shocked. Even Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were slightly moved. It's absolutely true. The myriad transformations demon monarch looked at Lin Tiandao and said, I don't need to tell you the value of that perfect world. As long as you can get it, the benefits will be endless. He looked at Lin Tianling and spoke faster. He said with anticipation, what do you think? As long as you promise not to kill me, I will immediately. Bang! Lin Tian gripped the man's neck with his right hand, raised his left hand slightly, and punched the man's abdomen directly, interrupting the man's next words. Then, a strand of divine sense rushed out from between his eyebrows and went straight into the man's sea of consciousness to search for the perfect world that the man had mentioned. After a dozen breaths, Lin Tian withdrew his divine sense. The myriad transformations demon monarch was shocked and furious. Lin Tian had actually forcefully searched his sea of consciousness for information about that perfect world. You, pooh. Lin Tian's right hand shook slightly, and a ring of 9-colored holy light spread out, directly shattering this person, and annihilating even his spirit. He was the ultimate reincarnation body, and now that he had reached the connecting heaven level, and had been tempered by the power of the heavenly tribulation, his combat strength was far beyond that of an ordinary connecting heaven level fighter. He could kill an ordinary connecting heaven level fighter with just a thought. This combat strength is really... The white tiger couldn't help but tremble. He was shocked by Lin Tian's current combat strength. Then, he thought of the perfect world that the myriad transformations demon monarch had mentioned, and asked Lin Tiandao, how is it? Did you find anything about that perfect world? Was that old fool lying? Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and little Taichu all looked at Lin Tian. I found it. He didn't lie. Lin Tiandao. He searched the myriad transformations demon monarch sea of consciousness with his divine thought of the origin, and found out that the heaven protectors had indeed found a naturally growing perfect world. It was in this universe, and many experts had already gone there, preparing to take over that perfect world. He briefly explained this to Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. There really is one. The white tiger was even more shocked. Yeah. Little Taichu also stared at him. A fully matured perfect world was no simple matter. I think we should go and take that perfect world first. At least, we can't let the heaven protectors get it. Otherwise, we'll have a big problem in the future. Lin Tiandao. Once a perfect world evolved to a fully matured state, its controller would be able to comprehend a power that surpassed the power of order. Now, the perfect world that the heaven protectors had found had naturally matured to a fully matured state. Once that clan obtained it and comprehended a power that surpassed the power of order, the heaven protectors would be at a disadvantage in future battles. A power that surpassed the power of order was countless times more terrifying than the complete spirit-devouring diagram of the heaven protectors. In other words, the latter couldn't be compared to the former. At this time, he felt that he should temporarily change his direction. He put the demon blood ore aside and prioritized the matter of the fully matured perfect world. Do you know where it is? Fengshen Tianzuan asked. Obviously, this first disciple of the human king had the same idea as Lin Tian. I know. It's a bit far from here. With our speed, we can reach it in about 7 days at full speed. Lin Tiandao. He had searched the myriad transformations demon monarch sea of consciousness about the fully matured perfect world, so he naturally knew where it was located. Okay, let's go. Fengshen Tianzuan said in a deep voice. Lin Tian nodded. The sword of samsara appeared, forming a dense mass. Together with the dragon burial scripture, they destroyed the demon blood ore in the blink of an eye. Then, together with Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger, he left this world. After that, he led Little Taichu and White Tiger, while Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan moved on their own. With him leading the way, they quickly rushed towards the coordinates of the perfect world that they had found in the myriad transformations demon monarch sea of consciousness. They were moving through the cracks between worlds. Huge worlds would pass by from time to time. It felt as if they were moving through the starry sky. Those huge worlds were like stars that had been magnified countless times. Gradually, as they moved through the cracks between worlds, they could see fewer and fewer worlds. After 3 days, they could no longer see any traces of the worlds. Strictly speaking, the space that they were moving through could no longer be considered a crack between worlds. It could be called a void zone within the universe. They continued to move through the void zone at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 days had passed. Suddenly, a hazy radiance appeared in front of him. We're here. After arriving here, Lin Tian stopped. The hazy radiance enveloped the indescribably huge world. The scene completely stunned Lin Tian. This is the perfect world at the great success stage? His eyelids could not help but twitch violently. The world in front of him was truly too shocking. Not only was it so huge that it was like a mini-world, but it was also because the aura that lingered outside this world was too vast. It felt as if it encompassed everything. He controlled a perfect world, but it was far from evolving to the state of great success. Compared to the perfect world in front of him, the difference was simply too great. It was like the difference between a grain of sand and a blazing sun. The white tiger swallowed its saliva. Squeak. The little Taichu widened its eyes. At this time, even Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Proudsword's eyes were filled with shock. The perfect world at the great success stage was simply too shocking. It was not as huge as the universe, but the vast aura intertwined with it seemed to surpass it. Who's there? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. In the southeast of the perfect world, 9 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Each of them had 16 wings on their backs. A faint light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He learned from the myriad transformations demon lord's sea of consciousness that the heaven protectors had discovered the perfect world at the great success stage. Some of them had already entered the perfect world and were preparing to take it away. However, he did not expect that there were also people from the same clan guarding the perfect world. Moreover, they were all at the great success stage. He looked at the 9 cultivators from the heaven protectors. Without hesitation, he silently performed the reincarnation god-slaying technique. A formless and colorless killing force instantly broke through the 9 people's physical bodies and directly struck their divine souls. The 9 cultivators trembled violently and fell to the ground together. The luster of life in their eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. His flesh shell was still there, but his spirit was instantly destroyed by him at this moment, and he died here. How terrifying! The white tiger trembled. Although he didn't see Lin Tian make any movements, he knew very well that Lin Tian had used the reincarnation god-slaying technique to defeat the 9 people. At this moment, he was once again shocked by Lin Tian's battle prowess. It should be known that the 9 members of the Heaven Protector clans had extraordinary bloodlines, and were comparable to ordinary king bodies. Their strength was many times stronger than ordinary early-stage heavenly completion experts. However, they were still instantly killed by Lin Tian. Such battle prowess was truly shocking. So. The sound of breaking air suddenly sounded one after another. There were many powerhouses guarding outside Perfect World. They seemed to have sensed the unusual situation in this place. One figure after another rushed here from different positions, each with 16 wings on their backs. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 16-winged powerhouses appeared here. More than 50 16-winged powerhouses, all at the heavenly completion level, came here and instantly saw Lin Tian and the others. At the same time, they also saw the corpses of the other 9 cultivators whose divine souls were shattered by Lin Tian. You, clang! An ear-piercing sword sound rang out. Lin Tian directly operated the reincarnation sword technique, and the dense reincarnation sword radiance immediately slashed out. Puff! 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 Blood splashed. The reincarnation sword technique he created was extremely fierce, and the speed of the sword was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 16-winged powerhouses were all penetrated, and all of them were smashed into pieces. Even their divine souls were annihilated. What a freak! White Tiger sucked in a breath of cold air. More than 50 16-winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan, which was equivalent to more than 50 ordinary heavenly completion level king physique cultivators, were all killed by Lin Tian in an instant. There was no difference between cutting grass and cutting tofu. Lin Tian himself did not feel anything about this. This was his current battle prowess. Ordinary transcending heaven realm cultivators, even those with king bodies, would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Cultivators of this level could be killed with a wave of his hand. Let's go in. There were no other cultivators of the Heaven Protector clan in this place for the time being. He said goodbye to Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, and immediately approached the perfect world in front of them. Soon after, they arrived in front of the perfect world. The world barrier of the perfect world was many times stronger than that of an ordinary great world, but for the present Lin Tian and the others, it was nothing. Lin Tian broke the world barrier of the perfect world, revealing a world portal, and directly stepped into it with Fengshen Tianzuan, Aojian Tianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger. Then, in the blink of an eye, they passed through the world portal and appeared inside the perfect world. As far as the eye could see, divine mountains and ancient peaks were connected to each other. The sky was vast, and the spiritual qi in the air was so dense that it almost turned into liquid. One could clearly feel the fluctuations of the Tao in the air, as if it was a real saint domain. In this great world, the group couldn't detect the slightest trace of impurities when they released their divine sense. The 3 people and 2 beasts were all shocked. It was the first time they had seen such an amazing great world. It wasn't until 10 breaths later that the group came back to their senses one after another. Now, how do we get this perfect world? With a shocked expression, the White Tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked. As soon as these words came out, Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Aojian Tianzuan couldn't help but frown. This? I'm not sure. Lin Tian shook his head. This perfect world was already completed. He really didn't know how to get it. Thinking about this problem, he paused and said, since it's a world, there should be the existence of the world's ancestral dragon vein. Perhaps, we can start with the ancestral dragon vein. Every world had a unique ancestral dragon vein. The more vast a world was, the more amazing the ancestral dragon vein was. It was the foundation of a great world. Although the perfect world was far from comparable to an ordinary world, it was still a real world after all. Since it was a real world, there must be one and only ancestral dragon vein, which was the foundation of this perfect world. If he could completely control the ancestral dragon vein of this world, he might be able to control this perfect world. Hearing these words, the white tiger's expression changed. As for Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Ao Jian, a faint light shined in their eyes. "We can give it a try," Venerable Celestial Seal said. Obviously, the group could guess Lin Tian's thoughts at this time. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and immediately left the place with the group. They walked to other places in this perfect world and operated the dragon burial scripture. Together with Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, they began to search for the location of the ancestral dragon vein of this perfect world. However, this process was not simple. After all, this was a perfect world, and it was far too vast. Even if he had reached the heavenly completion stage and grasped the dragon burial scripture, it was still extremely difficult to find the ancestral dragon's vein in such a perfect world. He even estimated that even people like the martial ancestor and the primitive emperor would find it difficult to find in a short time. Soon, he, Fengshen Tianzuan and the others searched for the ancestral dragon vein. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed and there was no result at all. Clang! On this day, the group was walking in a vast mountain range. Suddenly, there was a sharp blade aura that was threatening. The saber chi was swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. This was the first time he felt threatened since he stepped into the Ascension realm. However, although he felt threatened, his movements were very fast. He directly threw a punch forward. With a boom, as this punch was thrown out, an astonishing fist force vibrated, shattering the surrounding void and forcibly shattering the blade light that was slashing down at him. "You've already reached such a height?" A surprised voice was heard. A middle-aged man with 18 wings appeared where the saber chi came from. He stared at Lin Tian without blinking. This was a cultivator of the Heaven Protector clan, comparable to an ancient ancestor-level expert. Behind him were dozens of other figures, all with 16 wings. In terms of essence, chi, and spirit, they were stronger than the 16-winged cultivators outside Perfect World. Reincarnation body. The 18-winged middle-aged man spoke again. As an 18-winged expert of the Heaven Protector clan, he naturally knew about Lin Tian more than 100 years ago. At that time, according to the information he knew about Lin Tian seemed to only have the strength of a sovereign. He never thought that Lin Tian would reach the Ascension realm in just over 100 years. The saber chi he had just released was shattered by Lin Tian's fist. At this time, looking at Lin Tian, his eyes were cold, but there was a trace of surprise in them. In just over 100 years, Lin Tian had reached the Ascension realm from a sovereign. This cultivation speed was too astonishing. He's a reincarnation body? Behind him, dozens of other 16-winged experts were shocked. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian without blinking. Their strength was limited, so they didn't know much about Lin Tian's reincarnation body. At this time, when they heard the 18-winged middle-aged man say that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body, they were all shocked. The 18-winged middle-aged man didn't respond to these people. He looked at Lin Tian, then glanced at Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and Little Tai Chu. Obviously, he knew the identities of these three, but he completely ignored the white tiger. To be able to find this place, you know a lot of things. You want to take this perfect world? You have guts. His eyes fell on Lin Tian and the others. The middle-aged man began to close in on Lin Tian and the others. You, stop. As he closed in on Lin Tian and the others, the middle-aged man's eyes were very bright. These people in front of him, except for the white tiger, were all of great value to the Heavenly Protector clan. Once he suppressed these people, it would be a great contribution and he would definitely be rewarded by the clan. It would help him directly evolve to the 36-winged level. Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged man closing in. He could feel the enormous pressure from the other party, but he was very speechless. This was because Fengshen Tianzuan could easily deal with Shujian Tianzuan. Ao Jian Tianzuan wasn't as strong as Fengshen Tianzuan, but he still had the strength to defeat the other party. However, the other party looked like he was going to eat them up. "Senior, let me try first." He paused and said to Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Now, ordinary sky-reaching realm cultivators, even those with a keen body, couldn't resist at all in his hands. At this time, he wanted to fight against this ancient ancestor-level middle-aged man and see how strong he was. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and closed in on the middle-aged man in an instant. Boom! The void exploded. He attacked with the reincarnation fist, and the fist momentum was oppressive. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately turned cold. Arrogant thing. He was an ancient ancestor-level existence, so he was much stronger than ordinary sky-reaching realm cultivators. But now, Lin Tian, who seemed to have just stepped into the sky-reaching realm, dared to attack him directly without the slightest fear. Even though he knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body, and his combat strength was far from ordinary people who had just stepped into the sky-reaching realm, his eyes still turned colder. He felt that Lin Tian was too arrogant and looked down on him. Immediately, with a rumble, surging blade light rushed out, turning into killing blade lights that rushed towards Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation fist collided with the killing blade lights, and a large part of the surrounding void was annihilated. The sky full of holy light intertwined. In the first real collision, Lin Tian completely blocked his opponent and didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. Then, he directly used the 9 reincarnation swords of the reincarnation sword technique and slashed out 9 destructive 9-colored sword lights at an extremely fast speed. Back then, he used the power of faith to temporarily raise his cultivation base to the early stage of the sky-reaching realm. However, that cultivation base couldn't be compared to his current sky-reaching realm cultivation base. Therefore, he used this ancient ancestor-level enemy to test his current combat strength. Clang! The sword clanged and was very ear-piercing. The 9 reincarnation swords were mixed with destructive power, and the sword momentum was a little frightening. The 18-winged middle-aged man's expression changed. Lin Tian's sword strike actually made him feel a little pressured. Because the sword was too fast, he couldn't block it in time, so he temporarily moved to dodge. "You actually chose to dodge in a fight with an early-stage sky-reaching realm cultivator?" Lin Tian's voice rang out. With the protection of the reincarnation divine domain, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. After using the 9 reincarnation swords, he closed in on the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye and swung his reincarnation fist, mercilessly pressing down. Moreover, at this moment, he also used the reincarnation forging spiritual art at the same time. In an instant, his combat strength was increased by 20 times. His speed and fist momentum were all greatly improved at this moment. Such an aura made the middle-aged man's expression change. "You, bang!" A muffled sound directly interrupted him. Lin Tian, who had used the reincarnation forging spiritual art, increased his strength in all aspects, and used the reincarnation sword technique to interfere with the middle-aged man's movements. The reincarnation fist landed on his opponent's chest. Pfft! Blood immediately splattered, and the middle-aged man was sent flying. In the distance, he split into 4 or 5 pieces, dyeing a large area of the void red. Such a scene made the white tiger's eyes widen immediately, and its hair couldn't help but stand on end. This freak. Its heart palpitated. The 18-winged middle-aged man was an ancient ancestor-level existence. But now, Lin Tian, who had just stepped into the heavenly completion stage, was able to rely on his own strength to smash such a person into pieces with a single punch. This was too frightening. Little Taichu, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan were also shocked by this scene. "My lord!" Blood floated in the void as the 18-winged middle-aged man was shattered by Lin Tian's punch. Everyone's expression changed. Boom! Saint light roared, and as it rushed up, endless saint light rushed out from the shattered body of the 18-winged middle-aged man, and in the blink of an eye, his shattered body reformed. He stared coldly at Lin Tian, and there was anger in his eyes. He was an 18-winged existence of the Heavenly Protector clan, but now, his body was shattered by a person who had just stepped into the Heavenly Ascension realm with a single punch, and it was witnessed by dozens of his subordinates. This was a humiliation to him. "Before I suppress you and bring you back to the clan, I won't let you have an easy time," he said coldly as he looked at Lin Tian. As his words fell, the 18 wings behind him shook, and a shocking hurricane immediately swept out. The surrounding space was shrouded and sealed by a majestic aura. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with light, and he naturally felt a great pressure, but he was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and moved, using the reincarnation divine domain to protect his body, and the reincarnation fist directly bombarded his opponent. Boom! As he swung his fist, it was as if a saint drum was beaten, shaking heaven and earth. Now, with the reincarnation spiritual forging art activated, his combat strength was 20 times stronger, and his aura was incomparably terrifying. The 18-winged middle-aged man's eyes were cold as he pressed forward, and the ancient ancestor-level saint power suppressed the surroundings, and the pressure was like a stormy wave. A huge light diagram intertwined behind him, and there were dense ancient runes and divine seals intertwined on it. It was an amazing saint art, and as soon as it appeared, it pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian wielded the reincarnation fist and reincarnation sword technique, and directly collided with the light diagram. With a rumble, his reincarnation fist and reincarnation sword technique were disintegrated one after another, and the light diagram dimmed a lot because of this, but the pressure did not decrease at all, and it fell on him in the blink of an eye. The reincarnation divine domain trembled slightly and ripples spread out. The primitive yin and yang qi intertwined and blocked the light diagram. The light diagram flew past him and landed on a mountain in the distance. Then, it exploded. In that place, the mountain collapsed, leaving behind a huge crater with a diameter of around 10,000 feet. What an exquisite defense! Nearby, a strange light flashed through Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes. He stared at Lin Tian's samsara divine domain. Ao Jian Tianzuan did not say anything, but there was a glint in his eyes. How is this possible? The several dozen 16-winged experts of the Heaven Protector race were shocked. The great technique of their 18-winged expert was actually blocked by someone who had just stepped into the Heaven Ascension realm. The 18-winged middle-aged man's eyes darkened as he looked at the samsara sanctuary outside Lin Tian's body. At this moment, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. His light diagram was not weak. It was already 70% of his battle strength, but it was completely blocked by Lin Tian. He could clearly feel that Lin Tian had just stepped into the Heaven Ascension realm. Logically speaking, he should not have such battle strength and should not be able to block his light diagram. Even if he was a reincarnated being, it was impossible for him to have such strength in this cultivation realm. However, no matter how much he did not believe it, his eyes would not lie to him. This was indeed the truth. Lin Tian had indeed blocked the light diagram of the divine technique with 70% of his battle strength. He was not injured at all. "You're distracted." An indifferent voice sounded. Lin Tian moved. With the protection of the samsara divine domain, he stepped in front of the 18-winged middle-aged man at the moment when he was slightly shocked. With a clang, he did not hesitate and directly raised the samsara sword. The 9-colored sword light directly slashed down. Moreover, at this time, he also raised the samsara fist. The frightening fist intent was almost about to destroy everything. The eyes of the 18-winged middle-aged man were even colder. A person in the early stage of the Heaven Ascension realm actually took the initiative to attack him again and again. He really did not take him seriously. Behind him, the 18 wings suddenly shook violently. His whole body burst with holy light, almost turning into a person of light. His speed suddenly skyrocketed, and in a flash, he disappeared. In an instant, he shattered Lin Tian's samsara fist radiance and samsara sword radiance. He directly punched Lin Tian in the chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Tian was directly blasted away. He smashed into a huge mountain in the distance, shattering another mountain. Boy! Yeah! The white tiger and little Taichu's expressions changed at the same time. The dozens of 16-winged cultivators were stunned at first, but then they all sneered. In an instant, they were no longer shocked. Although the reincarnated being is strong, the bloodline power of our clan is not much weaker. Do you think that just because you have the reincarnated being, you can compete with our 18-winged cultivators when you just stepped into the Heaven Ascension realm? Naive. He won't die, right? That won't happen. Lord Shenmai knows how far to go and won't kill him directly. However, that strike will cause him to lose the ability to move. The dozens of people discussed. Then, in the next moment, the dozens of people trembled at the same time. The expressions on their faces froze, and the luster of life in their eyes disappeared without a trace. Then, with a bang, they fell one after another, unable to stand up again. The 18-winged middle-aged man was moved. With his powerful strength, he could naturally see that although the dozens of people's flesh shells were still there, their spirits were destroyed. Human. The man's eyes were cold as he looked in the direction where Lin Tian was sent flying. With his powerful ancient ancestor-level strength, he vaguely felt an invisible killing force coming from that direction and instantly guessed that it was Lin Tian's doing. What an incredible secret technique! Fengshen Tianzuan's eyes flashed as he looked in the direction where Lin Tian had been sent flying. It's hard to imagine how he created it. In the direction of his gaze, Lin Tian stepped out from the sandstorm, his samsara divine domain rippling like water. Seeing Lin Tian walk out like this, the 18-winged middle-aged man's eyes grew colder. Just now, his punch had clearly hit Lin Tian, but it still did not seem to have injured him. Lin Tian's light domain had blocked it. Lin Tian took a step forward, returning from the distance, his expression not changing much. Just now, the 18-winged middle-aged man's punch had indeed hit him and sent him flying, but it did not injure him. The power of the punch had been blocked by the samsara divine domain, and more than half of the force was removed. It only caused his blood and chi to shake violently. Again. Looking at the 18-winged middle-aged man, he activated the samsara god-slaying technique that he had used to kill the dozens of 16-winged cultivators. An invisible killing force surged out and instantly closed in on the 18-winged middle-aged man. The 18-winged middle-aged man was very powerful. Although he could not see the killing force of the samsara god-slaying technique, he could vaguely feel it, so he immediately put up a Saint Power light screen. However, this Saint Power light screen was completely ineffective. The killing force from the samsara god-slaying technique directly penetrated the Saint Power light screen and entered his body. It penetrated his sea of consciousness and ruthlessly struck his spirit in his sea of consciousness, causing his saint body to tremble violently. At this moment, Lin Tian took advantage of the moment when the opponent's saint body was trembling violently and directly closed in on him. Boom! The shocking fist aura and the dazzling fist radiance sent the 18-winged middle-aged man flying again. Poof! After flying for more than 300 feet, the 18-winged heavenly guardian exploded again. Human! An angry roar reverberated, and a blood-red killing radiance shot out from the opponent's shattered flesh. It was so fast that it hit Lin Tian with a bang, sending Lin Tian flying more than 200 feet away, shattering a large part of the void. Lin Tian stabilized his body. Outside his body, the reincarnation divine territory shook violently, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, you're far from comparable to an ordinary sky-level cultivator. He sneered and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The samsara divine territory's defense was very strong, and it managed to block the murderous blood-red light. However, it wasn't able to completely negate the offensive power of the blood-red light. As a result, a portion of the power passed through the samsara divine territory and landed on his body, causing cracks to appear on his internal organs. The reincarnation heart sutra ran on its own, and the 9-colored holy radiance with amazing healing power healed his injuries in the blink of an eye. He sneered and moved again. The reincarnation divine territory protected his body, and the reincarnation forging spirit technique increased his combat strength by 20 times. He performed the reincarnation fist technique and the reincarnation sword technique one after another. His fist radiance vibrated, and his sword aura was intimidating as he attacked his opponent head-on. The 18-winged middle-aged man's body crumbled, but he reformed in the blink of an eye. When he saw Lin Tian charging at him again without any fear or respect, the fury in his eyes became even more intense, and the chilliness he emitted became even more intense. With a bang, an even more shocking saint power rushed out of his body. The 18 wings on his back flapped, and the murderous saint light swept out. He once again performed the saint light diagram to suppress Lin Tian. Pft, 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 crisp sounds rang out. This time, the saint light diagram performed by the 18-winged middle-aged man was clearly many times more terrifying than before. In the blink of an eye, it crushed Lin Tian's fist radiance and the reincarnation sword technique, and arrived in front of Lin Tian with monstrous saint power. I won't kill you, but I can crush you dozens of times. I can let you taste the pain of having your heart pierced. This person's voice was ice cold. As he finished speaking, the holy light picture became even more shocking. The holy might rolled, as if a part of the sky was pressing down. Lin Tian naturally felt the terror of the painting of holy light at this moment. A huge sense of threat rose up, but his expression didn't change at all. He directly propped up the painting of reincarnation. The reincarnation diagram was his domain, and it surpassed all divine abilities. As soon as it appeared, it interweaved with a wave of divine and holy might. In the next moment, the reincarnation diagram collided with the holy light diagram that came crashing down from the other party, erupting with a monstrous killing aura. The reincarnation diagram completely blocked the other party's holy light diagram. The coldness in the eyes of the 18-winged middle-aged man grew thicker as his saint chi grew stronger, causing the holy light portrait's power to skyrocket. Crack! With a crisp sound, a crack appeared on the reincarnation diagram. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with radiance. The other party's combat power was really strong, and even his king's territory was no match for him at this moment. He snorted coldly. The divine Tao of thunder and the divine Tao of nature immediately surged into the reincarnation diagram, transforming into the reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao. All of a sudden, the other party's holy light diagram was blocked, and the two collided with each other before collapsing at the same time. The 18-winged middle-aged man's face turned cold. Good. Very good. At this moment, he had already used 90% of his combat power, but the divine ability that he had cast with 90% of his combat power was still blocked by Lin Tian. I don't need you to tell me that. I know very well that I'm doing very well. Lin Tian Dao stepped up with the reincarnation divine domain protecting his body. Black thunderbolts intertwined in the sky as he cast the 5th level of the 5 heavenly thunder technique. Dense black thunderbolts immediately pressed down. Boom! The black thunderbolts carried extremely domineering thunder power and completely enveloped the 18-winged middle-aged man in it. Don't be too arrogant. The 18-winged middle-aged man yelled angrily, and the 18 wings behind him shook, shattering all the black thunderbolts in the sky. At this moment, the holy light outside his body had reached a peak, almost forming a storm of Saint Chi. Then, in the next moment, he broke through everything in an instant and launched a storm of attacks toward Lin Tian. The densely packed killing lights pressed down on Lin Tian from different angles, shattering pieces of the void. Lin Tian was moved. At this time, his opponent's aura was obviously stronger. He used the reincarnation divine domain to protect his body, and the reincarnation fist technique, reincarnation sword technique, 5 heavenly thunder technique, and reincarnation diagram of the divine Tao were displayed one after another. He fought fiercely with his opponent, and there was an explosion of rainbow light that filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. After an hour, at this moment, a crisp sound was heard. Outside his body, the reincarnation divine domain was shattered by the 18-winged middle-aged man. The killing lights that filled the sky descended and directly drowned him. Poof, half of his physical body was shattered, and blood splattered all over the sky. This is the difference between us. Do you really think you can compete with me? The 18-winged middle-aged man said coldly. He stepped forward and used his superpower again. Lin Tian's eyes did not change. He used the reincarnation heart sutra, and the 9-colored Saint Chi naturally had an extremely amazing effect, causing the shattered half of his physical body to be instantly repaired. Once again, he supported the reincarnation divine domain and faced his opponent. All kinds of great techniques were displayed one after another. If I can shatter it once, I can shatter it countless times. It's useless. Reincarnation body, accept your fate. In front of me, you can only kneel. The 18-winged middle-aged man said coldly. The two collided, and killing power filled the sky, and Saint Chi surged wantonly. Boom, 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 after each collision, blood continued to splatter in the void. There was Lin Tian's blood, and at the same time, there was also the blood of the 18-winged middle-aged man. After another hour, Lin Tian's physical body was shattered 3 times in a row, and his face had become very pale. The 18-winged middle-aged man, who was at the ancient ancestor level, was really strong. Humph. The 18-winged middle-aged man snorted coldly. Although he was also injured, he was still in a much better state than Lin Tian. He took another step forward, and a majestic saint aura pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. Although he was badly injured and was at a disadvantage in the battle, there was no anxiety or fear on his face. He faced his opponent head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. Lin Tian swung his fist, and the reincarnation fist light and reincarnation sword light merged and pierced through the 18-winged middle-aged man's chest. However, at the same time, the 18-winged middle-aged man's attack landed on his body, shattering half of his body again. Blood flowed freely. You're only in the early stage of the reaching heaven realm, and you're able to injure me again and again. You're really something. However, it's useless. You can't change the outcome of your defeat. The 18-winged middle-aged man said coldly. He raised his hand and attacked Lin Tian again, and Saint Qi surged. Half of Lin Tian's body was shattered, and the reincarnation god-slaying technique was used silently. At the same time, his injured body was quickly healed. Two great gods, isn't it time to make a move? In the distance, White Tiger could not help but ask Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan next to him when he saw that Lin Tian was badly injured and was obviously at a disadvantage in the battle with the 18-winged middle-aged man. Yeah. Little Taichu could not help but speak. Seeing that Lin Tian was at a disadvantage and was constantly being injured, he also became a little anxious. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan did not say anything. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian, and it was obvious that they had no intention of making a move. They looked at Lin Tian and the look in Lin Tian's eyes. There was not the slightest ripple in their eyes, and there was no fear in their eyes. There was only indifference toward the 18-winged middle-aged man and confidence in themselves. Blood splattered in the void. Lin Tian's body was covered in cracks, and the reincarnation sword radiance circled around him. Clang, he brandished the reincarnation sword technique, and the 9-colored reincarnation sword radiance was swift and fierce, continuously slashing at the 18-winged middle-aged man. The 18-winged middle-aged man's eyes were cold, and as his 18 wings flapped, killing hurricanes swept out, as if they could shatter heaven and earth. The 9-colored reincarnation sword radiance was shattered one by one, and the 18-winged middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Tian, and the killing hurricane steadily landed on Lin Tian's body, sending Lin Tian flying hundreds of feet away, spilling more blood. Lin Tian was sent flying, but there was no anxiety or worry on his face, and the reincarnation god-slaying technique was performed again silently. At the same time, the reincarnation diagram of the monarch region was supported by him again, and together with the Thunder Divine Tao and Nature Divine Tao, they attacked the other party. The 18-winged middle-aged man was fearless, and he faced Lin Tian head-on. The Divine Tao Law was already supported, and he attacked Lin Tian violently. Boom, 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 as the two of them fought, the void in all directions kept collapsing. Lin Tian was completely at a disadvantage at this time. Although he injured the 18-winged middle-aged man time and time again, he was more seriously injured by the 18-winged middle-aged man, and his whole body was stained with blood. You can't control the order? After a few dozen breaths, he suddenly spoke. During the fierce battle for so long, he had been observing the other party. The other party couldn't take him down for a long time, and was injured by him time and time again, but the other party didn't use the power of order. Moreover, he felt that the other party didn't seem to have the slightest fluctuation of order at all. The 18-winged middle-aged man's eyes turned cold, and his saint aura surged again. Without the order, it's still easy to suppress you. A faint light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. From the other party's words, he was sure that the other party really couldn't control the order. Among all the ancient ancestors I've seen, you're the first one who hasn't been able to control order. That's a bit surprising, Lin Tian said calmly before changing the topic. Since you don't have order, let's end this. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal Emperor Pagoda emerged from his body with a boom. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an incomparably vast aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything. Moreover, there was an astonishing wall of thunder and divine aura surrounding the immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was the aura of the heavenly tribulation and the power of faith, causing the sky to tremble slightly. The 18-winged middle-aged man was shocked by the aura of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. You. Kill. Lin Tian's voice turned cold. As soon as the word left his mouth, the immortal Emperor Pagoda moved with him, suppressing everything. This was his origin weapon, forged from the legendary primordial heavenly crystal. Since he was in the chaotic realm, he had been constantly polishing this origin weapon. He barely used it, but its power continued to grow. At this stage, as he stepped into the immortal realm, the immortal Emperor Pagoda naturally evolved into a mortal weapon. Moreover, it was far from being comparable to an ordinary immortal weapon. Boom! As the immortal Emperor Pagoda fell, the space within 1,000 feet was immediately sealed and suppressed. With a swoosh, the saint power outside the 18-winged middle-aged man's body was directly shattered, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda landed firmly on his body. Poof! Blood immediately splattered. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was like a meteor from outer space, directly shattering the other party. This time, the other party was completely shattered. His sturdy body turned into a cloud of blood mist at this moment. Damn it! The 18-winged middle-aged man's divine soul was not destroyed. He let out a low roar and reformed his body in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. He took a step forward, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda came crashing down. At this time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was only 3 inches tall, but its weight was terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the space was distorted, and the air was sizzling. It was like a Saint Pagoda of destruction. The 18-winged middle-aged man's expression changed. He could clearly feel the terror of this pagoda. With a low roar, he propped up a sky full of saint light to protect his body. Then, he continuously used the 13 Sex core superpowers to counter the pagoda. However, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was too strong. The domineering aura of thunder and the sacred aura of faith intertwined with each other, erupting with saint light. Then, the pagoda's body grew from 3 inches to dozens of feet tall. With a swoosh, the 18-winged middle-aged man's technique was immediately shattered, and he was hit by the immortal Emperor Pagoda again. Poof! Blood splattered. This ancient ancestor-level expert was crushed into a bloody mist, leaving only his spirit intact. This scene shocked the White Tiger and little Taichu, and they couldn't help but shrink their necks. Just a while ago, when they saw Lin Tian at a disadvantage, they thought that Lin Tian wouldn't be able to defeat an ancient ancestor-level expert. They didn't expect the tables to turn so quickly. As the immortal Emperor Pagoda was summoned, the powerful 18-winged middle-aged man was injured twice in a row. The tide of the battle changed instantly, and Lin Tian gained the upper hand at this time. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes fell on Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda, and their eyes flashed. Truly amazing! Fengshen Tianzuan said. Rumble, in front of them, the void trembled. Lin Tian activated the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and everything in its path was suppressed by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Above the immortal Emperor Pagoda, countless lightning seals circled its surface. These were the traces left behind by his repeated baptism of lightning tribulation. Each lightning seal contained the true aura of tribulation, and it was extremely domineering and unyielding. At the same time, besides these lightning seals, the faith seals, which were nourished by the power of faith, exuded a pure aura of divinity and holiness. They covered the surface of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, as if they could purify everything in the world. Now, 2 different seals erupted with dazzling light at the same time. Together with the primordial origin chi power of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, the 3 powers vibrated at the same time. The 18-winged middle-aged man was completely suppressed. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. With the help of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, the 18-winged middle-aged man was no match for him at all. The physical body that he had just reformed was shattered again. Moreover, this time, there were even cracks on his spirit, as if it would shatter at any moment. With a rumbling sound, his flesh and blood wriggled, and the 18-winged middle-aged man reformed his body again. However, his aura had weakened to an all-time low, and his face was pale. Looking at the immortal Emperor Pagoda floating above Lin Tian's head, he was furious. This immortal Emperor Pagoda was too powerful. Its domineering aura, divine aura, and primordial aura made his spirit tremble. At this time, Lin Tian stepped forward, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda came down again. How many more times can you resist? The might of the thunderbolt, the power of faith and the primordial Mother Chi revolved together and surged out at the same time. That kind of aura was truly terrifying to hear. It annihilated one void after another and mercilessly pressed down on the 18-winged middle-aged man. The 18-winged middle-aged man roared, and the 18 wings on his back shook violently. Holy light burst out, and various great techniques met the attack. However, it was useless. Boom, the great void rumbled. The power of the immortal Emperor Pagoda was too shocking. The might of thunder, power of faith, and primordial Mother Chi, coupled with Lin Tian's saint power, almost turned the pagoda into a small world as it pressed down. In the blink of an eye, the great techniques of the 18-winged middle-aged man were all crushed, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda landed firmly on his chest. Poof, blood splattered. Once again, the ancient ancestor-level powerhouse exploded into a cloud of blood mist. However, his spirit was very strong and indestructible. He rushed out from under the immortal Emperor Pagoda and quickly reformed his body in the distance. Lin Tianling snorted, and with the power of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he took a step forward. Boom, he used the weapon control art to activate the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and did not give his opponent a chance to reform his body. The majestic power suppressed and sealed off the surroundings. The 18-winged middle-aged man had just begun to reform his body when Lin Tianling approached him, and the process was interrupted. The immortal Emperor Pagoda pressed down on his spirit body, causing numerous cracks to appear on his spirit body. Then, his aura suddenly weakened by dozens of times. Damn it! Looking at Lin Tianling, the 18-winged powerhouse was shocked and angry. With the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he was completely suppressed. His expression was extremely ugly. He was an 18-winged ancient ancestor-level powerhouse, but now he was suppressed by a cultivator who had just stepped into the immortal realm. He was at an absolute disadvantage, and even his spirit body was severely injured. He looked at Lin Tianling viciously, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave. Dense cracks appeared on his spirit, and he could not reform his body for the time being. His saint power was almost exhausted. At this time, he knew that he had lost. If he continued to stay, he would definitely die. There was no way he could stop Lin Tianling's immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tianling snorted, "You think you can escape?" A bright light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the immortal Emperor Pagoda's brilliance burst, and evolved into a huge vortex that swept everything in. Immortal Emperor Pagoda. As the vortex emerged, the immortal Emperor Pagoda, the 18-winged middle-aged man's spirit body was the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Instantly, the 18-winged middle-aged man's soul was sucked into the immortal Emperor Pagoda bit by bit. You. The expression of the 18-winged middle-aged man changed dramatically. Using his cracked spirit, he summoned a sky full of soul light and struggled violently, trying to escape the suction force of the huge vortex produced by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. However, it was completely useless. The immortal Emperor Pagoda shone brightly, and the aura of lightning, faith, and primordial chaos intertwined. The vortex grew even stronger, and after a dozen or so breaths of time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was trapped inside. Damn it! Let me out! The 18-winged middle-aged man didn't die after being sucked into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He roared angrily inside the pagoda, trying to break free. However, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was made of primordial heavenly crystals and had been baptized by heavenly tribulations time and time again. It was already indestructible. How could a weak spirit body break the immortal Emperor Pagoda from the inside? This is really... In the distance, the white tiger was stunned. Yeah. The little Taichu's eyes widened. The 18-winged middle-aged man, an ancient ancestor-level expert, had his spirit suppressed by Lin Tianling's immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was a complete defeat. Lin Tianling, who had just stepped into the Ascension realm, defeated an ancient ancestor-level expert with his own strength. How heaven-defying was that? A sharp light wove in the eyes of Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Proudsword. At this time, they were both startled by Lin Tian. When they had just stepped into the Ascension realm, they didn't have such battle strength. The difference was too great. He has the strongest constitution and is also very hardworking in his cultivation. He uses all kinds of methods to temper himself and doesn't fear pain. It's impossible not to be strong. Fengshen Tianzuan sighed. Previously, the scene of Lin Tian using the destructive heavenly tribulation to temper his body involuntarily appeared before his eyes. Originally, he was the strongest reincarnation body, but now, he was using such a self-torturing method to temper himself. At this time, seeing Lin Tian's tyrannical strength, although this first disciple of the human king was shocked, he also felt that this was very normal. Let me out. The 18-winged middle-aged man's spirit body was suppressed by Lin Tianling in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and constantly rammed against the pagoda. Lin Tianling panted slightly. His face was very pale and his body was covered in blood. He ignored the 18-winged middle-aged man in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda for the moment. Instead, he took out some Baodan from his body and operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine and heal his injuries. After all, the 18-winged middle-aged man was an ancient ancestor-level expert. Although Lin Tianling had defeated his opponent, he had also suffered serious injuries. His opponent's Tao still remained in his body, which made his injuries worse. He was not far from death. After suppressing his opponent, he naturally had to stabilize his injuries first. Otherwise, it would be even worse. Buzz. As he operated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra, 9-colored divine light interweaved on the surface of his body. Together with the healing Baodan, the Tao that had invaded his body was quickly forced out of his body in half an hour. His injuries quickly healed, and he looked unharmed on the surface before stopping. Of course, this was only a superficial recovery. His internal injuries were still very serious, and he was still far from a full recovery. After that, he would have to go into seclusion to recuperate. At the very least, it would take a few hours for him to fully recover. At this time, his injuries had stabilized. He temporarily stopped recuperating and looked at the 18-winged middle-aged man in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. He directly imprisoned the 18-winged middle-aged man who was constantly ramming against the pagoda. Then, he used a strand of his divine sense of the origin to explore the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and search his spirit. This lineage had discovered this perfect world and came here. He wanted to know how many experts of this lineage had come here this time. At the same time, he wanted to find out how much progress this lineage had made after entering this perfect world. The 18-winged middle-aged man naturally felt that Lin Tianling was searching his spirit. He was instantly furious. Damn it! How dare you? Ah! Lin Tianling's divine sense of the origin sank into the middle-aged man's spirit. With a slight shake, the middle-aged man immediately screamed. Then, he continued to search. After dozens of breaths, his expression changed slightly. What's wrong, kid? The white tiger and the others came from afar. Seeing his strange expression, the white tiger asked. Facing the gazes of Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, Lin Tian said solemnly, "This clan has found the ancestral dragon vein of this perfect world and is using a secret method to control it." He continued, "Just as I had speculated before, their method of controlling this perfect world is to start from the ancestral dragon vein and use it as a foundation to obtain this world." What? White Tiger was shocked. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan frowned, their expressions changing slightly. This was definitely not good news. What is the approximate strength of this clan when they entered this world? Ao Jian Tianzuan asked. There are 48 winged powerhouses overseeing this place. Lin Tian said solemnly, originally, this perfect world is extraordinary, and this clan would have 72 winged powerhouses descend. However, these 72 winged powerhouses of this clan seem to be busy dealing with another matter, so no 72 winged powerhouses have descended to this world. This was something he had learned from the 18-winged middle-aged man's soul searching. While saying this, his expression became somewhat solemn. It was a good thing that the Heaven Protector clan did not have 72 winged powerhouses descend to this perfect world. However, the 48 winged powerhouses of this clan were still very terrifying. With their current strength, it was absolutely impossible to stop them. Emperor and Divine Seal and the others frowned. They were already well aware of the strength divisions of the Heaven Guardian clan. Just the 36 winged existences were already difficult for them to deal with. As for the 48 winged existences above them, that was even more troublesome. They simply didn't have the ability to fight them. Then, what do we do now? White Tiger asked. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Let's sneak to the ancestral dragon vein and take a look. Perhaps we can find a solution there." Once a grand completion perfect world fell into the hands of the Heaven Protector clan, the consequences would definitely be disastrous. Now, although they couldn't win against the 48-winged expert, they couldn't just give up and leave. At the very least, they could interfere while the Heaven Protector clan tried to control the ancestral dragon bloodline and this world. Regarding this, Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Proudsword both agreed. A large success of a perfect world was far too important. Immediately, he left this place with Fengshan Tianzuan and the others. Not long after, they entered a celestial mountain to undergo closed-door training. It took about 8 hours. With the help of various elixirs and precious medicines, they completely healed the injuries they had suffered in the battle with the 18-winged middle-aged man. As for the immortal soul of the 18-winged middle-aged man, Wu crushed it with the immortal Emperor Pagoda. 16 hours later, it was already the next morning. He, Fengshan Tianzuan, and the others left the fairy mountain. According to the specific location of the ancestral dragon vein obtained from the 18-winged middle-aged man's soul, they headed toward the center of this perfect world. The ancestral dragon vein was located there. The perfect world was extremely vast. It was many times larger than the celestial realm of nihility. The group constantly tore open spatial portals and advanced. It was not until a full month had passed that they finally stopped. 1 month later, they appeared outside a chain of celestial mountains. As far as the eye could see, every mountain in the celestial mountains was incomparably majestic. They towered into the clouds, as if they were divine dragons that were about to soar into the sky. At the same time, the celestial mountains were filled with dense dragon chi. It could be sensed from very far away. Moreover, from time to time, dragon roars could be heard from the center of the celestial mountains. The dragon roars were so real that they hurt their eardrums. Lin Tian, Empyrean Divine Seal, and the others arrived at this place. As they sensed the dragon energy that drifted through the divine mountains and listened to the dragon roars that came from the center of the divine mountains, their eyes couldn't help but shine with a sharp light. Such dragon chi, such dragon roars. Without a doubt, the information he obtained from the 18-winged middle-aged man's soul was very accurate. The ancestral dragon vein of this world was here. Roar. At the center of the celestial mountains, the dragon roars became even louder. It shook the entire celestial mountains. Occasionally, there were even dragon shadows that rushed out from the center of the celestial mountains and manifested in the sky. At the same time, waves of saint force intertwined in that place. There was even an aura of order fluctuating. Without a doubt, this was caused by the experts of the Heaven Protectors trying to control the ancestral dragon vein with a secret technique. The group arrived there. Without any hesitation, they immediately headed inside. The celestial mountains were extremely vast. It was like a great world. As the group headed towards the center, they discovered many experts patrolling around the celestial mountains. The weakest among them was at least 16-winged. The group was not surprised by this. Lin Tian, Fengshan Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan all had the strength to kill ancient ancestor-level experts. They did their best to conceal their auras as they advanced. It was difficult for ordinary people to discover them. The little Taichu and the white tiger's cultivation were not high, so Lin Tian helped to conceal their auras. They avoided the patrolling experts of the Heaven Protectors and advanced cautiously. It took them more than 10 hours to arrive at the center of the celestial mountains. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 1,000 figures in front of them. There were 9 48-winged existences, more than 136-winged existences, and the rest of the 18-winged ancient ancestor-level experts. They were in different positions, and their saint force was connected to each other. There were densely packed divine runes all around them. There were also divine runes in the void and on the ground. With the 9 48-winged experts as the core, more than 1,000 experts worked together to activate their saint force. Unparalleled saint light surged into the ground of this place. Roar. The ground shook as a dragon's roar filled the sky. They could vaguely see an unimaginably huge light dragon under the broken territory. The divine runes of the Heaven Protectors shrouded the light dragon with divine light, causing it to struggle violently. It was as if it had its own consciousness and was resisting. Dragon Qi gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Lin Tianyi and the others came to this place and concealed all of their auras. They hid in an astonishingly huge tree thousands of feet away and looked ahead. They couldn't help but be moved by the scene in front of them. They discovered that the unimaginably huge light dragon under the territory was the ancestral dragon vein of this perfect world. These people were working together to restrain this ancestral dragon vein. 948 winged experts, more than 136 winged experts, and the rest are all 18 winged experts. This lineup is really, the white tiger's heart palpitated. Yeah. The little Taichu couldn't help but tremble, and his voice was very low. Even Lin Tian, Fengshan Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan couldn't help but be moved. This lineup was too terrifying. However, at the same time, the three of them couldn't help but have wisps of light appear in their eyes. Although they have worked together to trap the ancestral dragon vein, they are still far from truly suppressing and controlling it. During this process, the consumption of Saint Force is astonishing. By the time they are about to completely control the ancestral dragon vein, their Saint Force will probably be depleted, Lin Tian said in a low voice, his eyes becoming somewhat deep. At that time, we will have a chance to seize it. Lin Tian, Fengshan Tianzuan, and the others were carefully hiding in the distance. They could clearly feel that the saint power of more than 1,000 people was rapidly being consumed. According to this trend, Lin Tian estimated that when the ancestral dragon's vein in this perfect world was about to be completely suppressed, the saint power of more than 1,000 people would definitely be depleted. At that time, there would not be much saint power left. Even if these people's cultivation base was tyrannical, they would not be able to unleash their peak combat strength. They could definitely make a move at that time and forcefully seize the ancestral dragon's vein. Kid, you're scheming. Oh no. Wonderful. The white tiger's eyes widened, and his eyes could not help but shine. Naturally, he understood the meaning of Lin Tian's words in an instant. Yeah. The little Taichu also widened his eyes. Lin Tian did not say anything else. The group carefully suppressed and concealed their aura, waiting quietly on the ancient tree. In the center of the divine mountains, densely packed divine runes were intertwined. Saint power was surging, and there was an aura of order surrounding it. With the 948 winged experts as the core, more than 1,000 experts stood in different positions. Their saint power was connected to each other, and together with the densely packed divine runes engraved in the surroundings, they emitted an even more turbulent saint power that constantly surged into the ground. Roar! The ancestral dragon's vein was like a real saint dragon. A dragon's roar came out, and it fiercely struggled and resisted under the territory. For a moment, the sacred mountains in this area kept shaking. Most of the 18-winged and 36-winged experts were shaken to the point that their sacred bodies trembled slightly. Under such a great force, it seemed that their sacred bodies would crumble in the next moment. As expected of the ancestral dragon's vein of the perfect world, the power of heaven and earth it contains can reach such a level. One of them said in a low voice. More than 1,000 of them lived in this place. The divine runes around them were created by a few 72-winged elders in the clan, and they had unparalleled divine power. Now, more than 1,000 of them worked together to activate these divine runes to bind the ancestral dragon's vein in this perfect world, but it was difficult to completely suppress the ancestral dragon's vein in a short period of time. They could only temporarily trap it. Don't be distracted. Do your best. One of the 948 winged cultivators spoke. His name was Xianxia. The elders have more important matters to attend to, so they can't come here for the time being. We have to suppress the ancestral dragon's vein in this world and wait for the elders of the clan to come and collect this world. Speaking of which, Lord God Ao, this is a complete perfect world. As long as we can control it, we might be able to comprehend the power that surpasses order in the future. At this stage, what could be more important than this? To actually let the elders temporarily put this complete perfect world aside for us to handle and do other things? A 36-winged expert was puzzled. As soon as this person spoke, the other 36-winged and 18-winged powerhouses could not help but look at Xianxia. I don't know the specifics, but there is no doubt that the matter the elders are dealing with is indeed many times more important than this. Xianxia said in a low voice, I only know a few vague details. It seems to be related to restraining the human kings. The human kings? Hearing Xianxia's words, the 36-winged and 18-winged powerhouses were all shocked. What were the elders of their clan preparing to deal with the human kings? If that was the case, it was indeed much more important than this perfect world. Looking at these people's expressions, Xianxia spoke again. He said in a low voice, "Don't think too much. Do your best for the matter at hand." "Yes." The 36-winged and 18-winged powerhouses replied in unison. Immediately, they activated their saint energy to the point where it boiled even more. At the same time, on a huge ancient tree thousands of feet away, Lin Tian's expression changed. The 72-winged elders of the Heaven Protector clan did not come here because they were restraining the human kings? Could it be that they were plotting against the human kings? For a moment, he could not help but frown. He tilted his head to look at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Then, he realized that Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's expressions did not change at all. They did not react at all to what the 48-winged great being had mentioned. "Two great gods, those old farts from that clan seem to be preparing something to harm your master. Why do you look not worried at all?" White Tiger naturally noticed Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's expressions at this moment. He could not help but feel puzzled. Even little Taichu was a little strange. "There is nothing to worry about," Fengshen Tianzuan said. "No matter how hard they try, an ant cannot move an eagle." "Ant? White Tiger opened his mouth and said softly, "Great God, those 72-winged old farts from the Heaven Protector clan are all supreme masters of the universe. Combined with the power of their clan, that power—" "Don't worry," Fengshen Tianzuan said. Beside him, Ao Jian Tianzuan said, "If our master is willing, he can destroy that clan with just a thought." White Tiger was so frightened that he trembled violently. Even his words were somewhat incoherent. Move, what? Yeah?" Little Taichu opened his eyes wide. Even Lin Tian was stunned. Even though he knew that the human kings were terrifying, he could not help but change his expression at this moment. The Heaven Protector clan had close to 100 supreme masters of the universe. Its foundation was unimaginably deep. Such a terrifying clan, and the master of Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, could actually destroy and wipe them out with just a thought? "Great God, you are not joking, right?" White Tiger asked cautiously. "If that is the case, why doesn't that senior directly wipe out that clan? That way, the universes will not be destroyed." Lin Tian was also very curious about this. Hearing White Tiger's question, he could not help but look at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. "Many things are not as simple as you think," Fengshen Tianzuan said and did not say anything else. Lin Tian, little Taichu, and White Tiger were all shocked. Once again, they understood how powerful the human kings were. It was really frightening. "How terrifying is that person's combat power?" White Tiger whispered. The Heaven Protector clan was such a terrifying clan, but he could destroy it with just a thought. Was this really something that a human could do? Lin Tian's eyes could not help but flicker. He was also very shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Now, it was useless to think about that. He had to focus his energy on the ancestral dragon's vein in this perfect world. Hiding in the giant ancient tree, he, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others stared at the center of the sacred mountains without blinking. In the center, more than 1,000 Heaven Protector clan powerhouses connected their saint powers and focused on restraining the ancestral dragon's vein. Time passed quickly. More than 1,000 Heaven Protector clan powerhouses exhausted their saint powers one by one. In the end, only 9 48-winged powerhouses were still channeling their saint powers. Their faces had become much paler. On the other hand, the ancestral dragon's vein struggle had completely weakened. Even the dragon's roar could no longer be heard. Soon. At most, it will take another 2 hours to completely restrain it. Then, we will wait for the elders to come and take it. A 48-winged powerhouse said. Although his face was very pale and his saint powers were almost exhausted, he still smiled. At the same time, the other powerhouses of this clan who lived in this place also smiled. The complete perfect world belongs to our clan. One of the 36-winged powerhouses laughed proudly. Almost at the same time, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. A 9-colored sword light slashed out at an extremely fast speed and instantly penetrated the man's forehead. With a poof, the man collapsed. Because he had exhausted his saint powers and was unprepared, even his divine soul was destroyed by the sword. This world belongs to us. The perfect world's ancestral dragon vein was about to be completely bound. Most of the saint powers of the thousands of heaven protectors had dried up. Only the 948-winged experts still had a little bit of saint powers left. This was the best time to strike. Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others naturally would not wait any longer. They all stepped out at this time. Seeing Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and the others, the thousands of heaven protectors in the center of the sacred mountains all changed color. Reincarnation body? It's you. You actually broke in here. What are the people patrolling outside doing? Why didn't they report it? Didn't they notice? The weakest among the thousands of people was at the ancient ancestor level. They naturally knew about Lin Tian, the reincarnation body, and Fengshen Tianzuan. Lin Tian did not say anything. He glanced at the ancestral dragon vein underground, and then his gaze fell on the 948-winged experts. He directly stepped toward the 9 of them. Clang, the reincarnation divine territory propped up to protect his body. He directly used the reincarnation sword technique, completely enveloping the 948-winged experts. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Aojian Tianzuan attacked the 948-winged experts together like Lin Tianyi. The 4 symbols seal and Ling Tian sword light emerged at the same time. The power of the seal and the sharp sword light surged together. The 48-winged experts of the heaven protectors originally possessed extremely frightening strength. But now, because of the binding of the ancestral dragon vein, there was only a drop of saint powers left in their bodies. Their combat strength was far from 10% of their peak. Under such circumstances, the 3 of them had no scruples at all and launched a frontal attack. The 948-winged experts' eyes were cold. They continued to bind the ancestral dragon vein while attacking Lin Tian and the others. Reincarnation body, disciple of the human king. Our clan is trying to capture you, but you dare to appear like this. You're really courting death. Today, we'll suppress all of you. One of them said, his voice very cold. Lin Tianling smiled. In your current state, you still want to suppress us? Do you have that ability now? As he finished speaking, the reincarnation sword art became even more astonishing. Moreover, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was propped up by him at the same time. The might of the lightning tribulation, the power of divine faith, and the primordial aura intertwined, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The immortal Emperor Pagoda instantly crushed the attacks of the 948-winged Taoists. Then, with a sonorous sound, the transmigration sword light instantly pressed down on the 9 people. Fengshen Tianzuan's divine 4 symbols diagram and Aojian Tianzuan's sword light of heaven also approached at the same time. The vigorous killing power completely enveloped the 9 people. The 9 of them were enraged as they faced the attacks of Lin Tian and the other 2. Their saint energy was almost depleted, so they had no choice but to free up their hands and stop binding the ancestral dragon's vein. Otherwise, it would be difficult to block the attacks of the 3. Humph. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his attacks were even more ferocious. After summoning the immortal Emperor Pagoda and the Sword of Samsara, he also summoned the Portrait of Samsara. With a bang, one of the 948-winged beings was sent flying, blood spraying out of his mouth. This person was furious. In the Heaven Protector tribe, the 48-winged beings were second only to the 72-winged beings. But now, they were sent flying and injured by Lin Tian, a cultivator who had just stepped into the immortal ascension realm. The cold light in his eyes was extremely intense. Sinister and despicable thing. At this time, this person realized that Lin Tian and the others must have come to this place long ago, but did not make a move. They quietly hid in a corner and waited until they were binding the ancestral dragon's vein and their saint energy was about to dry up. Then, they attacked them with their peak combat strength, who had less than 10% of their combat strength. This was completely planned from the beginning. Lin Tian did not say anything. He directly swung the fist of Samsara and punched down. With a bang, the great void trembled. The fist of Samsara was terrifyingly powerful, and once again, it sent this person flying. Moreover, the immortal Emperor Pagoda and Samsara sword worked together to attack the other 8 48-winged beings. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's combat strength was stronger than his. They each sent 3 48-winged beings flying, causing them to bleed. My lords! This confrontation happened in the blink of an eye. At this time, the other 36-winged and 18-winged beings were shocked and angry. The 9 48-winged beings of their tribe were now completely suppressed. Hey! You don't have time to care about other things now. You'd better think about yourselves. The white tiger sneered. An immortal Ascension Realm precious weapon rushed out of his body. It was given to him by Lin Tian, and it immediately emitted an extremely strong immortal Ascension Realm aura, pressing down on the group of 36-winged and 18-winged beings. At the same time, the little Taichu also took action. He also took out an immortal Ascension Realm precious weapon and displayed his lineage's special ability. The four spirits' vision circled around, and its aura was earth-shattering. It enveloped the group of 36-winged and 18-winged beings. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the 36-winged and 18-winged beings were crushed. Some of the 36-winged and 18-winged beings were even more shocked and angry. They clenched their fists tightly. They could sense that the cultivation bases of the White Tiger and Little Taichu were only at the virtual sky realm. Originally, with their cultivation bases, they could kill them with a raise of their hand. However, their saint power was completely exhausted from binding the ancestral dragon's vein. Even their physical strength was greatly affected. At this time, they did not have any combat strength left. Facing the White Tiger and Little Taichu, who were originally very weak to them, they could not resist at all. Don't shout. Die peacefully. The White Tiger laughed sinisterly. He activated the immortal Ascension Realm precious weapon with all his might and shattered the physical body of an 18-winged being. Then, his spirit was also shattered, causing his opponent's body and spirit to be destroyed on the spot. I can't believe that a virtual Sky Realm Tiger can actually kill an ancient ancestor-level existence. This feeling is really too good. He roared excitedly and activated the immortal Ascension Realm precious weapon given to him by Lin Tian to an even more terrifying state. Yeah. The little Taichu's big eyes also lit up. He used all kinds of great techniques and divine abilities to kill 3 18-winged beings in a row. To them, these originally terrifying 18-winged and 36-winged beings were no longer a threat at all. It would not take much effort to kill them. They were simply living targets. Damn it. You all. On the other side, the 9 48-winged beings still had a little bit of saint power left. They were suppressed by Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan. At this time, they saw the White Tiger and Little Taichu, who were only at the virtual sky realm, killing the 18-winged beings one after another. Even the 36-winged beings were at an absolute disadvantage because of the depletion of their saint power. They were even more shocked and furious, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Tianling snorted and stepped in front of the person who spoke. You destroyed one universe after another and killed all living beings. You all deserve to die. The immortal Emperor Pagoda's aura was powerful. As Lin Tian's will pressed down, the space in all directions shook violently. Pfft. The 48-winged elite who was sent flying could not avoid the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Immediately, blood gushed out of his mouth. Lin Tian did not stop. Instead, he increased his speed and did not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. In one step, he closed in on his opponent. The reincarnation fist, reincarnation sword technique, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda pressed down again. Moreover, the reincarnation portrait also rose up and attacked the 48-winged elite with great vigor. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan attacked with all their might. Their bodies were intertwined with thick saint light. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds were heard. Several 48-winged elites were sent flying again and again. Ah! Screams came from the other side. The group of 36-winged and 18-winged elites were shocked and furious. They had exhausted all their saint powers. At this time, they were completely suppressed by the little Taichu and the white tiger. In the blink of an eye, dozens of them were killed. The 948 winged elites were facing the fierce attacks of Lin Tian and the other two. Naturally, they were also paying attention to their surroundings. When they saw this scene, their faces turned even uglier. It was also at this time that swooshing sounds were heard. In the distance, one figure after another appeared. All of them were 16 winged elites of the Heaven Protector tribe. They sensed that there seemed to be a battle here and rushed to this place. This is? When they rushed to this place and saw this scene, the 16 winged elites' faces changed drastically. They were ordered to patrol around the sacred mountains to prevent outsiders from suddenly breaking in and affecting the thousands of elites at the center of the sacred mountains to suppress the ancestral dragon's vein in this perfect world. However, they did not expect that they would not find any outsiders during their patrol. However, there was a great battle here. Lin Tian and the other 4 outsiders avoided their sight and came here. At this moment, the 16 winged elites who rushed here immediately attacked. Some of them attacked Lin Tian, Fengshan Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Some of them also attacked the little Taichu and the white tiger. All of them had majestic saint powers. At this time, Lin Tian naturally noticed these people. With the reincarnation divine territory protecting his body, he used the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory, reincarnation sword skill, and reincarnation fist force to attack the 48 winged elites. At the same time, the reincarnation god-slaying technique was used silently. An invisible and colorless killing force rushed out and rushed toward the 16 winged elites at lightning speed. At this moment, whether it was the 16 winged elites who rushed toward him, Fengshan Tianzuan, and the others, or the 16 winged elites who rushed toward the little Taichu and the white tiger, all of them trembled violently and fell to the ground. The luster of life in their eyes disappeared immediately. The 948 winged elites were shocked and then furious. Their gazes were like eerie killing swords as they fell on Lin Tian. Although they only had a little saint powers left and their combat strength was not even 10%, they could still feel the invisible killing force that Lin Tian used. Lin Tian did not respond. He used all kinds of great techniques and the surrounding space was shrouded by his aura. Boy Lin, this technique of yours that can't be seen and is difficult to capture is really amazing. On the other side, the white tiger could not help but roar excitedly. Naturally, it knew that these 16 winged elite souls were shattered by Lin Tian's reincarnation god-slaying technique. In fact, just a moment ago, when it saw a group of 16 winged powerhouses suddenly charging over, it was somewhat fearful. After all, these 16 winged powerhouses were all saturated with saint energy and were all in their peak condition. They were all at the heavenly ascension level. It and little Taichu could not stop them at all. Little guy, go all out. Kill, kill, kill. These 36 winged and 18 winged elites, let's kill them all. It chuckled and said. Yeah. The little Taichu responded. The 6-colored divine flame was released and almost burned the sky. The scorching heat was shocking. The group of 36 winged and 18 winged powerhouses had already exhausted all of their saint energy, and it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. Facing such an attack, they were like sitting ducks, and they did not have the slightest bit of resistance. For a moment, the 36 winged and 18 winged elites' bodies and souls were shattered one after another. Damn things! How dare you! How dare you! How dare you! How dare you do such a thing to our clan? The 948 winged elites' eyes were extremely cold. There was killing intent and anger in their eyes. One of them roared. Who do you think you are? You'll be annihilated sooner or later. Lin Tianyi closed in on this person and used the 9 reincarnation swords to penetrate this person. Then, the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and the immortal emperor pagoda pressed down together and directly enveloped this person. This 48 winged elite was called Xianxia. He roared again and used what little saint powers he had left to support the power of order. The aura of order surged and met Lin Tian's attack. Lin Tian's expression did not change. His opponent's saint powers were too little now. He could not use much of the power of order to support the power of order with his almost dried up saint powers. Although it was much stronger than before, he was still fearless and continued to press down on this person. Boom, at this moment, he activated the reincarnation forging divine technique. His combat strength was multiplied by 20 times. Moreover, the Thunder Divine Path and Nature Divine Path were supported and merged with the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. It turned into the most powerful Divine Path reincarnation diagram and launched an even more violent attack. With a swoosh, the power of order supported by Xianxia was crushed. The Divine Path reincarnation diagram and the Immortal Emperor Pagoda directly landed on his opponent's chest. Poof, blood splattered everywhere. Half of the 48 winged god's body had been smashed to pieces by this blow. As expected of a 48 winged member of that clan. As expected of the power of order. Even when his saint powers are almost dried up, only half of his body was shattered by this attack. A glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He pressed forward again and attacked even more fiercely. His saint powers surged and suppressed Xianxia firmly. Over and over again, he sent his opponent flying with blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were each suppressing 448 winged elites. They were also at the absolute upper hand and inflicted heavy injuries on them again and again. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan, who were at their peak, worked together. The 948 winged elites, whose saint powers were almost dried up, could not resist at all. All of them were severely injured. Their expressions were extremely ugly and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Enough! Xianxia, who was constantly being suppressed by Lin Tian, broke free from Lin Tian's attacks. His eyes turned extremely cold. The control of the ancestral dragon's vein has failed. Put this perfect world aside for now. I'll use the forbidden dragon's sacred formation given by the elders to suppress you first. Then, when the elders are free, we'll deal with this perfect world. As the sound of his voice faded, this person rapidly formed seals. Every single ancient seal was mysterious and unfathomable. In an instant, the densely packed divine inscriptions that had been engraved in this area from the very beginning suddenly erupted with extremely resplendent light. The divine inscriptions were like tadpoles that swam about. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a heaven-shaking great formation that had a diameter of tens of thousands of feet. It seemed as though it could suppress everything within this area. Wang, the formation shook slightly and released a large amount of saint light. Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan were sent flying. The other 848 winged elites who were suppressed by Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan also broke free at this time. Activate it together and take them down. The forbidden dragon's sacred array circled, its diameter reaching 100,000 feet. Its aura was extremely shocking. Shen Ao and the other 48 winged experts took a step forward. In a flash, they appeared in front of Xianxia. One of them frowned and said in a deep voice, "This is the last saint array that the elders gave us to completely seal the ancestral dragon's vein. If they used this sacred array now, they would not be able to completely seal the ancestral dragon vein in this world in the future. Their mission this time would be a complete failure. Do we have a choice now? If we don't do this, we will all die, and we will not be able to seal the ancestral dragon vein in the end." Xianxia said coldly. Shen Ao and the others frowned again and then fell silent. They had to accept it. Xianxia was right. Now, they had no other choice. If they did not temporarily put the ancestral dragon vein aside and use the forbidden dragon's sacred array to suppress Lin Tian and the others, then the final result could only be another. That was, they would be killed by Lin Tian and the others here, and they would still not be able to take the ancestral dragon vein. In the end, the ancestral dragon vein might even be taken away by others. "Let's do as you say." "Do it," Shen Ao said coldly. The 9 of them began to work together to activate the forbidden dragon's sacred array, causing rings of killing sacred light to erupt from the sacred array. A hurricane swept through this space, shaking Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan so much that they could not help but retreat. At the same time, on the other side, Little Taichu and White Tiger's expressions changed. They immediately stopped attacking the 36 winged powerhouses and the 18 winged powerhouses. White Tiger could not help but tremble. It could clearly feel the terror of the forbidden dragon's sacred array. It seemed to be able to suppress everything. The 18-winged and 36-winged elites, whose saint energy had been depleted, were overjoyed. When they saw the 948-winged elites from their lineage supporting the sect's formation and interweaving such a powerful force, they immediately relaxed a lot. Now, with the support of the forbidden dragon's sacred array, their battle situation in this place would definitely be reversed. The space buzzed, and the forbidden dragon's sacred array trembled. Sacred light fell, and the surrounding space was completely enveloped. Lin Tian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan stood together, their black hair on their foreheads dancing in the wind. Can we use the ancestral dragon vein here? Empyrean Divine Seal asked Lin Tian Dao, his eyes deep. No problem, the dragon's sacred array. Ling Tian nodded. Empyrean Divine Seal smiled. That's good. I'll leave it to you. Celestial Sovereign Ao Jian also spoke. Then, the two of them retreated to the side of Grand Primordium Jr. and the White Tiger. Great powerhouses, what? The White Tiger was moved. Yeah? Little Taichu's eyes widened. At this time, the forbidden dragon's sacred array brought out by the 948 winged existences was incomparably terrifying. At this time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan actually retreated, leaving Lin Tianyi alone on the battlefield. This made them very puzzled. At the same time, on the battlefield, the 948 winged existences of the Heaven Protector race also frowned. They were very puzzled by Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's actions. They did not think that Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan retreated because they were afraid of them. Even if the human king's disciples were far weaker than them, they would never be afraid of them. However, the 9 of them did not think too much about it. Shin Ao snorted and glanced at Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. I'll suppress you first, then suppress them. None of you can escape. As his words fell, he and the other 8 people worked together to activate the forbidden dragon's sacred array, making the sacred array's aura stronger. The saint force is insufficient. Although it's far from being able to unleash its power, it's enough to deal with you. Shin Ao said coldly. With a rumble, the forbidden dragon's sacred array shook, and a large amount of saint light directly pressed down on Lin Tian. The space in all directions was completely frozen. The hurricane was swept by the forbidden dragon's sacred array, and Lin Tian's black hair in front of his forehead was blown even more wantonly. However, his expression did not change at all, and there was no fear at all. He did not make any complicated movements. His right foot stepped on the ground lightly, and suddenly, the land in all directions shook. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the rolling ancestral dragon chi soared into the sky, instantly shattering the large amount of saint light pressed down by the 9 people with the forbidden dragon's sacred array. Lin Tian stood in the middle of this rolling ancestral dragon chi, like the invincible dragon emperor of a generation, appearing unattainable. Such a scene made the White Tiger and Little Taichu, who were not far away, change their expressions immediately. The power of the ancestral dragon vein? White Tiger was shocked, and at the same time, he finally understood why Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan suddenly retreated and left Lin Tianyi alone on the battlefield. It turned out that they knew that Lin Tian could mobilize the power of the ancestral dragon vein underground to deal with the forbidden dragon's sacred array. Dragon Burial Scripture. Little Taichu's big eyes lit up. At the same time, the 36-winged and 18-winged elites, whose saint force had dried up, all changed their expressions. How could this be? These people trembled slightly. In the middle of the battlefield, the 948-winged elites also changed their expressions at this moment. Lin Tian had directly mobilized the power of the ancestral dragon vein? How is this possible? Shenhua was shocked and furious. Directly mobilizing the power of the ancestral dragon vein for his own use was something that they could not do even when they were at their peak. Outside Lin Tian's body, the ancestral dragon chi was circling, and rolling dragon chi was constantly rushing up from the ground. Now, this is my domain. He looked at the 9 people, and with a thought, the dragon chi that rushed up around him suddenly boiled and turned into a dragon that was thousands of feet long. The dragon was vivid and lifelike, and its dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Under his thought, it rushed directly toward the 9 people. The power of the ancestral dragon Qi shook all directions. The 948 winged elites immediately changed their expressions again. They quickly joined forces to support the Forbidden Dragon's sacred array and faced the dragon head-on. However, although the Forbidden Dragon's sacred array was terrifying, their saint force was almost dried up at this time. The power of the Forbidden Dragon's sacred array that they could unleash was limited. In the face of the 1,000-feet dragon formed by the ancestral dragon Qi, they could not block it at all. The killing power of the Forbidden Dragon's sacred array was instantly smashed into pieces. Then, the dragon's momentum did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the 9 people and swept its dragon tail. For a moment, the 9 people were all shocked and sent flying. Half of their bodies were shattered. This was the power of the ancestral dragon vein of the perfect world. It was extremely powerful. Lin Tian's eyes were deep as he looked at the 9 people. With a thought, another 9,000 feet dragons condensed and rushed toward the 9 people from 9 different directions. He knew that the ancestral dragon vein of the perfect world lived here. Previously, when he stepped out of the giant tree and fought with the 9 people, he secretly arranged dragon patterns in this place while fighting. He had already arranged a dragon burial array under the ground. At this time, he directly used the array to mobilize the power of the ancestral dragon vein to help in the battle. Roar! The dragon's power shook the sky. Under his thought, the 9,000 feet dragons approached the 9 people in the blink of an eye and pressed down on the 9 people. P.S. These days, there have been reactions from readers and the dragon. After the WeChat upgrade, sometimes you can't see the news from the dragon's public account. Here, the dragon and the big guy would like to talk about this. Some time ago, the official list of public accounts had been changed to an information flow mode. All of the public accounts that they followed were pushed together in chronological order. Because of time constraints, the news pushed by the dragon was pushed to the bottom. That was why some readers did not see it when they clicked on it. The solution is very simple. Everyone can click on the subscription messages in the WeChat interface and click on the 3 black text message buttons in the upper right corner. From there, you can switch to the previous mode, which is to switch to the list of public accounts you follow. Then, you can find our public account and click on it. You can see the push messages and menu bar messages like before. The 9 dragons were completely formed by the ancestral dragon's power, and their aura was monstrous. The 948 winged beings from the Heaven Protector clan had half of their bodies shattered. Before they could stabilize themselves, they faced the 9 dragons head-on. Their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly used their weak saint power to control the Forbidden Dragon's sacred array's defense. However, just a moment ago, they were unable to block a single dragon with the Forbidden Dragon's sacred formation, let alone 9 dragons. In the blink of an eye, the formation was smashed to pieces. Bang! 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 The 9 of them were sent flying again, flying hundreds of feet away. Their saint bodies completely exploded, and blood splattered in the void. Damn it! The 9 of them were furious. Their immortal souls reformed their bodies in the blink of an eye, and they looked at Lin Tian with murderous intent. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. He activated the dragon burial scripture, controlled the dense ancestral dragon Qi, and stepped toward the 9 of them. Boundless ancestral dragon Qi circled around him, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into 9 dragons. The ancestral dragon's might was surging. Bang! 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 The 948 winged beings were sent flying again in the blink of an eye, each of them vomiting blood. My lords! The expressions of the 36 winged and 18 winged beings changed again and again when they saw this scene. Previously, when the 948 winged beings supported the Forbidden Dragon's sacred array, they thought that the current situation had completely changed and was in their favor. They thought that they could quickly suppress Lin Tian and the others. However, they didn't expect Lin Tian to mobilize the ancestral dragon's power of this perfect world and suppress the Forbidden Dragon's sacred array. How could this be? These people trembled. On the other side, the little Taichu and the white tiger were both surprised and happy. They couldn't help but feel excited when they saw Lin Tian suppress the 948 winged beings. The white tiger clenched its claws. Strong, strong. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan stood together, watching Lin Tian's battle. Then, they looked at the 36-winged and 18-winged beings. Buzz. The divine picture of the four symbols appeared above Fengshen Tianzuan's head. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into thousands of images and enveloped the group of 36-winged and 18-winged experts. At the same time, the sound of a sword chime reverberated in the air as Ao Jian Tianzuan executed the Ling Tian sword manual. Countless Ling Tian sword chi shot towards the group of 36-winged and 18-winged experts. For a time, blood splashed out in all directions. One after another, 36-winged and 18-winged powerhouses were smashed apart. In a situation where their saint force was dried up, they simply couldn't resist Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Ao Jian, who were slightly stronger than the ancient ancestor. Ah! Someone let out a miserable shriek, shocked, angry, and unwilling to accept this. Little guy, let's continue. The white tiger roared. It activated the sky-reaching precious weapon that Lin Tian had given it, and once again launched a merciless attack on the group of experts with 36 wings and 18 wings. Ya! Little Taichi responded. The six-colored divine fire almost burned the sky, and the four spirits' vision shook the surroundings. More than 1,000 36-winged and 18-winged experts were completely in a desperate situation. With their saint energy depleted, they faced the attacks of Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger without any room to resist. They were all killed one by one. In the distance, on another battlefield, the 9 48-winged experts naturally saw this scene and became even more furious. How dare you? One of them roared. Lin Tianling snorted. He activated the endless ancestral dragon chi with the dragon burial scripture, and formed a waterfall of ancestral dragon chi that directly pressed down on this person. You, puff. A bloody mist spread out. Faced with the waterfall of ancestral dragon chi from the perfect world, the 48-winged expert was immediately turned into a bloody mist. He didn't even have time to use the power of the forbidden dragon's sacred formation to defend himself. His physical body was shattered, and only his immortal spirit survived. He quickly retreated and distanced himself from Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian formed a seal with one hand and said coldly, "Dragon roar, 10,000 dragons kill." As soon as his words fell, the territory in this place shook violently. A loud dragon roar sounded at the first moment, and densely packed dragons rushed up. They were completely formed by the ancestral dragon chi. Each dragon was about 10,000 feet long, and the intertwined dragon power was terrifying. It immediately covered this person's spirit body. Facing this attack, the 48-winged expert's face suddenly changed. He couldn't help but shout, "Stop, roar." The dragon roar sounded again, interrupting this person's words. The 10,000 dragons directly drowned this person. The void was shattered, but there were no screams. Under the onslaught of these 10,000 dragons, the spirit of the 48-winged expert evaporated like thin ice in the face of a raging fire. He was annihilated in an instant. He killed a 48-winged expert. The white tiger looked at this scene and immediately widened its eyes. It couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The 48-winged expert was in existence second only to the 72-winged expert in the Heaven Protector clan. But now, one of them was killed by Lin Tian. Even if it knew that the 48-winged expert's saint power was almost depleted, and he didn't even have 10% of his combat strength, it still couldn't help but shudder. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were relatively calm. They didn't think much and attacked even more fiercely. In the blink of an eye, a large number of 36-winged and 18-winged experts were killed. Blood splattered everywhere. As for the 36-winged and 18-winged experts, they didn't have the time to care about anything else. Facing the attacks of Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, they were all shocked, furious, and terrified. They were using all their means to defend themselves. The ancestral dragon chi was turbulent, and with the turbulence, the vast ancestral dragon's veins surrounded this place. Shin Ao and the other 48-winged experts were even more shocked and furious. One of them had been killed. Lin Tian looked at the 8 of them and didn't say anything. He controlled the vast ancestral dragon chi and turned it into a huge dragon. Once again, it pressed down on the 8 of them. The huge dragons were formed by the ancestral dragon Qi. They were like real dragons, and they all let out earth-shattering dragon roars. The 848 winged experts worked together and activated the Forbidden Dragon's sacred formation's defense. They resisted Lin Tian's attack with great difficulty. However, it was useless. The huge dragons formed by the ancestral dragon Qi were each thousands of feet long. The dragon's might that they contained was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they broke through the Forbidden Dragon's sacred formation's defense and enveloped the 8 of them. At the same time, they were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths. Lin Tian's eyes were deep and indifferent. He activated the dragon burial scripture, and endless dragon Qi surrounded him. He took a step toward the 8 of them. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his expression changed slightly. This is... Lin Tian's expression changed, and he stopped attacking Xianxia and the others. At this moment, his perfect world trembled in his body, and the ancestral dragon vein let out a dragon's roar. Then, almost at the same time, the ancestral dragon vein in his perfect world trembled and let out an incomparably loud dragon's roar. An even more vast ancestral dragon Qi rushed out like a waterfall of ancestral dragon Qi. This waterfall of ancestral dragon Qi directly enveloped him. For a moment, he trembled slightly, and the dragon's roar from his perfect world became louder. Then, the perfect world in his body appeared and floated behind him. It was real, and he could see the mountains, rivers, and trees inside. Roar, roar, the almost identical dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the sky. At this moment, the void in all directions was distorted. This is a growing perfect world? Xianxia and the others were shocked. In an instant, they saw that Lin Tian's perfect world was a perfect world, but it had not evolved to the state of great completion. This left the 8 of them shocked. Lin Tian actually had a perfect world? They had never heard of such a thing. Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and the White Tiger were also shocked at this time, not because of Lin Tian's perfect world. They all knew that Lin Tian had such a perfect world. At this time, they were shocked because they could clearly see that Lin Tian's perfect world seemed to have some connection with the perfect world here. World resonance. A sharp light flashed in Empyrean Divine Seal's eyes. The loud dragon's roar reverberated, getting louder and louder. In this place, within a radius of 10,000 feet, rolling ancestral dragon Qi continued to surge, surrounding Lin Tian. Lin Tian lowered his head, and the 9-colored holy light intertwined in his eyes. He looked at the ground, and a huge dragon was shaking, bursting with brilliant dragon light. It seemed to have its own consciousness, as if it was calling him, or rather, calling to the perfect world behind him. Resonance. These 2 words instantly appeared in his mind. He used the dragon burial scripture to mobilize the ancestral dragon Qi of the perfect world. Quite a lot of this ancestral dragon Qi entered his body. Then, it seemed to sense the perfect world in his body that had yet to reach the perfect world, which was why it had such a reaction at this time. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking killing aura intertwined, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. While Lin Tianwei was in a daze, Xianxia and the others pushed the saint energy in their bodies to the limit, causing the Forbidden Dragon Holy Formation to explode with an incomparably terrifying aura. Its killing power was extremely terrifying, and it pressed down on Lin Tianwei. Another perfect world, an unexpected gain. Suppress. The 8 people shouted in a low voice, their eyes shining brightly. They stared at Lin Tian and Lin Tian's perfect world without blinking. They did not expect that Lin Tian still had a perfect world. At this time, he used the last of his saint energy to fully activate the Forbidden Dragon Holy Formation, causing the Forbidden Dragon Holy Formation to explode with power that was more than 100 times stronger than before. This attack was so shocking that it caused even the strong Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's expressions to change slightly. Lin Tian was surrounded by endless ancestral dragon Qi. He could feel the terror of this attack, but he was not afraid at all. If it was a moment ago, he would definitely not be able to block this attack. This attack was indeed terrifying. However, at this time, as his perfect world resonated with the perfect world here, he seemed to have formed a close connection with the perfect world here. He could perfectly mobilize the ancestral dragon vein's power in this perfect world for his own use. Dragon Burial World. He spoke. As the 4 words left his mouth, the dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. The ancestral dragon vein in this perfect world shook violently. The extremely turbulent ancestral dragon chi surged out majestically, turning into tens of thousands of huge dragons. The dragon's aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. With a swoosh, the forbidden dragon holy formation's power that was supported by Xianxia and the others was shattered. One by one, they exploded. At the same time, the group of 36 winged and 18 winged powerhouses whose saint energy had dried up within a radius of tens of thousands of feet suffered a devastating attack. More than 1,000 of them did not even have the time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed by the huge dragons. This is really, the white tiger trembled violently in fear. Yeah. The little Taichu shrunk its neck. Even Fengshan Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were shocked. Their eyes could not help but light up. As far as the eye could see, there was a bloody mist floating in the air. Dragon Chi surrounded Lin Tian. More than 1,036 winged and 18 winged powerhouses were all dead. Only Xianxia and the other 48 winged powerhouses were still alive. At that moment, they were only left with their spiritual bodies. The 8 of them stared at Lin Tian in shock and fear. Although their spiritual bodies still existed, they were filled with cracks. They were like fragile porcelain that could shatter at any moment. All of them were already on the verge of death. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He glanced at the 8 of them and blurted out, "Dragon Burial World." Roar. The sky-shaking dragon's roar reverberated again. At that moment, the ancestral dragon vein in this perfect world was perfectly controlled by him. The majestic ancestral dragon chi once again turned into tens of thousands of huge dragons and rushed towards the spiritual bodies of Xianxia and the others. The 8 of them were even more terrified. Their spiritual bodies trembled, stop, boom. The roar drowned out the 8 of them. Under the pressure of the tens of thousands of huge dragons, the 8 of them were instantly crushed into pieces. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. All of them are dead. In the distance, the white tiger trembled. The upheaval was too sudden. In just a moment, all the powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan were killed by Lin Tian. Although those people's saint energy had already dried up, it still terrified the white tiger. Roar. The ancestral dragon vein in the perfect world trembled. A loud dragon's roar was heard again. Rolling dragon chi circled around here. Behind Lin Tian, his perfect world was laid out horizontally. Endless ancestral dragon chi enveloped him as if he was the master. His eyes became extremely deep as he looked down at the ground. His right foot moved slightly, and the completed perfect world immediately trembled. Then, all the mountains, trees, and stones in the completed perfect world gradually glowed and turned into specks of light. They surged into his perfect world behind him and began to fuse with it. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated, and the perfect world turned into specks of light. The ancestral dragon vein turned into surging dragon chi and surged toward Lin Tian's perfect world. The light within a radius of 100,000 feet was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. The white tiger was moved. The perfected perfect world is fusing into his own perfect world. A glimmer of light flashed across Fengshan Tianzuan's eyes. Lin Tian stood in place, surrounded by endless ancestral dragon chi. The light of the perfect world was merging into his perfect world. His perfect world was constantly changing, and in the blink of an eye, it had expanded by more than 10,000 times. Following this scene, hurricane after hurricane swept out in all directions, and his aura also grew stronger. The perfect world evolved from the world seed had long merged with him. Now, this perfect world was constantly evolving due to the merging of the perfect world from the outside world. Naturally, he himself had also obtained great benefits. Outside his body, the dragon chi lingered, and the 9-colored saint light also intertwined. As time passed, it became brighter and brighter. And at this time, he could naturally feel this change. At this time, he knew that this perfect world was merging into his perfect world, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. At the same time, in his body, the nameless Tao flowed and entered his perfect world. Only he could feel that this Tao was beginning to guide his perfect world to continuously evolve and transform. As he sensed this nameless Tao, his heart trembled slightly. This nameless Tao was the most mysterious thing on his body besides the seven-colored divine sword. It was a power that he had been unable to understand even after he had stepped into the heaven ascension realm. At this time, the perfect world was merging into his perfect world, and the nameless Tao was moving on its own, leading the transformation of his perfect world. He began to follow the nameless Tao with his will, earnestly moving along the trajectory of this nameless Tao, and earnestly comprehending this nameless Tao and understanding it in depth. Then, he took out the Bodhi tree and placed it beside him. He used the Bodhi tree to help him comprehend the nameless path. As he comprehended the nameless Tao, his essence, energy, and spirit rose even faster. The speed at which the perfect world was assimilating into his perfect world also increased. The surging ancestral dragon qi was boundless, and the dragon's roar became louder and louder. Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger stood not far away and stared at Lin Tian. Just like that, we've obtained this perfect world. This kid's luck is simply heaven-defying. The White Tiger was shocked and excited at the same time. Yeah. Little Taichu opened his eyes wide, his eyes glowing. The perfect world began to integrate into Lin Tian's own perfect world. They were naturally happy that Lin Tian had obtained it. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes intertwined with a strange light. They paused for a moment, and wisps of holy radiance appeared on the surface of their bodies. The perfect world has integrated into his own perfect world, causing his perfect world to begin to grow rapidly. During this process, many mysterious forces will surge out, and he can use them to comprehend his own body and comprehend the myriad principles. Fengshen Tianzuan opened his mouth and said to Little Taichu and White Tiger. Little Taichu and White Tiger immediately understood and nodded. Then, like Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan, they operated their ancient scriptures and began to cultivate as if they were comprehending the Tao. Roar. Waves of dragon roars resounded through the 9 heavens. Lin Tianyi did not move at all. The perfect world continued to transform into light and integrate into his perfect world. He only put 10% of his energy on this matter, pushing the perfect world to integrate more perfectly with his perfect world. The remaining 90% of his energy was all placed on the nameless Tao, using the power of the Bodhi tree to seriously comprehend this Tao. His divine sense gradually withdrew from his body. In the haze, the strange space when he first comprehended the nameless Tao appeared again. His divine sense appeared in this space, like a god, overlooking the entire space from the sky. Day and night alternated, the 4 seasons changed in sequence, and the plants withered and were reborn. Everything was in a continuous cycle. He stood in the sky, silently watching all of this over and over again. Time passed bit by bit, and a month passed quickly. In a month's time, he stood in the sky of this strange space. What appeared in his eyes was the cycle of all things. He watched it over and over again, and a strange feeling began to emerge from his heart, as if a seedling under the soil was about to break out of the soil. Immediately, the light of Tao shone in every corner of this hazy world. The strange space became even more majestic. Almost there. Almost there. Over the past few years, he had been diligently training himself and increasing his strength. However, he had not given up on comprehending the nameless Tao in his body. Although he had not comprehended what kind of Tao it was, and did not even use it on a daily basis, his understanding and control of the nameless Tao had indeed been improving. He was improving every moment and every day. Now, by fusing the perfect world into his perfect world underwent the most intense transformation in its history. The dominance of the nameless Tao was also unprecedentedly shocking. As a result, at this time, with the Bodhi tree, the effects of his comprehension of the nameless Tao were much more obvious than at other times. Just like that, time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. 3 months later, his divine sense resided in this strange space, and his comprehension of the nameless Tao had reached an extremely high level. He felt that he was only a little bit away from being able to comprehend exactly what Tao this nameless Tao was. However, at this time, it was difficult for him to improve his comprehension of the Tao no matter how hard he tried. Just a small step away. He was unwilling to give up. At this, moment, he was only a small step away from comprehending exactly what kind of Tao his nameless Tao was. However, he now knew that this small step was impossible to cross with his current cultivation level. It was also at this time that the strange space disappeared, and he stopped comprehending the nameless Tao. Since he could not cross this small step, he did not deliberately force it. It was meaningless. In fact, if he forced himself to comprehend it, he might even achieve the opposite effect and hurt himself. At this moment, he put all his energy into his perfect world. His divine sense was completely immersed in it. Great success! 3 months later, on this day, 90% of the perfect world and the outside world had fused into his perfect world. Under the guidance of the nameless Tao, his perfect world evolved rapidly. At this time, the mountains and rivers inside were extremely majestic, and the Saint Spirit light was intertwined in every corner. Compared to 3 months ago, it was like heaven and earth. Looking at his current perfect world with its magnificent mountains and rivers, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel slightly happy. Moreover, his perfect world was still growing in all aspects due to the continuous integration of the perfect world from the outside world. It seemed to be about to break through to another level. He used his divine consciousness to sense his perfect world and could easily feel that this perfect world was definitely a super weapon. It might not be much worse than the Rainbow Divine Sword. He was naturally very happy about this. Then, he paused and thought of another problem. He immediately calmed down and his divine consciousness entered his perfect world to sense it on a deeper level. Once a perfect world was completed, the controller would have the possibility of mastering the power beyond order. Now that his perfect world had been completed, he immediately began to comprehend using his perfect world as a base, hoping to master the power beyond order. Buzz. Outside his body, 9-colored holy light lingered, the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline was vast and mighty, and his divine consciousness hovered in the perfect world. He wholeheartedly wanted to use this perfect world to control the power that surpassed order. After that, no matter where his consciousness floated to in this perfect world, he could only sense his nameless Tao. Over and over again, he gradually changed his expression. Could it be, controlling a perfect world could allow one to comprehend the power beyond order? At this time, he suddenly had a thought. His nameless Tao seemed to be the power beyond order. It was precisely because of this that such a situation had occurred. No matter how seriously he tried to comprehend, no matter where his divine consciousness floated to in this perfect world, he could only sense his nameless Tao. This, he was slightly taken aback. He suddenly remembered that when he was in the immortal region, even Taisheng and the others could not obtain the world seed. However, because of the nameless path, he was able to easily obtain it. Now that he thought about it, it really made sense. Since he could use the perfect world as an opportunity to comprehend the power that surpassed order, it would naturally be very easy for him, who had already grasped the power that surpassed order, to obtain the world seed. It turned out that he had already mastered the power beyond order. No wonder every time the perfect world evolved, it was always that Tao that led the world's direction. It turned out to be, he muttered to himself. Thinking of this, his divine consciousness gradually withdrew from his perfect world and no longer tried to comprehend anything. He had already mastered it, and now that his understanding of it had reached a bottleneck, there was no need to continue to comprehend it. When I rely on my own strength to comprehend what Tao it is, then I can truly display its power. His eyes shone brightly. His nameless Tao was beyond order. In fact, he had already thought of this point. However, at this time, because of the completion of his perfect world, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then, he took a deep breath and began to check his body. He found that his cultivation base had improved a lot. The saint energy in his body was more majestic, his spiritual ocean was more vast, his soul was more powerful, his flesh shell was more tyrannical, and his combat strength was much stronger. 9-colored saint light lingered on the surface of his body and intertwined with the ancestral dragon chi. The completion of the perfect world from the outside continued to surge into his own perfect world, making his own perfect world even more amazing than before. In this regard, he guided it seriously. At the same time, he also looked at Fengshen Tianzuan, Aojian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. With the help of the various primitive auras produced by the evolution of his perfect world, he found that their respective essence, qi, and spirit had greatly improved. He nodded to himself. As the completion of the perfect world from the outside continued to surge into his perfect world, a thicker and more special primitive aura intertwined from his perfect world. He ran the Reincarnation Heart Sutra and continued to cultivate. In this way, time passed. In a flash, another half a month had passed. Another half a month later. On this day, the completion of the perfect world from the outside world had completely integrated into his perfect world, making his own perfect world even more magnificent and vast, as if it could encompass everything in the world and suppress everything. At the same time, he sensed his body again. Compared to half a month ago, his strength had improved a lot. I've made a fortune. I'm about to reach the reaching heaven realm. White Tiger's excited voice rang out. At this time, it stopped cultivating just like Lin Tian. Lin Tian's perfect world had evolved all the way to completion and continued to evolve after that. During this process, various primitive auras were intertwined. With the help of these auras, White Tiger had benefited a lot from cultivating. It was already at the peak of the virtual sky realm. Yeah. Little Taichu made a sound. His current cultivation was infinitely close to the reaching heaven realm, and his aura was extremely strong. He was not much weaker than an ordinary warrior at the early stage of the reaching heaven realm. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were surrounded by Saint Light. Their essence, qi, and spirit were even more amazing. Obviously, they had made great progress. Thanks to you. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian and smiled. Ao Jian Tianzuan did not say anything. He nodded at Lin Tian, expressing the same meaning as Fengshen Tianzuan. Seniors, you're too polite. Lin Tian said with a smile. He felt that Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's battle prowess could be compared to the 36-winged warrior of the Heaven Protector clan. Your own perfect world is even more amazing than the perfect world of the outside world. Congratulations. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at the perfect world behind Lin Tian and spoke again. He always had a very gentle smile. Thank you, senior. Speaking of which, I'm quite lucky. Lin Tian said with a modest smile. Fengshen Tianzuan made him feel very close. At this time, the perfect world discovered by the Heaven Protector clan was completely integrated into his perfect world. They were standing in the void of the black-yellow universe. From time to time, wisps of ghostly wind would drift by. He paused for a moment and put his perfect world back into his body. He said to Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan, now, shall we continue to erase those demon blood ores? Although a few months have passed since we came here, that bloodline is still far from completely excavating the dozens of demon blood ores they discovered. Demon blood ores were not ordinary objects. Destroying them was easy, but excavating them was not simple. It was very time-consuming. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan naturally did not have any objections to this. The group immediately left and moved forward at extreme speed, heading toward the locations of the dozens of demon blood ores they knew. Soon after, they entered an extremely large world comparable to the void celestial world. They came to a blood-colored mountain range in the northeast region of this world, where a super demon blood ore was located. As far as the eye could see, there were no less than 9 18-winged warriors of the Heaven Protector clan overseeing this blood ore. There were also dozens of ancient ancestor-level experts of the Celestial Court and hundreds of ordinary Ascendant Heaven Lords. There were also some Void Heaven and Sovereign Realm cultivators. It was an astonishing lineup. Lin Tianyi and his group arrived at this place without any concealment. They were immediately discovered. It's you. The 18 wings of the Heaven Protector clan were all ancient ancestor-level experts of the Celestial Court. They were not weak, and their identities were not simple. They naturally knew about Lin Tian, the reincarnated body, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan. One of the 18 wings looked at Lin Tian and took a step forward. His cold eyes were intertwined. Our clan happened to be capturing you, and you actually took the initiative to barge in front of us. Very good. Very. Swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, interrupting this person. Lin Tian moved and appeared in front of this person in a single step. This speed shocked the 18-wing expert. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. You, Dong. The astonishing fist momentum was vast and mighty. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He did not say anything to this person at all. He directly waved the reincarnation fist and landed a punch on this person's body. With a puff, blood splattered. The 18-wing expert did not even have time to scream before he was smashed into pieces. Even his soul was annihilated. At the same time, as he waved his fist, a shocking fist wind swept out, flipping the other 18 wings and dozens of celestial court ancient ancestors. Many of them were shaken to the point of bleeding from their mouths. Oh my God! At the back, the white tiger could not help but tremble. He could not help but swallow his saliva. Yeah. The little Taichu also widened his eyes. With 18 wings on his back, he was an ancient ancestor-level existence. Moreover, he was an ancient ancestor-level ancient ancestor of the Heaven Protector clan, which was equivalent to an ordinary ancient ancestor-level king physique. But now, Lin Tian had destroyed his body and soul in one move. Moreover, this wasn't the end of it. The might of the fist swept out along with it, and it actually blasted all the other experts flying while blood sprayed from their bodies. What kind of power was this? His cultivation has reached the ancient ancestor level. His combat strength is far from ordinary ancestor-level experts. Fengshen Tianzuan said. Traces of light intertwined in his deep eyes. Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes lit up, but he didn't say anything. He just stared at Lin Tian. On the other side, the other 8 18-winged experts and several dozen celestial court ancestors all paled as they stabilized themselves. You. One of them, a silver-haired middle-aged man with 18 wings, looked at Lin Tian with eyes full of shock. One punch, just one punch, killed one of their 18-winged clan members, and even sent them flying. What level of combat strength was this? From the information he had gathered, Lin Tian was far from being this strong. At the same time, the sovereigns and void heaven sovereigns of the celestial court, as well as the heavenly masters of the celestial court, couldn't help but tremble. Some of them couldn't help but take a step back. How could this be? He. Someone spoke, his voice trembling. He was completely stunned by the scene in front of him, and a chill ran down his spine. Lin Tian himself was very calm. He clenched his right hand and looked at the 8 18-winged experts of the Heaven Protector clan and the several dozen celestial court ancestors. Come at me together. His words and attitude instantly infuriated the 8 18-winged experts and the several dozen celestial court ancestors. One of the 18-winged experts said coldly, Reincarnation body, I can see that you're very strong. However, Shinmi was just careless just now. Otherwise, how could you have defeated him in one blow? You're alone, and yet. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out, interrupting the man's words. Lin Tian sent out a 9-colored reincarnation sword of light. It pierced through the void and sank into the man's forehead, drawing out a large amount of blood before shattering his body and soul. You talk too much. He said indifferently. His mastery of the perfect world had naturally benefited him greatly. His cultivation base and combat strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, ordinary ancient ancestor-level cultivators were no different from ants in his hands. Such a scene caused the other 7 18-winged experts and the several dozen celestial court ancestors' expressions to change drastically again. Another ancient ancestor-level expert had been killed in one blow. Attack together. Use your full strength. One of the 18-winged experts clad in black armor roared, clearly sensing Lin Tian's true strength now. With a rumble, boundless saint force surged, Tao radiance intertwined, and the aura of order manifested. Divine chains of order rumbled. At the same time, the other 18-winged experts and the several dozen celestial court ancestors moved together, all of them displaying their full strength. Among them, there were at least a dozen who controlled the power of order, and their aura of order was intimidating. 57 ancient ancestor-level experts moved together, causing the firmament to tremble from their auras. Lin Tian's expression didn't change in the slightest in the face of these dozens of people. In the next moment, he moved as well. With a sonorous sword hum, the 9-colored reincarnation sword radiance turned into a rain of swords that poured out. Pft, pft, pft. Blood splattered like bewitching flowers that suddenly bloomed. In the blink of an eye, 42 ancient ancestor-level experts had turned into a bloody mist, their souls destroyed along with them. This terrifying combat strength. In the distance, the white tiger shuddered, his hair standing on end at this scene. 42 ancient ancestor-level experts had been killed in an instant. Beside him, the little Taichu also widened his eyes. Only Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were relatively calm. In their perception, Lin Tian's cultivation had reached the level of an ancient ancestor-level expert, and he himself had the reincarnation imperial physique. Under such circumstances, ordinary ancient ancestor-level experts would find it difficult to withstand Lin Tian's attack, and it was normal for them to be killed in the blink of an eye. In front, 15 figures stood together. 5 of them were 18-winged experts, and 10 of them were celestial court ancient ancestor-level experts, all of them protected by divine chains of order. Unlike the dozens of others who were instantly killed by Lin Tian, they were able to withstand all of Lin Tian's sword radiance. At this moment, the 15 of them were protected by the power of order, so they weren't injured, but there was fear and horror in their eyes. 57 of them had besieged Lin Tianyi, but 42 of them had died in the blink of an eye. Such overwhelming combat power made them feel a sense of fear at this moment. Outside Lin Tian's body, the 9-colored sword radiance revolved, and he looked at the 15 of them calmly. Looking at the divine chains of order around them, he said, "Order is indeed very powerful. Be it in terms of defense or attack, it's very astonishing." As he spoke, the reincarnation map appeared behind him with a buzzing sound. "Let's see if my monarch's territory can suppress your order." The reincarnation diagram was majestic, intertwined with sacred, vast, and majestic aura, enveloping the 15 ancient ancestors at the same time. Now that Lin Tian's cultivation had reached the ancient ancestor level, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure in the face of the divine chains propped up by the 15 of them. Although the power of order was very strong, his current battle power had far surpassed the 15 of them. Moreover, his king's region wasn't an ordinary power and was much stronger than ordinary king's region. He believed that his king's region was enough to suppress these people's order. The 15 of them were all shocked and furious. With a low roar, they propped up the power of order at the same time, and the divine chains hummed like killing sacred swords as they faced Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram in a mighty manner. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation diagram collided with the order of the 15 of them. Boom, an earth-shattering roar reverberated, and terrifying hurricanes swept out one after another in this place. Immediately afterward, the 5 18-winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan and the 10 ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court were sent flying together. Blood splashed in the void. He suppressed the order with just the power of the king's region? In the distance, the white tiger's heart palpitated. His battle power has far surpassed that of ordinary ancient ancestors, and the king's region is also far from what ordinary forces can compare to. With his current battle power, it's easy for him to suppress the order of ordinary ancient ancestors. Fengshen Tianzuan said. The 5 18-winged existences and the 10 ancient ancestors of the Celestial Court were sent flying, but they quickly stabilized their bodies and looked at Lin Tian again. The horror and fear in their eyes were even more intense. They had used all their strength to summon the order, but it was still easily defeated. It seems that my king's region is better. Lin Tian was very calm as he looked at the 15 of them. Then, he took another step forward, and the reincarnation diagram of the king's region appeared again. It was mighty and once again suppressed the 15 of them. The sacred, vast, and majestic aura surged in this place. He fought the 15 of them alone with the king's region and defeated their order again and again, seriously injuring them. This caused the fear in their eyes to become more and more intense. Soon, dozens of breaths passed, and the fear in the eyes of the 15 people reached its peak. Among them, 5 of the 18-winged existences immediately retreated. Carrying the power of order that filled the sky, they fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they were already hundreds of thousands of feet away. At the same time, the other 10 ancestors of the Celestial Court also moved, relying on the protection of the power of order to escape into the distance. They were much stronger than the previous 42 ancient ancestors and weren't instantly killed by Lin Tian. However, they had been injured time and time again and were already on the brink of death. They could clearly sense how terrifying Lin Tian was. Right now, they were absolutely no match for him. If they continued to stay here, they would only be killed in the end. Lin Tian looked at the 15 people with an indifferent look in his eyes. He silently cast the reincarnation god-slaying technique. The formless and colorless killing power instantly arrived in front of the 15 people, penetrating their bodies and ruthlessly striking their divine souls. Ah! The 15 people screamed at the same time. The soul god was severely injured and couldn't bear it anymore. His escape was interrupted and he fell from the void. It was also at this time that Lin Tian activated the reincarnation diagram again. Its diameter increased to about 10,000 feet, sealing all the space within a radius of 10,000 feet and enveloping the 15 people at the same time. Then, the reincarnation diagram mightily pressed down on the 15 people. The 15 people were hit by the reincarnation god-slaying technique. Their divine souls were severely injured, and even their consciousness became chaotic. At this time, they were completely unable to react to the reincarnation diagram's pressure. At the same time, they were crushed by the reincarnation diagram, and even their divine souls were annihilated. In an instant, the place became much quieter. The smell of blood floated in the air, and the smell was very strong. How is this possible? This. In this place, the ordinary heavenly masters, void sky sovereigns, and void sky sovereigns of the celestial court were all trembling in fear. Then, without any hesitation, they all moved at once and fled into the distance at extreme speed. Now, dozens of ancient ancestors were all killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. These people clearly saw the gap between them and Lin Tian. Now, they didn't dare to stay here. Lin Tian looked at the group of people and activated the reincarnation god-slaying technique. The formless and colorless killing power instantly caught up to the group of people and directly shattered their divine souls through their physical bodies. In an instant, the place became completely silent. Really, abnormal. In the distance, the white tiger sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Tian's current combat strength was really too terrifying. At this time, he was already so strong without relying on any external weapons. If he supported the perfect world with the rainbow divine sword and opened the Eye of Destiny, Lin Tian would be able to directly kill the 48-winged existence of the Heaven Protectors. Very strong. Fengshen Tianzuan said. Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't say anything, but the light in his eyes was intertwined. He was shocked by Lin Tian's current combat strength. This kind of combat strength was not inferior to theirs. After cultivating for such a short period of time, he had already caught up to them. This was very shocking. Yeah. Little Taichu flew to Lin Tian's side at this time, its big eyes blinking. Lin Tian's powerful combat strength made it a little excited. Lin Tian patted the little guy's head. He was quite satisfied with his current combat strength. Then, he looked at the demon blood ores and activated the reincarnation sword art. Large amounts of reincarnation sword light fell like a rain of swords, destroying the demon blood ores in the blink of an eye. Let's go elsewhere. He looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan and said. Thus, on this day, he, Empyrean Divine Seal, and the others left the Infinity Great World, searching for other demon blood mines that they already knew of. In the following month, they completely erased all of the demon blood mines that they knew of. Over the past month, he had killed several hundred ancient ancestor-level experts all by himself. His cultivation had stabilized with each battle, and his battle prowess had vaguely increased as well. After that, he, Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger went to various great worlds in the black-yellow universe to rob the jade bottle that the celestial court used to collect life essence. At the same time, they also searched for traces of celestial venerable Zonglong and the others. So, in the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Half a month later, on this day, a divine sense imprint suddenly spread across the black-yellow universe, pushed by many celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court. It showed a man and a woman who were suppressed, a 72-winged elder of the celestial guardian clan. Moreover, there was a cold voice. Reincarnation body, if you don't want them to die, come to the illusory Flamestar Sea within a month. The dragon would make up for the missing chapter this weekend. As Lin Tian's expression changed, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Taichu, and White Tiger were also shocked. These two, White Tiger's voice trembled. The man and woman in the divine consciousness imprint were the cyan-robed man and godly key. Those two had fallen into the hands of the Heaven Protector clan? How could this be? Lin Tian found it hard to believe. Those two were extremely powerful, especially godly key. He was the strongest person in the history of the Heaven Protector clan. Even though his battle power was far from his peak, he was still much stronger than ordinary supreme masters of the universe. Yet, those two were actually suppressed by the Heaven Protector clan. Exactly how many methods did that clan use in order to suppress those two? However, no matter how unwilling he was to believe it, the contents of the divine consciousness imprint could not be false. Those two were indeed suppressed. For a moment, he became anxious. This was the first time Fengshen Tianzuan had seen the cyan-robed man and godly key. He could only see that godly key looked exactly the same as Wu Yi, but he did not know the relationship between these two and Lin Tian. However, Ao Jian Tianzuan quickly told him everything about the cyan-robed man and godly key. He immediately looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. The illusory flame astral ocean. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Seniors, please take care of them. After saying this, he did not say anything else. He moved at an extremely fast speed and disappeared from where he was in an instant. The Heaven Protector clan had captured those two and sent a message asking him to go to the illusory flame astral ocean in this universe. He knew that this was definitely a trap. Once he went, he would most likely die. This was because, although he was much stronger now, he was still far from being able to fight against the 72-winged great being of that clan. Even if he used the perfect world, the rainbow godly sword, the eye of destiny, and all the power of faith, he would not be able to stop such a being. However, even so, he still had to go. Those two people were Wu Yi's parents, so how could he leave them alone? However, he wanted to go, but he didn't want little Tai Chu and the white tiger to follow him. They wouldn't be of any use even if they followed him, so they could only jump into the pit with him. He didn't want Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan to follow him. He didn't want to implicate them. Brat. White Tiger's expression immediately changed. Seeing Lin Tian disappear into the distance, he was shocked and anxious. He quickly looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan and said, "Two great gods, can you help me?" He can't do it alone. Let's go to the illusory flame star ocean too. Yeah. Little Tai Chu also tilted his head and looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. His expression was the same as the white tiger's. They knew very well why Lin Tian left so quickly alone. He knew that it was too dangerous to go there, so he didn't want them to follow him. However, how could they not go? Along the way, they had always been with Lin Tianyi. Almost everything was taken care of by Lin Tianyi alone. They didn't think that they could help Lin Tian, but at least they could face the danger together. How could they watch as Lin Tianyi went into danger alone? Even if they died, they had to go. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan naturally knew what Lin Tian was thinking. They didn't want White Tiger and little Tai Chu to be in danger and didn't want to implicate them. At this time, they looked into White Tiger and little Tai Chu's eyes and nodded without any hesitation. We can't let the strongest physique on our side die like this. Fengshen Tianzuan said. Together with Ao Jian Tianzuan, little Tai Chu, and White Tiger, they also disappeared in an instant. The universe was vast and boundless. The divine key and the man in green's divine sense imprint were transmitted to every corner of this universe at a faster speed, and were seen by more and more cultivators. First Heavenly Lady, and that person, this is a trap. That brat can sense it, but even if he knows this, he will still go there without hesitation. In a great world, the primitive emperor and the old gangster stood together, frowning one after another. After a pause, they disappeared. In another great world, the martial ancestor wiped out a large camp of the celestial court. His deep eyes were intertwined with traces of cold light. Shameless thing. 6 words with killing intent floated in the air. The next moment, the first person in the universe disappeared. At the same time, in another place in the universe, an old man in a Taoist robe stopped. A special bone plate hung on his chest. That woman, why does she look exactly the same as the devilish wife of that brat in the Hongming universe? And that man in green is with her. The two seemed to have a good relationship. Could they be the parents of that brat's wife? Then this is a big conspiracy. If that's the case, that brat will definitely jump in with his head down. He has the reincarnation body. Other than giving up the strongest physique, he is also very good in other aspects. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to catch up with the human king in the end. He will be an invincible force in the future. If he dies young, our loss will be too great. This old Taoist, should I go over and help? But this is a big trap. It's too dangerous to jump in. This old Taoist doesn't want to go. His conflicted voice floated in the void. The next moment, the old man disappeared, leaving no trace of his aura. In the universe, Lin Tian left Fengshan Tianzuan and the others and entered a great world in the universe. The illusory flame galaxy was in this universe, but he didn't know its exact location. Entering this great world, he directly suppressed several celestial masters of the celestial court and forcibly searched their sea of consciousness to find the specific location of the illusory flame galaxy. Then, he killed those celestial masters and left quickly. The illusory flame starry sea was located in an empty zone of the black-yellow universe. Space storms would sweep through it from time to time. It was a terrible forbidden zone for living beings. Even ordinary experts at the reaching heaven realm would most likely be killed if they entered it. Lin Tian followed the clues he found in the sea of consciousness of several celestial court masters and moved quickly. After half a month, he arrived at the periphery of the illusory flame galaxy. As far as the eye could see, the illusory flame star sea was filled with broken stars, which made it look like a broken starry sky. The air here was much colder than other places. When he arrived, he directly stepped into the illusory flame galaxy. The surrounding air suddenly became colder. With his current cultivation, even if he used the perfect world, the seven-colored divine sword, the eye of destiny, and all the power of faith, he was no match for that race with 72 wings. However, if he burned all of his reincarnation origin, combined with the perfect world, the seven-colored divine sword, the power of faith, and the eye of destiny, he believed that he could kill that race and possibly rescue the divine key and the indigo-robed man. Good, you're really brave to come. Almost at the moment he stepped into the illusory flame star ocean, a cold voice resounded. On a huge broken star in front of him, a total of 50 figures were standing together. Each of them had 72 wings on their backs and emitted an extremely powerful aura. When Lin Tian arrived at the illusory flame starry sea, he naturally saw the dozens of 72 winged elders of the heaven protectors. He also saw Xianxia and the azure-robed man sealed in a special formation. At the same time, Xianxia and the azure-robed man naturally saw Lin Tian as well. Lin Tian, you shouldn't have come here. Leave quickly. Leave quickly. Seeing Lin Tian arrive at this place, the blood-drenched duo became anxious. They had been sealed here by the heaven protectors and naturally knew that it was them who lured Lin Tian here. However, with Lin Tian's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to defeat the 72 winged beings of this clan. Lin Tian looked at Xianxia and the azure-robed man, then shifted his gaze to the dozens of 72 winged experts of the heaven protectors. I'm here. Let them go. When he arrived at this place and saw the 72 winged beings on the broken star, he could clearly feel a sense of oppression. The auras of the 50 of them were so strong that his soul couldn't help but feel a little cold. He didn't expect that there would be 72 winged elders waiting in this place. Even so, there was no fear in his eyes or on his face. Before he came here, he already knew how bad it would be. He had already mentally prepared himself for it. Let them go? Human, you seem to have misunderstood. We only asked you to come here. We never said we would let them go. Among the dozens of 72 winged beings, a golden-robed old man looked at Lin Tian and said indifferently, however, we can temporarily let you have a moment of freedom. The others haven't arrived yet. Compared to your reincarnation body, the human king's disciple who comprehended the sword isn't any less valuable. In fact, he's much better. That person was with you back then and seems to have a good relationship with you. He'll naturally come here. As for the descendant of the immortal spirit royal family beside you, he won't leave you alone. He'll come here soon, said the other person. He had long brown hair and looked very intimidating. He had seen Ao Jiantianzuan and Lin Tianyi before, as well as little Taichu and Lin Tianyi. They had a good relationship. Lin Tian's expression didn't change much. In fact, he didn't think that these people would release the azure-robed man and Shen Qi after he came here. It was just a casual remark. The only thing that made his eyes turn cold was that these people wanted to use him to lure Ao Jiantianzuan and little Taichu here after they had lured him here with the azure-robed man and Qi. Clang, as the sword chimed, the seven-colored divine sword shot out from his sea of consciousness. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an extremely sharp sword aura. The sword aura seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. As his cultivation increased, it became easier for him to summon the seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness. On the way here, he had spent a lot of effort to communicate with it. Therefore, he could naturally summon this sword now. Moreover, he had already prepared all the other methods that he could use. Weng, behind him, the perfect world of great accomplishment appeared, and a vast aura suddenly spread out, as if it covered everything. With the help of the perfect world and the seven-colored divine sword as his weapon, the aura on his body suddenly reached an extremely high level. In this illusory flame-starry sea, terrifying storms were formed one after another, shaking the heavens. Such a scene caused the eyes of the dozens of 72-winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan to light up. A perfect world? You actually have a perfect world? They had long known about the seven-colored divine sword. At this time, they were not surprised to see Lin Tian display the seven-colored divine sword. Instead, they were slightly moved by Lin Tian's perfect world. Good. Very good. Your collection is really extraordinary. That divine sword is not bad, and this world is even more extraordinary. In addition to the perfect world that our clan discovered some time ago, our clan will soon have two perfect worlds. The dozens of powerhouses looked at Lin Tian, their eyes flashing with light. It was obvious that they wanted to suppress Lin Tian and take away Lin Tian's perfect world for themselves. They obviously did not know that the perfect world that their clan discovered had been forcibly taken away by Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not say much. After propping up the seven-colored divine sword and perfect world, the immortal Emperor Pagoda in his body surged. Strands of power of faith intertwined into his body, and at the same time, he began to enhance his strength with the reincarnation forging spirit technique. Not bad at all. Let's see how high your battle strength can go. The dozens of 72-winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan were not in a hurry to suppress Lin Tian. In their eyes, Lin Tian was no threat at all. Watching Lin Tian enhance his battle strength with various means was a form of entertainment for them. It was like watching a sideshow. Lin Tian could naturally guess what these powerhouses were thinking at this moment. His eyes were cold, and he continued to enhance his battle strength. It was also at this time that the sound of breaking air rang out. Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, little Taichu, and the white tiger appeared at the edge of the illusory flame star's seashore. In a flash, they stepped into the illusory flame star. Lin Tian's expression changed. You all. Kid, although our battle strength is not as strong as yours, we can face the danger together. Yeah. The white tiger and little Taichu spoke one after another, their expressions solemn. Fengshen Tianzuan smiled. Since they are your companions, you should know that they will not let you come alone. Lin Tian moved his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He only revealed a somewhat helpless smile. He did not want little Taichu and White Tiger to follow him into danger, because this trip was too dangerous and close to a dead end. Therefore, he entrusted them to Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan, and came alone. He believed that with little Taichu and White Tiger's cultivation, it would take them at least hundreds of years to reach the illusory flame star. They could not make it here in time. However, now, they still came. It could be guessed that they must have asked Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan to bring them along. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan did not refuse and came together. Seniors, sorry for the trouble, he said to Empyrean Divine Seal. Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Ao Jian were both well aware of just how dangerous this trip to this place was. Originally, they didn't have to come, but they still did. This caused Empyrean Divine Seal to feel grateful as well as a bit apologetic. You are welcome. We belong to the same camp. We have been together all these days, and we are also comrades. Naturally, we cannot let you take the risk alone. Besides, Fengshen Tianzuan said. His gaze moved away from Lin Tian and landed on the dozens of 72 winged experts of the Heaven Protector clan. His usually gentle face had a few obvious hints of coldness. We have enmity with them. Clang. Ao Jian Tianzuan did not say anything. A sharp sword aura spread out, coldly staring at the dozens of 72 winged experts of the Heaven Protector clan. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan had enmity with the Heaven Protector clan? Listening to Fengshen Tianzuan's words and seeing the reactions of Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan, this enmity clearly had nothing to do with camp. What happened back then? Lin Tian was a little curious about Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's junior brother. From the words of Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan, as well as the other 7 people he met, he vaguely felt that many things were related to the junior brother of the 9 people. It was also at this time that a cold snort sounded. On the Broken Star, the Heaven Protector clan's experts looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan and Fengshen Tianzuan, and sneered, I didn't expect that the first disciple would also come together. Very good, very good. I wonder how your master will react after suppressing the 2 of you. Will he still be so calm? As soon as these words came out, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes turned colder, and their aura became even colder. At the same time, a mocking voice rang out, you are targeting the younger generation, using the holy daughter couple to threaten Brat Lin. You want to suppress Fengshen and 2 juniors to threaten a sovereign personage. You are only capable of this much. Following these words, 2 figures suddenly appeared, and entered the illusory flame starry sea in a flash, appearing beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian was suddenly moved, Senior, old man, these 2 people were the primitive emperor and the old gangster. He didn't expect that these 2 people would appear in this place. On the Broken Star, the Heaven Protector clan's experts looked at the old gangster and the primitive emperor, you really came. The dozens of people didn't care about the old gangster's mockery at all, and they weren't surprised at the old gangster and the primitive emperor's arrival. Their expressions were indifferent from the beginning. They had seen the old gangster and Lin Tianyi, and had long guessed that the old gangster and the others would come when they released the imprint of divine sense to attract Lin Tian. TSK, it seems that we are also included in the scheme. How cunning. The old gangster glanced at the dozens of people again, and then looked at Lin Tian, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old man knew that you would jump into this pit. You are directly stepping on the road to death. Lin Tian was slightly stunned, and then his heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help but feel warm, and said, thanks, old man. Then, he thanked the primitive emperor. It could be seen that old hooligan and primitive emperor had guessed that he would come here after seeing the Heaven Protector clan's divine sense imprint. Then, they rushed here to help, which made him very grateful. You don't have to thank me, but your perfect world. The old hooligan opened his mouth and stared at the perfect world that Lin Tian was holding up. It's already completed? So fast? The old gangster knew that Lin Tian had a perfect world, but he didn't expect that Lin Tian could evolve the perfect world to great completion in such a short time, which was very shocking. The primitive emperor was also a little surprised, because it was almost impossible to evolve the perfect world to great completion without tens of thousands of years under normal circumstances. I got a great opportunity by accident, which allowed it to reach great completion in a short time. Lin Tian said. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, 2 more ear-piercing sounds were heard, and a middle-aged man and an old man in a Taoist robe appeared from 2 different directions, and stepped into the illusory flame starry sea one after another. Looking at the 2 people, Lin Tian was immediately moved. The middle-aged man was martial ancestor, and the old man in a Taoist robe was the old Taoist he met in the heaven of nothingness of the Hongming universe. He didn't expect that he would also come to this place. Martial ancestor, and you, Taoist Tai, I didn't expect that an old fart like you would also come here. Among the dozens of 72 winged beings, someone spoke, and his eyes fell on the old Taoist. This time, you won't survive. Bah! The old Taoist glared and cursed, you won't survive. Your whole family won't survive. I can't be buried by heaven and earth, who do you think you are? Beside him, Lin Tian's eyes moved slightly. He had guessed that the old Taoist was very unusual, and now it seemed that the old Taoist was indeed a supreme master of the universe, and his Taoist name was Taoist Tai. Was he the first person in the destroyed Tai universe? A bunch of shameless things. Martial Ancestor looked at the dozens of 72 winged beings on the broken star, his eyes cold and murderous. The dozens of 72 winged beings didn't care about such murderous intent, and they weren't even in a hurry to take action, as if everything was under their control. Not far away, the White Tiger and Little Taichu couldn't help but feel a little excited. The three supreme masters of the universe, Old Gangster, Primitive Emperor, and Martial Ancestor, had arrived, and the old Taoist seemed to be at the same level as them. The appearance of the four supreme masters together made them feel more at ease. At least, their combat power was much stronger than before. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's expressions changed slightly, but they didn't show any excitement. You guys, take Lin Tian and leave. Take them away. On the huge broken star, Divine Qi opened his mouth and shouted loudly. Lin Tian came here, followed by Little Taichu and the rest. The four supreme masters, including Old Gangster and Primitive Emperor, also appeared together. The four of them had great combat power, but they were still at an absolute disadvantage in the face of the 72 winged beings. She knew very well that Lin Tian and the rest wouldn't be able to withstand the real confrontation here. Shut up. The brown-haired elder of the Heaven Protector clan said with a cold voice. The array that trapped Divine Qi was surrounded by intertwined divine inscriptions, and strands of lightning were all concentrated on Divine Qi, causing Divine Qi to tremble violently, and blood splattered out. Lin Tian looked at the scene, and anger appeared in his eyes. After the seven-colored divine sword and the perfect world, 9 black moons appeared in each of his eyes, causing the illusory flame starry sea to shake immediately. The illusory fate appeared directly, mixed with an indescribable vastness, and swept up a hurricane in the illusory flame starry sea. Such a scene shocked the old Taoist, Primitive Emperor, and Old Gangster. Even Martial Ancestor's expression changed drastically. Eye of Destiny? Kid, you. Old Gangster's eyes almost popped out. He knew that Lin Tian had the perfect world, and that Lin Tian had the 7-colored divine sword, but he didn't know that Lin Tian had the Eye of Destiny. This was the first time he saw it. At the same time, on the other side, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan's expressions changed. This was also the first time they saw Lin Tian's pair of eyes. Along with the Rinnegan Eye and Master's Eye of Time, it's one of the 3 ultimate eye techniques. This is the Eye of Destiny? The 2 disciples of the human king realm were shocked. The fate here surged mightily. That boundless power seemed to be able to easily suppress everything. Lin Tian was surrounded by endless fate, and his black hair danced in front of his forehead. His gaze fell on the 50 beings with 72 wings, and when he stared at the brown-haired elder who entered Divine Qi with the divine array, the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised, as if it contained an unparalleled killing sword. Eye of Destiny. Very good. Very good. On the broken star, the 50 great beings with 72 wings sneered, and their eyes were filled with light. They all knew that Lin Tian had the Eye of Destiny, so when they saw Lin Tian open his eyes, they weren't surprised. At this moment, the 50 people started to move. Holy energy intertwined around their bodies, and they stepped on the broken star and pressed down. Almost at the same time, Old Taoist jumped to Lin Tian's side. What a surprise, kid. I didn't expect you to have mastered such an ultimate eye technique. Today, whether we can escape unscathed will depend on you. As he spoke, he quickly took out a bowdown with countless holy inscriptions. This is the eternal Yama Heaven Advancing Elixir. I found it in a historical relic. For a short period of time, it can temporarily make your cultivation level infinitely close to the level of a supreme master in the universe. Together with the Eye of Destiny, beat them to death. As he spoke, he added, of course, for a month after the elixir's effect wears off, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Tian was moved when he heard the old Taoist priest's words and saw the eternal Yen Advancing Heaven elixir in the old Taoist priest's hand. This Baodan could temporarily raise his cultivation level to infinitely close to the level of a supreme master in the universe. At the same time, the great beings with 72 wings from the Heaven Protector tribe were moved as well. They all knew about the Baodan, so they immediately sped up and charged toward Lin Tian. Someone attacked from afar, sweeping out a large area of holy light to suppress Lin Tian and the eternal Yan advancing heaven elixir in the old Taoist priest's hand. Violent saint energy immediately surged forth like a raging wave. Lin Tian's body turned cold immediately. Without hesitation, he grabbed the eternal Yan advancing heaven elixir in the old Taoist priest's hand and swallowed it. It instantly melted in his stomach. His body trembled slightly. The eternal Yan advancing heaven elixir melted very quickly, and its medicinal effect was instantly unleashed. Boom, a monstrous hurricane immediately swept out with him as the center. His essence, energy, and spirit soared to an extremely high level in the blink of an eye. Together with the rolling fate energy intertwined with the Eye of Destiny, he forcefully pushed the old Taoist priest and the others aside. At the same time, soft sounds were heard. The holy light from the great beings with 72 wings from the Heaven Protector tribe was all shattered by this aura. The dozens of people couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Lin Tian's aura was completely different from before. In the distance, the little Taichu and the white tiger's expressions changed. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were also moved by Lin Tian. Even the martial ancestor, the old gangster, and the primitive emperor had a flash of light in their eyes. In the distance, on the remnant star, the divine Qi and the man in green were naturally shocked. The aura that Lin Tian exuded now and the power of fate energy that was mixed with his body was too shocking. It was far from what it was before. Old man Tai, you've helped us a lot this time. This thing is useless to you and us, but it will allow him to get closer to our level. Coupled with the Eye of Destiny, his current fighting power will far exceed ours. The old gangster looked at Lin Tian at this moment. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke to Daoist Tai. Obviously, they knew each other. I got it by chance. I'm useless to him, but his wealth is good fortune. The Eye of Destiny controls the Tao of Providence. This is caused by his providence. The old Taoist priest said. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Destiny energy swirled around Lin Tian's body. At this moment, as he swallowed the eternal Yan advancing heaven elixir, his cultivation level was infinitely close to the level of a supreme master of the universe. The power of destiny energy that his Eye of Destiny created was even more astonishing. Standing in this illusory flame-starry sea, fate filled the sky. The black hair in front of his forehead danced as he put away the perfect world. Thanks, old man. He spoke with his back facing the old Taoist. 9 black moons were intertwined in each of his eyes. They were connected by special Tao patterns, and they were vast and majestic. The 17 or 72 winged venerables of the Heaven Protectors looked at Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with shock and coldness. The brown-haired elder said, his cultivation level is infinitely close to ours, but it's only close. Even with the Eye of Destiny, it's difficult. Swoosh, there was an air-piercing sound. Lin Tian moved. He appeared in front of the elder in an instant and punched him. As he punched, the surrounding destiny energy moved along with him. It gathered at the tip of his fist, suppressing and destroying everything. Then, there was a loud bang. The brown-haired elder was sent flying. After flying for tens of thousands of feet, he crashed into a star in the illusory flame-starry sea. Along with the star, he exploded. Blood and star fragments splattered everywhere. At the same time, the destiny energy outside his body vibrated. Like water ripples, it spread 360 degrees without any blind spots. Bam, 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 there was a series of groans. The other 49 powerhouses with 72 wings were all sent flying. All of them spurted out blood. Such a scene shocked the little Taichu, White Tiger, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan. In the blink of an eye, one of the 72 winged experts was smashed into pieces, while the other 49 were sent flying while coughing up blood. What kind of combat power was that? No wonder it's said to be one of the ultimate eye techniques that can change the world. His cultivation is only very close to our level, but he's able to unleash such power with his Eye of Destiny as his foundation. No wonder he's able to change the world. The Yuan Emperor's eyes were filled with brilliance. Those old guys are going to be in trouble. They set up such a huge trap, and they're all going to fall into it. The old hoodlum sneered. The martial ancestor's eyes were also filled with brilliance. He was shocked by Lin Tian's combat power, but he was relatively calm. He said in a deep voice, "We can't be careless. That clan has a terrifying foundation. You all know that the soul-devouring painting is very powerful." As he said that, he continued, "Moreover, they have 50-72 winged powerhouses waiting here. It's obvious that they value the layout of this place very much. Perhaps they have more terrifying means hidden. We can't be careless." The old hoodlum frowned slightly. He then nodded and said, "That's right. We have to be careful." At this moment, they didn't make a move because Lin Tian's combat power was far beyond theirs. At this moment, there was no need for them to make a move. They looked ahead and guarded their surroundings. Lin Tian's entire body was intertwined with the power of destiny. There were 9 black moons in each of his eyes. After sending dozens of 72 winged powerhouses flying, he didn't pursue them. He stepped forward and instantly appeared on the huge remnant star where the divine key and the azure-robed man were trapped. "Lin Tian, you," the divine key opened his mouth but couldn't finish his sentence. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. The azure-robed man also didn't know what to say. They had been saved by Lin Tian before. This time, Lin Tian knew that this place was extremely dangerous, but he still came for them without hesitation. This made them feel very guilty. They were clearly seniors. They should be protecting Lin Tian. However, more often than not, it was Lin Tian who was running around and fighting for them. "I definitely won't let anything happen to you. Definitely. Lin." Tian Dao swung the reincarnation fist at the divine pattern array that trapped the two of them. They were Wu Yi's parents. How could he let anything happen to them? With a bang, his fist landed outside the divine pattern array that trapped the two of them. Immediately, rainbow lights burst out. However, the divine pattern array was not damaged at all. This made Lin Tiandao's expression change. With the Heng Yen Heaven Advancement Pill, he was now much stronger than the old hooligan and the others. However, he couldn't destroy this array with one punch. He paused for a moment. His eye of destiny trembled slightly. He mobilized the power of destiny and pressed it against the divine pattern array that trapped the two of them. This caused the divine pattern array to start shaking violently. However, it still didn't break. "We spent a few months setting up this array with all our strength. How can you break it in a day?" A cold voice sounded. The 49-72 winged powerhouses who had been sent flying stabilized themselves. Someone stared at Lin Tian and spoke. At the same time, the immortal soul of the brown-haired elder who had his physical body destroyed reformed. He rushed back from afar. The aura he exuded was even stronger and colder. After the brown-haired elder charged towards Lin Tian, the other 49 people followed suit and unleashed their power of order. They knew how powerful Lin Tian was now. Although it was only temporary, they couldn't afford to be careless. "After I kill all of you, I have the power to break it open." Lin Tian's voice was cold as he faced the dozens of people charging towards him. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of destiny moved with his gaze, directly turning into a long river of destiny that pressed down on the ground. Chi, 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 soft sounds rang out as the power of order from the dozens of people collided with the river of fate. In an instant, the power of order was annihilated by the river of fate. Lin Tian stepped out of the broken star and unleashed the reincarnation fist with his fate. As he punched out, the sky was filled with afterimages. Bang! 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 Muffled groans rang out as the 50-72 winged powerhouses were all sent flying once again. He could break the formation that trapped Divine Key and the man in green with his power of fate. However, it would take a lot of time and he couldn't be disturbed. Right now, the dozens of people obviously couldn't just watch him break the formation with his fate. Hence, if he wanted to save Divine Key and the man in green, he had to kill all 50-72 winged powerhouses in front of him first. The 50-72 winged powerhouses were sent flying, but they quickly stabilized themselves. There was a coldness in their eyes as they urged the power of order to become even stronger. Divine chains of order were formed, and with a clattering sound, they all shot towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped forward, and his eye of destiny trembled slightly. The power of providence immediately gathered around the 50 people, forming vortexes of providence one after another. They instantly shattered the divine chains that the dozens of people had formed, and the power of providence surged. Bang! 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 Once again, the 50 people were sent flying and coughing up blood. He's completely suppressed those 50 people. In the distance, the white tiger's face was filled with shock. The 50-72 winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protectors, the top existences of this clan, were completely suppressed by Lin Tian. They were sent flying time and time again by Lin Tian. The legendary eye technique is no joke. It is a power that far surpasses the power of order. The old hooligan looked at Lin Tian in front of him and said, speaking of which, when the perfect world evolved, he actually gained control of the Eye of Destiny. Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with that. Little Taichu said. The old hooligan was slightly taken aback. Nothing? Didn't he learn the Eye of Destiny because of the perfect world? Little Taichu shook its little head. No, before the perfect world evolved, it was already under control. Back then, before he reached the God Emperor realm, he already opened this pair of eyes. The white tiger said. As soon as these words came out, the old hooligan couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate, and he couldn't help but gasp. When he saw Lin Tian's Eye of Destiny and thought about how Lin Tian had developed the perfect world, he had thought that Lin Tian had gained control of the Eye of Destiny because the perfect world had been developed. However, this had nothing to do with the perfect world. The martial ancestor, the old Taoist priest, and the primitive emperor were all shocked. If it wasn't because the perfect world had evolved to the perfect world and gained control of the Eye of Destiny before reaching the God Emperor realm, this was simply too shocking. How did he do it? The old Taoist priest's eyes widened. Boom, in front of them, there was a turbulence of saint energy and order. The 50-72 winged powerhouses stabilized themselves, all of them looking cold. They looked at Lin Tian, and the aura outside their bodies became even more shocking. The Eye of Destiny is indeed extraordinary. Even with the support of a cultivation level close to ours, he can still have such power. Very good. One of them said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, this person immediately formed a seal, and the other 49 people also acted together and formed the same seal. Suddenly, the illusory flame starry sea shook violently. From afar, a blood-red divine picture flew over, surrounded by endless murderous aura. There were countless resentful spirits flying around, and each resentful spirit was scarier than the average master heaven-reaching expert. The complete spirit-devouring picture. Suppress. The 50-72 winged powerhouses acted together, activating the complete spirit-devouring picture, and pressuring Lin Tian mightily. The violent murderous aura swept in all directions, and the resentful spirits' mournful cries were ear-piercing. Everywhere they passed, the void was annihilated. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a slight thought, the seven-colored divine sword appeared in front of him. He held the sword hilt and directly slashed with it. With a clang, the rainbow-colored sword aura flew over at an extremely fast speed. It swept up the densely packed resentful spirits and collided with the spirit-devouring diagram in the blink of an eye. The spirit-devouring diagram shook violently from the impact, and cracks appeared on its surface. Clang, the sword rang again, and he swung it again. The seven-colored divine sword filled the sky, and every ray of sword light was intertwined with an extremely terrifying murderous aura. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a rain of rainbows, and instantly arrived in front of the spirit-devouring picture formed by the 50 people. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the complete spirit-devouring picture was punctured with holes. After that, the seven-colored divine sword did not immediately shatter. Its momentum did not decrease, and it enveloped the 50-72 winged powerhouses together. Poof, 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 blood splattered, and the 50-72 winged powerhouses were all penetrated, and they were all sent flying by the power of the sword. This sword. The martial ancestor frowned. Who made it? It's terrifying. The Yuan Emperor said in a deep voice. The old hooligan and the old Taoist nodded silently. With enough cultivation to support it, the seven-colored divine sword's power was too terrifying. It was as if it could easily destroy everything. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at the seven-colored divine sword. At this time a faint light appeared in their eyes. Speaking of which, after reincarnating, before the memories of the previous life were recovered, we seem to have seen this sword before. It seemed like, we tried to suppress it, but in the end, we did not get the result. Fengshen Tianzuan said. Ao Jian Tianzuan nodded. There is such a thing. He paused and said, vaguely, it seems that after that, our souls were affected, and the memories of the previous life began to surge out bit by bit. Clang, in front of them, the sound of the sword rang again, and the entire illusory flame starry sea trembled. Lin Tian waved the seven-colored divine sword and used the reincarnation sword technique. Together with the Eye of Destiny, strands of the power of providence intertwined on the seven-colored divine sword, and the power of the reincarnation sword became even more terrifying. The 50-72 winged experts had just stabilized their bodies, and before they had time to repair their penetrated bodies, they were struck by such an attack. Once again, they were wounded, and all of them were smashed into pieces. Lin Tian stepped forward, not giving these people any chance to breathe. Surrounded by the power of providence, he held the seven-colored divine sword and rushed toward the 50 people, bombarding their souls that had not yet decayed. Enough! The 9-layered spirit-devouring painting was displayed horizontally, and the murderous aura swept across the space. With a rumble, one star after another in the illusory flame-starry sea was shattered by the murderous aura. In the distance, the white tiger and little Taichu's expressions changed. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were moved. Even the super experts such as Old Hooligan and Martial Ancestor could not help but narrow their eyes at this time. When the 9-layered spirit-devouring painting merged into one, the power intertwined at this time was too shocking. In this place, the entire illusory flame-starry sea was shrouded in the murderous aura. 9 layers superimposed, the power is far more than just a 9-fold increase. The 50-72 winged experts healed their injured bodies. One of them spoke, his eyes deep and indifferent, his voice cold. Lin Tian was pushed back dozens of steps. The black hair in front of his forehead danced. In his eyes, 9 black moons intertwined, mysterious and strange. So what? He raised his hand and directly slashed out. The 7-colored sword aura shook off the murderous aura around him. In the next moment, he activated the reincarnation forging mind technique. His battle strength was instantly multiplied by 20, and his essence, chi, and spirit soared. Boom, the boundless sword aura rolled here, and the surging luck was vast and mighty, suppressing the 9-layered spirit-devouring painting. Suddenly, the 50-72 winged experts were moved at the same time. Clang, the ear-piercing sword sound was vast and mighty. Lin Tian waved the rainbow divine sword in his hand, activating the reincarnation sword technique. Then, he superimposed the power of luck on the sword light, directly creating a sword blade storm. The sword blade storm swept across, cutting through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it was close to the 50-72 winged experts. The 50-72 winged experts activated the 9-layered spirit-devouring painting together, and the murderous aura soared. Dense resentful spirits surged out of the 9-layered spirit-devouring painting and faced the sword blade storm. Sizzling sounds were immediately heard. A moment later, with a crack appeared on the 9-layered spirit-devouring painting, and the sword blade storm exploded. It directly shook the 9-layered spirit-devouring painting and forced the 50 people to retreat. This kid, Old Hooligan stared. Beside him, Martial Ancestor, Primitive Emperor, and a few others were also shocked. Above the remnant star, the Shin Qi and the azure-robed man revealed shocked expressions. Just now, when the 9-stage spirit-devouring diagrams appeared, they were originally filled with worry because the aura of the 9-stage spirit-devouring diagrams was indeed very frightening. However, they did not expect that Lin Tian's aura would suddenly skyrocket and directly suppress the 9-stage spirit-devouring diagrams. With a single slash of his sword, he shattered the 9-stage spirit-devouring diagrams and injured the 50 people once again. It's the reincarnation forging spirit art. It can increase one's battle prowess by 20 times. This is the time when he is at his strongest after taking the Eternal Flame Heaven Ascension pill. The white tiger was a little excited. He knew that Lin Tian had activated the reincarnation forging spirit art and increased his combat strength by 20 times. Clang, the sword chime was heard again, and it was very ear-piercing. After using the reincarnation forging spirit art to increase his combat strength by 20 times, he shattered the 9-layered spirit devouring diagrams and injured the 50-72 winged experts. Lin Tian moved again and did not give the 50 people a chance to catch their breath. He activated the reincarnation sword skill with the rainbow divine sword again and interweaved the reincarnation killing sword. It almost turned the place into a world of sword radiance and attacked the 50 people at the same time. At the same time, his mind moved slightly and the Eye of Destiny shook slightly. Mouthful after mouthful of chi vortexes appeared from different positions around the 50-72 winged experts and swallowed the 50 people together with the reincarnation sword radiance. Such an attack was a little terrifying. Even though the 50 people were all 72 winged experts and were the top existences in the Heaven Protector tribe, they could not withstand such an attack. One by one, they were injured and half of their bodies were crushed. Damn it! The 50 people's voices were cold as they quickly recovered their bodies. At the same time, they activated the 9-layered spirit devouring diagrams with their minds to protect themselves. Lin Tian's Eye of Destiny shook slightly, and the power of chi vortexes surged. More power of chi vortexes appeared in all directions and turned from formless to tangible. It flooded the 50 people again and covered the 9-layered spirit devouring diagrams. The majestic chi vortexes was indestructible and nothing could not destroy it. It crushed the 9-layered spirit devouring diagrams until cracks appeared one after another. Then, the chi vortexes surged into the 9-layered spirit devouring diagrams. The vengeful spirits inside could not withstand such a majestic chi vortexes at all. More than half of them were annihilated. In an instant, the murderous aura from the 9-layered spirit devouring diagrams was weakened by more than half. It could not stop trembling violently. Clang, Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed out 100-foot-long sword aura with the rainbow divine sword. Together with the boundless chi vortexes, it pressed down again. This time, there was a loud bang. The 9-layered spirit devouring diagrams were cut in half and shattered into pieces. At this moment, Lin Tian moved and appeared among the 50 people in a flash. Chi vortexes surrounded him and spread out with his mind. Bang! 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 The 50 people were sent flying while coughing up blood. Buzz, his Eye of Destiny trembled slightly. He looked at the brown-haired elder among the 50 people, and a vast river of providence appeared. It came crashing down from the heavens, drowning this powerful being with 72 wings. Poof, blood splashed out, accompanied by a muffled groan that could not be concealed. The brown-haired old man was shattered once again, leaving only his spirit intact. However, his spirit body was also covered in cracks at this moment. Clearly, he had suffered extremely serious injuries. Lin Tian's eyes shook. Chi vortexes surged everywhere he looked and pressed down on the elder's spiritual body. The dense chi vortexes surrounded him and completely sealed off the surrounding space. The aura was extremely terrifying. The brown-haired elder's spiritual body couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't help but shout to the other 49 people, "Help!" The other 49 people had already moved. Their divine chains of order clanged as they attacked Lin Tian together. They stopped Lin Tian from attacking the brown-haired elder's spiritual body with the power of chi vortexes. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He swung his sword and slashed out a reincarnation sword aura, forcing all 49 people back. At this moment, as he stared at the brown-haired elder, the surging power of chi vortexes drowned the elder's spiritual body. In an instant, there was another groan. This time, it was clearly more painful than before. The brown-haired elder was heavily injured again after being drowned by the chi vortexes. More cracks appeared on his spiritual body. It seemed like it would completely collapse in the next moment. This kid's combat power is simply, the old gangster's heart palpitated. He was facing 50-72 winged elites of the Heaven Protector clan alone and had the absolute upper hand. He's even stronger than the first Heavenly Lady when she was at her peak. And now, the cultivation base he has temporarily raised is only close to ours. His cultivation is only close to ours, but he already has such combat strength. In the future, when he truly reaches our level, how strong will his combat strength be? The primitive emperor was also shocked. Boom, the space rumbled as Saint Power surged. On the battlefield, the brown-haired elder tried his best to break free from the chi vortexes. His eyes were filled with anger. Activate the formation. The 72-winged elite roared as he quickly reformed his body. As soon as he finished speaking, the brown-haired elder immediately formed a seal. His eyes were filled with anger as he said, "You're just an ant. You're too arrogant." He was a peak existence of the Heaven Protector clan, but now, he was being heavily injured by a junior like Lin Tian again and again. At this moment, he was already on the verge of death. This made him feel incomparably humiliated and infuriated. I didn't expect him to push us to this extent. The other 49 people also formed a seal. One of them said coldly. They had set up this trap to lure Lin Tian here. They were aware of Lin Tian's strength and various means. In the beginning, they did not think that Lin Tian would be a threat to them. They had set up all kinds of means to deal with Martial Ancestor and the others so that they would not have a chance to escape. They wanted to kill Martial Ancestor and the others. However, they did not expect that Lin Tian, whom they thought was not a threat, would be able to severely injure them again and again. They had been forced to use the 9 stacks of spirit-devouring painting. Now, they had to use a stronger trump card. Rumble, the space vibrated. Divine runes and formation seals were formed in every corner of the illusory flame starry sea. In the blink of an eye, a special formation appeared. All kinds of killing lights and Tao radiances appeared in the starry sea. Moreover, this was not the end. With this great formation as the core, a total of 49 great stars exploded, and within each great star was a complete spirit-devouring diagram. As soon as they surged out, they appeared together with boundless formation seals, and their baleful aura and killing might were berserk. The White Tiger, Little Tai Chu, and the others were shocked by this scene. Even the powerful Martial Ancestor was no exception. This group of old farts. When the 50 of them came out together, they actually prepared so many terrifying trump cards. The old gangster gritted his teeth. The complete spirit-devouring diagram was very frightening. Just one of it was already very frightening. But now, there were dozens of such great weapons set up in this place. Moreover, the Great Matrix was also very frightening. Its killing power was very sharp, as if it could annihilate everything. In such a situation, it was as if it could kill gods and devils if they tried to block it. Rumble, a hurricane swept out. The murderous aura and Tao radiances trembled. The 49 spirit-devouring paintings shook again and released an even more terrifying murderous aura. Lin Tian's expression changed for the first time. At this moment, even with the support of the Eye of Destiny, he felt a great threat. The 50 of us set up this formation and spent several months. Do you think you can do anything? The 50 powerhouses with 72 wings looked at Lin Tian and spoke coldly. At this moment, with the appearance of the killing formation and the appearance of the spirit-devouring diagrams of the 49 sects, their auras became much stronger. Lin Tian, leave. Don't care about us. Leave. Xianxia and Lin Tian, who was trapped by the formation, Lin Tian and the green robes Lins. The Lin Tianzas and the spirit-devouring paintings, the spirit. It was killed. Lin the brown-haired elder said coldly. The formation that trapped Xianxia and the green robes man shook again. Dense electric arcs intertwined. It was like a thunder punishment. Xianxia and the green robes man trembled violently. Their bodies cracked at the same time. The coldness on Lin Tian's body surged. He activated the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to the maximum. The 9-colored light shot up into the sky. I'll kill you, he said coldly. He moved immediately. He used the power of Kismet to protect his body. His speed reached a terrifying level. It was as if he had teleported. He appeared in front of the brown-haired elder in an instant. The brown-haired elder's expression changed. He was shocked by Lin Tian's abnormal speed. You, die. This time, Lin Tian held his sword with both hands, and the power of the rainbow godly sword soared like a volcanic eruption. With his power, which was infinitely close to the level of a supreme master of the universe, he slashed out a 30,000 zhang long sword aura. With a puff, the brown-haired old man did not have time to defend himself and was directly smashed into pieces by the sword. His spirit was barely preserved, but more cracks appeared on his spirit, and it even became somewhat faint. Damn it! The divine soul quickly retreated. This person was shocked and furious to the extreme. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and closed in on this person's spirit. The seven-colored divine sword pressed down again. It was also at this moment that there was a rumbling sound. In this place, the killing formation erupted. Dense killing rays descended like the heavens. The other 49 experts with 72 wings mobilized the power of the killing formation to attack Lin Tian, preventing Lin Tian from attacking the brown-haired elder. At the same time, the 49 spirit-devouring diagrams were also mobilized by these people. A terrifying murderous aura directly pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his black hair danced wildly. He felt the horror of this sword aura and murderous aura, but at this moment, he did not respond at all. He allowed the attack to press down on him. His eyes shook, and the 9 black moons in his eyes rotated. He directly mobilized another long river of kismet, forcibly blocking the escape route of the brown-haired elder spirit, and mercilessly pressing it down. "Open for me!" A panicked roar was heard. The brown-haired elder's eyes were filled with horror. His spirit burst out with a dazzling light to resist the long river of kismet. However, it was useless. Faced with such a long river of kismet, his cracked spirit could not resist at all. No. An unwilling howl was heard. With a whoosh, under the long river of kismet, his spirit was directly crushed into pieces. At the same time, the killing rays of the killing formation and the boundless murderous aura of the spirit-devouring diagrams from dozens of other 72 winged experts fell on Lin Tian, directly drowning Lin Tian. Even with the protection of kismet, it still shattered half of Lin Tian's physical body. Divine blaze. The 49 72 winged experts could not help but be shocked and angry. One of them had been killed by Lin Tian just like that. Including the one who died at Lin Tian's hands more than 100 years ago because he was seriously injured and his saint power had been depleted. 272 winged elders of their clan had been killed by Lin Tian. This made their expressions very ugly, and their eyes were full of anger. At the same time, the martial ancestor and the others were shocked. A moment ago, they were still worried about Lin Tian because the killing formation and the dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams were too terrifying. However, in the next moment, under the combined attack of the killing formation and the dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams, Lin Tian actually endured an attack and killed the brown-haired elder among the 50 people. This was a scene that they did not expect. He allowed half of his body to be shattered and killed that old bastard. This kid is really ruthless when he fights. The old gangster took a deep breath. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing and mighty. Outside Lin Tian's body, 9 colors of saint light intertwined, and the shattered half of his physical body reformed in the blink of an eye. In his eyes, 9 black moons lay horizontally, mysterious and unfathomable. He did not say anything. Holding the 7-colored divine sword, he pointed it directly at the 49 72 winged experts. More kismet surged, and an even sharper sword power erupted. Human. The 49 72 winged experts were even more shocked and angry. The anger in their eyes surged, and the coldness in their eyes became thicker. You're just using external items to temporarily increase your strength. Arrogant bug. Take him down. The expressions of the 49 72 winged experts were dark and cold. They had lost a 72 winged elder and Lin Tian had pointed his sword at everyone. The fury in their eyes was extremely dense. Immediately, they charged towards Lin Tian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chains of order appeared around the 49 powerhouses. They were even stronger than before, and the aura they exuded was terrifying. It was as if they could pierce through the universe. At the same time, the killing formation that had been carved by dozens of powerhouses vibrated on its own. Killing lights filled the sky and shot toward Lin Tian. The 49 complete spirit-devouring diagrams also moved. An even more ferocious murderous aura surged toward Lin Tian. Rumble, hurricane swept out, and the destructive aura was like a boiling galaxy. Lin Tian's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He clearly felt threatened, but there was no fear in his eyes. Clang, he waved the rainbow godly sword in his hand and used it to activate the reincarnation sword technique. In a flash, the sky was filled with reincarnation sword lights. At the same time, the Eye of Destiny trembled slightly. Boundless power of fate appeared and pressed down on the 49 powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, he collided with the 49 powerhouses. The power of fate, the power of order, the light of the divine path, the killing formation, and the boundless murderous aura overlapped with each other. They kept colliding with each other, and there was a rumbling explosion. Bang! A 72-winged powerhouse from the Heaven Protectors was swept away. His head was pierced through by Lin Tianyi's sword. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. The providence in the air surged and surged as another river of providence appeared, enveloping the other 48 people within it. Puff, 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 blood splattered everywhere. The river of fate was even more terrifying than before. It shook the 48 powerhouses until they all coughed up blood. At the same time, Lin Tian was sent flying. 5 killing formations and 3 chains of order pierced through his body. Blood kept flowing out. Rumble, baleful aura exploded, and the faces of the several dozen experts with 72 wings turned cold. While healing their wounds, they used their minds to control the killing array and the 49 spirit-devouring diagrams. Once again, a sky full of killing aura pressed down on Lin Tian, and once again, a boundless baleful aura enveloped Lin Tian. 9-colored holy light surged around Lin Tian's body and healed his wounds. His Eye of Destiny trembled slightly, and his heavenly providence erupted. A huge vortex of providence gushed out immediately, seeming to be able to annihilate all things. Boom! The great vortex of providence appeared directly above the 49 people and swept down toward them. The 49 72-winged powerhouses were instantly enraged. They were launching destructive attacks at Lin Tian, but Lin Tian completely ignored their attacks. It was as if he didn't see their killing intent and attacked them directly. Boom! Boundless murderous light and boundless murderous aura landed directly on Lin Tian's body. With a puff, Lin Tian was smashed into pieces. Almost at the same time, the great vortex of providence pressed down, covering the 49 72-winged powerhouses at the same time. Puff! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. The 49 powerhouses focused most of their energy on attacking Lin Tian, and the rest on healing their wounds. They couldn't resist the vortex of providence in time. After being covered, they were all crushed into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. This kid is simply, the old hoodlum couldn't help but be moved. Lin Tian's fighting style was too ruthless. It was as if he had completely abandoned defense and focused all his energy on attacking. It was simply fighting with his life on the line. A natural warrior, born to fight. Martial ancestors' eyes shone brightly. The primitive emperor, old Taoist, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes also shone brightly. They were moved by Lin Tian's fighting style. Moreover, they were also shocked by another point. The dozens of 72-winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan had already cast out a great killing formation, and the 49 complete spirit-devouring diagrams. The combined power was extremely terrifying. However, under such circumstances, although Lin Tian was injured and his body was shattered, he wasn't suppressed. His potential is too shocking. The combat strength he can display at this time is far beyond our imagination. The primitive emperor said in a deep voice. Next to him, the little Taichu and the white tiger clenched their claws. They were worried and nervous as they stared at the battlefield in front of him. On the battlefield, billowing saint energy surged like waves, and blood and flesh wriggled. Lin Tian reassembled his body, and so did the 49 72-winged powerhouses. The speed of both sides was almost the same, and they both reassembled their bodies at the same time. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out immediately. Lin Tian's newly reassembled body moved, leaving behind afterimages with each step. He held the 7-colored divine sword and charged toward the 49 72-winged powerhouses. With a slash of his sword, the sky was filled with killing sword aura. At the same time, the power of providence moved with him, turning from illusory to solid, and once again evolving into a long river of providence. The 49 72-winged powerhouses had ugly expressions. Such a late human had only temporarily raised his cultivation base with external help, but he had taken the initiative to kill them again and again. Even when they had cast out the great killing formation and the 49 spirit-devouring diagrams, his attitude still hadn't changed. Moreover, he was still able to injure them again and again. Suppress. Someone growled and urged the power of order with all his might, urging the great killing formation and the spirit-devouring diagrams to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a step forward, and after the suppression of the seven-colored divine sword and the power of providence, the greater mastery perfect world was propped up at this moment. The greater mastery perfect world was intertwined with a vast and distant aura. He propped up this great world, but he didn't use it as a defense. Instead, he extracted the power from it and poured it into his body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to rise. Bang, 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 with a muffled groan, the 49 72-winged powerhouses were once again sent flying together with some bloodstains. At the same time, several killing rays of light landed on Lin Tian's body and passed through his body, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. However, Lin Tian didn't seem to have felt it at all, as if he wasn't injured at all. His speed became a little faster, and in the blink of an eye, he closed in on one of the 72-winged powerhouses. This person was relatively far away from the others. After closing in on this person, he directly mobilized all his power, including the power of providence, the power of the seven-colored divine sword, the power of the greater mastery perfect world, the power of faith, and even the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. At the same time, he pressed down on this person. Pft. The 72-winged powerhouse was directly smashed into pieces, and his soul escaped. He was extremely shocked and furious as he flew into the distance. At the same time, the other 48 72-winged powerhouses stabilized their bodies and attacked together. They activated the killing formation and the spirit-devouring diagrams, interweaving the murderous light and murderous aura in the sky and pressing down on Lin Tian. The long river of fate pressed down, surging violently. Shatter for me. The 72-winged elite from the Heaven Protector tribe, who was enveloped by the river of fate, roared in shock and fury. The order of his soul could meet the attack with all his might. However, in the situation where he was only left with a weak spirit, this kind of power was really too pale in front of the heaven and earth's fate. It was instantly crushed. Die. Lin Tian opened his mouth, and a cold word came out of his mouth. The long river of fate really pressed down. No. A scream of terror and unwillingness rang out. Accompanied by a soft sound, this person's spirit was directly crushed into pieces by the pressure. At the same time, the killing light and boundless baleful aura of the killing formation mobilized by the other 48 72-winged elites landed on his body, directly drowning him. With a pu, his physical body was shattered into pieces, and a bloody mist and pieces of flesh splattered into the void above. Shenin. The expressions of the 48 72-winged elites became even more ugly, and they were unable to contain their anger. Another 72-winged elder had died. Another 72-winged elder had been killed by Lin Xianxia. Damned human! Someone roared in a low voice. The great killing formation here and the spirit-devouring diagrams of the 49 sects shook together, and pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. The other 47 people also moved together, and the divine chains of order clattered. With a rumble, surging killing light and baleful aura surged toward Lin Tian. The 48 people did not give Lin Tian any chance to recover from his injuries at all. They wanted to use violent attacks to beat Lin Tian until he had no room to retaliate, and then suppress Lin Tian. Weng, the heaven and earth's fate surged mightily, and naturally condensed into a vortex of fate, interweaving around Lin Tian's shattered body. All the killing light and baleful aura that pressed down were blocked by this vortex of fate. Inside, Lin Tian's shattered physical body began to recover, and in the blink of an eye, his physique was reformed. In his eyes, the 9 black moons were incomparably mysterious, connected together by strange patterns of Tao, and once again started to revolve. In an instant, the entire illusory flame starry sea began to tremble. Even more fate of heaven and earth surged out, almost enveloping the entire illusory flame starry sea. The fate of heaven and earth was extremely terrifying. With a hiss, all the killing light and boundless murderous aura were shattered. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and the surging power of providence pressed down with a loud bang, crushing the spirit-devouring diagram into pieces. Can you suppress me? Boundless fortune surrounded his body. His black hair danced in front of his forehead, and his eyes were cold. Everywhere his gaze passed, fortune rolled, and the aura he manifested was even stronger than before. At the same time, he waved the seven-colored divine sword in his hand and activated the reincarnation sword technique. Unparalleled sword power erupted. Clang! The dense reincarnation sword auras shook together with the power of providence, and he took the initiative to attack the 48 people again. The 48 72-winged powerhouses were furious. They activated the divine chains of order, the power of the killing array, and the power of the spirit-devouring diagram together and faced Lin Tian together. They attacked Lin Tian from 48 different angles, and the destructive aura intertwined wantonly. Lin Tian waved the seven-colored divine sword, and the sword aura was terrifying. He also used the Eye of Destiny to mobilize the power of providence. Wherever his gaze passed, substantial fortune would emerge immediately, as if he had borrowed the origin power of this world to fight. At the same time, the power of the perfect world, the power of faith, and the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory were also propped up by him at this moment. Together with the seven-colored divine sword and the Eye of Destiny, they continuously launched destructive attacks at the 48 72-winged powerhouses. Pft! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. It was the blood of the 48 72-winged powerhouses, as well as Lin Tian's own blood. As the 48 72-winged powerhouses attacked Lin Tian, the anger on their faces became more and more intense. They were now using all the means they had, including the power of the killing array and the spirit-devouring diagrams. When such a lineup was combined, even the divine key, who was at his peak back then, couldn't withstand it. He would be suppressed very quickly. However, they couldn't suppress Lin Tian now. At this moment, they were still being suppressed by Lin Tian even with such a lineup. Although the suppression wasn't very obvious, they were still at a disadvantage after all, and they were extremely uncomfortable. Kill! Someone roared furiously and mobilized even more essence, energy, and spirit. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His body was stained with blood, but he didn't care about it at all. He focused all his energy on attacking. The seven-colored divine sword combined with the Eye of Destiny sent chills down everyone's spines. After another dozen breaths, there were loud bangs. Once again, he used the Eye of Destiny to mobilize boundless providence at the risk of half of his body being smashed. He sent the 48 72-winged powerhouses flying and appeared in front of one of them in a flash. Seeing Lin Tian closing in on him and meeting Lin Tian's cold eyes, the powerhouse couldn't help but tremble. "You, die." These cold words came out of his mouth. His eyes flickered, and a great crack of fate instantly appeared, sucking in the 72-winged elite into it. Then, it closed, and only a shrill scream could be heard from within. Another 72-winged powerhouse, in the distance, the white tiger's heart palpitated. There was no doubt that the crack of destiny was the source of death. The 72-winged powerhouse was dead. On the other side, martial ancestor, primitive emperor, and the others were also shocked. Dozens of 72-winged powerhouses from the Heaven Protectors had joined forces to attack. Furthermore, they had a terrifying formation and dozens of complete spirit-devouring diagrams. Facing such a formation, Lin Tian had killed another powerhouse. His combat power was too frightening. Lin Tian, on the broken star in the distance, Xianxia and the man in green were trapped in a special formation. They looked at Lin Tian and were shocked by Lin Tian's combat power. However, they were more worried for Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian had killed 3 72-winged powerhouses consecutively, he was also injured continuously. All of this was because of them. While they were worried, they also felt guilty. Human. That sword. The Eye of Destiny. Damn it. Let's see how long that Hingyan Advancing Heaven Elixir can support you. Furious roars rang out. The Heaven Protector tribe had 50 72-winged powerhouses guarding this place. Now, there were only 47 of them left. They had spent several months preparing various methods, but Lin Tian had killed 3 of them in the blink of an eye. This caused the remaining 47 to fly into a rage. The saint energy outside their bodies surged as they launched an even more ferocious attack. Hurricanes swept across the area. Lin Tian's black hair was messy, and his eyes were cold as he faced the attacks head-on. The Eye of Destiny vibrated, and the seven-colored divine sword slashed out. He still gave up all his defenses and focused on attacking. He clashed with the 4772 winged powerhouses, and he sent them flying again and again. Various forces surged in the area, and a destructive aura filled the area. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. Lin Tianyi destroyed 3 complete spirit-devouring diagrams. With the help of the 7-colored divine sword and the Eye of Destiny, he killed another 72-winged powerhouse. Then, he used the reincarnation diagram and the boundless power of destiny to crush this person's spirit. However, at almost the same time, the attacks of the other 46 powerhouses arrived and landed on him. With a bang, he was sent flying more than 10,000 feet away. He shattered a large star in the distance, and a large amount of blood splattered in the void. Boom! Another 72-winged elder was killed, and the remaining 46 powerhouses became even more furious. After sending Lin Tian flying, all of them acted like Lin Tianyi. They didn't care about their injuries at all, and directly launched destructive attacks at Lin Tian. With a whoosh, Lin Tian rushed out of the shattered star. Half of his body was badly mutilated, and he relied on the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to repair himself. At the same time, he waved the 7-colored divine sword and mobilized the power of destiny to face the fierce attacks of the 46 powerhouses. Boom, 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 the saint energy was turbulent, and the sea of stars trembled. Amidst the intense clashes, Lin Tian fought 1 against 46. Fate surrounded his body, and his sword aura was sharp. With pure offensive power, he sent the 46 72-winged experts flying again and again. His body was also knocked back time and time again, shattering from time to time. His advantage isn't as obvious as before. His aura seems to be weaker than before. The primitive emperor frowned. The martial progenitor, the old hooligan, and the others frowned when they noticed it. What? White Tiger's expression changed upon hearing old Daoist's words. The effect of the eternal Yen Heaven Advancing Elixir was about to wear off. Empyrean Divine Seal and Empyrean Proudsword couldn't help but frown. Once the medicinal efficacy of the Eternal Yama Heaven Ascension pill truly faded away, Lin Tian would be in danger. In a situation where he didn't have enough cultivation to support himself, no matter how great his potential was, no matter how terrifying his Eye of Destiny was, it was impossible for him to contend with dozens of 72-winged powerhouses. Moreover, there was also a massive killing array and dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams. These old dogs, 50 of them together, and they even set up a killing formation and dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams here. Old Daoist gritted his teeth. Boom, ahead, saint energy surged. Lin Tian was surrounded by providence. With the Rainbow Divine Sword and the Eye of Destiny, he was fighting against 46 72-winged experts alone. At the same time, he was also facing the killing formation and dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams. His advantage was getting weaker and weaker. Those dozens of old fogies have suffered heavy injuries. Let's take action as well. While the effects of the Heng Yan Heaven Advancing pill have yet to wear off, let's coordinate our attacks with Brat Lin. Let's do whatever we can. Old Gangster said in a deep voice. In front of them, there was a super-killing formation and dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams. With their combat strength, they wouldn't be of much help even if they took action. But even so, it was better than standing there and watching. At least they could interfere with the 72-winged experts. Primitive Emperor nodded upon hearing that. Martial Ancestor took action immediately, unleashing his strongest order attack. Old Gangster and Primitive Emperor took action together, followed by Old Daoist. All of them unleashed powerful saint techniques. Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger didn't take action at this time. Compared to them, their current combat strength was too weak. Even if they took action, they wouldn't be able to interfere at all. Instead, it would be counterproductive. Boom, Martial Ancestor, Primitive Emperor, Old Gangster, and Old Daoist stepped into the battlefield and unleashed all kinds of saint techniques. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly when he saw the 4 of them charging into the killing formation. However, he didn't say anything. This wasn't the time for him to be distracted. He waved his rainbow holy sword and used his Eye of Destiny to summon even more fate to crush his opponents. Saint energy vibrated and swept out in all directions. Old Hooligan and the others' attacks were indeed effective. Together with Lin Tian, they sent the 46 72-winged beings flying with loud bangs. Lin Tian took advantage of this opportunity to appear in front of one of the 72-winged experts. He wielded the rainbow sword with both hands. He mobilized boundless fate to gather around the rainbow sword and slashed down at the person's head. Pooh! Blood splashed out, and this person was directly smashed to pieces. Only his soul was sturdy and undying, and he quickly retreated with a look of shock and anger. However, Lin Tian didn't give him a chance at all. His Eye of Destiny trembled slightly as he opened up a crack in destiny and sucked this person's soul into it. After a cry of despair and unwillingness, the crack in destiny closed up. Bastard! The other 45 72-winged experts roared angrily. The killing formation and the dozens of spiritual devouring diagrams went berserk. Among them, another 72-winged elder was killed by Lin Xianxia. The 45 of them worked together, and the berserk saint energy pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly. At the same time, the killing light of the killing formation and the murderous aura of the spiritual devouring diagrams pressed down on the old Taoist priest, the old hooligan, and the others. You old bastards, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. One of the 72-winged experts said coldly. The killing light and murderous aura surged and swept towards the old Taoist priest, the old hooligan, and the others. The four of them used their saint energy to defend themselves, and they used the power of order to protect themselves. However, the killing formation and the dozens of spiritual devouring diagrams were too terrifying. They easily shattered all of their defenses and landed firmly on their bodies. Instantly, pu, blood splattered everywhere as the four of them exploded. The four of them quickly regathered their physical bodies, and their faces instantly became extremely solemn. The great killing formation and the dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams in this place were too powerful. They couldn't withstand the combined power of dozens of 72-winged experts. Die! A chilling voice rang out. The dozens of 72-winged experts once again activated the killing formation and the dozens of spiritual devouring diagrams. They interweaved an even more terrifying attack with the power of order mixed within. Once again, it blasted towards the martial ancestor, the old hooligan, and the others. It was also at this time that Lin Tian broke through the killing light and boundless murderous aura of the killing formation that was pressing down on him. Using the power of providence and the seven-colored divine sword, he slashed towards them and shattered the killing light and murderous aura that was pressing down on the primitive emperor and the others. Senior, all of you go out of the formation. I'll deal with it alone, he said as he made his move again. With the power of providence, he forcefully pushed the primitive emperor, the old hooligan, and the others out of the battlefield. In a one-on-one battle, the old Taoist and the others didn't lack the 72-winged elders of the Heaven Protector clan. However, the dozens of elders of the clan had engraved a killing formation in this place, and there were dozens of spiritual devouring diagrams. Under such circumstances, the martial ancestor and the others couldn't withstand it. If they forcefully fought in this battlefield, their lives would soon be in danger. Kid, you, the old hooligan couldn't help but open his mouth when the four of them were forcefully pushed out of the battlefield. However, he didn't say anything in the end. He knew very well that if they continued to stay in the killing formation, they wouldn't be of any help to Lin Tian. They would only be trapped in a death situation. And Lin Tian was worried that they would be in danger, so he forcefully pushed them out of the killing formation. The old Taoist and the others naturally knew this. Their faces were solemn as they stared at the battlefield in front of him. The little Taichu and the white tiger, on the other hand, were filled with worry. As the effects of the eternal inferno heaven advancing pill gradually weakened, Lin Tian's advantage at this moment was almost gone. Lin Tian, don't worry about us. Hurry up and leave. Go. Hurry up and leave. On the broken star, Xianxia and the green-robed man shouted. Naturally, they could see that Lin Tian's advantage was rapidly disappearing, and his battle strength was declining. If this continued, he would definitely be suppressed in this place. They felt that they had let down their daughter in this life. Now, if their daughter's husband were to suffer because of them, they wouldn't be able to accept it. Even if they died, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Lin Tian's clothes were stained with blood. When he heard Xianxia and the green-robed man's voices, he didn't respond. He only shook his head. Xianxia was Wu Yi's mother, and the green-robed man was Wu Yi's father. Wu Yi hadn't even seen them once. How could he abandon them and leave? Even if he died, he had to save them. Clang! He shook the divine sword in his hand, and the sword whistled. Unparalleled sword radiance slashed towards the dozens of 72-winged powerhouses. At the same time, his eye of destiny moved slightly, and another river of fate appeared. It pressed down mightily. 45 72-winged powerhouses' faces were cold, and their eyes were filled with anger. Their saint power was vast, and they activated the Great Killing Formation and dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams. They attacked Lin Tian mercilessly. Boom! 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 Lin Tian fought fiercely with the 45 powerhouses. Hurricanes swept out, and blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. Lin Tian's aura had weakened even more. He no longer had any advantage in the fight with the 45 powerhouses. He could only fight them to a draw. External power is still external power. How long can you last? Today, the only outcome for you is to be suppressed. One of them said mercilessly. As Lin Tian's advantage had completely dissipated, he could no longer suppress them. He could only fight them to a draw. Furthermore, they knew that as time passed, Lin Tian's battle prowess would continue to weaken. The anger in their eyes began to extinguish, and they became cold once more. The feeling of everything being under control returned to them once more. To the side, a purple-robed 72-winged elder glanced at Xianxia and the green-robed man. His gaze landed on Lin Tian again, and he said coldly, "I heard that the bastard of those two is your partner, and they even have a descendant." With that, he formed a few seals with one hand, and a strange formation immediately opened up beside him. There were 2 drops of essence blood in it, and their auras were exactly the same as Xianxia and the green-robed man's. It seemed to have been prepared from the beginning, and it opened up at this moment. A large spatial door immediately opened. "I'll let you reunite with your family before you die." Wang, the Tao formation shook. The Divine Key's origin blood essence and the azure-robed man's origin blood essence resided within, glowing brightly. The propped-up spatial door trembled. Inside, strands of strange light interweaved. "It will take some time to get here from another universe," the purple-robed elder said coldly. On the remnant star, the expressions of the Divine Key and the azure-robed man immediately changed. They didn't know when their blood essence was taken away, but they knew that the purple-robed elder was using their blood essence as a medium to forcibly bring their blood-related daughter here. Even their granddaughter would be forcibly brought here as well. "Elder, stop," the Divine Key couldn't help but say, revealing an anxious expression. He struggled fiercely, wanting to escape from the divine formation that sealed them outside. Unfortunately, it was useless. That divine formation took several months of effort from several dozen experts with 72 wings. It was very difficult to break through. The azure-robed man also struggled, but it was useless. He couldn't escape from the divine formation at all. The old Taoist priest, the old hooligan, and the others were all moved. They knew a bit about Wu Yi and Ruoxian. At this time, seeing the purple-robed elder use the divine key and the azure-robed man's blood essence to forcibly capture Wu Yi and Ruoxian, they couldn't help but frown. The suppression of the divine key and the azure-robed man already made it very troublesome for Lin Tian. His situation was very bad. If Wu Yi and Ruoxian were forcibly brought here and fell into the hands of the Heaven Protectors, it would undoubtedly be even worse. Little Taichu and the White Tiger's eyes were also filled with worry, but more than that, there was a somewhat strange expression. Forcibly capture Princess Wu Yi? The White Tiger opened his mouth. Why do I feel like he's courting death? Clang, an ear-piercing sword cry suddenly erupted. A piercing cold light shot out from Lin Tian's eyes. He fiercely slashed at the Tao formation in front of him. At the same time, he stepped forward, mobilizing boundless luck, and punched at the purple-robed elder. Dog! I'll kill you. This person actually set his sights on Wu Yi and Ruoxian, and even insulted Wu Yi as a vile spawn. This caused him to erupt with monstrous anger and killing intent. You want to destroy the array? The current you can't do it. The purple-robed elder said coldly. Together with the other 4472 winged cultivators, they attacked Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with ferocity. His eye of destiny vibrated, and the 9 black moons in his eyes started to spin at the same time. An extremely violent power of providence burst out, and the entire illusory flame starry sea shook. Inch by inch, the universe was torn apart. Chi. 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 In an instant, 3 spirit-devouring diagrams were shattered, and the violet-clothed old man and the others retreated simultaneously. It seems that you care a lot about them. Is that your reverse scale? The purple-clothed old man laughed coldly, appearing rather cruel. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when I kill them right before your eyes. Will you break down and go crazy? The killing intent in Lin Tian's eyes intensified to the extreme. The ferocity in his eyes intensified, and the rainbow divine sword aura instantly filled the sky. Unparalleled power of providence and the power of the divine sword pressed towards the purple-clothed old man at the same time. The purple-clothed old man laughed coldly and joined forces with the other 44. At this point, they were no longer afraid of Lin Tian. Primordial Universe, Celestial Territory. In the Celestial Territory, in a special tomb, Wu Yi led Ruoxian, the Violet Fairy, Shui Yi, Ji Yu, and the others into this special tomb. They were already close to the depths of this tomb. At this moment, the space behind them suddenly split open. A spatial door appeared horizontally, intertwining with hazy divine light, and directly sucked Wu Yi and Ruoxian in. At the same time, the spatial door instantly disappeared. Sister Wu Yi, Shui Yi, Ji Yu, and the others instantly paled. The Violet Fairy's expression changed as well. This scene is very similar to the scene back at the Misty Mountain. Someone is using a special method to forcefully detain Wu Yi, and even little Ruoxian is being detained together with him. As she spoke, there was no trace of worry in her eyes. Who is doing it? Did they eat the guts of a god? Universe of Shenhuang, illusory flame starry sea. Boom, Lin Tian's eyes shone with ferocity. The power of providence and the power of the rainbow divine sword surged as they violently attacked the purple-clothed old man. The purple-clothed old man and the other 4472 winged powerhouses worked together to stop him. However, Lin Tian's eyes were filled with ferocity at this moment, and he focused all of his attacks on the purple-clothed old man. Even though the purple-clothed old man had the help of the other 44 powerhouses, as well as the Great Killing Formation and dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams, he was still repeatedly injured by Lin Tian, who was filled with murderous intent. Pfft! Lin Tian swung his sword, forcibly withstanding the attacks of the other 44 powerhouses, and his sword pierced through the purple-clothed old man. Blood splattered across the sky. The purple-clothed old man's eyes surged with fury again. Lin Tian was completely focused on him at this moment, making him extremely uncomfortable. It was also at this moment that there was a hum, and the spatial door created by the formation trembled. A ball of strange light wrapped around Wu Yi and Ruoxian as they streaked out of the spatial door. Immediately, everyone turned their heads to look. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. On the remnant star, within the divine formation, Xianxia and the man in green could not help but tremble at the same time. Their gazes landed on Wu Yi at the same time. The aura of the same bloodline made them extremely excited, and then extremely anxious. This was because Wu Yi and Ruoxian beside him had been forcibly captured here. They were currently in the Great Killing Formation controlled by the purple-clothed old man and the others. The two of them began to struggle madly, wanting to charge out of the divine formation. However, it was still useless. Wu Yi! Ruoxian! Lin Tian shouted loudly. At the same time, he took a step forward and quickly rushed towards the formation. Wu Yi's white clothes were whiter than snow. He seemed extremely quiet. When he heard Lin Tian's voice, he looked in Lin Tian's direction. Father! Ruoxian beside him heard the voice and naturally looked over. She could not help but call out. Suddenly being swept from the celestial realm to this unfamiliar place, she was curious and felt that it was strange. At this moment, when she heard Lin Tian's voice and saw that Lin Tian was actually here, she could not help but be moved. Lin Tian was very fast. His sword light filled the sky, shattering waves of murderous aura and killing light as he rushed towards Wu Yi and Ruoxian. Several experts with 72 wings snorted coldly and attacked at the same time, stopping him. The dozens of people ignored Ruoxian and only looked at Wu Yi. His appearance, which was the same as Xianxia's, made the group of people's eyes turn extremely cold. Same appearance, similar aura. You are indeed the bastard child of that man, and you. The purple-robed elder raised his hand and directly grabbed towards Wu Yi. At the same time, he also covered Ruoxian with his hand. Both of you are a disgrace to our clan. With a rumble, his large hand intertwined with the aura of order, suppressing all directions. In the blink of an eye, it landed on top of Wu Yi's head. Elder, stop. Stop. Xianxia shouted. He was almost crazy. Together with the green-robed man, he crazily crashed into the divine formation outside. Xiaoxian. Little Taichu could not help but shout. The murderous light in Lin Tian's eyes was extremely sharp. With a wild roar, he shook off the other 44 experts with 72 wings and rushed towards Wu Yi with extreme speed. The huge star collapsed, and the sky was filled with debris. The purple-clad elder let out a muffled groan, and billowing smoke rose into the air. On the remnant star, seeing the purple-clad elder grabbing at Wu Yi, Xianxia and the green-clad man were extremely anxious. They were almost going crazy, and they were desperately trying to break the special divine formation outside. However, when they saw this scene, they were instantly stunned. Just now, what happened? In the illusory flame star ocean, outside the killing formation, martial ancestor, primitive emperor, old ruffian, and old Daoist were all shocked. The purple-clad elder of the Heaven Guardian clan raised his hand to grab at Wu Yi. They were still worried at first, but in the next moment, the purple-clad elder was suddenly sent flying. During the entire process, they did not even see Wu Yi make any movements. On the side, Fengshan Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan could not help but be slightly shocked. The purple-clad elder's giant handprint was absolutely terrifying, but the following scene was actually like this. The purple-clad elder himself was sent flying. This. The white tiger's voice trembled with a hint of excitement. Tiger Grandpa feels more and more that old thing is really courting death. Yeah. The little Taichu's eyes were round and bright. It clenched its little paws and looked at Wu Yi in surprise. Although it and the white tiger did not see Wu Yi make a move like martial ancestor and the others, they were very clear that the purple-clad elder being sent flying was definitely related to Wu Yi. In the killing formation, Lin Tian was originally rushing towards Wu Yi and Ruoxian, worried about the mother and daughter. When he saw this scene, he could not help but stop. The purple-clad elder who made a move was suddenly sent flying. This scene was too familiar. When Shuezu attacked Wu Yi in the Extremine Temple, it was exactly the same scene. What's going on? The other 44 experts with 72 wings could not help but stop moving at this moment. All of them were shocked by the scene. This place instantly became much quieter, and one could faintly hear the sound of a gentle breeze blowing past. Wu Yi was wearing a white dress. She didn't seem to notice the elder in purple. She didn't show any emotion when she was dragged here. She moved her eyes away from Lin Tian and looked at the broken star. She looked at the divine key and the man in blue. They had the same appearance, but their auras were extremely similar. Looking at the divine key, looking at the green-clothed male, her expression didn't change much, but there was an extremely obvious fluctuation in her eyes. On the broken star, the divine key and the man in cyan were trapped in the divine matrix. When they met Wu Yi's eyes, they trembled. They were a little excited, and then they looked away as if they didn't dare to look at Wu Yi. Beside Wu Yi, Ruoxian followed Wu Yi's gaze and saw Xianxia and the green-robed man. Then, her gaze landed on Xianxia and her beautiful eyes widened. Mother, you have sisters? On the surface, Xianxia looked exactly the same as Wu Yi, but their auras were obviously different. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi, then at the divine key and the man in cyan on the broken star. He didn't say anything at this moment. In fact, he knew that Wu Yi must have sensed something. Wu Yi's white dress was whiter than snow. She looked like a person from a painting. Although she looked the same as Xianxia, her aura was much better than Xianxia's. She gave people the feeling that even though they looked the same, she was actually much more beautiful than Xianxia. That kind of beauty was hard to find words to describe. Even the illusory flame starry sea lost its color because of her appearance. Mother? Ruoxian pulled Wu Yi's clothes. Wu Yi's gaze landed on the broken star. At this moment, she was a little absent-minded. Being pulled by Ruoxian, Wu Yi recovered a little. She didn't stand there anymore and walked towards Lin Tian. However, as she walked towards Lin Tian, her eyes were still on Xianxia and the man in cyan. Ruoxian quickly followed and pulled Wu Yi's clothes. At this moment, there was a rumble. In the distance, the elder in purple had recovered from his injuries. He rushed back at this moment, his eyes full of anger. Previously, he was the one who attacked Wu Yi. Wu Yi didn't move, but in the end, he was the one who was injured. What are you waiting for? Suppress her and her descendants. The man said coldly. He attacked again, his real body pressing down on Wu Yi. The other 44 strong cultivators with 72 wings paused for a moment, then immediately attacked together, grabbing at Wu Yi. In an instant, 45 majestic waves of saint energy surged, shaking heaven and earth. The 45 strong cultivators with 72 wings all approached with their real bodies. Their bodies were intertwined with order, which was extremely terrifying. Facing this scene, Ruoxian was frightened and couldn't help but shrink her neck. You're courting death. Lin Tian's eyes shot out a cold light. Holding the 7-colored divine sword, he immediately rushed towards that place. However, in the next moment, he was moved and couldn't help but stop. Wu Yi walked towards him. She didn't seem to see the 45 strong cultivators surrounding her. Her eyes were always on Xianxia and the man in cyan. However, after the 45 of them rushed over, they couldn't get close to Wu Yi and Ruoxian. It felt as if Wu Yi and Ruoxian were walking in another space. The 45 strong cultivators with 72 wings naturally changed their expressions. They were all shocked. What's going on? Dozens of them attacked, and their attacks became fiercer. The aura of order and divine Tao law appeared together. However, it was still useless. All the killing light disappeared around Wu Yi, and they couldn't disturb Ruoxian who was beside Wu Yi. They launched an even fiercer attack. Their real bodies rushed forward, but the result was the same. They couldn't get close no matter what. On the broken star, Xianxia and the man in cyan changed their expressions. Outside the killing array, martial ancestor and primitive emperor were also shocked. The old gangster suddenly trembled. Old man, I remember now. She comprehended order at the godly king level, and she's extremely skilled in it. This girl is very scary. In terms of talent, she's probably not much worse than a human emperor. What? Martial ancestor and primitive emperor were shocked when they heard the old gangster's words. What kind of person was a human emperor? A truly invincible existence. The two words human emperor were enough to crush all eternity. Now that they heard the old gangster say that Wu Yi's talent wasn't much worse than a human emperor, the two supreme masters of the universe were shocked. She's indeed very scary. In terms of talent, she's indeed not much worse than our master. Fengshen Tianzuan said in a low voice. He had seen Wu Yi in action at Extreming Temple. Rumble, in the killing array, the 45 72-winged beings of the Heaven Protector clan used all kinds of methods to attack Wu Yi. However, it was useless. All the attacks couldn't land on Wu Yi. Wu Yi took Ruoxian and seemed to be walking in another space. His steps were very gentle, and no attacks could touch him. He looked at Xianxia and the man in cyan on the broken star while walking toward Lin Tian with Ruoxian. After 10 breaths of time, he left the 45 72-winged beings of the Heaven Protector clan behind him and arrived in front of Lin Tian. At this time, he also retracted his gaze from Xianxia and the man in cyan and looked at Lin Tian, whose clothes were stained with blood. Are you okay? As Wu Yi spoke, Ruoxian also spoke up. She looked at Lin Tian with concern. Father, how are you? Are your injuries serious? Does it hurt? I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi and Ruoxian. He chuckled and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body was stained with blood. However, most of it was the blood of his enemies. He didn't have much blood on him. Then, he looked at Wu Yi and couldn't help but feel shocked. What kind of height had Wu Yi reached? The dozens of 72 winged elders of the Heaven Protector tribe attacked together, but they couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes. This girl. In the distance, outside the killing formation, the old Taoist looked at Wu Yi and couldn't help but tremble. The 45-72 winged experts of the Heaven Protector tribe attacked Wu Yi together, but they were completely ignored by Wu Yi. It felt as if the entire process of the 45 people attacking Wu Yi was like a sideshow. On the Broken Star, Xianxia and the azure-robed man were completely stunned. They had been worried about Wu Yi and were afraid that the Heaven Protector tribe would harm Wu Yi. However, they didn't expect Wu Yi, their daughter, to be so powerful. She had far surpassed all the 72 winged experts here. Inside the killing formation, the purple-robed elder and the other 45-72 winged experts were all shocked. How is this possible? They couldn't believe it. The 45 of them attacked together, but they couldn't even get close to Wu Yi. Even Xianxia, who was at his peak, couldn't do something like this. However, their expressions quickly turned dark and cold again. Sacrificial killing formation, sacrificial spirit devouring diagrams. Capture those 3 people together. The purple-robed elder said coldly. He immediately formed a seal and activated the killing formation and the dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams. The killing formation and the dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams here were the trump cards they had spent months preparing. He believed that this killing formation and the dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams would be enough to suppress everyone here. At the same time, the other 44 powerhouses with 72 wings also made hand seals and worked together to activate the killing formation and the dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams. Instantly, killing light and evil chi filled the sky and pressed down on Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and Ruoxian. This attack was undoubtedly very frightening, causing Ruoxian to shrink back in fear. Protect Ruoxian, Lin Tian said to Wu Yi. He took a step forward and waved the 7-colored divine sword in his hand, activating the reincarnation sword technique. In an instant, the reincarnation sword light filled the sky, shattering the killing light of the killing array and the evil aura of the spirit-devouring diagram. His eyes were cold as he stared at the purple-robed elder. After shattering the killing light of the killing array and the evil aura of the spirit-devouring diagram, his speed suddenly increased. He directly stepped in front of the purple-robed elder and waved the reincarnation fist with his other hand. With a boom, this punch was extremely violent. With the enhancement of the luck, the punch shattered the defensive light curtain that the purple-robed elder hastily put up and landed steadily on his chest. Puff! Blood splattered, and the purple-robed elder was immediately smashed into pieces. Only his divine soul was still intact and quickly escaped. At the same time, the killing light of the killing array and the evil aura of the spirit-devouring diagram shook. The other 44 powerhouses worked together to activate the killing light and the evil aura of the spirit-devouring diagram. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He only stared at the purple-robed elder and completely ignored the other 44 powerhouses. He moved quickly in the illusory flame star ocean, leaving behind afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the purple-robed elder's divine soul. Clang! The 7-colored divine sword waved, and the sword light filled the sky. It directly pierced a hole in the purple-robed elder's divine soul. Human! The purple-robed elder was extremely shocked and furious. His divine soul retreated again. Lin Tian was still targeting him, and his eyes were filled with anger. However, his speed was far inferior to Lin Tian's. Lin Tian stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to the purple-robed elder again. Die! His eyes were filled with killing light. He did not care about the other 44 powerhouses who had surpassed him. The 7-colored divine sword pressed down on the purple-robed elder again. At the same time, the Eye of Destiny vibrated, and a huge vortex of luck pressed down together. The purple-robed elder did not escape this time. His divine soul was engulfed by the power of the divine sword and the vortex of luck. Damn it! Open up! The purple-robed elder roared in horror. He used his divine soul to cast a spell, and his soul light shone brightly. He wanted to open up the power of the divine sword and the vortex of luck, but it was useless. Lin Tian's attack was filled with killing intent. The power of the divine sword and the vortex of luck tore at the purple-robed elder's divine soul crazily. The destructive intent that was brewing within was extremely terrifying. No. After 2 breaths, the purple-robed elder screamed in despair and unwillingness. His divine soul was torn to shreds. At this moment, the killing light of the other 44 powerhouses pressed down on him. Lin Tian quickly held up his perfect world and reincarnation divine domain to block this wave of attacks. The 6th 72-winged elder. Outside the killing formation, the eyes of the old gangster and the others twitched. Now, Lin Tian's aura was weakening, and he no longer had the initial advantage. However, in this situation, facing dozens of 72-winged powerhouses, a killing formation, and dozens of soul-devouring diagrams, he had killed another 72-winged powerhouse. His potential was too shocking. Bastard! The other 44 72-winged powerhouses were furious. How long had it been? In this place, 6 72-winged elders had died at the hands of Lin Tian. Their clan had been passed down for so long, and they had never suffered such a huge loss. Kill! Someone roared. At this moment, they didn't care about Wu Yi and Ruoxian at all. All the attacks were directed at Lin Tian. Boom, 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 dozens of saintly auras surged. The killing light of the killing formation and dozens of soul-devouring diagrams boiled. Lin Tian waved the 7-colored divine sword and controlled the power of fate. He faced the 44 powerhouses head-on without any fear. For a moment, all kinds of powerful forces collided here. In the vicinity, one big star after another was directly shattered. He waved his sword and sent dozens of people flying. However, the attacks of the other 72-winged powerhouses also landed on him. This time, he was heavily injured, but his expression didn't change. The reincarnation heart sutra healed itself. He waved the 7-colored divine sword in his hand again. Together with the Eye of Destiny, he controlled the power of fate to attach to the divine sword and killed dozens of 72-winged powerhouses. His aura weakened again. Now, outside the killing formation, the old gangster and the others frowned. At this moment, Lin Tian's aura weakened even more. He had completely lost his advantage. Vaguely, he was at a disadvantage. Boom, within the killing formation, saintly aura surged. The 44 72-winged powerhouses worked together, and the killing light kept pressing on Lin Tian. External forces are still external forces. You can't do it anymore. One of them said coldly, "You damn thing. You're clearly just an ant, but you actually caused our clan to lose 7 elders. This has never happened since ancient times. You deserve to die." The other 43 powerhouses' eyes were extremely cold. The killing light that they activated became even fiercer. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. As the eternal Inferno Heaven advancing pills effects started to fade, his combat power started to weaken. At this moment, his body was trembling from the killing light that the dozens of people activated together. However, there was no fear in his eyes. "You can't do anything to me. Today, you'll all be buried here," he said coldly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the melodious sound of a flute was heard. It was like thousands of saintly sounds that cleansed the world. Wu Yi's white dress was like snow. Her expression was calm. At this moment, she played the reincarnation tribulation song with Thousand Snow. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere, sprinkling in the air. It was a ghastly sight. What's going on? His aura, why? The old hooligan, the martial ancestor, and the others were all shocked. A moment ago, Lin Tian's aura was still weakening, but now, it suddenly soared, causing them to be shocked. It seems to be the sound of this flute. Their gazes involuntarily landed on Wu Yi's body. They did not feel anything unusual about this flute music. However, at this moment, they instantly guessed that Lin Tian's soaring battle strength was definitely related to this flute music. This is the reincarnation tribulation crossing song. Yeah. Little Taichu and White Tiger were pleasantly surprised and excited. They knew about the existence of the reincarnation tribulation crossing song. Wu spent 1,000 years to create it, and only Lin Tian and Wu could use it. It was only effective for Lin Tian and Wu, and it could be used together with the reincarnation forging divine art to increase one's battle strength by hundreds of times. And they were also very clear that Lin Tianyi had been using the reincarnation forging divine art. Then, when Wu played the reincarnation tribulation crossing song, the reincarnation forging divine art that Lin Tian was using resonated with it, and his battle strength naturally began to soar explosively. The melodious flute sound drifted in the illusory flame-starry sea. It was gentle and soft, like a gentle breeze, as if it could purify all things in the world. Outside Lin Tian's body, the holy light was resplendent. The reincarnation forging divine art and the reincarnation tribulation crossing song affected each other. His life source erupted with the most dazzling light, and waves of surging power continuously surged out of his body. His battle strength increased exponentially. In the blink of an eye, it increased by 100 times, then 200 times, and finally 500 times. Reincarnation Heart Sutra, Reincarnation Forging Divine Art, Reincarnation Tribulation Crossing Song. Light flashed in his eyes. The Reincarnation Heart Sutra he had created was perfectly compatible with his reincarnation origin, allowing him to unleash his full potential. When the Reincarnation Heart Sutra had just been completed, he had used the Reincarnation Forging Spirit technique, which had increased his combat strength from 10 times to 20 times. Now, with the Reincarnation Heart Sutra combined with the Reincarnation Forging Spirit technique and Wu Yi's Reincarnation Tribulation Transcendence Song, the catalysis between the three had been stimulated to the peak, directly increasing his combat strength by 500 times. He instantly thought of this at this moment. How did you, when the 44 heaven protectors with 72 wings stabilized themselves, their faces paled as they looked at Lin Tian. At this time, in their perception, Lin Tian seemed to have changed into a different person. The aura he emitted caused them to involuntarily feel a chill. Lin Tian looked at these 44 people, the powerful aura he was emitting at this moment sweeping out like a hurricane, blowing the black hair in front of his forehead until it danced wantonly. His eyes were deep and cold. In the next moment, he moved. With a single step, he disappeared on the spot and appeared in front of one of the dozens of people in an instant. His speed was too fast, so fast that it was a little frightening. This caused the 72-winged expert to be shocked. You, boom. Lin Tian punched out with a ferocious momentum, carrying 500 times his combat strength. It almost shattered the illusory flame-starry sea and completely sealed the space around the person, making it impossible for him to retreat. Lin Tian's fist landed on the person's chest. Puff, blood splattered and dazzled. The person was directly smashed into pieces by Lin Tian's punch. Even his divine soul had a crack. He retreated with a look of horror and fled thousands of feet away in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. There were 9 black moons in each of his eyes. They were connected to each other by special Dao patterns. He swept his gaze toward the opponent's divine soul. Immediately, a vortex of fate appeared at that place. It had a diameter of 3 feet and sucked in the opponent's divine soul as soon as it appeared. Ah! A scream of despair and fear came out from it. It quickly disappeared, and then the vortex of fate closed. God's ho! The other 43 72-winged great beings trembled. Someone couldn't help but cry out. Another 72-winged elder died at the hands of Lin Tian. At the same time, the old hooligan and the others were frightened. They couldn't help but gasp. In an instant, the old Taoist's eyes widened. Lin Tian was a universe supreme being of the same level as him, a 72-winged being from the Heaven Protector race. Yet, at this moment, as Lin Tian's battle prowess skyrocketed, he was actually obliterated by Lin Tian in an instant. Wu played the flute in the big killing formation. Her eyes were gentle, and her expression was calm. She was like a fairy from another world. In the killing formation, endless killing light swept over. From time to time, there were killing lights falling toward her and Ruoxian. However, they couldn't really get close to her. Those that came within 3 feet of her would either change directions or disappear immediately. Xianxia and the man in cyan were trapped in the godly formation on the broken star. they watched without blinking. Their eyes fell on Wu Yi, and they couldn't help but flicker. The daughter they had been worried about was so powerful. Her strength had far surpassed theirs. The flute kept playing, and it led to the harmony of 10,000 daos. The entire illusory flame-starry sea was surrounded by this melody. This melody was gentle and pleasant. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. Holy light circled around his body. It was blazing and brilliant. He looked at the other 43 72-winged great beings and didn't stop at all. He directly charged toward them. Clang, he casually waved the 7-colored divine sword in his hand. With the support of 500 times his combat power, a sword aura instantly crossed the distance of 10,000 feet and landed on one of them. With a poof, the 72-winged great being didn't even have time to defend himself. He was directly smashed into pieces. Only his soul didn't die. He quickly retreated with shock and anger. Lin Tian's eyes were deep. 9 black moons intertwined with his eye of destiny. He glanced indifferently and instantly opened a big crack in fate. He directly sucked the great being's soul into it. No. The screams were ear-piercing. They were mixed with fear and despair. Then, the voice disappeared. The crack in fate that had appeared instantly closed. The other 42 72-winged great beings were completely enraged. Another 72-winged great being had died at the hands of Lin Tian. They all exploded with murderous intent. Activate the killing formation and the soul-devouring diagram. Someone shouted angrily. 42 72-winged experts gathered together, and the killing array here instantly flared up. The remaining dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams trembled, and the sky was filled with resentful spirits roaring. Baleful auras filled the sky as 2 terrifying energies pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Wherever his gaze passed, fate would immediately surge. In an instant, all the murderous light and evil chi were annihilated. His gaze landed on one of the 42 people. A long river of fate appeared behind that person. It forcefully sucked him in and crushed him. Only his soul didn't shatter. He frantically struggled and tried to escape. However, it was useless. Fate intertwined, and another heaven protector with 72 wings was killed. Not even a drop of blood was spilled. In the illusory flame astral ocean, there were only 41 people left out of the original 50. Bastard! Kill! These people looked at Lin Tian, and all of them were extremely furious. The 41 people roared and activated the killing formation and dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams again. Violent killing light, countless vengeful spirits, and surging murderous aura surged together. Moreover, the dozens of people worked together to activate the divine chains of order. With a clattering sound, they pierced through the void and charged straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He faced this attack head-on. His eye of destiny trembled slightly, and fate crushed everything in an instant. He swung his fist, and the might of the reincarnation fist surged. Under the superposition of 500 times strength, a single punch was enough to send all 41 people flying while vomiting blood. Then, he swung his second punch, and consecutively destroyed more than 10 complete spirit-devouring diagrams. Merge! The 41 people stabilized themselves. Someone roared, and the remaining dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams merged together, forming an even more terrifying spirit-devouring diagram. Many vengeful spirits were forcefully merged together, and the murderous aura became even more terrifying. The 41 people worked together to activate the spirit-devouring diagram. It swallowed everything and swept everything, pressing down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Hurricanes swept out, and the destruction was wanton. The old hooligan and the others couldn't help but tremble. This attack was just too terrifying. It was as if it could corrode everything. Suppress! The 41 people shouted in unison. The spirit-devouring diagram suppressed everything, and it arrived above Lin Tian's head in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He looked up at the spirit-devouring diagram. He didn't move, but his eyes flickered. Dozens of vortexes of destiny appeared around the great spirit-devouring diagram, interweaving with the vast and majestic power of heaven and earth. With a sizzling sound, they directly shattered the great spirit-devouring diagram formed by dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams. In an instant, the vengeful spirits in the killing formation all disappeared. The murderous aura also disappeared with them. His eyes were deep and cold. His gaze flickered again, and the dense array patterns in this great killing formation were instantly annihilated. This is really, in the distance, the old Taoist couldn't help but tremble. He was so shocked by Lin Tian's strength that he felt a chill run down his spine. This is heaven-defying, heaven-defying. The old hooligan was speechless. Dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams merged into one and were instantly shattered. Dozens of 72 winged powerhouses joined forces and spent months to carve the great killing formation in this place, but it was also completely destroyed in an instant. And all of this happened with just a glance from Lin Tian. The Eye of Destiny controls the destiny of the heavens and the earth. It surpasses the natural order. With enough cultivation, the Yuan Emperor's eyes gleamed. Xianxia and the green-robed man on the huge remnant star in the distance were also shocked. At this moment, they shifted their gazes from Wu Yi to Lin Tian and Lin Tian's Eye of Destiny. Their eyes couldn't help but flicker. "Daddy, your divine eyes are so cool," Ruoxian shouted. Only Wu Yi was very calm. He played the Reincarnation Tribulation Transcendence song with thousand snow cries, and the melodious flute music drifted across the entire illusory flame-starry sea. The flute music matched the reincarnation forging spirit art and resonated with each other, causing the holy light around Lin Tian to surge. 4172 winged powerhouses looked at Lin Tian. They were all stained with blood and couldn't help but retreat in shock and anger. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at Wu Yi in the distance. Their eyes were all filled with regret. How could this be? There were dozens of them. They had taken the essence blood from Xianxia and the green-robed man, and used their essence blood as a medium to set up a forceful capture formation. Then, they captured Wu Yi here. They wanted to suppress Lin Tian and Wu Yi's family here, but they didn't expect that Wu Yi's strength was completely beyond their imagination. All of them attacked together, but they couldn't even get close to Wu Yi. At this moment, Lin Tian's battle strength had suddenly skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. They all knew that it had something to do with Wu Yi and the flute music Wu Yi was playing. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! They clenched their fists. Originally, Lin Tian's battle prowess had been constantly weakening. If no one had interfered, they would definitely have been able to suppress Lin Tian. However, they had forcefully brought Wu Yi here at that time, directly changing the situation. Lin Tian, whose battle prowess had begun to weaken, had suddenly become stronger again. Moreover, he had become so strong that it shocked them. Now, he had firmly suppressed them again, and even easily destroyed the killing array and the dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams here. Clang! The clanging sound of the sword shook the illusory flame-star ocean. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. After destroying dozens of spirit-devouring diagrams and the killing formation here, he moved again. The seven-colored divine sword in his hand casually slashed out. In an instant, a large number of sharp sword lights slashed toward the dozens of people. This sword light was much sharper than before. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the 4172 winged powerhouses. The 41 people trembled violently. They immediately used all their strength to support the defense of the divine chains of order. However, it was useless. With 500 times of battle strength, this casual slash shattered all the divine chains of order that were supported by the dozens of people. Then, the sword light continued to press down. Pooh! 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 The 41 people were all smashed into pieces. However, these people were ultimately supreme masters of the universe. Although their bodies were smashed, their godly souls were not annihilated by this slash. They used their godly souls to wrap up the pieces of flesh and blood and quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they reformed their bodies. With a whoosh, someone rushed directly toward Godly Key and the blue-robed man. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the scene. He quickly formed a seal with one hand, causing the divine array that trapped Godly Key and the blue-robed man to vibrate immediately. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. He stared coldly at Lin Tian. Reincarnation body, surrender! Otherwise, I'll immediately end the two of them. Wang. The void trembled, directly interrupting this person's words. Lin Tian's gaze swept over, cold and piercing. In an instant, a crack of fate opened up behind this person. This crack had a diameter of around 3 meters, directly sweeping this person within. No. A horrifying scream came from within. The next moment, the crack of fate disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Lin Tian took a step forward and appeared above the broken star. His eyes moved slightly, and the power of fate intertwined with each other. It caused the divine array that trapped godly Qi and the blue-robed man to disintegrate instantly. It's fine now, he said to godly Qi and the blue-robed man. Now, he had opened his eye of destiny. With 500 times of battle strength, it was naturally easy for him to break this divine array. Thank you. Thank you, Lin Tian. The two of them were full of gratitude. Then they looked toward Wu Yi. After looking over, they could not help but avert their eyes. Lin Tian knew that the two of them felt guilty toward Wu Yi, so they did not dare to look directly at Wu Yi. He said, "It's fine. She won't blame, rumble." Suddenly, the illusory flame starry sea shook violently, interrupting his words. Colored glaze emperor furnace, appear. 41 experts with 72 wings had gathered together at some point in time. Their eyes were filled with raging flames of fury. At this moment, they formed the same hand seals and instantly opened up a huge spatial rift. Within it, holy light surged. Immediately after, a treasured furnace appeared. Immortal fire surged within it. It was at least 9 feet tall, and as soon as it appeared, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could burn everything in the world. Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the brilliant glazed cauldron. This cauldron was extraordinary, extremely extraordinary. The divine Qi's color changed. Clan treasure. She was once the strongest expert of the Heaven Protector clan, so she naturally recognized this zone glaze emperor furnace. It was the Heaven Protector clan's signature treasure, and it had always been enshrined in the clan's sacred mountain. It required at least 30 of the clan's 72 winged experts to activate it, and it possessed terrifying power. At the same time, Old Gangster, Primitive Emperor, Old Daoist, Martial Ancestor, and the others were all shocked. This furnace, Old Daoist's pupils shrank as he was shocked by the aura of the furnace. Fengshan Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Little Tai Chu, and White Tiger were also shocked. The furnace summoned by the 41 72 winged experts was too amazing. Just looking at it made their souls tremble. Boom, the sacred aura rolled and was extremely shocking. The 90-foot-tall azure glaze emperor furnace was controlled by the 41 72 winged experts. It was like a blue sky hanging here. A horrifying sense of oppression spread out in this place, causing the air to sizzle. Since this is the plan, none of you will be able to escape today. Today, all of you will die here. One of the 72 winged experts said coldly. Suppress him first. Take him down. Another person said. At that moment, the 41 people stared at Lin Tian and activated the azure glaze emperor furnace together. The emperor furnace vibrated and directly pressed towards Lin Tian. Boom. As the 90-foot emperor furnace passed by, the cosmic space here collapsed and was annihilated. Tornadoes raged on without restraint. Lin Tian stood on the ruined star, the black hair in front of his forehead fluttering in the wind. He could feel the astonishing power of this precious furnace, far from what the spirit-devouring diagram could compare to. However, his expression didn't change at all, not feeling the slightest bit of fear. He raised his hand and raised the divine sword in his hand. He activated the reincarnation sword art and welcomed the azure glaze emperor furnace. With a clang, a sword aura shot out and collided with the azure glaze emperor furnace in the blink of an eye. Rumble. In the surroundings, the cosmic space immediately collapsed. The sword astral was shattered and the glazed emperor cauldron trembled violently. It was knocked back several hundred feet by the sword. He blocked it? Such a scene caused Old Hooligan and the others to be shocked. That terrifying glaze emperor furnace was actually blasted away by Lin Tian's sword by dozens of feet. Especially Xianxia, whose eyes were filled with shock. As the former strongest expert of the Heaven Protector clan, she knew very well how terrifying the Imperial Cauldron was. It truly had the power to suppress everything. Although the Imperial Cauldron hadn't displayed its true power at the moment, its simple pressure was already very frightening. However, Lin Tian had actually slashed the Imperial Cauldron dozens of feet away with a single slash of his sword. This shocked her. Only now did she realize that Lin Tian's combat strength was much stronger than she had imagined. The 41 experts with 72 wings also narrowed their eyes. Then, their eyes turned cold as they urged the Emperor Cauldrons to press down again. Buzz, in the illusory flame-starry sea, the space was distorted. Rays of cosmic origin light surged from all directions and poured into the Emperor Cauldron. The Glaze Emperor Cauldron was born from heaven and earth. Later, generations of experts of my clan sacrificed their blood essence and souls to refine it. It doesn't need to consume our saint power. We only need to activate it with our will. It can automatically absorb the power of heaven and earth and transform it into an unparalleled destructive force. In front of the Emperor Cauldron, lay down obediently. One of them stared at Lin Tian and said coldly. With a rumble, the Glaze Emperor Cauldron trembled. The power it emitted suddenly became stronger and the cauldron burst out with light. I'll help you break it, Lin Tianling said fearlessly. He faced it head-on and slashed down with the 7-colored divine sword in his hand. The sword radiance was vast and mighty. Outside the Xianxia universe, in a fantastical large world, there were many divine mountains. It was just like the sacred world. In the center of the large world, there were many splendid palaces. At this moment, in one of the palaces, an old man in a blood-red robe suddenly opened his eyes. He had 72 black wings on his back. The black wings were intertwined with dense ancient runes and divine seals. His eyes vaguely had the sun, moon, and stars revolving around him. The energy he emitted was so strong that it seemed to be able to crush everything. In the next moment, this person stood up. He did not seem to have done anything, but he disappeared from the palace and appeared in an ancient mountain in the deepest part of the palace. There were 30 other 72-winged elders in the mountain. Seeing the blood-robed old man appear, the 30 72-winged old men in the ancient mountain were all shocked. Great ancestor, you've already. These people looked at the blood-robed old man. Their gazes landed on the 72-winged old man's back. Looking at the ancient runes and divine seals on the 72-winged old man's wings, their eyes couldn't help but twitch with shock, excitement, and excitement. The life essence of the previous great calamity plus the life essence collected in this great calamity, it's time to make a breakthrough, the blood-robed old man said. He looked into the depths of the ancient mountain and said, the glazed emperor furnace has been summoned? Shanine and the others set up a trap. They used the divine key as bait to lure the reincarnated bodies over. They lured the disciples of the human king, the descendants of the immortal spirit royal family, and the martial ancestor. I don't know how they are now. The glazed emperor furnace has been summoned over by them. One of the 30 people replied. They summoned the glazed emperor furnace. Their condition won't be good. The blood-robed old man's eyes were deep. He paused and said, just as well. I've been in seclusion for countless years. Now that I've made a breakthrough, I'll go out for a walk. Do you all want to go together? Yes. The 30 people said. The blood-robed old man nodded and said, then let's go. As his words fell, the group disappeared in an instant. Xianxia universe, illusory flame-starry sea, clang, Lin Tian waved the rainbow divine sword. The sword whistled fiercely as it faced the glazed emperor furnace controlled by the 41 72-winged experts. It slashed apart the universe space. With a bang, the glazed emperor furnace was sent flying by him. It smashed through hundreds of large stars before it stopped. Not much. His voice was indifferent. The 41 72-winged expert's eyes were cold. Aunt, don't be too proud. The true power of the glazed emperor furnace has yet to be unleashed. Worship the holy fire of the emperor furnace. One of them said coldly. The 41 people worked together and activated the glazed emperor furnace with their minds. With a rumble, the glazed emperor furnace suddenly shook. The furnace lid opened by itself. Inside, surging flames surged out. As if they had their own consciousness, they pressed down on Lin Tian like monstrous waves. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. His eye of destiny trembled slightly. A crack of fate appeared and instantly sucked in all the holy fire. You. The 4172 winged expert's eyelids twitched. The holy fire in the glazed emperor furnace could burn everything. However, it was useless now. Before it could even get close to Lin Tian had opened a crack of fate with his eye of destiny and swallowed it whole. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The divine sword in his hand trembled, and a large sword radiance slashed towards the 41 people. Then, he took a step forward and forced his way towards the group. Behind the 41 experts with 72 wings of the heaven protectors, a spatial door suddenly opened. 31 people walked out, all with 72 wings on their backs. The leader was an elder in a blood-red robe, and there seemed to be the sun and the moon revolving in his eyes. Lin Tian focused his gaze on the elder in the blood-red robe. This person made him feel threatened. Grand Ancestor, Xianxia recognized this person. After he spoke, his expression changed slightly. He saw the 72 black wings behind the elder in the blood-red robe. There were many divine inscriptions on them. That was a sign of a great breakthrough. No one in their clan had ever reached that height. At the same time, the martial ancestor, old gangster, and the others were also shocked. They all felt how terrifying the elder in the blood-red robe was. Even though he also had 72 wings on his back like the other elders, his aura was obviously much stronger. Grand Ancestor, you've come out of seclusion. The 41 experts with 72 wings naturally felt that their clan's Grand Ancestor and the other 30 elders had come here. They all turned around, and their expressions suddenly changed. They were both shocked and surprised. They looked straight at the elder in the blood-red robe and said, Grand Ancestor, you've broken through? The elder in the blood-red robe nodded and looked across. His gaze fell on Xianxia and the man in the green robe. His gaze was cold, and then it fell on Lin Tian. His eyes deepened. The reincarnation body and the eye of destiny have really appeared at the same time. Before he came here, he had already heard about Lin Tian from the other 30 experts with 72 wings. At this moment, he looked at Lin Tian. A faint pressure intertwined from his body, and it instantly shook the surroundings. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. This pressure was too terrifying. The other experts with 72 wings of this clan couldn't compare at all. Facing this pressure, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his divine soul couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, Xianxia, the man in the green robe, and the martial ancestor's expressions changed drastically. The white tiger couldn't stop trembling. This was the first time he had felt such a terrifying pressure since he started cultivating. Little Taichu couldn't help but tremble slightly. Even though he was far away, he felt extremely uncomfortable from the pressure. The blood-robed elder placed his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Tian coldly. It was as if he was the king of the world. He took a step forward and said, You have both the reincarnation constitution and the eye of destiny. You are very bold. It's very interesting. Grand Ancestor, wait. One of the 41, 72 winged experts in the illusory flame starry sea saw that Patriarch Xue Pao was about to make a move. Gritting his teeth, he said, Grand Ancestor, please hand him over to us. 9 of our people were killed by him. If we can't take him down with our own hands, we will never be able to face our dead kin. Another one of the 41 said, Grand Ancestor, please deal with that woman. This person pointed at the nearby Wuyi and said, She is the descendant of the divine Qi and that human from back then, the Tao companion of the reincarnated body. She is extremely powerful. The reason why the reincarnation body hadn't been suppressed yet was because of her flute music. The person beside her is the descendant of the divine Qi and the reincarnation body. The blood-red-robed old man stopped moving. His deep and indifferent gaze moved away from Lin Tian and landed on Wuyi in the distance. At the same time, the other 30 72-winged experts who came with this person also looked at Wuyi. Then, their eyes narrowed. One of the golden-haired elders glanced at the divine Qi on the broken star and said coldly, Same appearance, similar aura. She is indeed her descendant. These 30 people already knew about Wuyi. Now that they saw it with their own eyes and saw that Wuyi's appearance was exactly the same as the divine Qi, they couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. The reincarnation calamity crossing song floated in the illusory flame starry sea. The flute music was gentle and soft, but it shook slightly at this moment. Wu Yi's expression was still calm, but there were ripples in her eyes. She looked at the divine key and the man in green on the broken star. She was very powerful and intelligent. At this moment, from the words of the elders of the heaven protectors, she instantly knew that the divine key they were talking about was the person who looked exactly like her on the broken star. The human from back then was the man in green, so the descendant was obviously her. Originally, when she first appeared here and saw the two of them, she had sensed many things and guessed many things. However, when she heard the words of the elders of the 72 wings at this moment, she still could not help but feel emotional fluctuations. Ruoxian naturally understood a lot. She pulled Wu Yi's clothes and looked at the divine key and the man in green on the broken star. Her beautiful eyes widened. "Interesting," said the blood-robed elder indifferently. His eyes were fixed on Wu Yi. He said to the 41 72-winged elders who were controlling the glazed emperor furnace, "Since we are here to avenge our dead clansmen, the reincarnated body will be suppressed by you." With a buzzing sound, a saint light surged behind him. It was shockingly condensed and swept towards Wu Yi. "The descendant of the disgrace from back then is also the shame of our clan. Since I am here, I will personally kill her," said the elder coldly. The saint light intertwined and pressed down on Wu Yi in the blink of an eye. The majestic aura was vast and mighty, as if it could annihilate everything. Lin Tian's expression changed. He could feel the terror of the saint light. Although he knew that Wu Yi must be very powerful now, he still moved immediately. The rainbow divine sword in his hand vibrated. He was ready to use the rainbow divine sword and the eye of destiny to block the saint light. However, he paused in the next moment. In the end, he didn't use the rainbow divine sword or the power of fate. The void in front of Wu Yi moved slightly. He couldn't feel any powerful aura, but it directly annihilated the saint light of the blood-robed elder. It disappeared without a trace in an instant. The blood-robed elder squinted his eyes. "Although it is just a trace of my saint power, ordinary supreme masters can't withstand it. You are not weak." As he finished speaking, he really moved. This time, he raised his hand. The saint light intertwined, dazzling and blazing, and thick rays of Tao surrounded him. They turned into a huge hand of light and grabbed at Wu Yi. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few feet away from Wu Yi. Buzzing, the space moved slightly, and a ripple appeared. With a buzzing sound, the rays of Saint Light were instantly annihilated. The huge hand that was pressing down was forcefully pushed away. At this place, the other 72 winged great beings of the Heaven Protector clan were all shocked. Their clan's great ancestor had made a great breakthrough. The divine patterns of Tao intertwined on his 72 winged wings had reached an extremely terrifying level. In the history of the Heaven Protector clan, no one had ever reached this level. But now, the great ancestor who had broken through to this level had attacked twice, but he was blocked by Wu Yi. At the same time, Lin Tian was also shocked. Wu Yi. Standing on the broken star and looking at Wu Yi in a white dress in the distance, Lin Tian's eyes could not help but emit wisps of light. At the same time, Xianxia was also shocked. She was a member of the Heaven Protector clan, so she knew very well what the divine inscriptions on the 72 wings represented. It was a whole new level. The blood-robed old man was at least 10,000 times stronger than her at her peak, but Wu Yi had easily blocked both of his attacks. Although Wu Yi had only casually attacked both times and had not used his full strength, she was still shocked. The blood-robed old man looked at Wu Yi, and his expression became much more indifferent. Both times he attacked, he appeared to be very casual. However, the second time, he used 10% of his strength. This 10% of his strength was actually blocked. This caused him to reveal a somewhat surprised expression, and his eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. Now that he had used 10% of his battle prowess, even the divine key from back then would not have been able to block the great hand of light. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. As he looked at Wu Yi, his eyes became even deeper and colder. A tyrannical pressure immediately seeped out of his body and swept up waves of violent hurricanes in this place. Give up on your identity as a disgrace to our tribe. With your strength, you have the right to die in my hands. The illusory flame starry sea rumbled. Divine chains of order appeared around the old man's body, and they turned into a cauldron of order. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, and it seemed to have been born from the Tao. Its destructive aura was terrifying to the extreme, and it caused the large stars around the illusory flame starry sea to be shattered into pieces by its aura, causing debris to fly everywhere. The martial ancestor and the others trembled when they saw this. The aura was too terrifying, and it made their souls tremble. Even Lin Tian, who had opened his eye of destiny and had multiplied his battle prowess by 500 times, could not help but change his expression at this moment. This is an attack I have unleashed with my full power. Even if you die, you should feel honored to be struck by it. The blood-robed old man said coldly. With that, the cauldron of order moved. It pressed down on Wu Yi mightily, directly suppressing everything. Ancestor, stop. Please show mercy. On the ruined star, the divine key couldn't help but cry out. This order cauldron was too terrifying, making her feel fear. He was afraid that Wu Yi wouldn't be able to withstand it. She and the green-robed man wanted to rush towards Wu Yi. However, the space around them was completely sealed by the cauldron of order. They couldn't rush over at all. Even with the power of fate and the rainbow divine sword, Lin Tian couldn't break through this seal. Grand Ancestor, I beg you, please stop. The divine key cried out loudly. This strike was too terrifying. The blood-robed old man's eyes were cold. You traitor, it will be your turn after I deal with her. Wait and see. The cauldron of order sealed off all directions, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. Everywhere it passed, the universe returned to its original state. Mother. Ruoxin was shocked. She trembled and pulled on Wu Yi's sleeve even tighter. Hurricanes wreaked havoc. The order cauldron mixed with a boundless aura of destruction, almost swallowing all the light here. The snow-white skirt fluttered, but it wasn't obvious. The sound of the flute was still ringing, without the slightest change. Wu Yi's expression was still that calm, still standing in place without moving. Only the voice of the divine sense floated out, interweaving with the gentle sound of the flute. In the heavens above and on the earth below, only I reign supreme. Hong, a world-dominating pressure immediately appeared. The huge illusory flame starry sea shook violently, as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. A world-destroying aura spread out with her as the starting point. With a chi sound, the order cauldron shattered in an instant. The aura of extermination continued to spread out, steadily landing on the blood-robed old man's body. Wisps of blood splashed out along with it. No, but, the blood-robed old man was stunned. In the next moment, his body collapsed, turning into a bloody mist. Even his divine sense was annihilated. Grand Ancestor. At this place, the 72 winged experts of the Heaven Protector clan were all horrified. Their clan's Grand Ancestor had been in seclusion for countless years, making a great breakthrough with endless life essence, reaching a height that their clan had never reached before. Now, he died just like that. He was killed. Xianxia and the green-robed man were stunned. Their anxious and worried expressions disappeared in an instant. Beside them, Lin Tian was also stunned. On the other side, martial ancestor, primitive emperor, and the others couldn't help but tremble. Domineering. So domineering that it's scary. Old gangster's hair stood on end. The aura that emerged from Wu Yi's body made all of them tremble in fear. That terrifying blood-robed old man was killed just like that. The melodious flute music floated in the illusory flame starry sea. Wu Yi was still calm. That world-dominating aura receded like the tide, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. No. Impossible. Impossible. Grand Ancestor. How could this be? It can't be. It can't be. At this place, the dozens of 72 winged experts of the Heaven Protector clan were on the verge of going crazy. No one was willing to believe the scene in front of them. Their Grand Ancestor had made a great breakthrough after countless years of seclusion. How could he be killed just like that? On the broken star, Lin Tianwei was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. You're indeed my wife. After the initial shock, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and burst out with these words. The 7-colored divine sword in his hand shook, and the seven-colored sword force that filled the sky directly enveloped the 4172 winged experts and the 3072 winged experts that had followed the blood-robed old man into this illusory flame star ocean. The sword force was incomparably sharp. Coupled with the fact that the blood-robed old man was killed, none of the experts could block the sword force. All of them were penetrated by the sword force. Blood splattered everywhere. Human. Kill. The eyes of these people turned red when they saw the death of a powerful grand ancestor. They were on the verge of going crazy as they pounced on Lin Tianwei like a herd of beasts. Lin Tianling smiled. The seven-colored divine sword trembled, and he activated the reincarnation sword technique. He directly slashed the body of the person who was charging at the front. Then, he activated the power of providence with his Eye of Destiny and crushed this person's divine soul into pieces. Buzz. The reincarnation portrait rushed out from behind him and was activated with 500 times the combat power. It was mixed with holiness, vastness, and suppression. It enveloped another 372 winged experts under it. It was like the world annihilation portrait was pressing down, and blood splattered everywhere. The 372 winged experts couldn't resist the reincarnation portrait of the king's territory that was activated with 500 times the combat power. They were instantly crushed, and only their divine souls weren't crushed. However, at this moment, they were full of cracks. After that, he glanced at them. The Eye of Destiny trembled slightly, and a large amount of the power of providence pressed down majestically. Poof, 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 3 soft sounds were heard, and the 3 divine souls that were full of cracks were crushed. Damn it! Damn it! Sacrificial Emperor Furnace. Kill! Kill! The glazed arch cauldron was covered in Tao patterns, and its aura was shocking. As it pressed down on Lin Tian, endless holy fire surged out. Kill! 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 Ferocious roars reverberated throughout the illusory flame-starry sea. 67 powerful beings with 72 wings started to activate the cauldron together. Everyone's intents fused together, causing the cauldron to explode with power that was much stronger than before. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His Eye of Destiny trembled slightly, and a large amount of fate energy surged out and faced the cauldron. With his 500-fold combat power, he activated his Eye of Destiny. The power of fate energy was extremely dense. Although the glazed arch cauldron was very powerful, it couldn't resist such dense fate energy at this moment. The holy fire that surged out was instantly extinguished. At the same time, he stepped forward and arrived in front of the 67 people in the blink of an eye. He held the rainbow divine sword and swung it horizontally. With a clang, accompanied by a sharp sword hum, a sword light swept out and sent all 67 people flying. Blood splattered in the sky, and the glazed arch cauldron was also sent flying. It crashed into a huge star in the distance and shattered it. These 72 winged beings are no match for him now. Even with their clan's ultimate treasure, they don't have any advantage. The difference is too big. From afar, the old gangster said. The old Taoist nodded and looked at Wu Yi in the distance. In terms of cultivation potential, the girl is much stronger. In terms of future potential, that rascal is much stronger. Also, their daughter once fought in the heaven of Void World. She controlled time and order at such a young age. He sighed. They are a family of monsters. Crazy. The sound of the flute drifted in the illusory flame-starry sea. Wu Yi used Thousand Snow to play the Reincarnation Tribulation Transcendence song. She was like a fairy from another world. Outside Lin Tian's body, holy light shone brightly. With the Reincarnation Tribulation Transcendence song, Reincarnation Forging Spiritual Art, and Reincarnation Heart Sutra, his combat power was multiplied by 500-fold. Also, because Wu Yi had killed the most powerful ancestor of the Heaven Protectors, Lin Tian was filled with emotions. His aura also became stronger. After sending the 67 72-winged powerful beings flying, he charged forward once again. He didn't use any fancy moves. He raised his hand and unleashed the Fist of Reincarnation with his 500-fold combat power and his Eye of Destiny. With a boom, the universe trembled. This punch landed on one of the 72-winged cultivators, shattering him into pieces. Then, the power of destiny appeared as his gaze moved, drowning this person's spirit. With a poof, there was no scream. This person's divine soul was directly crushed into pieces by the surging power of destiny. This kid seems to be even more ferocious than before, the white tiger said. The other 66 experts with 72 wings were sent flying. At this time, they stabilized their bodies and couldn't help but roar. With a rumble, the glazed emperor cauldron that had been sent flying was summoned back by them. Holy flames poured out of the cauldron once again. At this moment, following the fury of the 66 individuals, this holy flame became even more terrifying, as if it could burn through everything. Lin Tian raised his hand and directly threw out a punch. Carrying the power of destiny, he forcefully obliterated this holy flame. Then, he waved the 7-colored divine sword and cut another 72-winged expert into pieces. He used the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and the power of providence to cover this person's soul. With a whoosh, he was crushed, and his body and soul were destroyed. At the same time, a swift and fierce sword aura swept out, sending the other 65 people flying with a series of bangs. Blood splattered in this part of the universe. The 65 people's eyes were filled with anger as they stabilized themselves in the distance. This time, the 65 of them didn't pounce on Lin Tian. They were sent flying again and were severely injured. At this moment, they came to their senses. Go. Go. Someone gritted his teeth and said. After calming down from extreme anger, these people knew that they weren't Lin Tian's match at this moment, even with the glazed emperor cauldron. Lin Tian, who had the Eye of Destiny, was too powerful, and they couldn't stop him at all. Moreover, on the other side, there was Wu Yi, who had killed the most powerful ancestor of their race. They were even less likely to be his match. If they continued to fight, they would all be killed there. Their plan this time had failed. They had completely failed, they had suffered heavy losses. Go. This person said again. The other dozens of 72-winged cultivators were extremely pale, but they knew the current situation very well. They immediately mobilized the glazed emperor cauldron and retreated. Dozens of people worked together and used the glazed emperor cauldron to tear open a space door. You want to leave? Don't even think about it. Lin Tianling said. His Eye of Destiny moved, and destiny surged and turned into a vortex of destiny. It directly destroyed the space door that the glazed emperor cauldron had torn open. The dozens of 72-winged cultivators were enraged, and the killing intent in their eyes became even more violent. They were full of murderous intent. You, clang. The sword chimed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He waved the rainbow holy sword and used it to activate the reincarnation sword art. Together with his Eye of Destiny, every ray of reincarnation sword radiance was added with the power of destiny. The dozens of 72-winged cultivators used the glazed emperor cauldron to resist. The emperor cauldron absorbed the cosmic origin energy from all directions, and the sacred fire within it surged and almost burned the illusory flame starry sea clean. This power was very strong, but in front of Lin Tian's reincarnation sword radiance, it was very weak. With a swoosh, the colored glaze sacred flame was once again extinguished. At the same time, the reincarnation sword radiance, which was added with the power of destiny, continued to press down on the dozens of people. The dozens of people roared and used the glazed emperor cauldron to resist. With a clang, the glazed emperor cauldron was sent flying. However, the reincarnation sword radiance, which was added with the power of destiny, was also destroyed. A radiance flashed past Lin Tian's eyes. This glazed emperor cauldron was indeed extraordinary. Although the reincarnation sword radiance, which was added with the power of destiny, was sent flying, his sword radiance was also destroyed. Furthermore, there was not a single mark on the glazed emperor cauldron. This was enough to show that this glazed emperor cauldron was not simple. It was indeed an important treasure. Then, he raised his hand and used his Eye of Destiny to execute the weapon-controlling art. He forcefully grabbed the glazed emperor cauldron. You're courting death. The dozens of 72-winged cultivators could naturally tell that Lin Tian wanted to snatch the glazed emperor cauldron. They were all even more furious. At the same time, they raised their divine order chains and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, they activated the glazed emperor cauldron with all their might, causing it to explode with an even more shocking sacred light to resist Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. In his eyes, the 9 black moons started to revolve at this moment, pulling open a huge Providence waterfall. One could faintly hear the roar of the Providence waterfall as it pressed down on the dozens of 72 winged cultivators. With a loud boom, the divine order chains of the dozens of people were all crushed. The Providence waterfall surged and sent the dozens of people flying. At the same time, he extended his hand and landed on the glazed Emperor Cauldron. He grabbed the glazed Emperor Cauldron and pulled it back to him. Boom! Looking at the holy flames and runes in the sky, Lin Tian's expression remained the same. After years of refinement, an artifact soul has been born? Looking at the holy flames and runes in the sky, his eyes were cold. His eye of destiny moved, and the power of providence swept across, annihilating all the holy flames and runes in the sky. Then, he used the power of providence to enter the glazed Emperor Cauldron, refining the artifact soul within. The glazed Emperor Cauldron vibrated on its own, and the runes on it shone brightly. Let go! The other 1772 winged elites roared and rushed over crazily. All kinds of skills and techniques were thrown at Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and used the Rainbow Divine Sword to activate the Reincarnation Sword art. He swung his sword away. With a clang, the sound of the sword reverberated. In an instant, the 1772 winged elites were all sent flying, and their blood splattered in the void. At this moment, the glazed Emperor Cauldron quieted down. The artifact soul within was erased by Lin Tian, and he grabbed it. Not bad, he said. With a thought, the glazed Emperor Cauldron shrunk into an inch and kept it in his body. This Emperor Cauldron was very shocking. It was a supreme treasure. He snatched that clan's supreme treasure just like that. Really, in the distance, the old hooligan widened his eyes. The primitive emperor, the old hooligan, and the others were also shocked. Lin Tian's combat strength was really terrifying at this moment. Destroy them! The White Tiger roared. This clan had set up a trap here to lure Lin Tian here and forcefully capture Wu Yi. Now that they had ended up like this, it made the White Tiger feel very relieved. Again. The 1772 winged elites roared. Seeing that the glazed Emperor Pagoda was snatched away by Lin Tian, they all rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. His eye of destiny shook, and the power of providence surged, enveloping all of them. Bam, 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 in the blink of an eye, dozens of people were sent flying, and all of them coughed up blood. At the same time, sharp sword whistles reverberated. Lin Tian attacked again. He used the 9 swords of reincarnation with the rainbow swords and the power of destiny, directly obliterating 3 of the 72 winged experts. Afterwards, he used the eye of destiny to open up a vortex of destiny, sucking in the 3 fragments of their bodies and souls. He used the power of destiny to crush them. At this point, he was becoming more and more familiar with his control of the eye of destiny. The burden on his body was no longer as severe as it had been in the past. It was no longer like before, when he couldn't last for more than a few hours. He looked at the remaining 63 72 winged elites and did not say anything. He raised his divine sword and charged forward. The dozens of 72 winged strong practitioners were naturally enraged. Another 3 72 winged elders had died at the hands of Lin Tian. They steadied themselves and their killing intent overflowed into the sky as they surged towards Lin Tian. You guys are having fun. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the illusory flame-starry sea. It was a man who looked a little evil. There was a circle of strange black ancient runes on his forehead, and he had a head of eerie blue hair. He was just standing there, but the entire illusory flame-starry sea seemed to be trembling because of him. Lord Xianming. The dozens of 72 winged strong practitioners of the Heaven Protectors all stopped. They looked at the man in blue, and their expressions changed. At the same time, Xianxia, the man in green, the martial ancestor, the old ruffian, and the old priest all trembled when they saw this man. Their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, just by looking at this evil man, they seemed to be able to see the scene of their own deaths. Even someone as powerful and calm as Wu Yi's eyes narrowed. There was an obvious fluctuation in his gaze. The cleansing of the Xianhuang universe has slowed down compared to before. Lord Xianming stood in the sky and looked down at the dozens of 72-winged strong practitioners of the Heaven Protectors. The dozens of experts with 72 wings trembled slightly as they bowed on the spot. "Please forgive us, my lord." One of them pointed at Lin Tian and said, "Lord Xianming, this human has meddled with reincarnation. He's a reincarnated body and has the Eye of Destiny. He can control the destiny of the world. We're currently suppressing him and preparing to submit him to our superiors. That's why we wasted the cleansing time. Now, we..." "Oh?" Lord Xianming interrupted him. His eyes fell on Lin Tian and on Lin Tian's eyes. "It's really a reincarnated body and the Eye of Destiny. A mere human is very bold." Lin Tian naturally looked at Lord Xianming the moment he appeared. He was frightened by the other's terrifying aura. At this time, when he met the other's gaze, he couldn't help but tremble and feel intense pain all over his body. This person was too terrifying. Compared to this person, the great ancestor of the Heaven Protectors was like an ant compared to an elephant. Just the other's gaze made him feel like he was about to be annihilated. At the same time, he didn't know why, but he felt that this person was very familiar. He seemed to have seen him before. Buzz. In his hand, the rainbow godly sword vibrated on its own. It emitted a blinding light as if it had a spirit. Because of the vibration, he couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his head. It was as if billions of killing swords were slashing his brain. Many blurry bloody images suddenly appeared, making his head hurt even more. His consciousness was being violently torn apart. He looked at Lord Xianming. His consciousness was getting more and more painful. Gradually, his vision became blurry. In his mind, the bloody images kept overlapping. A shadow was exploding and blood splashed in the void. A few figures were leaving and disappearing into the horizon. His pupils gradually dilated. Gradually, a murderous aura emerged and became thicker. "It's you." The murderous roar resounded through the illusory flame-starry sea. His body suddenly erupted with a monstrous demonic aura. At this moment, his eyes turned blood-red. As if he had gone mad, he held the rainbow godly sword and rushed toward Lord Xianming in the sky. Such a scene made Xianxia, the man in green, the martial ancestor, the primitive emperor, and the old gangster all turn pale. "He's possessed. What's going on?" The old Taoist was shocked. "Kid." Lin Tian. The white tiger and the little Taichu couldn't help but shout. They didn't understand this sudden change at all. "Dad." The Ruoxian was also shocked. She shouted. Wu Yi moved. At this moment, she stepped out. Space holy radiance intertwined. Circles of Tao light rolled toward Lin Tian. She didn't know why Lin Tian suddenly possessed, but she knew that Lord Xianming was very terrifying. It was very dangerous for Lin Tian to rush up. "Back off." An indifferent voice sounded. Lord Xianming spoke. The entire illusory flame-starry sea trembled. Wu Yi was forced back and the space Tao light was annihilated. His gaze fell on Lin Tian, who was rushing over with the rainbow godly sword. "You seem to hate me instinctively. Do you know me?" Demonic aura and providence intertwined. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian charged towards Xianming with the seven-colored divine sword and slashed down. The sword was extremely terrifying and seemed to be able to cut through everything. However, when the sword landed in front of Xianming, Lin Tian was sent flying with a bang and shattered into pieces in the distance. Blood splattered in the void. It was a ghastly sight. The martial ancestor and the others were shocked. It was clearly Lin Tian who was attacking Xianming, but Lin Tian was the one who was injured. "What's going on? What's wrong with him?" Lin Tian. "Daddy." The white tiger, little Taichu, and Ruoxian were shocked and anxious. Wu Yi had already stabilized herself. The reincarnation tribulation crossing song disappeared at this moment, and she took another step forward. An incomparably powerful pressure spread out from her body, causing the entire illusory flame-starry sea to tremble. Thousands of Daos jumped out and submitted to her. Numerous divine chains of order appeared and covered the entire sky above the illusory flame-starry sea. Such an aura caused the martial ancestor and the others to tremble violently. Even their divine souls could not help but feel cold. The old hooligan's voice trembled. This pressure was too terrifying. It was dozens of times stronger than the pressure that had appeared when she had killed the grand ancestor of the heaven protectors. In the sky above the illusory flame-starry sea, Xianming narrowed his eyes slightly. He was surprised. A human woman can reach such a height? Very good. As he said this, a divine light flashed in his eyes. However, it's nothing in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force suddenly appeared in the illusory flame-starry sea and forced Wu Yi to retreat. This time, Wu Yi retreated dozens of feet. Her beautiful face had lost some color and was much paler. Mother! Ruoxian flashed toward Wu Yi and quickly landed beside Wu Yi. Yi! Little Taichu's expression changed, and so did the white tiger. This was the first time they had seen someone who could force Wu Yi back, and even force Wu Yi back twice in a row. Moreover, this time, Wu Yi was clearly injured. Before this, they had never thought that one day, someone would be able to hurt Wu Yi. Xianxia and the green-clothed man were naturally very anxious. Seeing that Wu Yi was injured, they couldn't help but rush towards Wu Yi. How is this possible? The expressions of the old hooligan and the others changed. They could clearly feel how terrifying the pressure that Wu Yi had just emitted was. It had made supreme masters of the universe like them tremble from the bottom of their souls. However, it had been easily defeated by that Xianming. They didn't even see Xianming attack. Just his aura alone was enough to push back the powerful Wu Yi. Lord Xianming is coming. Today, all of you will kneel here. The great beings of the Heaven Protector clan with 72 wings said coldly. Their eyes were filled with coldness at this time. Even Xianxia didn't know about Xianming's existence. Back then, Xianxia had risen too quickly. Before Xianxia had completely risen, they had only told Xianxia that they weren't the strongest in the celestial court and didn't have the highest status. They had also told Xianxia that after destroying all the universes, their clan would achieve super evolution. They hadn't mentioned anything about Xianming and the existence who had truly created the celestial court and supported the celestial court. When they had planned to tell Xianxia everything about the celestial court, Xianxia had betrayed his clan. Gulp. Gulp, the sound of flesh wriggling was heard. At this moment, Lin Tian had reformed his body. His eyes were blood red, and the demonic aura on his body was even more shocking. He had almost completely forgotten himself. His black hair was dancing wildly at this moment. His blood-red eyes stared at Xianming. He roared like a wild beast. Without any hesitation, he attacked again. Wu Yi pushed Ruoxian away. Xianxia drew a dazzling light and followed her. They attacked again, moving towards Lin Tian. At the same time, Wu Zhu and the others also moved. They didn't know why Lin Tian had suddenly turned into a demon, but they all knew that Lin Tian was in danger. They all rushed forward with Wu Yi. Boundless holy light appeared around their bodies. Back off, said Xianming indifferently. His voice was indifferent. The group of people was pushed back. Then, a powerful chi fell on them and restrained them. They couldn't move. Some of you are quite valuable. You can be used. Stay here. I'll deal with you later. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Lin Tian with a trace of interest. You are subconsciously filled with hatred for this exalted. Why would a little ant like you feel hatred for this exalted? Looking at Lin Tian, he didn't care about Lin Tian's reincarnation constitution and eye of destiny. Lin Tian's eyes were red. He was like a wild beast. His face was full of hostility. There was only murderous intent and madness. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Xianming and slashed down again. However, the result didn't change this time. With a poof, he was crushed by Xianming's qi. Father! In the distance, Ruoxian was restrained. She couldn't help but cry out. Bloody mist floated in the universe. Soon, Lin Tian reformed his body and rushed towards Xianming again. However, the result didn't change. Just like the previous 2 times, he was crushed by Xianming's qi for the 3rd time. An ant dares to cry to the heavens? The dozens of strong cultivators with 72 wings of the heaven protectors said coldly. They looked at Lin Tian as if he was a corpse. Blood splashed. Lin Tian's soul wasn't destroyed. He roared and reformed his body again. He rushed towards Xianming. However, the result was the same. He was crushed for the fourth time. However, Xianming didn't seem to know about this at all. He was only supported by his murderous intent and evil qi. He reformed his physical body and rushed towards Xianming again and again. Xianming was crushed again and again. Blood splashed in the air. Let me see how long you can last. Xianming didn't fight back. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Tian indifferently. He watched as Lin Tian rushed towards him and exploded. It was as if he was watching a show. Lin Tian roared. Bloody mist gathered and he reformed his body. He didn't seem to feel any pain. He rushed towards Xianming again. Over and over again, he completely lost his mind. He forgot himself. His eyes became redder and his demon qi became thicker. He attacked Xianming crazily. However, he was crushed by Xianming's aura again and again. He was constantly injured. However, after his body was crushed dozens of times and he lost the support of the reincarnation calamity crossing song, his qi didn't weaken. Instead, it became stronger. Roar. Once again, he reformed his physical body. From within his body, the faint roars of gods and demons could be heard. An extremely vast pressure spread out, causing the entire illusory flame star sea to tremble violently. It seemed like it would collapse in the next moment. Xianming squinted his eyes. Interesting. Your cultivation is much lower than that human girl's. However, at this moment, your battle prowess has surpassed hers. Interesting. As he spoke, he truly made his move. A ring of faint holy radiance swept towards Lin Tian. That should be enough. This sovereign will take a look at what exactly exists in your instincts and subconscious. The moment the holy light appeared, it was extremely frightening. Before it landed in front of Lin Tian was instantly suppressed, unable to move at all. Only his roars continued. Father! Stop! Ruoxian panicked. Shen Qi and the man in cyan couldn't help but shout. They were all extremely anxious. Wui looked anxious for the first time. She clenched her teeth and tried to break free from Xianming's suppression. However, it was useless. Even someone as strong as her couldn't resist such an unparalleled power. She couldn't break free. Xianming stood in the sky. He looked indifferent as if he was the emperor of heaven and earth. I told you. Today, you will be suppressed. The several dozen elders of the Heaven Protector clan all had cold gazes. Xianming's holy light fell in front of Lin Tian. However, it was also at this moment that the sacred brilliance shattered with a puff. The handsome middle-aged man in a white robe appeared in front of Lin Tian as if he appeared out of thin air. White Tiger, Little Taichu, and the others were shocked. That drunkard. The drunkard is here. White Tiger couldn't help but speak. An old drunkard was Lin Tian's master. An old drunkard appeared at this critical moment. It was surprised and happy. Grandmaster. Ruoxian also spoke. Although she was restrained, it was not a problem for her to speak. That kid's master, I've seen him once. He looks more. Wait. An old drunkard looked at an old drunkard, and his expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened. This aura, this, Shen Qi, martial ancestor, old Taoist, and primitive emperor all changed their expressions. Each of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan couldn't help but tremble. Their lips couldn't help but tremble. Human, you can actually shake off my. Xianming's eyes were deep as his gaze fell on an old drunkard. His voice was cold. Then, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but take a step back. The dozens of 72 winged experts of the Heaven Protector clan were puzzled when they saw Xianming's expression. However, in the next moment, these people looked at an old drunkard and trembled violently. They all stepped back together, trembling. Human. Human king. One of them spoke. The previous cold expression when he looked at Lin Tian disappeared and was replaced by fear. White Tiger, Little Tai Chu, and Ruoxian's expressions changed again. Human. Human king? He isn't he Lin Tian's master? How? White Tiger's eyes were filled with shock. Grandmaster, is the human king? Ruoxian's face was also filled with shock. Human king, this was not the first time they had heard of these two words. Whenever someone mentioned these two words, they would either reveal reverence or fear. This was because these two words represented invincibility. They were existences that countless experts in this world could only look up to and fear. They were existences that existed before the primordial age, and who knew how many years had passed since the current era. But now, the 72-winged powerhouse of the Heaven Protector clan actually called an old drunkard king. An old drunkard was from this era. He was Lin Tian's teacher. How could he be the human king? However, even though they found it hard to believe, they also knew that the Heaven Protector clan's 72-winged expert wouldn't casually call out the words human king when looking at someone. It was impossible for those people to mistake someone else. This, in an instant, they were all stunned. Even Wu Yi's gaze couldn't help but fluctuate at this time. No wonder you could say the Taoist name I used countless years ago. It's actually you. The old gangster looked at an old drunkard with his eyes wide open. But, why did your appearance change? Is this reincarnation? Beside him, the old Taoist, primitive emperor, and other supreme experts of the universe were all shocked. Moss. Teacher. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at an old drunkard, and their voices trembled slightly. Although his appearance was different from before, the aura that an old drunkard emitted was unmistakable. It was the aura that belonged to their teacher. Little one, little six, you have suffered too. An old drunkard spoke with his back facing Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. As soon as these words came out, the White Tiger, Little Tai Chu, and Ruoxian's expressions changed again. If they still had a trace of doubt before, they didn't have any now. An old drunkard was the human king. The human king, an invincible existence before the primordial age, had actually been by their side all this time. Teacher. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were extremely excited. Then, their gazes quickly fell on Lin Tian, who was shrouded in pure holy light. The excitement in their eyes became even stronger, and their voices trembled. Little junior brother. Lin Tian, like their little junior brother, had cultivated all the techniques of the 9 of them. On the path of cultivation, he had been very cruel to himself and worked very hard. They had once suspected that Lin Tian was the reincarnation of their little junior brother, but because they couldn't sense any familiar aura from him, they finally denied this conjecture. However, at this time, they no longer had any doubts. Although they still couldn't sense any familiar aura from Lin Tian, they were now certain that Lin Tian was the reincarnation of their little junior brother. Boom! Pure holy light enveloped Lin Tian. His eyes were crimson, full of hostility and murderous intent. He roared like a wild beast and stared at Xianming through the holy light barrier. He wanted to rush over crazily, but he couldn't break free from the holy light barrier around his body. The holy light barrier was cast by an old drunkard. An old drunkard raised his hand and reached into the holy light barrier, landing on Lin Tian's head. The surging demonic aura and the power of providence gradually dissipated, and the crimson-red eyes gradually returned to normal. Lin Tian no longer roared, and his grip on the divine sword loosened. He fainted within the holy light screen. An old drunkard's eyes were gentle like a loving father. He looked away from Lin Tian and at Xianming and the others. My disciple is easy to bully? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment from bullying him? Looking at Xianming and the others, his expression was no longer gentle. He was calm and indifferent. Xianming trembled, and so did the Heaven Protector race's experts with 72 wings. They wanted to escape, but their bodies couldn't move at all. You. What do you want? Xianming trembled. His previous coldness and prestige disappeared without a trace. The fear in his eyes couldn't be concealed. He looked at the fainted Lin Tian and said in a trembling voice, I know. He is your little disciple. He He hates us. He hates that lord. He wants to kill us and take revenge. This is his long-cherished wish. So, you can't kill me. He looked at the other experts and said, you can kill them, but you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will destroy his long-cherished wish. All those years. You didn't do anything because of this, right? You can't kill me. Little Taichu, White Tiger, Ruoxian, and the others were stunned. They stared at Lin Tian in the holy light barrier without blinking. Father, this is, Ruoxian whispered. Wu Yi's eyes moved as he looked at Lin Tian from afar. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at Xian Ming and clenched their fists. Bastard. Ao Jian Tianzuan gritted his teeth. A teacher for a day, a father for life. It's only right for his teacher to kill an enemy for him. This isn't the reason why you can live today. He knew that their little junior brother had an irreconcilable enmity with the celestial court. However, he didn't know who he had enmity with. Now that he knew that Xian Ming was one of them, his eyes couldn't help but fill with murderous intent. Hearing Ao Jian Tianzuan's words, Xian Ming couldn't help but tremble. He was afraid that an old drunkard would kill him after hearing this. No. You can't think like that. There is a difference between a teacher and a parent. You can't kill me. Xian Ming trembled and looked at an old drunkard in shock and fear. Beside him, the faces of the dozens of 72 winged elites were pale. There was no trace of blood on their faces. White Tiger, Little Taichu, and Ruoxian looked at this scene. At this moment, their eyes were still filled with disbelief about an old drunkard's true identity and Lin Tian's true identity. At the same time, they were also shocked. How terrifying was Xian Ming? Even someone as strong as Wu Yi was no match for him. Xian Ming's aura alone could not block him. However, now, facing an old drunkard, this terrifying Xian Ming could not even move. There was only fear on his face. White Tiger opened his mouth but could not say a word. At this time it finally understood the true meaning behind Empyrean Divine Seal's words, no matter how hard an ant tries, it will never be able to shake an eagle. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. The panicked voice was heard again. Xian Ming trembled and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The fear in his eyes was even more intense. An old drunkard was calm and indifferent. He looked at Xian Ming and the dozens of 72 winged elites and said, "You are too presumptuous." Xian Ming trembled and the luster of life in his eyes disappeared. His body disintegrated like sand and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the dozens of 72 winged elites also disintegrated one after another and turned into sand. White Tiger, Little Taichu, and Ruoxian were all shocked. White Tiger could not help but have goosebumps all over his body. He opened his mouth but still could not say a word. He was completely shocked by the scene. It was only a sentence. He did not see an old drunkard make a move at all. However, that terrifying Xian Ming and dozens of 72 winged elites disintegrated in an instant. Their bodies and souls were all destroyed. What kind of power was this? Even the old gangster and old Taoist who knew how terrifying a human king was could not help but tremble. I have always wondered. Is he really human? Old Taoist whispered. Dust drifted in the fantasy flame star ocean. Old drunkard lifted his head to look into the distance. A beam of light sparkled in his eyes. Outside the black-yellow universe, there was a magnificent big world with magnificent mountains and rivers. At this moment, the space around it was distorted. Even time jumped with it. Then, the big world disappeared instantly. Almost at the same time, the divine key shook violently in the black-yellow universe. She was from the Heaven Protector clan. She knew where her clan's land was, and she could feel the aura of her clan's land. At that moment, she could clearly sense that wherever the old drunkard's gaze passed, their clan's land, a world that was countless times larger than the ultimate great world, instantly crumbled. This made her tremble uncontrollably. Even though she knew that a human king was terrifying, she was still shaken by this. Despite being separated by a boundless great universe, as far as his eyes could see, he had instantly destroyed the world where her clan was established. She couldn't even imagine such strength. She couldn't even understand how such a thing could be done. An old drunkard stood in the sky above the black-yellow universe. His eyes became calm again as he looked at Lin Tian in the holy brilliance. Lin Tian was unconscious in the holy brilliance. However, his body trembled from time to time. The hand that was holding the rainbow divine sword was sometimes relaxed and sometimes clenched. It was as if he was having a nightmare. Back then, you sealed his origin memories after extracting them from him. Can he still remember the past based on his instincts? A soft voice sounded. A woman appeared beside an old drunkard. She looked at Lin Tian in the holy brilliance and felt a little heartache. The woman wore a green dress. Her essence, energy, and spirit were extremely astonishing, as if she was a part of the heavens. Saintess of all heavens. The Yuan Emperor and martial ancestor felt a familiar aura and spoke at the same time. At the same time, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were excited. Master's wife. Xian Ming's suppression had already disappeared. The two of them flashed over. Although her appearance was different, her aura was exactly the same as their master's wife. Little one, little six, you are stronger than before. You have surpassed yourselves. The woman said gently. White Tiger, little Taichu, and Ruoxian looked at this scene and were in a daze. Master's wife Xianxia is a saintess of all heavens? White Tiger was stunned. On this day, he had seen too many shocking things. His mind was in a mess. An old drunkard brought Lin Tian, Qing Xian, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan to land on a piece of land. Master, little junior brother, Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian, who was unconscious. Seeing Lin Tian trembling from time to time as if he was in pain, he couldn't help but show a distressed expression like Qing Xian. He and Ao Jian Tianzuan had never bowed to an old drunkard. The human king's bloodline never cared about superficial etiquette. It's okay. An old drunkard shook his head. Looking at Lin Tian, who was bathed in the holy light, his peaceful eyes seemed very gentle, but he also sighed. In the distance, Wu Yi put away thousand snow and walked over. Soon, she came close and her gaze fell on Lin Tian. An old drunkard paused. The holy light outside Lin Tian's body dissipated, and he was sent to Wu Yi's side by a gentle force. Wu Yi stretched out her hand and hugged Lin Tian. Looking at Lin Tian, who was trembling from time to time, there was a trace of worry in her gentle eyes. She could feel that Lin Tian was in great pain now. Even if he was unconscious, it was as if he was being tortured by a nightmare. Daddy! Ruoxian and the White Tiger, little Taichu, flashed over at this time. Looking at Lin Tian, their eyes were full of worry. Thinking of Lin Tian's demonic state before, and looking at Lin Tian who was trembling in a coma at this time, they didn't feel good. Almost at the same time, as Lin Tian trembled from time to time, in the ninth heaven of the 10 directions heavens, in a very ordinary large pit, billowing black light rushed out, exuding a terrifying aura that annihilated every inch of the void. In the ordinary pit, there seemed to be a peerless demon king that could destroy the world. That aura was extremely terrifying. An old drunkard stood in the illusory flame-starry sky, looking at the 10 directions heavens from afar. Your consciousness doesn't need to exist anymore. As he muttered to himself, a faint light flashed in his eyes. In the 9th heaven of the 10 directions heavens, the billowing black light overflowing from the barren mountain pit suddenly shook violently. Human king, you are so ruthless. A voice filled with panic, despair, and anger came from the billowing black light, then disappeared in an instant. The billowing black light rushed out and disappeared into the pit again. In the illusory flame-starry sky, Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at an old drunkard and asked, Master, what did you say just now? Nothing, don't worry about it. An old drunkard said. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan were a little suspicious, but they didn't ask much. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian again, junior brother. Seeing that Lin Tian was still trembling in a coma, their faces didn't look very good. It was also at this time that the old gangster, martial ancestor, old Taoist, and others flashed over one after another. Lin Tian had cultivated all the techniques of Fengshen Tianzuan and the others. Like Fengshen Tianzuan and the others, the old gangster had once suspected that Lin Tian was the junior brother of the 9 people, the disciple of the human king. However, because he couldn't feel any familiar aura, he had previously denied this idea. However, he didn't expect that his guess back then was actually correct. His current cultivation is far beyond what it used to be. Why can't I feel the slightest bit of origin aura from before? The primitive emperor asked an old drunkard, as if he knew Lin Tian in the past. In order to become a reincarnated body, the origin aura has changed. An old drunkard said, not saying much on this point. He looked at the primitive emperor, then at the old gangster, martial ancestor, and the old Taoist. Thank you for your trouble. We didn't help much. If you really want to say something, old Taiyi's eternal yen heaven advancing pellet was effective. Martial ancestor shook his head. He naturally knew that an old drunkard was thanking them for rushing here to help Lin Tian. Thank you. An old drunkard smiled at the old Taoist. Don't. If you didn't help back then, this old man would have been dead. You are thanking me now, isn't it too much? The old Taoist waved his hand, looked at Lin Tian, and said to an old drunkard, by the way, that eternal yen heaven advancing pellet will be very bad after its effect wears off. You should help him when appropriate. Otherwise, he will suffer a fate worse than death within a month. The side effects of the eternal yen heaven advancing pellet were very severe and difficult to resolve. Even a supreme master of the universe like him couldn't do it. However, he believed that an old drunkard could resolve it, because an old drunkard was a human king. In his impression, there was nothing that a human king couldn't do. It has been erased. An old drunkard said. He looked at Lin Tian with a gentle gaze. Previously, when he had enveloped Lin Tian with his divine splendor, he had completely erased the medicinal effects and side effects of the everlasting yen advancing heaven pill. Lin Tian was being supported by Wu Yi and was completely leaning on Wu Yi. At this time, she was in a coma and was trembling from time to time. Grand Master, my father, Ruoxian looked at an old drunkard with worry and tears in her eyes. At this time, seeing her father who had doted on her since she was young like this, she felt very uncomfortable. This kind of discomfort made her no longer feel surprised that an old drunkard is the legendary human king. At this time, her heart was only tied to her father. I'm fine. An old drunkard said with a smile. He looked at Ruoxian with a kind and gentle gaze. Xianxia stroked Ruoxian's hair. Her eyes were filled with love. She said gently, don't worry, it's fine. Lin Tian was their most beloved disciple. Ruoxian was Lin Tian's daughter. Naturally, they also doted on Ruoxian. As the saying goes, love a house, love its crow. Ruoxian relaxed a little. She held the unconscious Lin Tian's hand and looked at Lin Tian without blinking. Yeah. Little Taichu looked at Lin Tian, its furry ears drooping slightly. When it was still in the egg, it was Lin Tianyi who took care of it until it was born. After that, he gave it a name. After that, they were always together. Lin Tian was the most important person in the world to it. It was even more important than the Emperor of Fairy Spirit and its mother whom it had never met. Now that it saw Lin Tian like this, it was naturally very sad. White Tiger, Shen Qi, Martial Ancestor, and the man in green all looked at Lin Tian at this time. This place was very quiet for a moment. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. An old drunkard looked at everyone here and said, no one is to mention what happened today to him. Why? The old gangster was curious. He naturally knew that an old drunkard was referring to his real identity, Xianxia's identity, and Lin Tian's identity. At the same time, White Tiger and the others were also very confused. Right now, he doesn't have the willpower to suppress his hatred. If we tell him about us, it might stimulate him and make him instinctively recall the hatred of the past. That would be very bad. Just now, all of you saw it too. Just by seeing an enemy of the past, it caused him to enter a demonic state and almost lose himself. Moreover, this was under the condition that his origin memories were extracted and sealed by us. Qin Xian looked at Lin Tian with pity and then said, his hatred is so deep that even if his original memory was extracted, his instinct is still branded with hatred. Once he is stimulated, it will explode. Right now, not only does he not have the willpower to suppress his hatred, but he also doesn't have the strength to take revenge. So now, don't mention our identity and his identity to him. She continued, after this, when he has enough willpower to suppress his hatred, the original memory that we sealed will automatically return to his body and let him remember everything that happened in the past. I understand. The hatred of the past, that kind of hatred, is indeed. The old gangster sighed and looked at the unconscious Lin Tian. These years, this little guy has really suffered. Obviously, he knew about Lin Tian's past. Grand Preceptor's wife, Father, what did Father experience in the past? What did the Celestial Court do to Father? Ruoxian clenched her hands and asked Xianxia. She had already guessed, clearly guessed, that her father's hatred was related to the Celestial Court, White Tiger, Little Tai Chu, and the man in green couldn't help but look at Xianxia at this time. What kind of deep-rooted hatred could cause Lin Tian to be in so much pain? Even if his original memory was extracted and sealed, he could still react to his former enemy and go crazy just by instinct. Even Wu Yi couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Shen Qi also guessed that Lin Tian's hatred was related to the Celestial Court. At this time, he couldn't help but tremble and his face became very pale. For a moment, he didn't dare to look at Lin Tian. This was because she was once the strongest person in the Heavenly Protector clan and a member of the Celestial Court. She was afraid that she would be related to Lin Tian's hatred. She was afraid that before she left the Heavenly Protector clan, she had hurt Lin Tian. If that was really the case, she really didn't know what to do. Grand Preceptor's wife will tell you when your father obtains his original memory. Or after that, your father will tell you himself. It's not good to tell you that now. Xianxia said to Ruoxian. After a pause, she looked at Shen Qi and said, don't worry. What happened back then has nothing to do with you. She was the wife of the human king and was once the saintess of the all heavens. Her abilities were far beyond what ordinary people could guess. She naturally knew that Shen Qi was once the strongest person in the Heavenly Protector clan and was Wu Yi's mother. Thus, when she saw Shen Qi's reaction at this time, she naturally knew what Shen Qi was worried and afraid of. Hearing this, Shen Qi immediately relaxed. It was as if a huge rock had been removed from her shoulders. It was more like she had just escaped death. She didn't care at all that Xianxia could guess what she was thinking at this time. Thank you. Thank you. She thanked Xianxia. Lin Tian's hatred had nothing to do with her. She had never done anything to harm Lin Tian. When she found out about this, she instantly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders, and she was countless times happier than if she had been saved today. Time slowly passed. For a moment, this place became very quiet. Lin Tian was still unconscious. He unconsciously leaned on Wu Yi. Wu Yi supported him. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were very gentle. In a flash, dozens of breaths passed. It's time to go. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian and spoke at this time. P.S. Yesterday, everyone wanted to see the follow-up of an old drunkard's appearance. So, after the dragon updated 2 chapters, he added 2 more chapters. Then, the order of these 2 chapters was accidentally wrong. This order was fixed immediately on the internet. However, there were some places that couldn't be fixed. Combined with the previous chapters, the dragon will tell you the correct reading order. Everyone read in the order of snatching the emperor's furnace. Xianming crazy. The drunkard is here. You are too presumptuous. Deep-seated hatred. This is the correct reading order. Please forgive me for any inconvenience I may have caused. Then, the dragon invited everyone to read on the internet. Download the Zongheng novel app. This is the official app of the internet. Because the dragon wrote on the internet, if there was a mistake, the dragon could contact the editor of the Dragon in Zongheng novel to make corrections immediately. However, these corrections were only limited to the internet. The dragon couldn't do anything else other than apologize. So, if you can, please come and read the internet. Grandmaster, are you and Grand Preceptor's wife leaving? Ruoxian held the hand of the unconscious Lin Tian. Hearing that an old drunkard was leaving, she couldn't help but ask. An old drunkard nodded. Don't worry about your father. He's just in a coma for the time being. He'll wake up in half a month at most. Be good. We'll meet again soon. Xianxia said to Ruoxian. Then she looked at Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan. Xiaoyi, Xiao Lu, come with us. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan hesitated. They looked at the unconscious Lin Tian. Grand Preceptor's wife, we want to. Xianxia naturally knew that the two wanted to stay with Lin Tian for the time being. In the past, they had always doted on Lin Tian, their junior brother. Now that you know he's Xiaoyi, you'll inevitably care about him deliberately in the future. After that, we'll meet again when he retrieves the original memory. She said. Fengshen Tianzuan and Ao Jian Tianzuan paused. They knew Xianxia's painstaking efforts. Finally, they looked at Lin Tian and nodded. Got it, Grand Preceptor's wife. The two said and stood behind Xianxia and an old drunkard. An old drunkard and Xianxia stood together and looked at Lin Tian gently. After this farewell, the disciple they doted on the most would truly recognize them after reincarnating. Grandmaster, Grand Preceptor's wife, goodbye. Ruoxian knew that the old drunkard and Xianxia were about to leave. Although she was worried about her father, she still waved her hand to bid them farewell. She appeared very obedient and polite. Xianxia smiled gently at her, and then looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi, please take care of our Xiaoyi. Okay. Wu Yi supported Lin Tian and nodded gently. Xianxia smiled. She looked at Lin Tian and then at Wu Yi. Having you is the greatest blessing of the 10th reincarnation. Because of you, because of all of you, in this life, even if we don't interfere, he will succeed. An old drunkard didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Tian gently. After a short pause, he disappeared silently with Xianxia, Fengshen Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan. For a moment, the place became much quieter. The old hooligan looked at Lin Tian with a sigh in his eyes. He paused for a moment before saying, "It's fine now. It's safe now. Then, this old man will leave too." "Alright, I'm leaving too," the old Taoist priest said. Together. The martial ancestor was a man of few words. The primitive emperor didn't say anything and planned to leave. The four supreme masters of the universe stood together and looked at Lin Tian deeply. In the end, they also disappeared silently. The place suddenly became even quieter. Only Wu Yi, Ruoxian, Little Taichu, White Tiger, Xianxia, the man in cyan, and Lin Tian, who was unconscious and leaning on Wu Yi, were left. Wisps of light wind drifted here. Wu Yi supported the unconscious Lin Tian. She didn't say anything. She looked very quiet, and her eyes were very gentle. However, there was a hint of worry in her eyes that she didn't usually have. "Mother, let's go somewhere else," Ruoxian said softly. In the illusory flame-starry sea, broken stars were floating. At this time, the air was still filled with the remnants of the destructive aura from the previous battle. It wasn't a good land. Wu Yi nodded and took Lin Tian to the illusory flame-starry sea. Ruoxian, White Tiger, and Little Taichu followed behind her. Xianxia and the man in cyan paused for a moment and then followed them. Not long after, they found an ordinary big world. There weren't many people inside, but the environment was good. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, and the spirit energy wasn't dense, but it wasn't thin either. After entering this great world, the group arrived at an immortal valley. They stopped at a relatively spacious and flat location inside the valley. There were many flowers, grass, and ancient trees in the surroundings. Wu Yi leaned against a big tree and sat on his knees, letting Lin Tian rest his head on his thighs. This way, the unconscious Lin Tian would feel more comfortable. She was very quiet and didn't say anything. She just lowered her head and looked at Lin Tian quietly, waiting for Lin Tian to wake up. Ruoxian, White Tiger, and Little Taichu stayed on one side. They were also very quiet. Xianxia and the man in cyan followed them. They stood a little farther away, sometimes looking at Lin Tian and sometimes at Wu Yi. Ruoxian naturally noticed their actions. She also knew the relationship between them and her family. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something to them, wanting to say something to her mother, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth. Next to her, White Tiger and Little Taichu also did the same. Wu Yi was very quiet. She looked at Lin Tian quietly and completely ignored everything around her. She only focused on Lin Tian. Time passed little by little. Lin Tian was in a coma. Her body trembled from time to time, as if she was constantly being tortured by nightmares. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Half a month later, on this day, he finally woke up. His eyelids twitched and he opened his eyes in the next moment. What entered his eyes was a familiar face, an extremely beautiful face. Wu Yi. He said softly. N. Wu Yi answered. She still looked at him with her head lowered, her eyes gentle. Daddy. Brat, you're finally awake. You're finally awake. Yeah. Ruoxian, White Tiger, and little Taichu hurriedly surrounded him. They suddenly became much more relaxed. Shin Qi and the man in cyan also quickly walked over, a trace of joy on their faces. They were slightly closer than before, but they didn't really come close. They stopped about 3 zhang away from Wu Yi and Lin Tian. Lin Tian felt a slight headache. Then, he realized that he was currently lying on Wu Yi's lap. What happened to me? This place. He sat up and looked around. He was somewhat puzzled. Why are we here? Those elders of the Heaven Protector clan, the battle over there. At this time, he felt dizzy. He only remembered that a very terrifying person suddenly appeared in the battle in the illusory flame astral ocean. He couldn't remember what happened after that. The battle over there is already over, Wu Yi said softly. Your master came and wiped out everyone. The old guy was here? Lin Tian was surprised. N. Wu Yi nodded. Really? Why don't I have any impression of him? Lin Tian frowned and said, why did I faint? He was not surprised that an old drunkard could wipe out all the enemies in the illusory flame astral ocean. His master was called a peerless genius, so he definitely had that ability. He was just puzzled. Why didn't he have any impression of an old drunkard appearing? How did he faint in the end? The effect of the Eternal Inferno Heaven Advancement pill was over. The side effect made you faint. Your master appeared after you fainted. Wu Yi said softly. She didn't like to lie. It was not in line with her character, but she knew that lying now was good for Lin Tian. She looked at Lin Tian calmly and gently. Very strong, Wu Yi said softly. I don't think anyone in this world can compare to him. Lin Tian was moved when he heard this. He remembered the strength Wu Yi had displayed before. Even the strongest ancestor of the Heaven Protector clan was killed by Wu Yi in an instant. And now, the powerful Wu Yi actually gave his master such a high evaluation. That old guy is already so strong? No one in this world can compare to him? He paused and said, isn't this a bit exaggerated? At least, the legendary human king shouldn't be weaker than that old guy, right? Wu Yi's lips moved. He paused and said, among the people I've seen, no one can compare to your master. At the side, Ruoxian, White Tiger, and little Taichu looked at him. They opened their mouths, but didn't say anything in the end. What's with your expressions? What do you mean? Lin Tian looked at Ruoxian and the others. At this time, he felt that they were looking at him with strange expressions. Nothing, Daddy. Ruoxian said. Yes, nothing. Yeah. White Tiger and little Taichu also spoke one after another. There were some things that couldn't be let Lin Tian know. Is that so? Lin Tian looked at them. Why do I feel like you're hiding something from me? No, Daddy, you're thinking too much. Why would we hide anything from you? Absolutely not. Ruoxian pulled Lin Tian's hand and shook it. Daddy, don't you believe in your daughter? Your daughter is the most obedient. Seeing his precious daughter acting like a spoiled child, Lin Tian didn't think about anything else. He smiled and rubbed Ruoxian's head. I believe you, I believe you. Hee, Daddy is the best. Ruoxian threw herself on Lin Tian and hugged Lin Tian's neck. She rubbed against him and continued to act like a spoiled child. You're already so old, yet you're still so coquettish. However, the smile on Lin Tiandao's face became even wider. No matter how much time has passed, in front of father and mother, a daughter is still a child who hasn't grown up, a baby. Ruoxian said. Lin Tianwei stared blankly for a moment before she couldn't help but smile. That's right. He looked at Wu Yi, then looked at Ruoxian who was hugging him and acting spoiled. He smiled and said, "In my and your mother's hearts, we actually think the same." No matter how much their children had grown, they were still children in the eyes of their parents. They would always be children. About 10 feet away, Xianxia and the green-clothed man stood together. When they saw that Lin Tian had woken up, they relaxed. When they heard Lin Tian's words, their gazes couldn't help but waver. They looked at Wu Yi who was standing beside the ancient tree. Lin Tian was standing beside Wu Yi, so he naturally felt their gazes. He raised his head and saw that the two of them were still looking at Wu Yi, just like before. Their eyes were filled with obvious excitement, but their gazes were still somewhat evasive. Therefore, when he saw their actions and the distance between them and Wu Yi, he knew that they hadn't acknowledged Wu Yi yet. He stood up and pulled Wu Yi up. He looked at Xianxia and the green-clothed man. He paused for a moment before he said to Wu Yi, "This is your mother and father." In fact, he knew that Wu Yi already knew about this matter. Previously, the 72-winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan had already revealed it to him. However, both sides had yet to acknowledge each other. At this time, he naturally had to speak up to break the deadlock. Back then, he continued to speak and briefly explained why Xianxia had sent Wu Yi away back then. At the same time, he also gave a brief account of the green-clothed man. Wu Yi looked at Xianxia and the green-clothed man. Although she already knew that the two of them were her biological parents, when she heard Lin Tian say it personally, her gaze couldn't help but waver. Xianxia and the green-clothed man looked at Wu Yi. At this time, they were trembling slightly. They wanted to say something to Wu Yi, but they didn't know how to start. Looking at their daughter in front of them, their hearts were filled with guilt. This was especially true for Xianxia. Other than the guilt of not fulfilling the responsibility of raising Wu Yi, she also felt that she wasn't qualified to be Wu Yi's mother because her hands were stained with blood back then. The white tiger and little Taichu watched quietly from the side. Neither of them spoke. This place was very quiet for a moment. The sound of a gentle breeze could be heard clearly. "Grandmother! Grandfather!" Ruoxian let go of Lin Tian and suddenly jumped beside Xianxia and the green-clothed man. She pulled on Xianqi's hand and called out sweetly. She seemed exceptionally obedient. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Then, he secretly gave Ruoxian a thumbs up. This precious daughter of his really knew how to adjust the atmosphere. He believed that with Ruoxian's actions and Ruoxian's words, the silent and stiff atmosphere here would definitely improve. In reality, his predictions were not wrong. As Ruoxian jumped to Xianxia and the green-clothed man's side, and as Ruoxian called out grandmother and grandfather, the silent and stiff atmosphere here began to improve in the blink of an eye. Xianxia pulled on Ruoxian. He was both excited and happy. The green-clothed man was also the same. The atmosphere here was getting better and better. Ruoxian pulled on Xianxia and the green-clothed man and arrived in front of Wu Yi. Wu Yi just looked at Xianxia and the green-clothed man quietly on the battlefield. Although there were some fluctuations in her eyes, she did not say anything. She was not good at communicating. In this kind of situation, although she had some expectations in her heart, she did not know how to open her mouth or how to respond. Wu Yi. In the end, it was Xianxia who gathered the courage to step forward and speak. He gathered the courage to pull on Wu Yi's hand. Wu Yi still did not move. Her expression did not even change much. She just said, "Yes." Her voice was very soft. It was so soft that it was almost inaudible. However, Xianxi's cultivation was very strong. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on Wu Yi. Naturally, he heard it. His entire body trembled. This was a kind of recognition, right? Tears gushed out of her eyes like a flood breaking through a dam. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." At this moment, this once strongest warrior of the Heaven Protectors burst into tears. He kept apologizing to Wu Yi. The green-cloaked man did not say anything. However, there were also tears in his eyes. Lin Tian stood to the side. When he saw this, he couldn't help but smile. In this world, apart from scum like the Fey race's patriarch, which parent didn't want to be by their child's side from the moment they were born? Which parent didn't want to raise their child in the palm of their hands? If there was no special reason, which parent would be willing to send their newborn away from their side? Looking at Xianxia and the green-clothed man, he could understand their feelings. This was especially true for Xianxia. When they were being hunted down, in order to prevent the newborn Wu from being harmed, he personally sent the newborn Wu away from his side. How painful was it to personally watch one's own flesh and blood leave? Now, the two of them were reunited with Wu. He was happy for them. At the same time, he was also happy for Wu. Wu had always been so quiet. She never mentioned her parents. Even at this time, her expression did not change much. However, he knew that Wu was definitely very happy in her heart. He looked at them and paused. He couldn't help but think of himself. All these years, he was like Wu. He had never thought about his parents. However, at this time, seeing Wu reunite with his birth parents, he couldn't help but think about this. He was picked up by someone and grew up in an orphanage. Where were his birth parents? Perhaps they have already turned to dust. He thought to himself. After all, he grew up on Earth. Almost everyone there was an ordinary person. His parents were also ordinary people. Daddy, what's wrong? Ruoxian noticed that Lin Tian's expression was a bit strange and couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian came back to his senses. Nothing, I'm just happy that your mother and grandfather are reunited. Is that so? Why do I feel like you're thinking about something else? Ruoxian asked strangely. Her divine senses were very sharp. Of course, I'm just happy for your mother. Lin Tian said with a smile, pinching her nose. On this day, Wu and her parents were reunited. Xianxia pulled Wu and kept apologizing. Then, he pulled Wu and said many other things. The man in green was also at the side. Compared to Xianxia, he didn't talk much, but he also spoke from time to time. Wu was basically listening to Xianxia and the man in green talk. She listened very quietly and looked at Lin Tian from time to time. Although mother is very strong and perfect, she's just a little wife in front of father. After reuniting with grandfather and grandmother, she's always looking at father and hanging on father's side. Ruoxian giggled and teased her mother. Lin Tian blushed with shame. His daughter was really naughty. However, he knew in his heart that Ruoxian was doing it on purpose. She just wanted to make the atmosphere of this place warmer. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, a full 7 days had passed. It's about time. Let's go and leave this place. On this day, Lin Tian Dao. During these 7 days, the atmosphere between Wu and her parents was much better. Wu didn't change much. Facing her parents, she was still very calm. However, Xianxia and the man in green had changed a lot. After reuniting with each other, after 7 days, at least they didn't have the feeling of being afraid to face Wu because of guilt like before. At the same time, during these 7 days, he also learned the name of the man in green. He was called Mu Xingshu. It sounded very similar to his former identity as a scholar. Just by hearing the name, he could feel that he was a scholar. Moreover, he realized that his current cultivation had improved significantly compared to before. He was much stronger now. He reckoned that with his current strength, without relying on any artifacts or the reincarnation soul tempering art, he could kill a 48-winged heaven protector expert. This caused him to sigh with emotion once again. Sure enough, a cultivator still had to improve through battle. Fierce battles were really helpful in increasing one's strength. Their cultivation bases were very high, so they traveled very quickly. Soon, they stepped out of the great world. Human? Cut it off. In the distance, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A group of Saint King-level heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals passed by and happened to see Lin Tian and the others. They immediately strode over, their eyes cold and indifferent. Someone attacked, and a large amount of murderous light pressed down on the group. A descendant of the immortal spirit royal family? Capture it, but don't kill it. Suppress it and hand it over. You will be rewarded greatly. These people's cultivation bases were not high, so they did not know that Lin Tian was a reincarnated being. Xianxia's 72 wings were hidden, so they could not tell that Xianxia was a member of the Heaven Protector clan. At this time, they could only see that the little Taichu had the bloodline of the immortal spirit imperial family. Looking at the little Taichu, their eyes gleamed as if they had seen a delicious prey. "You're really courting death." The white tiger curled his lips. A mere group of Saint Kings actually dared to make a move against them like this. Lin Tian did not say anything. An invisible aura spread out and directly crushed the group of heavenly soldiers into nothingness. "I just thought of a problem." Looking at these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, his eyes flickered. The destruction of the black-yellow universe is difficult to stop. Senior Fengshen told me before that when about 70% of the universe is destroyed, the heaven and earth will change. At that time, comprehending order will be countless times easier than usual. It will be the best time to comprehend and control order. He said, "This black-yellow universe has not been destroyed to 70%. Let's go back to the Hongmeng universe now and bring Jiyu and the rest of our old friends here. At that time, we can comprehend order. Moreover, we can continue to rob the celestial court of the pristine jade bottle used to collect life essence. It is also very useful." The celestial court's strength was extremely terrifying. After the black-yellow universe was destroyed, the Hongmeng universe would be the next. Before that, he had to seize every opportunity to strengthen the people around him. The white tiger's eyes lit up. "That's right. That's a very good idea." Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, he took action himself, directly tearing open an enormous spatial crack in this place. This was the universe portal. Now that his cultivation had reached the level where he could kill the 48-winged heavenly protector, it was naturally not difficult to tear open the universe portal. "Let's go," he said. The group stepped into the universe portal and disappeared in an instant. It was pitch black inside the universe portal. Lin Tianyi and the rest entered the universe portal. After an unknown period of time, there was light in front of them. A strong force emerged and shook the group out of the universe portal. Looking around, there were stars circling around them. They were in the starry sky, and the silver starlight was exceptionally gentle. "The Hongmeng universe is back," Lin Tian muttered to himself. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to be wrong about the destination of the transmission. He knew that he was now in the Hongmeng universe. Moreover, the starry skies of the Xianhuang universe were almost completely destroyed. It was impossible for the starry skies here to remain intact. "Let's go to the 10 Directions Ancient Star first and pick up Jiyu and the others. Then, we'll find Ye and use the Heavenly Mystery Divine Technique to find the White Pig and the others," he said. Sacred light surged, and he was about to bring Wu Yi and the others to the 10 Directions Heavenly Domain, but he was stopped by Ruoxian. "Father, don't be in such a hurry," Ruoxian said. "When my mother and I were forcibly taken to Black-Yellow Universe, we were in that special tomb in the immortal domain with the ladies, Xianxia and ants. They might still be there now." "Is that so?" Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi. "Yes," Wu Yi said softly. Lin Tian nodded. "All right, let's go to the ancient tomb in the celestial domain." With his current cultivation, it was naturally very easy to find the celestial domain and enter it. In a flash, he led Ruoxian and the others into the celestial domain, and then came to the ancient tomb. They went straight in and soon traveled far into the tomb. A small region of spacetime suddenly appeared in front of him. The flow of time inside was obviously very different from the outside world. It felt like one day outside was 1 year inside. He saw Jiyu, Sushu, Shuiyi, Baiqiu, the Violet Fairy, Yanyi and the others at a glance. At the same time, Jiyu and the others naturally saw him and Wu Yi, and they were immediately overjoyed. Lin Tian, Sister Wu Yi, Xian. The group stepped out of the region of spacetime and immediately came to Lin Tian and the others. "Sister Wu Yi, are you and Xian okay?" Sushu asked. The divine phoenix Dao fruit had completely merged with her body. After so many years, she was now at the early stage of the heavenly arrival realm. Shuiyi and the others also came forward and asked Wu Yi and Ruoxian. They were all aware of Wu Yi's current strength, and they weren't too worried when Wu Yi and Ruoxian were forcibly taken away. but now that they saw Wu Yi and Ruoxian, they couldn't help but ask. For a moment, Lin Tian was left out in the cold by them. I'm fine. Wu Yi smiled softly. Yes, if you're fine. Su Shu said. But then, she suddenly stopped talking. She saw the divine key in Lin Tian's group, and her eyes instantly widened. This is. At the same time, the Violet Fairy and the others also saw the divine key, and their expressions changed. They actually saw someone who looked exactly like Wu Yi. Moreover, even their auras were so similar. Her mother, and the one next to her is her father. Lin Tian explained for the Violet Fairy and the others. He briefly introduced the divine key and the man in green, Mu Xingshu, and also briefly explained why Wu Yi had landed in the 10 Directions sky domain. I see. Hello, uncle and auntie. After Ji Yu and the others understood, they all bowed to the divine key and Mu Xingshu. The divine key and Mu Xingshu were very powerful, but they were very polite to Ji Yu and the others. The group exchanged a few simple words, and Lin Tian said, let's leave here first. There are other. Which bastard is robbing my grave? Lin Tian's expression changed. The voice that came from the depths of the ancient tomb was too familiar. Almost at the moment he had this feeling, an old man in a grey robe rushed out of the depths of the ancient tomb and came close in the blink of an eye. He stared at Lin Tian and the others and shouted, you guys. Just as he spat out 4 words, the old man in the grey robe stopped. He stared at Lin Tian and the others and said, it's you guys. At the same time, Lin Tian was also shocked. The White Tiger, Little Tai Chu, and Ruoxian also stared at him. Even Wu Yi's eyes moved slightly. How did you? Lin Tian looked at the person in front of him. Wasn't this person the old hooligan? The tomb here belonged to the old hooligan? Wasn't this old guy alive and well? The old hooligan pointed at Lin Tian and glared at him. He was trembling with anger. I just jumped over to help you fight the enemy a moment ago. Although I didn't do anything, I still went over to help you, didn't I? You brat, you're really something. You immediately formed a team to dig up my tomb. You can't play like this. He was in the black-yellow universe. A few days ago, he obtained an opportunity and became stronger. Suddenly, he sensed that there was an abnormality here, so he tore open the universe portal and rushed back from the black-yellow universe. But he didn't expect that the abnormality was actually Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian was speechless. He was quite embarrassed at this time. He didn't expect that this place would be the old hooligan's tomb. The old hooligan did go to help him. As a result, the tomb they had been digging up turned out to be the old hooligan's. This made him very embarrassed now. Aren't you still alive and well? Why did you build a tomb for yourself out of nowhere? Don't you think it's bad luck? He said awkwardly. I like it, and I'm happy to do so. It's none of your business. He paused for a moment as if he had thought of something. He looked at Lin Tian and could not help but sigh. A special light appeared in his eyes as he said to Lin Tian, forget it, this old man is an elder. I won't bicker with you. In this tomb, you can choose whatever you like. Just don't touch this old man's corpse in the deepest part. Lin Tian felt a little strange about the way the old gangster looked at him at this time. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the old gangster's words, corpse. He looked at the old gangster with a strange expression and couldn't help but pinch the old gangster. You're clearly alive and have a physical body, so why do you still have a corpse? Yeah? Old man, what are you doing? Little Taichu and White Tiger also spoke up. They couldn't understand the old delinquent's words at all. They were all dumbfounded. Don't worry about it. Just don't go to the deepest part. Remember, don't go to the deepest part. I'll get angry with anyone who goes there. That's it, I'm leaving. I have other things to do. The old hoodlum said as he rushed towards the deepest part of the cave. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. Lin Tian stared at the old gangster in a daze. He was completely stunned. The old gangster was clearly alive and well, but there was a big tomb and a corpse here. He couldn't understand it at all. This, White Tiger and Little Taichu were also slightly stunned. Even Ruoxian was no exception. Even Super Universe Supreme Masters like Godly Qi and Mu Xingshu were a little surprised. Lin Tian, that man is, Jiyu tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve and asked Lin Tian Dao. They had been exploring this big tomb for a long time and had gained a lot of benefits. They had found 3 small spaces in the past few years. Because of this big tomb, their cultivation had improved a lot. They didn't expect to meet the tomb owner today, and it was a living tomb owner. This made them feel incredulous. Most importantly, that person and Lin Tian knew each other. An acquaintance. Lin Tian Dao paused and said, "Forget it. Let's not bother about him. Don't go to the deepest part." Although he was confused about the big tomb and the situation of the old gangster in this place, he didn't think too much about it at this time. He simply told Jiyu and the others about the black-yellow universe, which shocked Jiyu and the others. "Yeah, you deduce the whereabouts of White Pig and Pervert Ling. After that, I'll find them and go to the black-yellow universe together," he said to Xianxia. "Well, okay." Xianxia nodded and quickly put away her surprise at Lin Tian's words about the black-yellow universe. She began to deduce the whereabouts of Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the others with the divine divination technique. Because of the ancient tomb here, she had gained a lot. Now that her cultivation was at the level of Dominator and she had an immortal spirit body, she was able to deduce the whereabouts of Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the others with the divine divination technique. "Okay." Lin Tiandao said, "You go to the immortal court in the immortal realm and wait for me. Little Taichu, stupid tiger, and I will find them. After that, we will go to the black-yellow universe together." "Daddy, I'll go too," Ruoxian said. "Okay, let's go," Lin Tian said with a smile. On this day, Wu Yi took Jiyu and the others back to the immortal court in the immortal realm. Lin Tian took Ruoxian, White Tiger, and Little Taichu to find the exact whereabouts of Baiziki and the others according to Xianxia's calculations. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In 3 days, with his current powerful cultivation and the precise whereabouts of Baiziki and the others provided by Xianxia, he found all his old friends, including Baiziki, Ling Yun, Fanning Xiong, Yang Qi, Wuxing Crocodile, and Black Dragon. He also found his 2 disciples, Yi Tong and Little Fox. He also brought the seniors, Black-Yellow Universe and Crocodile Ancestor, to the immortal court in the immortal realm. He also found Snow Wolf, the guardian warrior he had personally appointed. "Kid, your current cultivation base is simply. Seeing Lin Tian again after so many years, the 5 elements crocodile's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It couldn't help but roll its eyes. "I, Lord Crocodile, have been training like hell all these years. My cultivation base has reached the sovereign level a few days ago, and I was still feeling complacent. I didn't expect you, kid, to have already stepped so far into the heavenly ascension state." Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others also learned about Lin Tian's current cultivation. Like Wuxing Crocodile, their eyes were full of shock. "You are really good," Baiziki said. He had the Thunder God physique and had always been known as a genius. He was also very hard-working in cultivation, but now he was only at the level of Dominator. Compared to Lin Tian, he was too far away. He still remembered when he first met Lin Tian, his cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian's. But now, the gap between Lin Tian was too big. Lin Tianyi smiled and punched Baiziki's chest. At the same time, he looked at Wuxing Crocodile, Yang Qi, and the others. "You will catch up soon." Beside him, Black Yellow spoke, his eyes full of emotion. "In just a few years, you have surpassed us. It is really..." Thinking back, when he first saw Lin Tian had not reached the Divine Emperor realm. But now, his cultivation had surpassed him. Standing beside Lin Tian, he could clearly feel how terrifying Lin Tian's essence, qi, and spirit were now. He could easily suppress him. Very heaven-defying. It had only been 100 years, but Lin Tian had already reached the Reaching Heaven realm and had gone far in the Reaching Heaven realm. This shocked Shenhuang and the Crocodile Ancestor. Lin Tian had now completely surpassed them. "Seniors, you flatter me. I was just lucky these years and obtained a lot of opportunities." Lin Tiandao, although his strength had far surpassed Shenhuang and the Crocodile Ancestor, was very humble and kept a low profile in front of the 2. He would not forget that when his reincarnation constitution was exposed in the nihility world and attracted many experts to fight for it, these two had come to help him regardless of the danger. Don't be humble. Luck is also a kind of strength, Xianhuang said. Lin Tian smiled and chatted with Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor. At the same time, Bai Ziki and the others were also there. He told them about the Xianhuang universe and the celestial court. Can you really control the order? Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. I can't say that I can definitely comprehend and control it, but it's countless times easier than usual, Lin Tian said. This is also a great thing. The 5 elements crocodile clicked its tongue and rubbed its palms together. It had a restless appearance. Order was an extremely powerful force. Once it could be controlled, one's combat strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. At the same time, the group was also surprised by the existence of such a large area of the universe and the true strength of the celestial court. They never thought that 7 of the 9 universes that existed in this world had already been destroyed by the celestial court. The other 2 universes, the Hongmeng universe where they were, was still intact, while the other one, the Xianhuang universe, was also in the process of destruction. Of course, relatively speaking, Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor were not so surprised. Both of them knew about the 9 universes and knew a little about the strength of the celestial court. After all, both of them had been in the reaching heaven realm for a long time. In this realm, they naturally knew a lot of things. The final battlefield will be in the Hongmeng universe where we are. Before that, we have to do our best to improve our strength. Lin Tiandao. On this day, all his old friends and relatives gathered. He took care of some matters in the immortal court and then tore open a universe portal in the depths of the immortal court in the immortal domain. He led a group of people out of the primordial universe and stepped into the universe tunnel that led to the Xianhuang universe. Not long after, they stepped out of the universe tunnel and landed on solid ground again. They were now in a great world. As far as the eye could see, there were many mountain ranges in this world, and the spiritual qi was very dense. Ah! Screams came from the front, and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. In a mountain range not far away, dozens of celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court were killing hundreds of Xianhuang cultivators there. In terms of the number of practitioners, there was a huge gap between the two sides. However, the dozens of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court all had tyrannical cultivation bases, which were much higher than those of the hundreds of practitioners from the black-yellow universe. The hundreds of practitioners from the black-yellow universe were killed one after another, and blood splashed from time to time. This, Wuxing Crocodile and the others looked at this scene. Although they had learned from Lin Tian that the celestial court was going to destroy the Xianhuang universe, they could not help but be moved at this time. Because in this place, they could not only see the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court killing the practitioners of the Xianhuang universe in the mountain range ahead, but they could also feel it from farther away. They could feel that the whole world was in a state of slaughter at this moment. Not far away, in the mountain range, hundreds of practitioners from the Xianhuang universe were killed one by one. Soon, they were all wiped out by the dozens of celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court. The ground was dyed red with blood. Huh? There are still people there. Hey! Kill them! The dozens of celestial soldiers and celestial generals were all at the sage realm. At this time, they saw Lin Tianyi and the others, and with a cold and cruel look on their faces, they directly attacked. Lin Tian glanced at the dozens of people, and an invisible aura spread out, directly shaking the group of people to death. When the universe is destroyed to about 70%, heaven and earth will tremble. At that time it will be the best time to comprehend the order. Now, there is still a long time before the destruction of the Xianhuang universe is about 70%. Let's go to various worlds and rob the jade bottle that the celestial court uses to collect the essence of life. It will be very useful to cultivate with the essence of life, he said. Their group included him, Ruoxian, Wu Yi, Jiyu, Sushu, Shuiyi, Baiqiu, Yenya Lin Shi, Violet Fairy, Ziyu, AI, Tu Xianxian, Yi Tong, Snow Wolf, Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, White Tiger, Baiziki, Yang Qi, Fanning Xiong, Ling Yun, Black Dragon, Shen Qi, Mu Xingshu, Xianhuang, and the crocodile ancestor. There were a total of 27 people. Among them, he, Wu Yi, Sushu, Shen Qi, Mu Xingshu, Xianhuang, and the crocodile ancestor were all in the heavenly ascension realm. For the time being, they didn't have much need for the essence of life. As for the others, their cultivation bases were between the Saint Ruler and the void sky realm. The essence of life was very useful to them. It could help them improve their cultivation bases very quickly. Immediately, he led the group into the central region of this world. He directly killed all the celestial soldiers and celestial generals of the celestial court and took the jade bottle that was placed here to collect the essence of life. This is the jade bottle that the celestial court uses to collect the essence of life? The essence of life inside is simply. Ling Yan's eyes widened. He was now at the peak of the Saint Ruler realm. Seeing the essence of life inside the jade bottle that Lin Tian took, he couldn't help but be shocked. For a moment, his eyes lit up. He felt that the essence of life inside the jade bottle could directly raise his cultivation by several small levels. Beside him, Black Dragon, Fanning Xiong, and the others were also moved. It's roughly the essence of life condensed after 50% of the creatures in this world died. Lin Tian Dao. Saying this, his voice was a little low. This essence of life was collected by the celestial court from killing countless creatures in this universe. It was formed from endless blood and life. Using this essence of life to cultivate wasn't a good thing. His mood was somewhat heavy. However, although his mood was heavy, he wasn't a hypocritical person. If they didn't use this essence of life, they would let the celestial court use it. This would allow the celestial court to continue to grow stronger. In the future, more people would suffer. Therefore, instead of giving this essence of life to the celestial court to use, it would allow the celestial court to become stronger and harm more creatures. Naturally, it would be better for them to take this essence of life and use it. He paused and said, "Go to a world at the level of the ultimate world." The ultimate world was at the level of the void realm. In that kind of world, the celestial court used the jade bottle to collect a lot of essence of life. Most of the true experts of the celestial court were also in that kind of world. They could go to that kind of world to snatch more essence of life, and they could also kill more brutal cultivators of the celestial court. At that moment, he led the group out of this world. After that, they entered many ultimate worlds and killed one expert of the celestial court after another. They snatched one jade bottle after another that was filled with thick essence of life. Just like that, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful aura surged, causing the sky to tremble slightly. I broke through, I broke through. I'm also in the heavenly arrival realm. The white tiger let out a howl with unconcealable excitement. In the past 10 years, under Lin Tian's leadership, Jiyu, Little Taichu, White Tiger, Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others cultivated with the life essence snatched from the celestial court. Today, they broke through their bottlenecks again. Among them, Little Taichu and White Tiger were originally in the virtual sky realm, but today, they broke through to the heavenly arrival realm at the same time. Ruoxian's cultivation was at the end of the virtual sky realm from the beginning, but she reached the heavenly arrival realm 9 years ago. Jiyu, Baiqiu, Shuiyi, Violet Fairy, Baiziki, and the others all reached the peak of the virtual sky realm. In the past 10 years, the group gained extraordinary benefits, Lin Tianwei smiled. In the past 10 years, his cultivation didn't improve, but his essence, energy, and spirit became more condensed, and his battle prowess became much stronger. Moreover, he continued to comprehend his nameless Tao, and his understanding became more and more thorough. He felt that it wouldn't take much time for him to truly comprehend what kind of Tao it was. Once he comprehended the essence of that nameless Tao, his battle prowess would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. At this time, he looked at Jiyu and the others. In the past 10 years, their cultivation improved greatly again and again. Now, they were only a sliver away from stepping into the heavenly arrival realm. This naturally made him happy. Let's go snatch some more life essence, and then we can, he looked at Jiyu and the others and said, but suddenly, his words stopped, and he looked outside this great world. Father, what's wrong? Ruoxian asked curiously when she saw his strange behavior. At the same time, the others also looked at him. I feel a familiar aura. Lin Tiandao. Looking outside this great world, bits of light intertwined in his eyes as he felt the aura of the sword soul. Although it was only for a moment, he did feel it. Moreover, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had trembled slightly just now. In a location not far from this extremely large world, there was a fragment of the sword soul. What familiar aura? Shuiyi asked. After so many years, Shuiyi had reached the end of the void sky, and the heavenly demon physique had long reached the major completion. Even though it looked very weak on the surface, its actual battle prowess was extremely frightening. It could summon the endless battle souls that floated between heaven and earth to do battle. The aura of that sword. Lin Tiandao. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression of everyone present changed. They all knew that Lin Tian was referring to the seven-colored divine sword. You sensed a new sword soul fragment? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Because of the crocodile ancestor's hellish training, its 5 elements bloodline had been completely activated. Its scales naturally intertwined with 5 colors, and naturally, it exuded a very strong 5 elements aura. It was like a 5 elements saint spirit. That should be right. Lin Tian nodded. His feeling couldn't be wrong. Immediately, he led the group of people out of this extremely large world. Following the previous feeling, they passed through the gap between the worlds and headed for the extreme distance. There were dozens of people in their group, and the weakest cultivation was at the end of the void sky. Naturally, their speed was very fast. After a few hours, a very magnificent large world appeared in front of them. It was thousands of times more astonishing than the extremely large world like the void sky realm. It's inside, he said. His current cultivation was very strong. Although it was only a momentary feeling, that feeling was firmly remembered by him. He remembered the coordinates of the source of the aura. Those coordinates were in this magnificent world. Immediately, he didn't stop. Leading the group of people, he directly tore open the world barrier and stepped into this world. In the blink of an eye, they stepped into this world and landed on solid ground. Then, in an instant, dozens of people were moved. Even Wu Yi's eyes were slightly moved. As far as the eye could see, this world was littered with corpses and blood. Broken immortal mountains could be seen, sunken lands could be seen, broken rivers could be seen, and the stench of blood in the air was pungent to the extreme. It was a scene of purgatory. Damn it! How cruel! Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but gnash his teeth. The others also had solemn expressions. Everyone could imagine that such a scene was done by the celestial court. All these years, they had already seen the scene of the celestial heavens massacring thousands of creatures in this universe many times, but this was the first time they had seen such a hellish scene. What entered their eyes was corpses and blood everywhere. It was too cruel. Lin Tian's expression was very heavy, and there was coldness in his eyes. This world had nothing to do with him, and the creatures in this world had nothing to do with him. However, at this moment, seeing the mountains and rivers in this world being destroyed, seeing the corpses and blood everywhere, and smelling the pungent smell of blood in the air, he couldn't help but feel a little suffocated in his heart. It was also at this moment that there was a loud boom. In the southwest region of this world, a 7-colored pillar of light suddenly shot up. It was bright and blazing, dyeing the sky there with a layer of 7-colored light. Suddenly, the group of people was moved. Although they had already heard from Lin Tian that there was a fragment of the sword soul of the rainbow divine sword in this place, they couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the same beam of light and aura as the rainbow divine sword rushing out at this time. Let's go. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a bright light. He took a deep breath and calmed his slightly suffocated heart. He called out to the group of people and directly headed towards the direction where the 7-colored pillar of light shot up. Their current speed was very fast. Along the way, they tore through the void several times and arrived at the southwest region of this world in just a dozen breaths. As far as the eye could see, there was a scarlet mountain range in front of them. The 7-colored pillar of light shot up from the center of the mountain range. A dozen figures were gathered here, jointly casting a technique to extract the object emitting the 7-colored divine light from the ground. These several dozen people were surrounded by a faint blood-red light. The aura they emitted was very similar, and their essence, energy, and soul were all very astonishing. They are all comparable to the 48 winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan. White Tiger was moved. Lin Tian naturally noticed the strength of these people, but he didn't care. After arriving here, he directly walked towards the center of the mountain range. At the center of the mountain range, the object emitting the seven-colored divine light was definitely a fragment of the sword soul. He had to obtain it. And with his current strength, he didn't care much about cultivators comparable to the 48 winged powerhouses of the Heaven Protector clan. There are still humans in this world? They should have been completely erased by our orders. Did those battle generals not completely erase this world? The dozen people naturally discovered Lin Tianyi and the others. Lin Tian walked toward the dozen or so people. When he heard two of them speak, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he could not help but stop. It turned out that all the creatures in this world were killed by these people who ordered others to kill them. In that case, did they also belong to the celestial court? At the same time, what moved him even more was that the leader of the dozen or so people mentioned the three words, transformation void realm. There was no such realm before the reaching heaven realm, so there was no doubt that this was the realm after the reaching heaven realm. Did these people know the division of realms after the reaching heaven realm? At the same time, behind him, Ruoxian, Jiyu, Baiqiu, Yenya and the others also thought of the same thing at this time, and they could not help but be moved. Who are you? Lin Tian asked. He guessed that these people belonged to the celestial court, but they definitely did not look like ordinary celestial court practitioners. From the eyes of these people, he could feel a sense of pride, a kind of pride that came from the bones. This kind of pride was a bit thicker than those of the Heaven Protectors he had seen before. You're not weak. You're barely qualified to know who we are. The leader of the dozen or so people spoke. He was a middle-aged man in a blue robe, and his eyes were cold and arrogant. However, a dead man doesn't need to know. As he spoke, the man moved. The blood light intertwined and turned into a huge blood-red handprint, majestically grabbing at Lin Tian, Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others, and also enveloped them. Next to this man, the other dozen or so people glanced indifferently at Lin Tian and the others, and then returned their attention to the ground, continuing to cast spells to obtain the sword soul fragments that were emitting seven-colored divine light from the ground, as if Lin Tian and the others were just corpses. Boom! The blue-robed middle-aged man's blood-red handprint pressed down in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. This blood-red palm print was very shocking. The blood-red light carried a terrifying corrosive power that seemed to be able to obliterate everything. Even the Heaven Ascension Realm Mysterious Yellow and a crocodile ancestor couldn't help but change their expressions. They clearly felt the threat of death. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He casually raised his hand and grabbed the blood-red handprint. Then, with a poof, it shattered into pieces. Suddenly, Xian Huang, crocodile ancestor, and Baiziki couldn't help but be moved. They could all feel how terrifying that blood-red handprint was. Just the aftermath alone was enough to make them feel the threat of death. However, it was easily shattered by Lin Tian. I wonder how strong this brat's combat strength is now. Wuxing Crocodile gasped. At the same time, on the opposite side, the face of the man who attacked changed slightly. Next to him, the other dozen or so people were also moved, and their eyes fell on Lin Tian again. They felt that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the same level as theirs. However, their bloodline was very amazing. In the case of being at the same level as them, ordinary people would never be able to withstand their attack. But now, one of them used a magical power, but it was defeated by Lin Tian in an instant. The blue-robed middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. I underestimated, swoosh, the sound of breaking air rang out, interrupting the man's words. Lin Tian stepped forward and directly appeared in front of the man. The blue-robed middle-aged man was shocked. You, bang! Lin Tian raised his hand and directly punched the man's abdomen, causing the man to immediately cough up a large mouthful of blood and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. You're courting death. Next to him, the other dozen or so people looked shocked and cold. They immediately attacked, and each of them interweaved with an extremely terrifying pressure. At the same time, they released a murderous light and suppressed Lin Tian. When these people attacked together, the aura was so shocking that the entire space trembled. Lin Tian could clearly feel the power of these people. When they attacked together at this time, even he felt some pressure. He could feel that their bloodline aura was very strong and was definitely not weaker than that of ordinary monarch body bloodlines. Buzz, facing the attacks of these people, he directly propped up the perfect world and the reincarnation diagram of the monarch's territory to display 90% of his combat power. The perfect world was mixed with a vast primitive aura, and the reincarnation domain was intertwined with a sacred and oppressive aura. The two combined and immediately shattered the murderous light that was suppressing the dozen or so people. Then, the dozen or so people were sent flying at the same time, and a large amount of blood splattered in the void. After that, he didn't chase after the dozen or so people for the time being. Instead, he directly suppressed the blue-robed middle-aged man in front of him with the reincarnation diagram of the monarch's territory and the perfect world. His divine sense of origin directly probed into the man's sea of consciousness to search for what he wanted to know. His divine sense of origin swam quickly in the man's sea of consciousness, searching for information one after another. "Get out!" The space trembled and the blue-robed middle-aged man roared. A circle of powerful saint energy surged and shook Lin Tian's divine sense out of the sea of consciousness. Then, he broke free from the suppression of the perfect world and the reincarnation diagram. That made Lin Tian's expression change. With his current cultivation level, he had already displayed 90% of his strength by suppressing this person with the perfect world and the reincarnation diagram. However, this person was actually able to shake his divine sense out of the sea of consciousness and break free from the double suppression of the perfect world and the reincarnation diagram. That was very shocking. However, he soon regained his composure. Although his divine sense was shaken out, he had already found out what he wanted to know from the other party's sea of consciousness. These dozen or so people indeed belonged to the celestial court and had extremely high statuses. Moreover, this person did know the division of realms after reaching the heavenly ascension realm. He had also found out the division of realms. Impudent thing! The blue-robed middle-aged man broke free and stared at Lin Tian with eyes full of anger and murderous intent. He had actually been suppressed by a human at the same level as him for a period of time, and this human had even invaded his sea of consciousness. This made him furious, and he felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. "I'll make you wish you were dead." His voice was cold and carried a great murderous intent. Outside this person's body, a monstrous blood-red light suddenly spread out. It was like a murderous aura, but it was not a simple murderous aura. It was mixed with a power that seemed to be able to erode everything. In the next moment, it evolved into a blood-red beast. The beast was more than 100 feet tall and was completely condensed from the energy of the blood-red light. It had 3 eyes and a ferocious face. As soon as it was condensed, it let out a roar that shook the sky and directly pounced on Lin Tian. Obviously, this was a very frightening magical power. Wherever it passed, the void was directly annihilated, and the ground was crushed and sunk by several feet. This scene was extremely terrifying. In this regard, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. His action was very simple. He directly blasted out a reincarnation fist. Blood splattered in the air, and the blue-robed middle-aged man was flung hundreds of feet away. However, the opponent was very strong. He stabilized himself in an instant, and his pierced chest recovered in the blink of an eye. Human! Staring at Lin Tian, the man's eyes were even colder, and his killing intent was surging. At the same time, swoosh 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 sounds were heard. The other 13 people who had been sent flying by Lin Tian had all rushed back. These 13 people, like the blue-robed middle-aged man, all had bone-piercing killing intent in their eyes at this time. They had been injured by a human in an instant. Lowly race! How dare you offend us? Bone grind and ash! The bloody light outside the 13 people's bodies became more intense, causing the air to sizzle as it was corroded. For a time, the space within a radius of 10,000 feet was completely frozen, and the air became extremely heavy. This, in the distance, Fanning Xiong and the others could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. They were all shocked by the aura emitted by the 13 people. Even Xian Huang and the crocodile ancestor of the older generation, who were at the reaching heaven level, could not help but tremble slightly, shocked by this aura. In the whole group, except for Lin Tian, who was in the battlefield, Wu Yi and her parents did not have any change in expression. Back off. I'll kill him. A cold voice sounded. The blue-robed middle-aged man spoke. His essence, qi, and spirit were much stronger than the other 13 people. At this time, a more vigorous bloody light burst out, as if a blood beast of death that had been sealed for eternity had broken through the seal. It was very terrifying. Lin Tian looked at the blue-robed middle-aged man, then glanced at the other 13 people, and looked very calm. No need to fight, all of you come together. Outside his body, strands of 9-colored holy light intertwined. I'll kill you all in 10 breaths. As soon as he said this, the blue-robed middle-aged man's eyes suddenly became colder, and the killing intent in the eyes of the other 13 people became more intense. The blue-robed middle-aged man stared at Lin Tian cruelly. Insolent thing. Do you think that just because you managed to injure us once, you can really fight against us? Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing and clanging, directly interrupting the man's words. At this moment, Lin Tian moved. He directly brought out his current peak combat power and used it to activate the reincarnation sword manual. In the next moment, he transformed into a sword radiance and instantly appeared in front of the blue-robed middle-aged man. Then, he slashed down with his right hand. Such speed and sword might cause the blue-robed middle-aged man to be shocked. You, poo. Blood splattered everywhere. As Lin Tian's sword slashed down, the 9-colored sword radiance exploded and chopped this person into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed. Instantly, the expressions of the other 13 turned grim. The blue-robed middle-aged man was the strongest amongst them, yet now, he'd actually been instantly killed. One of them spoke, eyes full of shock, face full of disbelief. How could this be? Clang, Lin Tian turned into a ray of sword light and appeared in front of this person. He performed the reincarnation sword technique again and chopped down with his sword fingers. With a puff, this person didn't even have time to react before he was instantly shattered. Even his spirit was annihilated. The other 12 people trembled and couldn't help but retreat. Damn it! One of them was shocked and angry, and shouted loudly, he's not ordinary. Let's. Clang, the sword chimed again, interrupting this person's words. Lin Tian attacked. At this moment, he directly performed the 9 reincarnation swords. He used the reincarnation forging divine art to increase his battle prowess by 20 times. 9 rays of sword radiance flew out. Pu, 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 pu. 9 of them were hit by the reincarnation sword radiance and instantly shattered. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Out of the dozen people, only 3 were left. The coldness and arrogance in their eyes disappeared at this moment, and fear appeared in their eyes. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that a single human would be able to kill 11 of them in an instant. Let's go. One of them spoke. His voice was trembling. He directly tore through the void and escaped. At the same time, the other 2 stepped forward and instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, 11 of them had been killed. At this moment, they were shocked by Lin Tian's battle prowess. Such battle prowess was definitely not something they could resist. They were terrified. Lin Tian lifted his head and stood in his original position. 9 black moons appeared in his eyes one after another. At this moment, he opened his eye of destiny and calmly scanned the void in front of him. Between heaven and earth, an illusory order suddenly surged out and surged into the void in front of him. No. Miserable screams were mixed with indescribable fear. The void in that area split open, and 3 rays of blood fog appeared. Then, they were instantly destroyed by fate. 5 breaths. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The 9 black moons disappeared in his eyes, and his pupils returned to normal. After so many years, with his current cultivation, although he could not say that he could open his eye of destiny at any time, it was much easier than before. Moreover, the burden on his body was far less severe than before. This brat, his battle prowess is really, Ling Yan's eyes widened. He was frightened by Lin Tian's battle prowess at this moment. At the same time, Baiziki, Xianxia, and the rest were also shocked. Even Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor were no exception. They could clearly feel how terrifying the blue-robed middle-aged man and the rest were. But now, they were all killed by Lin Tian in such a short period of time. His battle prowess was really frightening, especially when Lin Tian opened his Eye of Destiny at the last moment. The group couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. As expected of Big Brother. The Violet Fairy giggled. As expected of Daddy. Ruoxian also spoke. At this moment, she jumped over and hugged Lin Tian's arm. Her eyes were sparkling. Daddy, your god eyes are so cool. Open them again and take a look. Lin Tian smiled. In the face of his precious daughter's coquettishness, he naturally wouldn't reject. His Eye of Destiny opened again. 9 black moons appeared one after another in his eyes. They were linked together by strands of Tao patterns. They were natural and mysterious. Beside him, invisible destiny naturally surrounded him. Even Ruoxian was surrounded by it. It made him look like the master of destiny, sacred and majestic. So cool. So beautiful. Ruoxian hugged Lin Tian's arm and stared at Lin Tian's eyes without blinking. Her big eyes became even brighter. Xianhuang, the crocodile ancestor, Baiziki, and the rest also looked at Lin Tian's eyes at this time. Their eyes were all full of shock. Although I've seen it more than once, it's still hard to suppress the shock in my heart when I see it again. White Tiger took a deep breath. Speaking of which, Big Brother, what are those eyes? The Violet Fairy stepped forward and asked. After so many years, she hadn't changed much. She still looked like an 11 or 12-year-old girl. She looked like a real fairy. Yes, yes. What are those eyes? Sushu also jumped over. She was the reincarnation of the divine phoenix. After so many years, she had completely refined the fruit of her previous life and stepped into the heaven ascension state. Now, she was even more beautiful. At this time, her beautiful face was almost touching Lin Tian's cheek. Her big eyes blinked and looked curiously at Lin Tian's eyes. At the side, Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, and the rest heard this and couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't hide anything when he met everyone's gazes. He gave a simple explanation of the Eye of Destiny. The Eye of Destiny can control destiny. This is really, Wuxing Crocodile, Baiziki, and the others were all shocked. It's very powerful. Very powerful. It's one of the 3 strongest eye techniques along with the Eye of Time and Eye of Reincarnation. Ruoxian said proudly. Her father had one of the 3 strongest eye techniques, the Eye of Destiny. Wuxing Crocodile, Baiziki, Xianxia, and the others couldn't help but be shocked. There's an Eye of Time and Eye of Reincarnation? Ling Yan's eyes widened. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Xianxia, Black Dragon, and the others were also shocked. Baiziki said. Now that he had the Thunder God physique, he naturally had the power of the Thunder God. He looked at Lin Tian strangely. Speaking of which, you have the Reincarnation King physique. Logically speaking, shouldn't you control the Eye of Reincarnation? Indeed, why is it not the Rinnegan, but the Eye of Destiny? Black Dragon said. He used to be a real dragon and called himself Black Dragon. Now that he had reached the end of the void sky, he naturally had the power of a dragon around him. Big Brother, it seems, a little strange. Ziyu was also curious. She looked at Lin Tian with her sister, Violet Fairy. It's a little strange. Xianxia also looked at Lin Tian. After so many years, his cultivation had reached the peak of the void sky realm. The essence energy he exuded was extremely frightening, not the slightest bit inferior to that of an ordinary king physique. His entire body was like an unsheathed sacred blade, as if a slight movement could cut through all things. Everyone looked at Lin Tian, including Shen Qi and Mu Xingshu. Logically speaking, Lin Tian had the reincarnation physique. Of the 3 sacred eyes, the most likely one to control should be the Eye of Reincarnation. However, Lin Tian controlled the Eye of Destiny. Don't look at me like that. I don't know either. Lin Tian spread his hands. He had thought about this question before, but in the end, he couldn't figure it out. As he spoke, his eye of destiny disappeared, and his eyes returned to normal. Now, although the burden on his body was not as great as before when he opened this pair of divine eyes, it still consumed a lot of saint energy. When the group of people heard this, they were more or less surprised. Even Lin Tian himself didn't know. However, this surprise did not last for long, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the way, what did you find out when you searched the blue-robed middle-aged man's sea of consciousness? Have you found out who those people are? Ling Yun opened his mouth and said, the transformation void stage that the person mentioned earlier, is it the division of levels after the heavenly ascension stage? Hearing his words, the others couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. Even Wu Yi was no exception. Here, everyone knew that there were higher levels after heaven ascension, but they didn't know the specific division of levels. Got it. Lin Tian nodded. After searching the blue-robed middle-aged man's sea of consciousness, he found out about a dozen people's origins. They were from the Nether clan. This clan was also one of the forces that formed the celestial court. They were many times stronger than the heaven protectors. As for the realms after heaven ascension, he did find out from the blue-robed middle-aged man's sea of consciousness. Including heaven ascension, they were the heaven ascension stage, void transformation stage, great void stage, soul reincarnation stage, path fusion stage, transformation stage, origin returning stage, and mysterious heaven stage. Among them, the heaven ascension stage was once thought by many cultivators that there were no sub-levels in this large realm. However, in reality, this was not the case. The heaven ascension stage was divided into 9 sub-levels, known as the 9 heavens. It was also known as the 9 changes of heaven ascension. After that, the void transformation stage, great void stage, soul reincarnation stage, path fusion stage, transformation stage, origin returning stage, and mysterious heaven stage were divided into the early, middle, and peak stages. Based on the powerhouses he'd met so far, he made a detailed division in his mind. The first to third levels of heaven ascension were the strength of the celestial master of the celestial court. The fourth to sixth levels of heaven ascension were the strength of the ancestor of the celestial court and the 18-winged powerhouses of the heaven protectors. The seventh to ninth levels of heaven ascension were the strength of the 36-winged powerhouses of the heaven protectors. The void transformation stage corresponded to the 48-winged powerhouses of the heaven protectors. The great void stage corresponded to the 72-winged powerhouses of the heaven protectors. In other words, it was the level of the supreme powerhouses of the universe. The soul reincarnation stage corresponded to the great ancestor of the heaven protectors. After that, there were the path fusion stage, transformation stage, origin returning stage, and mysterious heaven stage. Of those he'd met, he didn't know who was at this level. He only knew one thing, and that was that the last few realms were extremely terrifying. He sorted out his thoughts and explained this matter in detail to the group. Immediately, the group couldn't help but be moved. The heaven ascension stage is divided into 9 levels, the 9 transformations of heaven ascension? The white tiger was shocked. After that, the void transformation stage, the great void stage, the soul reincarnation stage, the path fusion stage, the origin returning stage, and the mysterious heaven stage. Beside him, the others were also moved. Ruoxian sensed her own body according to Lin Tiandao's division of realms and said, "Oh, I seem to be at the 4th level of heaven ascension. We are at the 3rd level of heaven ascension." Same. Xianhuang and the crocodile ancestor spoke one after another. Then, the 2 old antiques couldn't help but blush with shame. They had lived for so long, and not only had their cultivation been surpassed by Lin Tian, even Lin Tian's daughter had surpassed them now. Su Shu sensed her own cultivation. "I seem to be at the 2nd level of heaven ascension." The white tiger, little Tai Chu, and the others also sensed their own cultivation. Little Tai Chu and white tiger were at the 1st level of heaven ascension. Shen Qi and Mu Xingshu were at the peak of the great void stage. Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, Ji Yu, Lin Shi, the little fox, Yi Tong, Violet Fairy, Ziyu, Black Dragon, Bai Ziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others were all below heaven ascension, so there was no need to sense. "Father, what level are you at exactly?" Ruoxian asked Lin Tiandao. "Middle stage void transformation," Lin Tiandao said. As he spoke, he looked at Wu Yi and sensed Wu Yi's essence, energy, and spirit. Middle stage soul reincarnation? Yes. Wu Yi replied softly. You're still the best. Lin Tiandao couldn't help but smile. The group talked a lot about the division of cultivation between Heaven Ascension and Heaven Ascension. Then, the topic landed on the dozen or so people from before. The Yellow Springs clan. Hearing this name, it's really a little scary. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Not only is the name scary, but their strength is also very scary, Lin Tiandao said. That clan seems to have a rebirth realm expert overseeing it. Rebirth realm. White Tiger sucked in a breath of cold air. Much scarier than the Heaven Protector clan. The strongest member of the Heaven Protector clan was only at the Soul Reincarnation realm, and he had just broken through to the Soul Reincarnation realm in this era. However, the Yellow Springs clan had a Rebirth realm expert overseeing it. In terms of level, they were much higher than the Heaven Protector clan. They are indeed much scarier than that clan. Lin Tiandao nodded. He looked at the key in his eyes, paused, and continued, from the sea of consciousness of that Yellow Springs clan cultivator just now, we learned that the Heaven Protector clan seems to have been destroyed. Even the great world where the clan was founded has disappeared completely. Originally, the great apocalypse of this universe was managed by the Heaven Protector clan. After that clan was destroyed, the Yellow Springs clan took over. That's why we met the Yellow Springs clan. What? Hearing Lin Tian's words, the White Tiger was shocked. The Heaven Protector clan has been completely destroyed? Even the great world where the clan was founded has been erased? He had personally witnessed the Heaven Protector race's 1772 winged powerhouses being instantly obliterated by the old drunkard. He knew that the Heaven Protector race had suffered heavy losses, but he didn't know that the Heaven Protector race's great world had actually vanished. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Divine Key looked at Lin Tian and opened his mouth to say something. However, in the end, he did not say anything. She was an expert of the Heaven Protector clan and knew that the Heaven Protector clan's world had been erased by an old drunkard. Among the group of people, she was the only one who knew. Previously, she did not tell the White Tiger and the others about this matter, not even Wu Yi, because there was no need for it. At this moment, she looked at Lin Tian with a puzzled expression. She wanted to tell Lin Tian that it was the old drunkard's doing, but she was worried that it would cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, she swallowed the words that were already at the tip of her tongue. As for the complete destruction of the Heaven Protector clan, she was not sad at all. Back then, she had done too many things for her clan and made too many contributions. She did not owe the clan anything, but the clan had killed her once and even wanted to kill her daughter and granddaughter. Now, from the bottom of her heart, she had already severed her relationship with that clan. Senior, what do you know? Lin Tian noticed the abnormality of the Divine Key and could not help but ask. Actually, he should have called the Divine Key mother-in-law. However, he felt that it was a bit unnatural to call her that, so he still called her Senior. No, I just found out. The Divine Key shook her head. Lin Tian was suspicious. She felt that the Divine Key's expression was a bit strange, as if she wanted to say something, but she had some misgivings. However, he did not ask any further about this. Oh right, speaking of which. The White Tiger opened its mouth and looked at Lin Tian strangely. Brat, you stepped into the void transformation stage from the heavenly ascension stage and crossed a great realm. Why didn't the heavenly tribulation descend? Ever since Lin Tian stepped into the sky-piercing realm, they had been together for a period of time, until Lin Tian stepped into the void transformation stage. However, during this process, they did not see any void transformation heavenly tribulation pressing down. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved. This? He had not thought about this before, but now that the White Tiger had mentioned it, he felt that it was a little strange. When he stepped into the void transformation stage from the heavenly ascension stage, he was indeed not suppressed by the void transformation stage's lightning punishment. It should have been erased by your master. Wu Yi suddenly opened his mouth and said softly. There's such a thing? Lin Tian frowned. The White Tiger was also surprised. But there was no heavenly tribulation at that time. It had witnessed the entire battle in the illusory Flamestar Sea, but it did not see any heavenly tribulation lightning clouds appear. For a moment, there was the aura of a lightning tribulation. Wu Yi said. At that time, Lin Tian had suddenly become demonic. For a moment, although his cultivation was far inferior to hers, his fighting strength had surpassed hers, and the aura of the lightning tribulation had appeared after that. At that time, she could only vaguely sense it. Now that she thought about it, at that time, when Lin Tian had become demonic, he should have been able to quickly release his potential. At that time, he had broken through to the void transformation stage, attracted the lightning tribulation, and emitted the aura of the lightning tribulation. It was also at that time that an old drunkard appeared and wrapped Lin Tian in holy light, and the aura of the lightning tribulation disappeared in the blink of an eye. Now, it could be confirmed that at that time, it was an old drunkard who had silently erased Lin Tian's void transformation heavenly tribulation. After all, at that time, with Lin Tian's condition, it was impossible for him to undergo tribulation on his own. Of course, she did not mention the specific details, nor did she mention the matter of Lin Tian becoming demonic. Why don't I have any impression of it? Lin Tian was a little strange. However, even though he said that, he did not continue to probe further. Since Wu Yi said that an old drunkard had erased his heavenly tribulation, then there must be no mistake. Buzz. In the middle of the mountain range, 7-colored holy light interweaved and surged out from the ground like waves. The 7-colored light pulsed and became even more resplendent. Lin Tian immediately collected his thoughts and looked down at the ground. He said goodbye to Wu Yi and the others and walked forward. Soon, he arrived at the center of the mountain range. The 7-colored holy light rushed out from the ground and was right in front of him. As he came to this position, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled, and the ground trembled as well. The 7-colored holy light rushed out from the ground and became a little thicker. Then, a moment later, a fist-sized 7-colored light appeared from the ground. As soon as it appeared, it interweaved with an even thicker holy light. It really is a sword soul fragment. Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. There are sword soul fragments in this universe? Previously, it had already known that Lin Tian had found a sword soul fragment, but now that it saw it with its own eyes, it could not help but be a little surprised. Bai Ziki, Ling Yun, Fanning Xiong, and the others all knew about the existence of the Rainbow Divine Sword and the Sword Soul Fragment. At this time, like Wuxing Crocodile, they were also a little surprised that such a Sword Soul Fragment actually existed in this universe. Lin Tian was in the middle of the mountain range. Looking at the Sword Soul Fragment rushing out from the ground, a little light intertwined in his eyes. He took a deep breath and raised his right hand slightly. As the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, the Sword Soul Fragment directly rushed into his body. In an instant, it came to the side of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, and then, in a flash, it merged with it. Buzz. Just like in the past, as the new Sword Soul Fragment merged, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth absorbed by the Sword Soul Fragment directly spread to every corner of his body. Lin Tian was already very familiar with this. He immediately ran the Reincarnation Heart Sutra to refine the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Time flashed, and in the blink of an eye, an hour passed. After an hour, the new Sword Soul Fragment had completely merged with the divine sword. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth that was brought into his body by the new Sword Soul Fragment was also completely refined by him. His essence, energy, and spirit were many times stronger than they were an hour ago. He took a deep breath slightly, and the strong holy light outside his body gradually disappeared into his body. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Okay. He said and returned to the side of Wu Yi and the others. In this world, the smell of blood in the air was very strong. Looking into the distance from this place, one could see a large number of corpses. Most of them were incomplete, and it was a shocking sight. Let's go. He said. He came to this place to get the Sword Soul Fragment. Now that he had gotten it, there was no need to stay here. In the blink of an eye, he and the group stepped out of this great world. The Nether clan is stronger than the Heaven Protector clan, and they have more people than the Heaven Protector clan. They are the real high-ranking clan of the Celestial Court. Now that this clan has taken over the great destruction of this universe, the situation of this universe will be even worse. The speed of the universe's destruction should be many times faster than before. He said, based on the information obtained from the blue-robed middle-aged man's sea of consciousness, there are at most 10 years before the complete destruction of the black-yellow universe. He continued, it will only take another 10 years before the complete destruction. Then, there are at most 3 years before the destruction of 70%. When the destruction of the universe reaches 70%, it will be the best time to comprehend the order. He looked at Jiyu, Baiqiu, Shuiyi, Xianxia, Lin Shi, Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others. Before that, in these 3 years, strive for everyone to step into the heavenly ascension realm. After that, we will have more confidence in comprehending the order. Let's go. Let's go grab the jade bottles that contain the life essence. Although these are the life essence condensed after the deaths of thousands of innocent souls and there is a psychological burden to use them, it is definitely countless times better than handing them over to the celestial court. We will refine them and destroy the celestial court in the future. It can be considered as revenge for the thousands of souls that were cruelly killed by the celestial court. Ling Yin said. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, the group increased their speed and entered one great world after another. They killed groups of celestial court masters and snatched the jade bottles that were filled with life essence. Just like that, more than 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. 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 More than 2 years had passed. On this day, a strong pressure of the heavenly ascension realm rushed out from a barren world. After more than 2 years of refining and cultivating the jade bottles that were filled with life essence from the celestial court, Baiqiu, Shuiyi, Jiyu, Xianxia, Lin Shi, and Baiziki had all stepped into the heavenly ascension realm. Great! Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Now, the weakest in their group was at the first tier of the heavenly ascension realm. Their combined combat power was extremely strong. He opened his mouth and continued, counting them, the time until the destruction of the black-yellow universe is 7, Dong. Lin Tian's expression changed as the heavens and earth rumbled. At the same time, Ruoxian, Jiyu, Baiqiu, Shuiyi, Sushu, Xianxia, Lin Shi, and the others were also moved. This is? The white tiger's pupils constricted involuntarily with a hint of excitement. Lin Tian's eyes glinted. Great destruction, 70%. At this moment, there was no need to think too much. There was no doubt that after more than 2 years since the Yellow Spring clan took over the destruction of this universe, the destruction of the black-yellow universe had reached 70%. The heavens and earth had a reaction at this moment, and the heavens and earth had spontaneously emerged. At this moment, it was the best time to comprehend the power of order. Begin. He looked at Jiyu, Baiqiu, Shuiyi, Sushu, Xianxia, Lin Shi, Ling Yun, and the others and said in a deep voice. The group of people naturally understood what he meant and knew what time it was. They immediately stepped away from each other and began to circulate their ancient scriptures in this barren world. At this moment, they closed their eyes and began to comprehend the order scriptures. When 70% of the universe was destroyed, the heavens and earth's Tao and earth would react. The power of order in the heavens and earth would become many times more active than usual. It was the easiest time to comprehend and control the power of order. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi and nodded slightly at Wu Yi. Then, he began to comprehend the power of order. On the other side, Ruoxian, Shen Qi, and Mu Xingshu also activated their ancient scriptures and focused on comprehending the power of order in the heavens and earth. They had already controlled the power of order, but they had not cultivated it to the limit. During this time, it would be of great help to them in improving the power of order they controlled. Therefore, they also needed to comprehend the power of order. At this moment, Wu Yi was the only one who had not comprehended the power of order. She was as gentle and calm as water, protecting everyone. She had already cultivated the power of order to the peak. There was nothing for her to comprehend about this power now. She had completely mastered it when she was in the Divine King realm. She stood there quietly, a beautiful sight to behold. Her gaze fell on Lin Tian, and she looked at Lin Tian quietly. Lin Tian channeled the Reincarnation Heart Sutra at this moment. Outside his body, faint 9-colored holy light intertwined, gentle yet scorching. The laws of the world. He whispered. Order was also known as the laws of the heavens and earth. It was a power that was above the divine Tao and the eternal divine Tao. Comprehending and cultivating order was mainly divided into 5 stages. In the first stage, one would have a preliminary understanding of order, and the aura of order would be produced in one's body. In battle, one would be able to use the aura of order, and one's battle prowess would be greatly increased. It would have a strong effect on all kinds of divine arts. The second stage was to comprehend the aura of order on a deeper level and produce the power of order within one's body. This was the first step to cultivating order. The third stage was the integration of order, reaching the point where divine chains of order could be formed. The fourth stage was a deeper level of cultivation and comprehension, and one could evolve the sacred shadow of order. The fifth stage was the pinnacle stage, and it was to deduce one's own magical power of order. It could be said that in the path of order, there was almost no difference in the power of order that everyone controlled in the first 4 stages. It was only when one reached the 5th stage, the pinnacle of order, that one could see the difference in the power of order that everyone controlled. This was because in the 5th stage of order, everyone's magical power of order would definitely be different, and the divine power and holy effect it would have would be different. Lin Tian had already known about order. At this moment, he was thinking about it in his heart while silently comprehending. Boom! The heavens and earth were roaring, and the myriad Tao and forces were incomparably active at this time. There were natural fluctuations of order drifting between heaven and earth. Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit were raised to the peak at this time. He captured the fluctuations of order between heaven and earth, and integrated his divine consciousness into it, seriously comprehending it. Just like that, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Clang, on this day, there was a sound like the sound of a sword. Outside Lin Tian's body, chains of light appeared. With a clatter, there was an extremely shocking fluctuation of order, as if a volcano of order had erupted. Following the appearance of this fluctuation, Bai Ziki and the others who were comprehending order could not help but be startled awake. Seeing this scene, they could not help but be moved. Divine chains of order. It's only been 3 days, and he jumped to the 3rd stage of order? The white tiger, whooshing crocodile, and Ling Yan all widened their eyes, looking at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a monster. Naturally, they already knew about the 5 stages related to order. At this time, seeing the divine chains of order outside Lin Tian's body, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It had only been 3 days, and they had not even cultivated the aura of order. However, Lin Tian had actually reached the 3rd stage of order and cultivated divine chains of order. This was too shocking. Even Super Universe Supreme Masters like Godly Qi and Mu Xingshu could not help but be moved. He has the Eye of Destiny, which surpasses order. He has already mastered it relatively well. It's not difficult for him to comprehend order now. Wu Yi said softly. It was rare for her to say so much to explain to everyone. When the group heard this, they were stunned at first, then they understood immediately. In other words, it was naturally very easy for a person to lift a 70-kilogram stone after being able to lift a 50-kilogram stone. Whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes. This fellow already has the Eye of Destiny, which surpasses order. Why is he still trying to comprehend order? It's not a burden to have more skills. Who would complain that they have more skills? Don't you understand this? Stupid. Ling Yan looked at it from the corner of his eyes. Io, you little pervert, stop looking at me with disdain. Whooshing crocodile almost gave him a slap with its claws. It was also at this moment that the surrounding air buzzed, and even more shocking ripples of order intertwined. Lin Tian was still trying to comprehend order and had not woken up. At this moment, the divine chains of order outside his body were vibrating, and a divine shadow of order gradually condensed behind him. F*CKU, whooshing crocodile could not help but swear. The white tiger's eyes were wide open, and it could not help but tremble. You scared me to death. How long had it been? They were still shocked that Lin Tian had cultivated order to the 3rd stage in 3 days. The next moment, Lin Tian had cultivated order to the 4th stage and condensed a divine shadow of order. You are indeed father. Super awesome. Ruoxian's eyes were shining with admiration and pride. Even Super Universe Supreme Masters like Godly Qi and Mu Xingshu, who were at the pinnacle of the great void realm, could not help but be moved again at this moment. They were shocked by this scene. 3 days, only 3 days, and he had cultivated order to the 4th stage. This was really shocking. It had to be known that before this, Lin Tian had never cultivated order. Wang. This is simply a freak. Ling Yan looked at Lin Tian with wide eyes. At this time, everyone was shocked by the dense aura of order around Lin Tian's body. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian. As expected of Master N. Yitong and the little fox were very close to each other at this moment. After the two of them became Dao companions, they had been together all these years. While teaching Dao to Lin Tian, they had also been cleansed by the power of faith every day. Now, they were exuding a kind of pure aura. Wang. Outside Lin Tian's body, the divine chains of order clattered. Behind him, the sacred shadow of order coiled, and his essence, energy, and spirit became more and more vigorous. It was also at this moment that he abruptly opened his eyes and looked up into the sky. At the same time, almost at the same time, Wu Yi, Shen Ke, and Mu Xingshu also went up to the sky. With a cracking sound, the space at that location was torn apart as a crimson battleship appeared. The battleship was engraved with densely packed divine inscriptions. It was unknown what material was used to forge this battleship, but one could feel an extremely majestic pressure radiating from it. That is, seeing Lin Tian, Wu Yi, Shen Ke, and Mu Xingshu looking there, White Tiger, Ling Yun, and the others also looked, and they couldn't help but be moved. There were 33 figures on the warship, all of them with a faint blood light intertwined around their bodies. They were very similar to the auras of the dozen people Lin Tian killed before. They were all from the Huangquan clan, and all of them were at the peak of the void transformation stage. Almost at the same time, the dozens of people on the warship naturally saw Lin Tian and the others. As expected, there are outsiders here to comprehend order. Don't talk nonsense, kill them all. Our clan's top 100 heroes are cultivating order in a nearby world, and are moving towards the 5th stage. Don't let them affect our clan's heroes. The dozens of people had cold eyes. One of them immediately moved. With a cold and evil smile, he strode towards Lin Tianyi and the others and said, "Compared to the ants we killed before, these strange races are not bad. They don't look weak and are stronger than the ants. They should be able to struggle a little. Killing them will be more satisfying than killing the ants before. You can really enjoy killing." Clang, a sword hum sounded, but it was also like tangible chains colliding, cutting off this person's following words. Beside Lin Tian, a god sequence chain instantly flew out. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of this person. With a poof, it pierced through him. The man's face stiffened. The cold arrogance and evil smile on his face gradually froze. He looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. "You, pooh." The divine chains of order shook lightly, interrupting his words once more. With a pu sound, they shattered him into pieces, and even his soul was obliterated within them. Such a scene caused Xianxia, the White Tiger, the Black Dragon and the others to be moved. A peak void transformation stage expert of the Yellow Springs clan was actually killed by Lin Tian in an instant. At the same time, the other dozens of Yellow Springs clan experts on the warship were also moved. Soon after, these people's expressions turned incomparably cold. "You're courting death," the leader said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lin Tian. However, at this moment, Lin Tian moved. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was and appeared above the warship. Without any unnecessary movements, his eyes were deep. He raised his hand and punched downwards. Behind him, the sacred shadow of order moved together with him. It was completely formed by the divine chains of order. At this moment, it grew to a height of 100 feet. Following his movements, it punched downwards. Boom, the sky shook as if a sacred drum of destruction had been beaten. The sacred shadow of order waved its fist following his movements. The huge iron fist of order fell, annihilating everything in its path. The destructive aura of order enveloped the space in all directions. Such a punch caused the dozens of Yellow Springs clan experts on the warship to be horrified. They were all frightened by the power of this punch. All of them roared in panic. At this moment, they all supported the order and faced Lin Tian's punch. However, it was useless. With a sizzling sound, the order supported by dozens of people was crushed by the iron fist of order in the blink of an eye. Then, the iron fist of order continued to press down and landed in front of them in an instant. Puff, 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 the bloody mist exploded one by one, the dazzling demonic red, and the warship was also torn to pieces. Dozens of Yellow Springs clan experts were annihilated one after another. Only one was left alive and was caught by Lin Tianyi. This is really, dozens of experts at the peak of the void transformation stage and that terrifying warship were actually killed with a single punch. Ling Yun, Fanning Xiong, and the others could not help but gasp when they saw the scene. Daddy is so powerful. Ruoxian's eyes were bright. The group looked at Lin Tian at this time. You, the Yellow Springs clan cultivator who was caught and imprisoned by Lin Tian was terrified and could not help but tremble. In this generation of their clan, there were 100 young heroes under the 10 most powerful godsons. They had gathered in a large world not too far away. Taking advantage of the fact that about 70% of the universe of Xianhuang had been destroyed, they had gathered together to study the 5th level of order. They had been ordered to be the bodyguards of the 100 young heroes of their clan, and had been patrolling the surrounding worlds. When they sensed the shocking fluctuations of order in this place, they had rushed over to investigate. When they found Lin Tian and the others, they immediately wanted to kill them. But unexpectedly, their group was actually not Lin Tian's match at all. In the blink of an eye, only he was left of the dozens of people. Don't kill me. This person was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. His voice was trembling. In the face of absolute strength, only fear was left. Lin Tian did not talk nonsense with this person. A wisp of divine thought of the origin directly went into the man's sea of consciousness. This middle-aged man in black armor was deliberately left behind by him. Previously, he heard from dozens of people that the top 100 young heroes of the Yellow Springs clan were comprehending the 5th stage of order in a large world nearby. He left this man behind to find out which large world the top 100 young heroes of the Yellow Springs clan were in from the man's sea of consciousness. His divine thought of the origin entered the man's sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, a dozen breaths passed. After a dozen breaths, at this moment, he withdrew his divine thought of the origin. With a slight movement of his mind, he destroyed the man's body and soul with a poof. 100 people, infinitely close to the Great Void Realm. Their control of order is at the 4th stage, and they are guarded by an expert in the early stage of the Great Void Realm. He muttered to himself. From the middle-aged man in black armor sea of consciousness, he learned that in this generation of the Yellow Springs clan, except for the 10 divine sons who were already in the Great Void Realm, the other 100 most powerful young geniuses had all come to this universe and were taking advantage of this time to cultivate order. Now, they were in the same large world and were guarded by an expert in the early stage of the Great Void Realm. And now, he already knew the coordinates of that large world. He revealed a cold smile. After a pause, he descended from the sky and briefly explained this matter to the group. You guys continue to comprehend order. I'll go and kill all of the so-called top 100 young heroes. Hearing Lin Tian's words, White Tiger and the others couldn't help but be moved. You're going alone? That's too dangerous. Those 100 people are ranked in the top 100 of the current generation of the Yellow Spring clan, and all of them have cultivated order to the 4th stage. Their combined power is terrifying. Besides, there's a supreme master of the Great Void stage guarding there. Now, you don't have the Heng Yan Heaven Advancing pill to deal with them. White Tiger frowned. Shen Qi and Mu Xingshu stood up. Mu Xingshu said, shall we go? They were all at the pinnacle of the Great Void stage, so it was easy for them to kill the top 100 heroes of the Yellow Spring clan and the supreme master of the Great Void stage. No, I can deal with them alone. Lin Tiandao said. After saying that, he didn't stay for long. He asked Wu Yi to stay behind to protect the group and tore open the world portal to leave. Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others were stunned. Did he really go alone? Mother, do you want to go and take a look? Ruoxian asked Wu Yi, somewhat worried. After all, there were 100 supreme masters of the void transformation stage there, and they were all rare geniuses. All of them had cultivated order to the 4th stage, and there was a supreme master of the Great Void stage guarding them. Their combined power was terrifying. No need, Wu Yi said. He was very calm from start to finish. There was not a trace of worry in his eyes. He can. Lin Tian left the previous world and moved forward according to the precise world coordinates. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. He was very fast, and after dozens of breaths, he arrived in front of a magnificent world. It was the world where the top 100 heroes and the supreme master of the Great Void Stage lived, which he found in the sea of consciousness of the Yellow Spring Clan cultivator. He directly stepped into it. As soon as they entered this great world, all they could see were broken mountains and rivers, and corpses everywhere. It was just like the great world they had entered with the sword soul fragment. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and it was a little pungent. The whole scene was like purgatory. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian's eyes suddenly became very cold, and his hands unconsciously clenched. It was not hard to imagine that all the living beings in this world had been wiped out. Now, this world had become a place of enlightenment for the Yellow Spring Clan's top 100 elites. He stood in place, and there was a corpse beside his feet. His eyes were wide open, and there was still fear and despair in them. He crouched down and closed the man's eyes. Rest in peace. He stood up and adjusted his breathing. His eyes became even colder. 9-colored holy light intertwined around his body and turned into a beam of 9-colored holy light. Like a human-shaped lightning bolt, he shot toward the center of this world. Soon after, he tore open a space portal and stepped into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After an unknown amount of time, he stepped out of the void from another position. As far as the eye could see, there was a majestic divine mountain in front of him. The spiritual chi inside was extremely astonishing. It was the only intact mountain in all directions. This was the central area of this world. He came here and looked at the center of the divine mountain. There was an extremely strong aura of order intertwining there. It was very shocking. He stepped forward, and his speed became faster. He left after images with each step. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the center of this divine mountain. Looking around, there were hundreds of celestial peaks in the center of the divine mountain. Among them, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on each of the 101 celestial peaks. Among them, 100 looked young, and the other was an old man with deep eyes. Found him. His voice was cold. Almost at the same time, the 100 or so Yellow Spring Clan elites in this area naturally found him. The 101 people looked at him, and their eyes narrowed. Reincarnation body. The leading old man said, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. The Heaven Protector clan was destroyed, and the great world where the clan was founded completely disappeared. However, there were a few 48 winged elites of this clan who lived outside the great world where the clan was founded. They were lucky enough to survive. They knew about Lin Tian, the reincarnation body, and reported it to the Yellow Spring Clan who took over this universe. These 101 people had high status in the Yellow Spring Clan, so they naturally knew about this. Now that they saw Lin Tian appear, they recognized him at a glance. At this moment, the light in the eyes of the 100 young masters of the Yellow Spring Clan grew brighter. One of them said, "At this time, this great world is very suitable for the cultivation of order. We ordered to clear out this world as soon as possible. We didn't expect that the reincarnation body would also come here. It seems that this world is really good. It's a treasure land. We didn't do anything, but we can still lure the reincarnation body here." Looking at Lin Tian, this person sneered and said, "Suppressing him will definitely be a great merit. The higher-ups are very concerned about this round of." Clang! An ear-piercing sword radiance sounded. Lin Tian did not say anything else. At this moment, he moved. He displayed the reincarnation sword technique, and a 9-colored sword aura directly slashed at this person. It was so fast that it pierced through the void and penetrated this person with a poof. Moreover, because the sword momentum was too strong, after the 9-colored sword aura penetrated this person's body, it dragged this person's body and flew hundreds of feet away. A magnificent immortal peak was directly shattered into pieces, and a large amount of blood splattered out. It was a shocking sight. "All of you will die here. You will be buried with the countless creatures in this world," Lin Tian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a sonorous sound was heard. After piercing through the young elites of the Yellow Spring clan, dense reincarnation sword aura immediately appeared and turned into a 9-colored sword rain that slashed down. It enveloped everyone in this place, including the Great Void Realm Elder, and attacked indiscriminately. Such sword power moved all the elites of the Yellow Spring clan because it was really powerful. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes turned cold again. "Arrogant bastard," one of the young elites said coldly. Lin Tianyi and his people attacked all of them at the same time. They even enveloped the Great Void Realm Elders of the Yellow Spring clan who were guarding them. It was obvious that he did not take them seriously at all. As soon as he finished speaking, with a boom, the light of order directly intertwined around him. His aura surged and condensed into a sacred sword of order. It slashed down at Lin Tian from a distance. "Suppress." Dozens of other young elites also spoke. At this time, they took action one after another. Each of them activated the power of order and great magic. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a thought, a vast pressure surged. This place shook the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it became pitch black. Clatter, clatter. In the pitch-black sky, dense divine chains of order appeared immediately. They were like real chains, turning into a rain of divine chains of order and pressing down. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The attacks launched by the 99 young elites of the Yellow Spring clan were all shattered in an instant. The divine chains of order launched by Lin Tian continued to press down and penetrated the 99 people. Blood splattered everywhere. "Kneel down for me." As the grand handprint of order pressed down, the void was annihilated. Lin Tian was fearless. In the heavens above, divine chains of order released Walala noises. Under his will, they turned into a holy sword of order, facing this person's great hand imprint of order, severing a large expanse of space. Boom, the two collided in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's sacred sword of order shattered immediately, and his body trembled violently. "How dare a mere void transformation attack me? You're overestimating yourself," the elder from the Nether clan said coldly. The grand handprint of order continued to press down on Lin Tian without slowing down. More and more void was annihilated. The majestic pressure instantly fell in all directions, causing Lin Tian's body to tremble slightly. He felt a great pressure. However, his expression did not change at all. It was still cold. 9 black moons appeared in his eyes at this moment. They were connected by strands of Tao inscriptions. They were mysterious and unpredictable. In all directions, the illusory fate gathered immediately. It cooperated with his divine chains of order and faced the elder's grand handprint of order head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. This time, the grand handprint of order of the elder from the Nether clan shattered instantly and disappeared without a trace. "You." Suddenly, the elder from the Nether clan was moved. "The Eye of Destiny. You really have it." They had learned about Lin Tian's reincarnated body from the remnants of the Heaven Protector clan. They knew that Lin Tian had the Eye of Destiny. However, when they saw it with their own eyes, they could not help but change their expressions. At the same time, the young expert from the Nether clan who had been pierced and sent flying by Lin Tian flew back. The other 99 young experts had recovered from their injuries. When they saw this scene, their expressions also changed, just like the elder from the Nether clan. The Eye of Destiny, one of the 3 supreme eye techniques. These young experts of the Yellow Springs race were all extraordinary. At the very least, they knew a lot of things. At this time, after their wounds were healed, they looked into Lin Tian's eyes. Many of them couldn't help but clench their fists. Their eyes were full of cold light, and they carried a bit of jealousy. A trifling human, not only has he been tainted by reincarnation, even his fate, they believed that their bloodline was extraordinary and was even stronger than the bloodline of the chaotic body. However, no one in their race had ever been able to control the Eye of Destiny. Now, Lin Tianyi was a human. Not only was he a reincarnated body, but he also controlled the legendary Eye of Destiny. This made them feel uneasy. Why was Lin Tian able to control it? Buzz. Between the heaven and earth, fate surged mightily, completely enveloping the space within a radius of 10,000 feet. This was a power that transcended order. Although the Eye of Destiny is powerful, you're only in the void transformation realm. You can't unleash too much of its power. The eyes of the elder from the Yellow Springs race were cold. The aura of order moved, and a divine shadow of order was formed. Other superpowers and secret skills were unleashed at the same time. Once again, they pressed down on Lin Tian. Kneel down obediently, and you'll suffer less. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He stepped forward, and boundless fate moved with him. He faced the elder from the Yellow Springs race. Before he came to this place, he could clearly sense that he could open the Eye of Destiny at any time. Therefore, even though he knew that there was an expert in the initial stage of the Great Void Realm here, he wasn't afraid. With his cultivation at the middle stage of the Void Transformation Realm, his comprehension of order had reached stage 4, and his Eye of Destiny, he wasn't afraid of an expert in the initial stage of the Great Void Realm at all. Boom! He fought with the elder from the Yellow Springs race. Order and fate collided, causing the void to shatter and the land to sink. The nearby celestial peaks collapsed one after another. When the 100 young experts from the Yellow Springs race saw this, they stared at Lin Tian. One of them said coldly, "Let's attack together. We'll use all our strength to help the elder suppress him. A mere human dares to attack our race. How dare he?" As he spoke, a divine shadow of order appeared behind him. It was more than 1,000 feet tall, and it was surrounded by divine chains of order. At the same time, the other 99 young experts attacked together. They all condensed divine shadows of order, and they pushed their strength to the limit. Boundless light of order pressed down on Lin Tian like raging waves. Lin Tian controlled fate and fought fiercely with the elder from the Yellow Springs race. He naturally paid attention to the 100 so-called talents from the Yellow Springs race. Seeing them attack at this time, his expression didn't change at all. There was only coldness and indifference. He didn't say anything. Above the firmament, the boundless divine chains of order rattled. These were his divine chains of order. At this moment, following his will, they pressed down once again, shrouding all 100 of the Netherworld tribe's geniuses. This time, the power of these divine chains of order was dozens of times stronger than before. The aura of order was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the divine shadows of order that the 100 young experts from the Yellow Springs race summoned were all shattered. The divine chains of order clattered and penetrated all of them. Die. A cold word came out from Lin Tian's mouth. The divine chains of order that penetrated the bodies of the young experts from the Yellow Springs race suddenly exploded. An unparalleled aura of destruction swept out like raging waves, bringing with it a large amount of blood and miserable screams. Among the 100 young experts from the Yellow Springs race, 97 of them had their physical bodies shattered. Their divine souls were also shattered in an instant. At this moment, only 3 of the 100 young geniuses managed to preserve their divine souls. They were both shocked and terrified. The 100 of them attacked with all their might and summoned the 4th divine shadow of order. However, Lin Tian summoned the 3rd divine chain of order and defeated all of them who were at the peak of the void transformation stage with their cultivation base at the middle stage of the void transformation stage. In an instant, 97 of them were killed. Bastard! The elder from the Yellow Springs race was terrified to the extreme. His eyes immediately turned red. Apart from the 10 divine sons, the 100 strongest people in this generation of their race all had astonishing potential. They would be the pillars of their race in the future. But now, 97 of them were killed by Lin Tian in an instant. How great was this loss? After this, how was he going to explain to the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder in the race? He roared angrily. The power of order became even more shocking. It attacked Lin Tian wildly and forced the 3 people who were still alive to retreat. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. In the sky, another 3 divine chains of order fell and attacked the divine souls of the 3 people who were still alive. Don't even think about it. The elder from the Yellow Springs race roared. Endless divine chains of order interweaved and met Lin Tian's divine chains of order to protect the 3 people. If I want them to die, they will die. Lin Tianling said. His eyes moved and boundless luck surged, directly intercepting the divine chains of order. The aura of order intertwined, and the divine chains rattled as if they were colliding with each other. Human! roared the elder from the Yellow Spring clan. His eyes were bloodshot. The Yellow Spring clan was one of the top 100 elites under the 10 divine princes. They were the future mainstays of the clan. Yet, they were all killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Boundless fate moved with his eyes and pressed down on the elder. It's only 100 people. How many living beings have died in your hands in this world? Do you know their hatred? He said coldly. The elder from the Yellow Spring clan roared, "You're just a bunch of low-level clans. How can you compare to us? How dare you compare them to us? Are you very powerful?" said Lin Tianling. He stepped forward. Although his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the void transformation stage, he was not afraid of this great void stage expert. After all, he had cultivated the 4th stage of the order technique. With the support of the Eye of Destiny, his overall combat strength was almost comparable to when he was in the illusory Flame Star Ocean. Back then, he could kill an expert at the early stage of the Great Void stage. Now, he could do it again. In the surroundings, boundless luck moved along with him. Moreover, divine chains of order also circled around him, emitting an intimidating aura. "Kill!" roared the elder from the Yellow Spring clan. He could feel how terrifying the Eye of Destiny was. He immediately activated the 4th stage of the Order Sacred Shadow. However, with Lin Tian's boundless fate and the divine chains of order, the Order Sacred Shadow was not much of a threat. After a simple collision, it was shattered by Lin Tian. Only the starlight of order was left in the sky. Lin Tian stepped forward. The Eye of Destiny vibrated slightly. The divine chains of order pressed forward and attacked the elder from different directions. Although this elder from the Yellow Spring clan was at the early stage of the Great Void stage compared to the 72-winged Heaven Protector clan that he had killed before, his combat strength was much stronger than the early stage Great Void stage experts of the Heaven Protector clan. His bloodline aura was much stronger than the Heaven Protector clans. However, even so, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. The current him was able to suppress this person. Boom, boom. Boom, an intense confrontation ensued. The aura of order and destiny spread. Blood continuously splashed out. This was the blood of the old man from the Yellow Springs tribe. In the short exchange of blows, the old man from the Yellow Springs tribe was crushed 9 times. Lin Tian was definitely on top. Bang! Once again, the old man from the Yellow Spring tribe was swept away. His aura was extremely weak, and his face was drained of blood. This person clenched his teeth, incomparably shocked and furious. His palm directly drew out a sphere of resplendent divine splendor, blasting it out of this great world. The elders will soon know everything that has happened here. You will not have a good ending. My clan will never let you off. This person's voice was filled with ruthlessness. Lin Tian glanced at the divine splendor that the other party shot out. He knew that the other party was reporting to the clan about what had happened here. Regarding this, he could have stopped him at this moment, but he didn't do so. This was because there was no need to do so. This clan belonged to the Celestial Court, and they were here to deal with him. Letting the higher-ups of the Yellow Springs tribe know that he had killed the top 100 talents of this clan and this Great Void Stage Elder would not affect him at all. Instead, it would make the higher-ups of this clan suffer for a while. His eyes were indifferent as they landed on the old man from the Yellow Springs tribe. The Eye of Destiny vibrated slightly, pulling open a long river of destiny. Go and apologize to the countless living beings in this world. The long river of destiny pressed down with his will. Together with the dense divine chains of order, it directly drowned this person. With a poof, the old man from the Yellow Springs tribe was directly crushed. His divine soul was also annihilated. This place instantly became much quieter. Around them, hundreds of celestial peaks collapsed because of the battle here. The surface of the ground sank by more than 100 feet because of this. Middle stage void transformation stage. With the Eye of Destiny and the 4th stage power of order, I should be able to fight against a mid-stage Great Void stage expert at most now. I can't go any further than that, he muttered to himself, estimating his current strongest combat power. Then, the Eye of Destiny closed, and the order dispersed along with it. Immediately, traces of light intertwined in his eyes. Killing this great void stage universe supreme master from the Yellow Springs tribe was different from killing him in the illusory Flamestar Ocean. Now, he did not take the bowdown that temporarily increased his cultivation level like the eternal Yen Heaven advancement pill. He relied entirely on his own strength to fight across realms and kill a great void stage universe supreme master. This was a strength that truly belonged to him. Who? A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it a strong smell of blood. He stood there, and the light in his eyes gradually dispersed. Looking at the dilapidated mountains and rivers, he paused for a while, opened the world portal, and disappeared in a flash. Not long after, he left this great world and returned to the world where Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and the others were at. He went to the place where they comprehended the order. After Lin Tian left, Bai Ziki, Fanning Xiong, Ling Yun, Snow Wolf, and the others all stopped comprehending the order. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian return, their expressions could not help but change slightly. You settled it? Wuxing Crocodile could not help but ask. It's settled. Lin Tian nodded. As soon as he said this, in this place, apart from Wu Yi, everyone's expressions changed. It's really settled? So fast? White Tiger's eyes widened. There were a total of 100 great beings at the pinnacle of the void transformation stage in that place, and all of them had cultivated to the 4th stage of the order. All of them were young geniuses of the Yellow Springs tribe, and there was even a great void stage great being in charge. With such a lineup, Lin Tian went there with his cultivation level at the middle stage of the void transformation stage. In less than 2 hours, he had actually settled everyone? My current combat strength is about the same as when I used the bowdown to raise my cultivation level to the great void stage, so there's no problem. Lin Tian explained briefly, then continued, let's leave this place first and change to another place to comprehend the order. Kill all of those people, and the Yellow Springs tribe might send a large number of experts here. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Change places. White Tiger said, and at this moment, he put away his surprise. Let's go. Lin Tian spoke, and directly left this great world with the group. After that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. They found a new great world, which was a desolate small world. Even when 70% of this universe was destroyed, it was difficult to attract the attention of others. Arriving at this small world, he took out the Bodhi tree and placed it in the middle of the group. Together with Baiziki and the others, he continued to comprehend and cultivate the order. Wu Yi, on the other hand, was still standing quietly, protecting the group. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 months had passed. 3 months later, on this day, the relatively active order between heaven and earth gradually calmed down. The active myriad of Tao and force between heaven and earth also converged, returning to its usual appearance. Outside Lin Tian's body, the light of order surrounded him. The aura of order was even denser than 3 months ago. At this moment, he opened his eyes. The peak of the middle stage of the void transformation stage, the end of the 4th stage of the order. He muttered to himself. In 3 months, he had comprehended the cultivation of the order. He had cultivated the order to the end of the 4th stage, and would soon be able to deduce his own order divine ability. The light of order and the 9-colored holy light intertwined. Lin Tian sensed his current cultivation realm and order level, and then sensed the changes in other aspects of his body. His essence, qi, and spirit were much stronger, and his combat strength had also improved greatly. Great! He muttered to himself, and a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. The next moment, his mind moved slightly, and the light of order and the 9-colored holy light disappeared into his body at the same time. He then stood up. Almost at the same time, the other group also opened their eyes and stopped comprehending order at this time. He looked at the group and found that the weakest among them had reached the 3rd stage of order. Ruoxian was much stronger. After 3 months of cultivation, she had now reached the 4th stage of order and could condense the order Holy Shadow. Shen Qi and Mu Xingxiu had made great progress in order in the past 3 months, but they were still at the 4th stage of order and could not step into the 5th stage of order. It's too difficult. Shen Qi sighed. She had already comprehended order countless years ago and reached the 4th stage of order. However, after so many years, she still could not step into the peak stage of order after the destruction of the dark yellow universe to comprehend order. It was too difficult to step into the peak stage of order. She sighed. White Tiger, Ling Yun, and Wuxing Crocodile were excited, and the god chains of order outside their body rattled. I didn't expect that one day, Lord Crocodile could also cultivate the legendary order and control the third stage of order. Wuxing Crocodile was excited. He looked at the crocodile ancestor and smiled. Ancestor, I'm not worse than you now. He said so, but his eyes were still full of respect when he looked at the crocodile ancestor. During those years in the Hongming universe, the crocodile ancestor put in a lot of effort to completely intensify his 5 elements bloodline. Awesome! Awesome! White Tiger roared. Now that it had mastered order and cultivated to the third stage of order, it felt as if it had undergone an earth-shattering change. Although its cultivation base hadn't improved much, its combat strength had undergone a qualitative transformation compared to 3 months ago. For a time, the group stayed in this place, each sensing the order in their body and other changes in their body. Then, they skillfully mastered the order that they had comprehended. In this way, a full 7 days passed quickly. Boom! 7 days later. On this day, the barren world was in turmoil. Destructive. Aura surged in from the outside world. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. He raised his head and looked outside the great world. Someone from the Celestial Court has come to destroy this world. The Celestial Court would eventually destroy all the worlds in the black-yellow universe. The world they were in now was barren and inconspicuous, but now, it finally ushered in the destruction of the Celestial Court. People from the Celestial Court? Kill them all. Let's go. Ling Yun and the White Tiger said as they rushed out. Outside this large world, dozens of powerful beings from the Celestial Court lived together, and one of them was a Celestial Master. Ling Yun and the White Tiger rushed out and immediately pounced over, unleashing their god sequence chains one after another. The leader of the Celestial Court was instantly horrified. You. Under the pressure of Ling Yun and the White Tiger's god sequence chains, this third-tier Celestial Master was directly annihilated. Crossing 3 small levels to kill an enemy, this feels really good. The White Tiger chuckled. Then, the man and tiger attacked again, enveloping the other dozens of celestial soldiers and generals with their god sequences and destroying them all. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and the others stepped out of the great world. Lin Tian said, "Go to other worlds and continue what we did before. Seize the pristine jade bottle that the Celestial Court uses to collect life essence. At the same time, kill this group of people." He was not at all surprised that the White Tiger and Ling Yun could easily kill a Celestial Court leader and dozens of celestial soldiers and generals. After all, the man and tiger were at the first tier of the Celestial Court and controlled the god sequence chains. With the support of the god sequence chains, it was not difficult for them to kill an ordinary third-tier Celestial Court cultivator. Let's go. The White Tiger replied. Lin Tian nodded and walked into the distance with the group. They walked in the black-yellow universe and found that it was now too empty. More than half of the worlds had been completely destroyed by the Celestial Court. They had to walk for a long time in the universe before they could see a great world. The next great destruction will be our universe. Before that, we must do our best to become stronger. Lin Tian said in a low voice. In this extremely dilapidated black-yellow universe, the dozens of people traveled together. They found great worlds one after another, killed Celestial Court cultivators one after another, and seized the pristine jade bottles that contained life essence. Because 70% of the black-yellow universe had been destroyed, the remaining great worlds were all at the level of the supreme grade. Therefore, the pristine jade bottles seized from these supreme grade worlds were naturally very rich in life essence. Reincarnated body, you have made enemies of my clan time and time again and killed my people. You will die a horrible death sooner or later. You will die a horrible death. His angry roar shook heaven and earth. In a supreme grade world, an early-stage Great Void Stage elder of the Netherworld clan stared at Lin Tian and roared. His body was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak. Lin Tianyi, who had opened his Eye of Destiny, smashed him again and again. Not far away, the temporary battle camp of the celestial court in this great world had been completely destroyed. Except for him, all the celestial court cultivators who lived here, including dozens of transformation realm experts of the Netherworld clan, were killed by Lin Tian here. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. His eye of destiny trembled slightly, and boundless fate surged past. Behind him, the sacred shadow of order waved the sacred fist of order. Along with the boundless fate, it pressed down on the early-stage Great Void Stage Elder of the Netherworld clan. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the early-stage Great Void Stage Elder of the Netherworld clan was turned into a mist of blood under the attack. His divine soul was also annihilated. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed the pristine jade bottle that contained the life essence. Then, he called for the others to leave. "Let's go to other worlds," he said. He tore open a world portal in this world and left with the others. After that, they went to the remaining supreme-grade worlds and killed the experts of the Celestial Court in them. They seized the pristine jade bottles that the Celestial Court used to collect the life essence. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. In these 6 years, he and the others had collected hundreds of thousands of pristine jade bottles. The life essence in them was very rich. However, he did not refine them. He was prepared to bring them back to the primordial universe. The next great calamity would be the primordial universe. In the primordial universe, there were some elders and old friends of his. He had to bring the life essence back to strengthen his elders and old friends and help them increase their strength. At the same time, he could use the life essence to strengthen the immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the celestial court that he had established. In the past few years, the immortal court had been constantly expanding. Many young geniuses with extraordinary aptitudes had emerged. With enough resources, Lin Tian believed that these geniuses would become very strong and would be able to shine brightly in the future. As the lord of the celestial court, he naturally had to pave the way for the young geniuses of the celestial court. This was his responsibility. Next world. He called out to a group of people, and they walked through the broken black-yellow universe, heading to other worlds. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. He collected more life jade bottles and killed more celestial court cultivators. On this day, the black-yellow universe suddenly shook violently, as if a destructive cosmic earthquake had occurred. This broken universe was suddenly shrouded in an extremely oppressive aura, and all Daos trembled. What's going on? This aura. Whooshing Crocodile trembled. At the same time, Baiziki and the others were also shocked. Lin Tian, Xianxia, and Mu Xingshu also changed their expressions, shocked by the oppressive aura that suddenly shrouded the black-yellow universe. Even Wu Yi, who had always been incomparably calm, was no exception. It seems to be coming from the center of the universe. Lin Tian looked at the center of the black-yellow universe. In the center of the black-yellow universe, the universe space was dark, and a huge universe vortex emerged. A divine figure stepped out from within. His entire body was surrounded by boundless divine light, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes that were as large as stars could be seen. There were all kinds of profound and unfathomable divine inscriptions intertwined in his eyes. Vaguely, it seemed as though the heavens and earth were collapsing, and the myriad Daos of heaven and earth were trembling before him. Following this divine shadow, 7 other people stepped out. They were as tall as ordinary people, and they stood respectfully behind the divine shadow. The divine shadow's eyes were as huge as stars, deep and indifferent. He stood in the center of the universe, and the whole universe began to tremble slightly. Endless power of Daos and the light of order emerged on their own, as if they had a consciousness and were worshipping the divine shadow. Reincarnation body. A loud voice suddenly rang out, shaking the entire black-yellow universe. The sacred shadow spoke at this moment. He looked at a certain spot in the black-yellow universe, and his eyes, which were filled with Dao marks, looked even more profound. The little ant from back. Then, light surged from his body, crossing the universe and extending into the distance. In an instant, it covered billions of miles. Almost at the same time, in another part of the universe, Lin Tian immediately trembled violently. At this moment, he suddenly found it difficult to move. He didn't see anything, but he felt a destructive giant hand grabbing at him. At the same time, the others beside him were also unable to move. Even the strongest, Wu Yi, was no exception. In fact, at that moment, the group of people were unable to even speak. The extremely oppressive aura suppressed everything in the surroundings. The terrifying holy light spread from the center of the universe to the distance. The oppressive aura spread together with it, heading toward Lin Tianyi and the others. Along the way, dozens of worlds were shattered, and the universe space was annihilated. However, after 3 breaths, the holy light that was spreading toward Lin Tian suddenly shook slightly and shattered. In the center of the universe, about 10 feet away from the sacred shadow, an old drunkard in a white robe appeared silently. Who is it? Behind the sacred shadow, 7 figures looked coldly at an old drunkard. Then, the next moment, their faces involuntarily changed, and they couldn't help but tremble. The sacred shadow's eyes were as big as stars, and there were endless Tao patterns circling inside. They were so mysterious that ordinary people couldn't understand them. In another part of the black-yellow universe, Lin Tian trembled violently. The feeling of a terrifying giant hand grabbing at him disappeared. He could move again, but his spirit couldn't stop trembling. His whole body was cold. At the same time, the other people beside him were the same. Just now, Wuxing Crocodile opened his mouth. He couldn't stop trembling like Lin Tian, and there was horror in his eyes. Even the Divine Qi and Mu Xingshu were no exception. Dad, Ruoxian grabbed Lin Tian's clothes. Her beautiful face was pale. That feeling just now was too terrifying. Lin Tian tried hard to take deep breaths, and forcibly suppressed the trembling in his heart. He reached out to hold Ruoxian's hand. The unique 9-colored saint power poured into Ruoxian's body, alleviating the palpitations in her heart. Ruoxian's pale face gradually recovered. Then, he held Ruoxian in one hand and tore open the universe portal with the other. He called Wu Yi and the others to return to the primordial universe. At this moment, he remembered what Fengshen Tianzuan said to him. When the black-yellow universe was 90% destroyed, it would be extremely dangerous. He felt that the abnormality at this time was related to the matter that Fengshen Tianzuan mentioned. At this time, he felt that it was time to return to the primordial universe. Let's go, he said, and pulled Ruoxian, and stepped into the universe portal with Wu Yi and the others. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the center of the black-yellow universe, an old drunkard was wearing a white robe. He looked at the direction where Lin Tianyi and the others disappeared. His gaze was exceptionally gentle. Then, he looked at the huge saint shadow in front of him again. The saint shadow stood in the universe. His gaze fell on an old drunkard. Tao patterns revolved in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. You've surpassed the past. You've become stronger. His gaze fell on an old drunkard. He was indifferent and cold. Human King. His voice was like the roar of the heavenly Tao. The broken black-yellow universe trembled again, and the heavenly Tao became even more terrified. Become stronger? An old drunkard's gaze was indifferent. Compared to the saint shadow, his body was as small as a speck of dust. He didn't emit any powerful aura. However, under the indescribable terrifying aura of the saint shadow, he was as stable as the saint tablet of heaven and earth. The world is far more vast than you can imagine, Luanhui King. The saint shadow's eyes were indifferent. Endless Tao radiance surrounded him like a servant. Human King, what do you want to say? He was the founder of the celestial court, Luanhui King. In this world, he was the supreme being. Everything was just a speck of dust in his eyes. No one was worthy of his words, except for the person in front of him. Because the person in front of him was the human king. Born from reincarnation, you destroyed the universe, smelted the universe, and tried in vain to control the complete reincarnation to avoid being enslaved due to lack of strength after stepping into a higher dimension. An old drunkard said, "Do you really think you can control the complete reincarnation?" Luanhui Wang's eyes that were as huge as the stars suddenly shook. Within his eyes, a glaring cold light burst forth. "Where did you find out about this?" His voice became cold. The light of reincarnation blossomed and annihilated the countless radiance. This king already felt that something was strange a long time ago. "Human King, who exactly are you?" Rumble, The universe collapsed and completely disappeared. The endless light of reincarnation surged and mercilessly pressed down on an old drunkard. An old drunkard's eyes were deep. His expression was still as calm as before. He didn't say anything and silently disappeared from his original location. The endless light of reincarnation pressed down and caused the universe to collapse once again. Luanhui King's eyes were cold to the extreme. He was no longer as calm as before. Netherworld, Underworld, Rakshasa, let the three races prepare to head to the Grand Mist Universe. This king will personally come after 1,000 years. The universe trembled. Terrifying black holes appeared one after another. The universe started to truly collapse. The collapsed universe turned into strands of cosmic light and unceasingly flowed into his body. The 7 people behind him trembled slightly. They all knelt down on one knee and saluted. Yes. The 7 people responded and slowly retreated. They disappeared from this place. Grand Mist Universe, the starry sky was densely packed with stars. The starlight was gentle. Buzz. The twinkling stars were exceptionally gentle. Lin Tian pulled Ruoxian back to the Hongmeng universe from the black-yellow universe with Wu Yi and the others. I almost thought I was going to die. Ling Yun shuddered. What exactly was that aura that came out of nowhere? It's scary. The white tiger was also trembling. Everyone's face was slightly pale at this time. That oppressive aura was really too scary. Lin Tian took a deep breath to calm himself down. Let's not think about it for now. Let's go back first. Let's go back. Let's drink a few jugs to calm down. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian pulled Ruoxian. His eyes flickered, and a starry gate appeared. They disappeared from the spot. The next moment, they appeared in another place. In front of them was a colorful star. It wasn't big, but its aura was a little hazy, giving it a sense of mystery. It was the 10 Directions ancient star. I haven't been back for a long time. Lin Tiandao. He had returned to the Hongmeng universe before to bring Jiyu and the others to the black-yellow universe. However, he didn't return to the 10 Directions ancient star at that time. It had been many years since he came here. He couldn't help but miss it. He paused for a moment, pulled Ruoxian, and called Wu Yi and the others to land on the 10 Directions ancient star. The black-yellow universe and the crocodile ancestor weren't on this ancient star. However, they still followed Lin Tianyi. The divine Qi and Mu Xingshu naturally followed them. Soon, they entered the 10 Directions ancient star. Lin Tian led them to the headquarters of the Immortal Court in the 9th heaven. Lord Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Court was located in the 9th heaven, and after so many years, it had become the #1 holy ground in the 10 Directions heavens. Even in the entire Grand Mist universe, it was fully deserving of the title of the #1 inheritance. The Immortal Court had always been guarded by immortal soldiers and immortal generals. Now that they saw Lin Tian, the Lord of the Immortal Court, returning to the Immortal Court, they were pleasantly surprised and excited. In the past, Lin Tian had single-handedly suppressed the chaos in 10 Directions heaven. Then, he led the entire 10 Directions heaven to repel the invasion of the Netherworld race, forcing them back to the sealed dust ancient realm and sealing them. Then, he unsealed the 10th heaven and preached the Tao to the cultivators of 10 Directions heaven. He was a legendary figure in 10 Directions heaven. His prestige even overshadowed the 9 heavenly sovereigns. These soldiers and generals were proud to have such a leader. At the same time, these immortal soldiers and immortal generals also knew that Wu Yi and Ruoxian were here, so they bowed to Wu Yi and the others. There's no need for that. Don't worry about us. Lin Tian was very easygoing. He hadn't returned to the Immortal Court for a long time. He led the group directly into the Immortal Court. After years of improvement, the main Immortal Court where he stood had become extremely magnificent. The area it occupied was tens of thousands of times larger than before, and the spiritual energy inside was no longer comparable to before. The group returned to the Immortal Court on this day, but they didn't do anything for the time being. Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and the others took Shen Qi, Mu Xingshu, Xian Huang, and the crocodile ancestor to walk around the Immortal Court, introducing them to the various locations. Inside the immortal court, many immortal soldiers and immortal generals were moving about. All of them had a solemn expression and were full of vigor. When they saw Lin Tian and the others, they bowed one after another. After that, they did not stay for long and quickly continued with their own matters. Amazing inheritance! Xianxia exclaimed. He saw that the immortal soldiers and immortal generals in the immortal court were far inferior to him in terms of cultivation base. However, he saw that all the immortal soldiers and immortal generals had a kind of righteousness and fearlessness in their eyes. This was the rarest thing. Even the disciples of the powerful clans like the Yellow Spring clan didn't have this kind of thing. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "Senior, you flatter me," Lin Tian said modestly. He led the group into the immortal court. Soon, night fell, and the group gathered in the depths of the immortal court. There were many spiritual fruits and immortal wines. The group drank to their heart's content and relaxed for a short time. At the same time, they discussed how to deal with the celestial court. The black-yellow universe would soon be completely destroyed, and the primordial universe would be next. This was the last universe in this world. They must protect it. Otherwise, everything would be over. That night, he had a lot of discussions with the group. It wasn't until the sun rose the next morning that they came to an end. "Let's go to the lower heavens." On a new day, he asked little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile Dill, and White Tiger to accompany crocodile ancestor Xian Huang. He asked Little Fox and Yutong to accompany Xinyu and Mu Xingshu. He took Wu Yi, Ruoxin, and Ji Yu and left the immortal court for the lower heavens. In the lower heavens, there were other elders, old friends, and sects that he had stayed in before. He took Ruoxin and the others and gave them precious weapons and divine objects, as well as jade bottles full of life essence, to help these elders and old friends improve their strength. He stayed in the Burning Sun sect for the longest time, staying for half a month. In half a month, he helped the great elders of the Burning Sun sect, the sect master, and several other elders to refine their life essence. Then, he personally preached to all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect. In just half a month, the Burning Sun sect had become countless times stronger. At the same time, during this process, he told some of the things about the heavenly court to some of the elders and old friends in the lower heaven domains. These elders and old friends were not very strong, but by telling them these things, they could prepare in advance. Time flew by. From the moment he left the ninth heaven to the lower heavens, 20 days passed quickly. 20 days later, on this day, he took Wu Yi and the others back to the main clan of the immortal court. He summoned all the disciples of the immortal court in the 10th heavens and gathered them in the immortal court martial arena. There were more than 900 million people. He told them all about the celestial court, and then took out jade bottles full of life essence to improve the strength of the immortal soldiers and immortal generals. At the same time, just like in the Burning Sun sect, he preached to all the immortal soldiers and immortal generals, answered all the doubts of the immortal soldiers and immortal generals, and personally practiced some relatively complicated divine abilities and great techniques for them. The battle in the future will be very cruel. You have to work hard. This universe is our last place of survival, he said in a deep voice. Be fearless. All the immortal soldiers and immortal generals roared in unison. After learning about the horror of the celestial court, they didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, their eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit. Good. Continue to cultivate. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Lin Tiandao waved his hand, took out the Bodhi tree, and placed it in the immortal court martial arena. End of chapter 2292. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.